Hey, hurry up and get up the waste and bring water for the uncle. The entire Su family's 170 large tanks are full, one less, don't want to eat at night. The cold screeching sound came faintly, causing Xuanhuan's closed eyes to tremble and slowly open them. In the blur, Xuanhuan seemed to see a white-bearded old man in a black long shirt glaring at him fiercely. Presumptuous. After all, he is the third young master of our Su families. Direct line. You are just a servant. If you have the right to yell, get out of here. Yes, Miss Jiu. The old slave retire. At this time another voice came. Although it was majestic, it was obviously softer. It was a girl. Xuanhuan opened his eyes, and beside him was a pure girl wearing a blue dress looking at him with concern. Immediately, he found himself lying on a dilapidated wooden bed in the woodshed. Along with that, bursts of severe pain came from all directions on the body. Hiss, why are there so many bruises on your body? What's the matter, aren't you at work? Because a document was waiting to be used, the stingy boss asked him to work overtime. Later, he seemed to fall asleep in a daze. Why did he come here as soon as he opened his eyes? However, at this moment, a piercing pain suddenly came out from the depths of his brain, making Xuanhuan's thin face instantly pale. As an ordinary office worker, he actually passed through. Is there any sense of public morality? This guy who was passed by me is too miserable. Not only is the identity of the heir in the line ruthlessly deprived. Moreover, he was framed for stealing the family's cultivation resources and was beaten and almost died. After checking the memory in his head, Xuanhuan was speechless for a while, saying that the person who traveled through was not a rich and noble person, but a peerless genius. How could he be a waste in his turn? Suddenly, a series of crisp prompts kept ringing in Xuanhuan's mind. Xuanhuan's mindless eyes suddenly widened. Ding. Activate the lucky upgrade system. Ding. The lucky upgrade system begins to bind the program with the host. Ding. The lucky upgrade system is bound to the host. Host, Xuanhuan. Race, human. Bloodline, none. Rank, first rank of Fanhai Realm, Xuanwu Continent Realm is divided into Fanhai Realm, Xuanhuan Realm, Transfiguration Realm, Earth Stage Realm, Tianmen Realm, Wangji Realm, Emperor Realm, Honorable Realm, Holy Realm, Emperor Realm, Heavenly Realm Fairyland, True Fairyland, Golden Fairyland. Each level can be divided into 9 ranks. Exercise, Kuei Yuanju. Supernatural powers, water archery. Weapon, none. Skills, none. Intelligence, 7. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the lucky upgrade system. Because the lucky upgrade system is activated for the first time, the host will be specially rewarded with a gift package and a chance to draw a lottery on the big turntable. The spree contains a low-level cultivation technique of Tian Pin, Immortal. Zombie technique, 1 Huiyang pill. A series of system prompts made Xuanhuan stunned. Ha ha ha, Lao Tzu's golden finger is here. In the future, please call me, Su. Retian. Before he could continue to imagine, the girl beside him was shaking his arm and urging anxiously. Third brother, get up quickly, today is the day for the assessment of our Su family's juniors, whether it is a branch or a direct descendant, they must participate in the assessment. If you can stand out in the assessment, you don't have to suffer like this. Ding. The system has released a lucky task, counterattack and revenge, get the first place in the Su family assessment, the task is successful, reward 10 points of growth value. The time is subject to Xuanwu continent, 3 hours. Third brother, hurry up, the assessment will be held in the auditorium at 10 o'clock. The girl said a lot, but seeing that Xuanhuan's expression was still stunned, as if he didn't listen at all, his face darkened slightly, and after explaining it again, he left with a disappointed face. It seemed that her third brother was completely helpless. Xuanhuan was busy with understanding the golden finger that he depended on to survive after crossing, and didn't care about the girl's departure. This is the release of the task? By the way, what functions do you have? The lucky upgrade system can provide the host with a large number of exercises, military books, medicine pills, weapons, and other auxiliary items. There are also other random rewards. Once the host's growth value exceeds 1,000 points, he will be able to summon any gods from movies, animations, or myths and legends to be dispatched as his subordinates. After learning about the function of the system, Xuanhuan was very excited. Previously, both the clerk on Earth and the predecessor of this body were unhappy, but now with the lucky upgrade system, he will change his fate and bid farewell to the failed life of the past. Please note, the host, there are 10 minutes left in the big turntable lottery draw. If any task released by the system is not completed within the specified time, the host will be obliterated. No, why is there such a dangerous setting? Ding. There are 5 minutes left in the countdown to the big roulette draw. Ding. There are 4 minutes left in the countdown to the big draw roulette. Dot. Under the threat of death, Xuanhuan started his first lottery with an uneasy mood. Ding. The big roulette lottery is successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the part of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Do you want to receive it? However, before Xuanhuan could decide, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. The system releases the task, Counterattack Revenge, as the start time is approaching. Remind the host to complete the task as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be obliterated. Hearing the sound, Xuanhuan got up with a cold expression. Even if the system didn't say anything about it, he would still do it. I want to complete the task. The humiliation I suffered in the past should be washed away today. My enemies, please wash your necks and wait. Xuanhuan's family is one of the 7 major families in Tianqian Kingdom. Although in terms of strength, it can only be ranked in the middle of the 7 major families. But it is a veritable big family, with a total population of thousands, and its power should not be underestimated. Today is the day of the Su family's triennial assessment, which is a big day for the clan. Especially for the younger generation of elites, whether they can stand out in the clan and let the clan elders pay attention to them depends on this assessment. At this time, in the central area of the Su family, a huge auditorium that could accommodate hundreds of people was filled with the elites of the younger generation who came to take the exam. At the front of the crowd, there was only one person standing alone, and he was the ultimate culprit who framed Xuanhuan to death. Su Song, the 4th young master of the Su family, the first person in the younger generation, who was only half a step away from the cultivation of the C-level 9 rank great perfection, can be promoted to the profound entrance realm. Such strength can be ranked among the top 100 in Tianqian nation. Second only to the proud sons of the 3 major sects. In addition to Su Song, the Su family branch also has several powerful children standing in the crowd, which are particularly conspicuous. One was a beautiful woman, standing in the middle of the second row, behind Su Song, with a cold face. His late-stage cultivation of the 8th-rank mortal sea realm also made all the children of the family envious. This woman's name is Su Ningxue, and she is one of the disciples with the highest cultivation level in the younger generation of the branch. There is another person about the same age as Su Song, with a large body and unusually rough and burly. This rough-looking young man is named Su Kuei. He laughed loudly, seeing how his fellow clansmen were chatting happily with each other. It seemed that he got along very well with his clansmen. Although his cultivation is slightly lower than Su Song, it is also the cultivation of the late 8th grade Fanhai realm, which should not be underestimated. And the outside is also densely crowded with clansmen from various branches of the Su family. At this time, there was a lot of discussion, and it was not lively. And at the top of the auditorium is a large golden lacquered armchair. On either side of the golden lacquered armchairs are two slightly smaller red sandalwood armchairs. At this time, the 4 elders of the Su family, with smiles, casually sat on the red sandalwood chairs and chatted in a low voice. These 4 clan elders were terrifying and had already reached the level of the earth. Yo, I said a thief, and I said you, Su Haoyan, you are a thief who still has the face to test? A harsh voice entered the ears of Su Haoyan, who had just walked into the auditorium. Su Haoyan? Isn't that the 3rd young master? It's a pity that he learned to be a thief. Shame. Yeah, the patriarch is also a hero. How can there be such a shameless son? All kinds of discussions sounded, and one after another, pitiful, contemptuous, and disdainful eyes slashed Su Haoyan's face like a knife. This situation made Miss Nine Su Ruerue, who was standing in front of the auditorium, worried. Although she and Su Haoyan are half-brothers and sisters, they have been very close since childhood. The relationship is very close. Now that her 3rd brother has been framed by others, although Su Ruerue is resentful, she is powerless. Although the direct line is now powerful, it is even more so. Su Song, the 4th young master of the Su family, who has the pinnacle of spiritual disciples. But Su Song is the initiator of this incident. Everyone knows it. 3rd brother, you must hold on. The girl could only pray silently in her heart. Hey, Suja, can you change my surname? No, you can't just shut your mouth. Su Haoyan directly ignored the knife-like gazes of everyone, and did not say anything to explain. But he sneered at Suja's provocation. Who is he? Su Haoyan, a traveler of the earth, as a traveler is dignified. Not all cats and dogs can be sarcastic and insulting. What, you bastard dare to scold me? Believe it or not, I will abolish you. A tall and thin man standing in the crowd waved his fist at Su Haoyan viciously. Hee, Suja, young master Su, I'm really scared. Ah, bah, bastard, if you have the ability, come here, you second-hand, cut it. Su Haoyan looked shy, and after speaking, he gave the other side a middle finger. The Su family rules prohibit private actions among the clansmen, and if they are serious, they will abolish their cultivation and be expelled from the Su family. Those who are light should also be heavily responsible for the 20 big boards as an example. Therefore, Su Haoyan was certain that Suja would not dare to hurt him. As soon as Su Haoyan's voice came out, even the clan elders sitting at the top gave him a special look. You, trash, the patriarch is here. Just when Suja's face was hideous and his anger was about to explode, a voice suddenly came into everyone's ears. Surprised, Suja immediately became disciplined. This is the guy's father, and it's not 3 heads and 6 arms. Xuanhuan's attention was now on a tall figure walking from the depths of the auditorium. This person is tall and wearing a light blue xianlong python robe. Majestic. The cultivation base is in the late stage of the 9th grade of the ground level. Everyone, my Su family has been established for hundreds of years. The head of the Su family, Xuanhuan, just came to stand in front of the golden lacquer chair and said in a loud voice, "Now I announce that the Su family's elite assessment of the younger generation has officially begun." Xuanhuan's voice fell behind, glanced at the person standing in the auditorium, and continued. It's just that his eyes stopped a little on Xuanhuan's body, and then moved away. Then sat down, slowly. My cheap old man doesn't seem to be the kind of heartless person. It seems that I still have some hope. Others don't know what that look just now means, but Xuanhuan, who is rich experience in observing words and expressions, has captured a hint of encouragement in it. Since the patriarch has announced the start of the assessment, then I will give you a question next. The clan elder, who was sitting first on the right, waited for Xuanhuan's words, and said without hesitation. As soon as Xuanhuan saw this person speak, the information about this person immediately popped up in his mind. The old man's name is Su Chunfeng, and he is the oldest clan elder in the Su family. He is highly respected, and every time there is a major event, this old man will preside over it. His cultivation has even reached the realm of 9th grade great perfection. Among the characters on Su Jiaming's face, he is the one with the highest cultivation base. But what Xuanhuan cared about the most was that this old man had great appreciation for the predecessor of this body. He was also the only clan elder who stood up to intercede with Xuanhuan after he was framed. Therefore, Xuanhuan was not expelled from the Su family. Everyone who sits next should know that the 7 major families of our Tianqian kingdom are now arguing with each other because of the allocation of the newly discovered spiritual minerals. Just a month ago, the Qin family that was allied with us was suddenly surrounded by the Bei family in Yunzhou. The head of the Qin family hoped that our Su family would use the power of the whole family to save their Qin family from the fire. In this matter, our Su family is undecided, and you must be well aware of the great relationship among them. Therefore, the title of this palace examination is the solution to this matter. The younger generation who came up with the best idea was finally accepted by us, and whoever won the first place in this assessment. After Su Chunfeng finished speaking, he glanced at the young people present, and then continued. There is no correct answer to this matter. You can use your imagination to analyze the current situation of Tianqian Kingdom. Then give an answer that you think is the best. Ding. The time limit for receiving the prize is coming soon if it is overdue. And you don't get it. Euthanasia, right, I know. Take it. Xuanhuan pouted helplessly. This beep is too inky. The prize collection is complete. Thank you for your cooperation. Ding. One of the exercises, the time limit for receiving 1 Huiyang pill is about to come if it is out of date and not received. Paralysis. Caller, I'll lead it, can you change the punishment method? Sorry, your request will not be accepted by the system. As soon as the system prompt sound fell, Xuanhuan felt his arms sink. Suddenly. There are 2 more things. I'll go, here it is. This is more exciting than the big change of living people. But what about Sun Tzu's art of war? Xuanhuan thought doubtfully. Ding. Since the big roulette lottery is a random reward, there are two ways of experience, physical and inheritance. And there is only one chance. Unfortunately, this prize is an inheritance experience. Does the host want to inherit Sun Tzu's art of war? Inherited. Xuanhuan chose to read without hesitation. Even if it is a virtual one-time experience opportunity, he must choose to read. He now understands that as long as the stupid system makes a sound, you must execute it, otherwise euthanasia is not negotiable. Boom. Xuanhuan only felt that his mind instantly fell into a blank space. At the same time, a huge amount of information rushed into his mind like a rolling river. As soon as the old words of the Xuanhuan clan fell, the elites in the auditorium immediately fell into contemplation. Because there is no correct answer, it depends on the experience, knowledge, and education of different people. The answers will be bizarre. However, this can also allow these elites to develop their ideas, which is also beneficial to the development of the Su family. Xuanhuan was also concerned about this issue. After all, if you can't be the first, you must be euthanized. This is a matter of life and death. Does he dare not care? Who will answer first? The junior, Suja, came to answer this question. As soon as his voice came out, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall and a group of people outside. The elders also looked at Suja blankly. There is no lack of encouragement in his eyes. Seeing that he was in the limelight, Suja held his head high and raised his head high. A proud look. He felt that he was taller than Su Song at this time. In the eyes of the younger generation, the Qin family can only be ranked in the lower reaches in Tianqian Kingdom, and there is nothing worth making friends with. I think our Su family can ignore it. Let it fend for itself. Before he could finish speaking, there were sounds of laughter all around, and many people shook their heads, not without sarcasm. What's the matter? Isn't this self-destructing the Great Wall? The Qin family is located directly in front of the Su family, so it can not only make close attacks from afar, but also act as a fortress to prevent other families from attacking the Su family. It is beneficial to the Su family to form an alliance with the Qin family. The good thing of doing multiple things with one stone has been ruined by this fellow. Those clan elders are all old fritters, there is no reason why they can't see it. This guy is going to be unlucky. Xuanhuan stood there and pouted in disdain. Go back, it's all nonsense, it's not an example to go down. When Su Chengfeng waited for Suja's words to fall, he reprimanded with a heavy face. Anyone else to answer? Suja blushed, touched his nose, and stood aside embarrassed. Clan elder, I think that with the strength of our Su family, we can cooperate with the Qin family inside and outside, and it is not difficult to defeat the Bei family in one fell swoop. Clan elder, I think we can join forces with other families to rescue the Qin family. This will be more secure. Su Kuei grinned and said in a loud voice. Although this idea is reliable, it is too well established and not in the interests of the Su family. The inheritance of Sun Tzu's art of war, although the momentum is fierce. But after just a few breaths, Xuanhuan returned to normal. He looked at Sun Tzu's art of war while watching the situation on the field with a cold eye. Clan elder, if we send a mission to make peace with the elders, in this case, not only will we not offend the Qin family, but the Bei family will not anger our Su family. Clan elders, this younger generation thinks that this matter has risen to the Safety of Tianqian nation. Why don't we report to the court? Let the court come forward to settle it. At this time, Su Ningxue, who had been silent for a long time, softened her face and said with her fists folded, "This woman's idea is exactly the same as Su Kuei's. Although it is slightly more secure than the former, it is still not enough." Su Haoyan shook his head, but the woman was impressed. As a woman, it is not easy to have such a sharp mind. Various answers, methods, one after another, from the mouths of the elites in the clan. All kinds of things opened the eyes of everyone present, and the anger at the scene was also mobilized. The clan elder and the clan chief all smiled silently, neither shaking their heads nor nodding. As for Su Chengfeng, the clan elder, who had this problem, he had a gloomy face and said nothing. Clan elder, Junior Su Song, thinks that my Su family can help the Qin family with some resources, and even provide them with a place to recuperate. In this way, we can neither offend the Qin family nor be caught by the Bei family. In this case, if the alliance of the Qin family is preserved, then the Bei family has no reason to spread their anger on our Qin family. Hey, the fourth young master's method is not bad, it's worth a try. The fourth young master deserves to be the first of the younger generation of our Su family. This method is very unique. Fourth young master is very good. As soon as Su Song's words came out, they immediately aroused unanimous praise from everyone present. Even the clan elders who were seated above whispered to each other. The patriarch Su Yun nodded thoughtfully. But the clan elder Su Chengfeng was still unmoved. Still sinking like water. Idiot, don't you know the reason why you can't let others sleep under your side? Without the Qin family's checks and balances in front, the Su family is a tiger without teeth, and anyone can bully it. Besides, the Su family is not a tiger at all, at best, it's just a sick cat. The Bei family is so ambitious. How could they give up such a great opportunity? I am afraid that the day the Qin family breaks down is the time when the Su family is destroyed. Su Haoyan secretly looked at Sun Tzu's art of war, while grinning at Su Song's suggestion. With the appreciation of the crowd and the approval of the patriarch, Su Song stood there proudly with great confidence in his heart. Qi, the elder of the clan, does the junior Su Haoyan have a plan that should not be discussed? Just when Su Song was complacent, a resounding voice resounded through the fields. Su Haoyan, what good idea do you have as a thief? Don't lose face of the Su family. Seeing this, Su Song immediately showed sarcasm on his face. Su Haoyan, if you have any good ideas, feel free to tell me. You must know that you are still a child of the Su family. Su Chengfeng glanced at Su Song sharply, and said in a gentle voice. Although Su Yun's face was calm, there was a look of anticipation in his eyes. Su Haoyan lowered his brows, and looked extremely well behaved, but a cold light flashed in his lowered eyes. Dare to ask the clan elder, what is the strength of the Bei family? Is there any need to ask? Of course it is the strongest. Su Song said hurriedly. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Su Haoyan provocatively. Fourth brother, when did the clan grow old? Congratulations. You spit out blood. I am not a clan elder. When Su Song heard Su Haoyan's remarks, his face suddenly changed dramatically, and he quickly explained a few words. Although the strength of the Bei family is tyrannical, he also needs to form an alliance. What the younger generation wants to ask is how many allies does the Bei family have? Isn't this nonsense? I said Su Haoyan, you Bold Susong, you interrupted me again and again, don't you know that this is discussing the family plan? Or you don't put the patriarch, the clan elder, and the clansman in your eyes at all. Is there a Su family? When Xuanhuan saw Susong interjected again, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he yelled righteously and loudly. I didn't, father, Susong was in a hurry. He didn't expect that Xuanhuan had become so bold today, and he hurriedly explained. Susong disturbed the auditorium. Where are the disciples of the law hall? Open your mouth to the old man for 20. Xuanhuan, continue. Su Chengfeng became angry, and he endured it for the sake of the patriarch's face, but this son's repeated provocations made him unbearable. This is obviously not to take his clan elder in the eyes. The patriarch Su Yun sat on the large chair and did not say anything to stop Su Chengfeng's actions. He just looked at Xuanhuan. The light in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Pop, pop. Ah. It hurts. The Bei family has only one ally, the Xinzhou Sun family. And they are also hardcore ally. Xinzhou is the gateway to Yunzhou, which is extremely important. Then the Sun family is even more important. I don't know if the younger generations analysis is right. Completely correct. This answer was said by the patriarch Su Yun. Then, if the Sun family is suddenly attacked by unknown forces, and the whole family faces a life and death crisis, what will happen to the clan's old Bei family? The Bei family will not hesitate to withdraw their troops and do their best to save the Sun family. With a whimper, Su Chengfeng, Su Yun, and the other 3 clan elders stood up. Almost at the same time, they excitedly looked at Xuanhuan, who was standing behind the crowd with a determined face. Unbelievable on his face. Okay. Haha, Xuanhuan, you have a good idea. Okay, that's great. With such a mysterious method, it can not only save the Qin family, but also take the opportunity to cut off an arm of the Bei family. Wonderful, wonderful. As expected of my son. Hey, what a vicious plan. This son is really a genius. The proud son of the Su family. The third young master's idea is really good. As soon as Xuanhuan's plan came out, the performance of the senior management of the Su family silenced everyone present. Even the voices that pleaded for Susong disappeared completely. The old man announced that Xuanhuan was the first in this assessment. Shocked. In an instant, as Su Chengfeng's voice came out, the huge auditorium was completely silent. Everyone is no longer sneering, mocking, but an incredible face. Ding. The host completed the task perfectly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting 10 points of growth. Ding. Does the host use growth points now? The system beeps sounded one after another, making Xuanhuan happy. I wasn't euthanized, and I got a lot of attention. I got the limelight. God finally took care of me. Use, of course, use. If you don't want to die, I won't be fooled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the 3rd rank mortal. See realm. The growth value has been used up. What? The growth value can increase the cultivation base. I'm going, the lucky upgrade system, I love you to death. Xuanhuan simply set off a storm in his heart. What an awesome system this is. With its existence, it's hard not to pierce the sky. Xuanhuan, based on your late performance, this clan elder announced that you will be reinstated as the heir in the line of success, and will be given Bailing pill, to help you restore your cultivation. Old Xia clan. The younger generation will definitely live up to the high expectations of the family. We must do our best for the prosperity of the family and die. Showing loyalty is Xuanhuan's specialty. It can be said that it has come to the point where there is a mouth and a hand. It's a good one who gave all his life and died. Well, I am worthy of my Su family's good son. Tianwu, you are the master of your father. In the future, you can participate in the decision-making meeting of important matters in the clan as a non-voting delegate. What do you think of my decision? The patriarch is wise. The old man and others also have this intention. Tianwu has a clear mind and has a much broader perspective than our old guys. I believe that Tianwu's participation will definitely bring my Su family to a higher level. The elder Su Chengfeng exclaimed with a gratified expression. Ding! One chance to reward the pit man with a roulette lottery, and the time is 5 minutes. Poor lottery? Hee, God help me too. Thank you for your attention. The younger generation will definitely live up to expectations. For the prosperity of the family, the younger generation can only reluctantly kill the relatives. Baby, please accept the guilt. Xuanhuan threw the sad expression on his knees on the ground. Tianwu, what are you doing? Get up quickly. What's your fault? Baby. Hey, fourth brother, although you are my own younger brother. But you should never join the Bei family to frame our allies. Father, clan elder, I am guilty, I shouldn't have concealed the crime of the fourth brother, his internal and external enemies. Bold, Xuanhuan, you are bloody, I didn't cooperate with the enemy. You are talking nonsense. As soon as Xuanhuan's voice came out, stormy waves suddenly set off. Especially Su Song, whose face was red and swollen, suddenly turned pale in shock, and quickly got up from the ground, staring at Xuanhuan in horror. Xuanhuan burst into tears, snot and tears. A distressed look. Do you have evidence? A cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Xinxing asked. Bold son Shengjin, what are you doing? Stop this old man. Just as Xuanhuan was heartbroken and his voice choked, just as he was about to speak, a figure shot at the clansman outside the hall at a very fast speed. But in a flash, a middle-aged man in grey robe was pressed to the ground. Isn't this the grandfather of the fourth young master, son Shengjin? Hey, is it true that the 4 young masters have internal and external enemies? This son Shengjin used to be a distant relative of the Bei family. What happened between the rising of the rabbit and the falling of the falcon caused the branch clansman to hula aside and pointed at son Shengjin, who was being held down by Su Chenggong. Old clan, what are you doing? What's wrong with me? You want to treat me like this? I'm not convinced. Humph, do you want to destroy the evidence? It seems that you don't need to say it, you have already admitted it. Su Chenggong ignored the person's resistance, reached out and snatched a yellow lacquer secret letter from his hand, shaking his hand and threw it to the elder Su Chengfeng. Ah! Father, listen to me, this is what son Shengjin and my mother asked me to do, it's none of my business. Ah, it's really what the 4th young master did. What are you talking about? It's Su Song, damn Su Song, he has internal and external enemies, white-eyed wolf. Yeah, looking at his usual dog-like appearance, I really can't tell. It's a wolf's ambition. Hey, 4th brother, you are really, ahem. A mouthful of bloodshot phlegm interrupted Xuanhuan's words. At the same time, his face became pale. Tianwu, you are weak, go back to rest first. Xuanhuan rolled Susong aside with one foot. The look is unusually calm. It seemed that everything in front of him was within his grasp. My cheap old man is not useless. Also, how can he become the head of a clan if he does not surpass ordinary people's minds? He must have expected Su Song's incident. The third young master is really a good man who values love and righteousness. 3 young masters are really kind. Third young master, please take care of your health. Amid the praise from everyone, Xuanhuan limped away. Hey, it's really cool to be in the spotlight. Ding. The roulette lottery draw is successful. May I ask if the host is drawing the lottery now? Lottery. He called up the system lottery interface. Bloodline transformation? Heaven-level exercises? 100 growth points? Seeing the 100-point growth value, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. With 10 points of growth, you can increase your cultivation by 2 ranks out of thin air. With 100 points, you can directly advance yourself to the profound entrance realm. Good stuff. What, thank you for coming? With this option, Xuanhuan's mouth twitched fiercely. After a little hesitation, Xuanhuan chose to turn the roulette. As Xuanhuan's thoughts turned, the big turntable in the virtual state began to turn rapidly. Xuanhuan's eyes were fixed on the silver-white pointer at the top and middle. He understood what the pointer pointed to, and that thing was the prize he had drawn. With the rapid rotation of the turntable, the items that made him extremely envious gradually disappeared. Damn it! What is this? What is the bloodline of the beast? What the hell is this? Looking at the place where the pointer finally stopped, there was a golden porcelain vase the size of the thumb belly. Xuanhuan was completely speechless. Ding. System prompt, congratulations to the host for winning the physical prize, the blood of the beast. As the sound of the system sound fell, the golden porcelain bottle suddenly turned into a golden light and went straight to Xuanhuan's forehead. And, without any preparation, he rushed directly into his yin-tang and disappeared. What's the situation? What? A piercing pain suddenly appeared in Xuanhuan's mind. He couldn't help holding his head and screaming. However, Xuanhuan also found that his blood flow started to become faster. At first, he could still feel the path of the blood. But in an instant, it became blurry. Ah. What the hell, what a fucking system, I'm done. Xuanhuan only had time to scream, and then fell into the bedroom with a thud. When Xuanhuan woke up again, it was already a day later. What kind of broken system, to forcibly infuse my father with the blood of the beasts? I didn't ask me if I wanted to. In other words, if I want to. I have to integrate it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the blood of the beast. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being promoted to the 7th rank Mortal Sea Realm. Ding. Because the host has successfully integrated the blood of the beast, the system will reward you with a chance to select skills. Ding. Does the host extract now? Extract. Xuanhuan was half lying on the bed, all weak. Paled face. Being tossed by the blood of this beast, there is no energy left. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the skill reward extraction was successful. Host, Xuanhuan. Rank, 7th rank of Fanhai Realm. Exercise, Kue Yuan Ju. Skill, devour. Devouring? What kind of skill is this? I've never heard of it. Third young master, the old slave Huiqing is here to send a reward to the young master. Outside the door, a slightly old voice came in. Come in. Xuanhuan said casually. His whole mind was still immersed in the skills he had extracted. The door was opened, and an old man in blue came in, bent over. Although he lowered his eyebrows, there was a cold look in his eyes. Third young master, please accept it. Huh? Butler Hua, Director Hua, seems to be scolding me. You are much more powerful than my father. Oh, Mr. Hua. Haotian greets you. Although Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to the old man, the bruises on his body were all thanks to the old man. This hatred is unforgettable. Just take him to try what this swallowing is. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Ah. No, no, what are you doing, third young master? This old slave can't bear it. Please get up. Huiqing is the head of the Su family's house. It was the fourth lady, the old man brought by Su Song's mother. After the three wives of the patriarch, Su Yun, died unexpectedly one after another, Su Song's mother's family was the only one, and in this inner house, she said nothing. Huiqing has also become a hot character. As he spoke with sincerity and fear, he was about to reach out to support Su Haotian, who was bent over. But just when his hand was holding Xuanhuan's hand, a strong suction force suddenly generated from Xuanhuan's hand. The palm went straight to the other side, and never looked back. This situation made him terrified, and at the same time he had to withdraw immediately. But the hands of the two seemed to be stuck together, and no matter how much he tugged, he was indifferent. Hey, is this devouring? Hee, I like it. As soon as Su Haotianfang felt something strange in his body, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, Director Hua, what's the matter with you? What are you shaking? Are you sick? Su Haotian shouted with a smile while absorbing the devoured spiritual power. It's just that the voice is low and short, and it can't get far. Third young master, what kind of exercise are you doing? This is. Huiqing was trembling all over, his eyes never turned apart, surprised. Frightened to the point of despair. It finally faded away. There are wrinkles all over the face. The whole person is rapidly aging. Enchanting. You are, how? I don't. I am. It's really refreshing. Su Haotian felt the surging spiritual power in his body, and his heart was extremely refreshing. As for Huiqing, who has become a man, he is not worried that someone will trouble him. Now that the fourth lady is already sunset and dusk, she is too busy to take care of herself. How can she have time to take care of this old guy's life and death? Come on, Huiqing wanted to assassinate this young master, but I was killed by the young master. Drag it out. Reporting to the patriarch, the head of the house, Huiqing attempted to assassinate the third young master, and was killed on the spot by the third young master. How to deal with this matter? Hey, the remnant of the Bei family, I haven't poured out the time to deal with him, he can't wait. It's good to die, drag it out, and throw the corpse into the wilderness to be an example. The three boys can kill the fire of the 9th rank mortal sea realm. Not only will their cultivation be restored, but they should also increase. I must have reached the 8th rank of the mortal sea realm. Yeah, it's a pity that Tianwu's blood is mixed and impure. Although he has perseverance and courage, his future is destined to be limited. It is better to train him to become a counselor, to add strength to his second son, Xuanhuan. It's a good deal for him, but it's also a kind of exercise for him. Seeing that the Su family has such a son, I'm very happy as the patriarch. If that's the case, let the third kid participate in the imperial ceremony tomorrow. This is also in line with your line of training successors for the patriarch. It feels really beautiful. Although it's still in the late stage of the 7th grade Mortal Sea realm, this feeling is cool. In addition, I have successfully merged the blood of the beasts. Although I don't know what level the blood of the beasts is. But I let myself get out of the predicament of being cluttered and having low blood. What? Who is talking? About me in the future? The blood is not pure, I am anxious with him. You must know that in the Xuanwu continent, in addition to relying on the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, spiritual practice must also have the power of blood. Most of this bloodline power is a natural cultivation qualification. It is almost impossible to cultivate or acquire it by accident. And having the power of pure blood can not only improve the combat power of spiritual cultivation, but also some special blood can increase the speed of cultivation infinitely. On the contrary, some people are born without the power of blood, or only have blood. Such people may not be able to cultivate at all. Or it is difficult to become a high-level spiritual practitioner if you are embarrassed along the way to practice. And the predecessor of this body is a kind of mixed bloodline, if it is not for the lucky upgrade system, his life will stop at the Mortal Sea stage. Dude, you are lucky. No, it should be said that I am lucky now. Xuanhuan, will surely go to glory. I will shine in the Xuanwu continent. Xuanhuan sat cross-legged in the practice room, suppressing the overflowing excitement. Start to run the second level of undead zombie technique with your eyes closed. Quickly refine the devoured spiritual power. After turning Huiqing into a human being, Xuanhuan simply gave up the Huang-level top-grade exercise. Modified the low-level undead zombie skill. This is a celestial cultivation technique, although it is the lowest level of existence in the celestial pole. But looking at the various families in Tianqian Nation, which family has a heaven-level cultivation technique? At best, it is enough to use some mysterious 9th-grade exercises as a facade. Only those few major sects have the existence of heavenly-grade cultivation techniques. It is also a treasure of the broom. Only esoteric disciples can practice. But it's just such a powerful technique that you can pinch yourself. Hee. It's cool to pretend to be forceful. All of Huiqing's spiritual power directly allowed Xuanhuan to cultivate the undead zombie skill to the second level. There are 3 levels of undead zombie power. Every time you cultivate to the first level, you have the power of 3 rigidities. After all 3 levels of cultivation are completed, not only the cultivation base will become the great perfection state in the later stage of the Mortal Sea realm. It will also have the power of 9 deadlocks. Infinitely powerful and powerful. At this time, he felt the surging spiritual power in his body, which made him have the urge to scream. Cool. I feel that my whole body is full of violent power rushing around in my body. Only by releasing it can we smooth out the surged strength and calm down the huge pressure generated by the meridians. At this moment, Xuanhuan stood in front of a big tree the thickness of a bucket, his expression extremely excited. He suddenly moved forward and punched the tree directly. The moment he rushed out, behind his body, the first one, the second one, a total of 6 huge figures as black as ink appeared. The 6 figures instantly overlapped with his deity. The power of Xuanhuan's punch suddenly increased. Sharply again. Boom. Click. Under Xuanhuan's punch, the tall tree cracked open instantly and flew out. It smashed into a house and collapsed the house in an instant. I'll give it a go. It's too frenzied. It's so handsome. Cough, cough, who is it? Kill it. I have nothing to do with demolishing the house. In an instant, a few embarrassed figures dressed as servants climbed out of the collapsed ruins. Hey, I'm sorry, everyone, I was practicing and accidentally broke a tree. I'm shocked. It wasn't until Jiading's words that Xuanhuan woke up from his horrified state. After feeling the violent spiritual power that has been tamed in the body, it became docile after being completely contained in the dantian. The meridians of the whole body also became smooth, and Xuanhuan couldn't help laughing. Third young master, are you practicing? What kind of kung fu is this, TSK? TSK, incredible. The third young master is really a god. Breaking all the trees, the third young master is too powerful. After a while, Xuanhuan's small courtyard was surrounded by many people on the 3rd floor and the 3rd floor. In addition to some servants, there are also several young masters from the direct line. Third brother, it's great, so handsome. Third brother, you really did it. Wow, it's amazing. At this moment, several young masters, including Su Ruirui, crowded in front of Xuanhuan and shouted exaggeratedly. Several people's faces were filled with excited smiles. Compared to Su Song's ruthless, acerbic, they all like Xuanhuan, who is approachable. Only in front of Xuanhuan can they show their innocent side. Now that they see Xuanhuan becoming so powerful, they are happy from the bottom of their hearts. It's nothing, it's just a trick. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Xuanhuan said modestly. He couldn't contain the excitement on his face. He raised his hand and covered Su Ruirui's little head, with a warm smile on his face. Oh, the third brother always touches people's heads and will become stupid. Su Ruirui puffed out her cheeks and protested cheerfully. For her, there is nothing happier than her third brother becoming stronger. Today's Xuanhuan is no longer the rubbish young master of a few days ago. Instead, he was the first in the palace test to expose Su Song's collaborating with the enemy. Not only has the status of the heir in line been restored as before. Moreover, as a non-voting participant in the palace meeting, he was much higher than the average young master. It can be said that Xuanhuan at this time is like a rising star, showing his prominence in the Su family. Looking at the mischievous smiling faces of the brothers and sisters in front of me, laughing and scolding, I feel their sincere concern. Xuanhuan's heart has never been filled with such a feeling of happiness. Forget it, for this new home and the people who care about me in the world, I will also work hard to create the future of the Su family. Ding. Activate the first mission of the branch line, lead the Su family to become the largest family in Tianqian Nation. Successful mission, reward 100,000 growth points. A chance to summon prefecture-level bodyguards. The mission lasts 3 years. If the mission fails, let him die. Ding. Trigger the side quest to kill the young master of the Sun family, Sun. Buoy. Successful quest, reward 3,000 growth points, and a chance to summon a Xian level bodyguard. The task duration is 15 days. If the task fails, euthanasia is not negotiable. 2 consecutive system beeps sounded, and the massive growth value made Xuanhuan almost bite his tongue. Although the failure is still euthanized, Xuanhuan's self-confidence is now infinitely expanded. He firmly believes that he has only success, not failure. Ding. Congrats to the host's undead zombies. The reward is 10 points. Ding. Does the host use growth points? The system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan's happy face stiff with laughter. Use it right away. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 8th rank Mortal Sea Realm. The growth value has been used up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully enabling the host template. Function. Host, Xuanhuan. Race, human. Bloodline, Heavenly Beast bloodline. Rank, 8th rank of Fan Hai Jing. Technique, Undead Zombie Technique. Supernatural, Zombie Fist. Weapon, none. Skill, Devour. Intelligence, 35. Purchase, 0. What does turning on the host template function do? Xuanhuan asked, strangely. Ding. When the host turns on the template function, he can keep abreast of his current situation at any time. The growth value can be used reasonably to the greatest extent. Keep yourself in a peak state at any time. Can the growth value be used for other purposes? Of course, the growth value can be used anywhere, such as increasing one's own intelligence, buying weapons, exercises, etc. I'll give it a go. It can be used as money, it's so cool. That host. Sister, you don't need growth value, just save it up. You won't be euthanized. Right? Xuanhuan asked worriedly. I'm sorry, I'm not a girl. Euthanasia is not discussed. The system prompt sounded crisply. I knew it was like that. Originally a fiery heart, was instantly poured wow cool. What can I buy by earning that little growth point? It's not enough to get stuck between my teeth. I'm just a poor life. Just when Xuanhuan was standing in the crowd while chatting and laughing with his younger siblings, while being indifferent to the system, a team of guards suddenly came from a distance. Seeing this, the young masters surrounding Xuanhuan stuck their tongues out of the way. This team of guards is the most mysterious escort in the family. Under the direct control of the patriarch. The escort team also only obeyed the command of the patriarch alone. They only appear in the clan when there is a major event in the clan. Usually, he cultivates in the secret place of the Su family. Among them, the first person glanced at the broken tree and the house that was crushed by the broken tree in the distance. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart was horrified. I heard that Xuanhuan is not pure blood. When did he become so powerful? But he still managed to hold back his trembling heart. He quickly rushed to Xuanhuan and said loudly, 3 young masters, the patriarch has an order, and the 3rd young master will immediately go to the council hall. This group of people standing there gives people an extreme sense of oppression. Their cultivation is also vague. Could it be that they are masters at the entrance level? It seems that the Su family's heritage is much deeper than I imagined. However, when I just fell asleep, someone sent a pillow Presumably, the strategy of sieging Wei and saving Zhao has been put on the agenda. I happened to complete the side quest by the way. 300 growth points. I can also summon bodyguards. I'm really looking forward to it. Lead the way ahead. Xuanhuan smiled and said gently. Come on, third brother. Seeing Xuanhuan leaving, Su Ruirui silently blessed Xuanhuan. The address of the Su family's meeting hall is extremely secretive. From the memory of the original owner of this body, he had only heard of it and had not been there. That's where the absolute core of the family can go. Even Su Songfanhai, who had cultivated at the 9th grade great perfection realm, was not allowed to go there. Only the legendary half-brother has ever been there. And it was when he was accepted as a close disciple by the head of Bixia sect. 10 years have passed in a flash, and I don't know what happened to my cheap second brother. As Xuanhuan walked slowly with the guards, he thought in his heart. The guard led Xuanhuan to turn left and right, crossed the 3 entrance gates, and finally stopped in front of a 2-story attic. Then he bowed to the closed door and said, Patriarch, the third young master Xuanhuan has arrived. Come in. Su Yan's majestic voice came from the door. Third young master, please. The leader of the guard rushed to Xuanhuan with a slight bow and stood aside. Seeing this, Xuanhuan gave him a slight nod. He quietly pushed the door and walked in. But just as he walked in, a strong wind suddenly rushed straight towards him. Xuanhuan was taken aback by this sudden change, and without any hesitation, the zombie fist slammed out. Boom! An overwhelming force surged out from Xuanhuan's fist, and the violent spiritual power raged, not only instantly turning the oncoming wind into nothingness. Even the figure that punched was floating backwards at a very high speed. Hey, it's kind of interesting. Not bad boy, if we were to fight on the same starting line, I'd become the second big tree now. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan hurriedly closed his fists and stood, looking for the sound. However, he saw a tall, white-bearded old man standing 4 or 5 feet away, staring at him with shining eyes. And Su Yun, Su Chengfeng and other senior members of the Su family, as well as a few people they didn't know, sat on both sides of the hall with their mouths open, looking at this side with a look of horror. Well, what's going on, father? Xuanhuan could see that these people present were trying to test themselves by changing the law. Haha, Su Jiahao Erlang, not bad, not bad. The 5th boy told him who the old man is. Your boy is very good, the old man likes it. The white-bearded old man laughed, and sat on a golden lacquered armchair in the main hall of the hall. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's pupils lit up slightly, and he was ready to tell who this old man was. Tianwu is here. This is one of the 3 supreme elders of our Su family. Elder Su Duo. You can just call him the 3rd grandfather. Ding. The host needs to successfully capture the sincerity of the powerhouses in the Tianmen realm. The special reward will be a chance to draw a lottery on the big turntable. Let me go. Heaven's Gate realm, that's a super strong man. I never imagined that the Su family still has such a strong man. I'm good at flattering him. Su Yan waved to Xuanhuan and introduced the old man sitting in the main hall to Xuanhuan with a smile on his face. Boy Xuanhuan has met the 3rd grandfather. I wish you a long life and a boundless life, and the more you live, the younger you are. Well, ha ha ha, this kid is incredible. He has good cultivation, and his mouth is sweet. This old man likes it. Come and sit by Grandpa's side. Oh, by the way, I have to put incense on the ancestors first. Su Duo had a smile on his face. He felt that he didn't come out in vain this time, and he found out that he had a young handsome man with suspected mammoth blood. The mammoth bloodline is a pure power bloodline. Those with this kind of bloodline are like iron and steel. It is the best bloodline for practicing the supreme spiritual body. From ancient times to the present, all those with the blood of the mammoths have created a splendid reputation in the Xuanhuan continent. This is a small hall. In the middle of the main hall, there are 3 layers of densely packed tablets, all of which are written with Su surname. Obviously it is the tablet of the ancestors of the Su family. Tianwu, giving your ancestors a stick of incense means that you will officially become one of the core members of the Su family from now on. Just when Xuanhuan looked at the ancestral tablet, Su Yun's voice suddenly entered his ears. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's face became straight. He walked to the front of the many tablets and stood still, and he put on a stick of incense in an orderly manner. Come on, Tianwu is sitting next to the 3rd grandpa. After Xuanhuan finished the incense, Su Duo smiled and pulled Xuanhuan to the chair beside him. 3rd grandpa, I'm just a junior, how can I do this? It's not good. Fart, which bastard dares to say that you are not qualified? The 3rd grandfather, I will smoke him, it's okay, just sit here and accompany the 3rd grandfather to talk about family affairs. Ding. The host has successfully captured the sincerity of the strong spirit king. The special reward will be a chance to flatter the lottery. Okay, 3rd grandpa, sit down. Grandson will give you a massage and keep it for you to feel comfortable. Xuanhuan happily left his seat, put his hand on Su Duo, and began to massage lightly and deeply. While giving the 3rd grandpa a massage, he turned the lottery dial. Seeing this, everyone in the Su family who was sitting again twitched the corners of their mouths, saying that the 3rd grandfather had a loose and playful personality, known as the old urchin. When I saw it today, it really lived up to its reputation. And these 3 boys are really good. In this hall, not only does he not have stage fright, but he is also at ease, talking and laughing, very relaxed. Especially the kung fu of this flattery has reached the point of perfection. Compared to Xuanhuan, if his juniors stood here, they would have shrunk into a ball in fright. How can there be such a brilliant performance? How is it, the 3rd grandfather and grandson's hand strength is okay? Standing behind Su Duo, Xuanhuan asked obediently while massaging hard. Okay, it's so comfortable. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of fluttering. Look at these guys, they've never massaged me for an old man, they're not filial. The people sitting again all touched their noses when they heard this. Embarrassed. Ding. The big turntable lottery draw is successful, 100 points of growth value. Do you want to receive it? Receive. Xuanhuan said excitedly. What the heck, flattery actually has such a benefit, it's really cool. Cough. Okay, let's discuss how to implement the 3 boys' plan to surround Wei and save Zhao. After a while, Su Chengfeng coughed and said slowly. An hour later, after repeated discussions by everyone, it was finally decided that 2 days later, the Eagle division of the Su family would be dispatched to raid the Sun family in Xinzhou. The hidden power of the Su family is divided into Tiger Division, Leopard Division, Wolf Division, and Eagle Division. Under the direct control of the Patriarch. Father, all the seniors are willing to accompany the Eagle Master to fight. For the family. Allow. Thank you, Father, thank you seniors for your trust. The juniors will definitely live up to your expectations. Okay, as expected of my good grandson, the good son of our Su family. Here. This is a third grade talisman Hyunduo, given to you by the third grandfather. Put it on your body in case you need it. Thank you, Grandpa-san, for the reward. Your grandson will definitely live up to your old expectations. Ding. Is the 100 growth value obtained from the host's lottery used? Use. Ding. Please choose the growth option for the host. Xuanhuan left the council hall, and while walking, he called out the host template and began to choose. What are the purchase options? Optional shopping mall. Anything the host needs can be bought in the optional shopping mall. Nanny? It actually triggered the main quest. Could it be that those old guys dug themselves a hole again? Nima. This punishment is worse than euthanasia. It makes me have to work hard. By the way, what is this hidden dragon summit? Although the predecessor of this body is also very smart, he still knows nothing about some big things that have been upgraded to the whole country. The Xianlong Summit is a grand event held by the Tianwu royal family. At that time, all young heroes from the Xuanhuan realm in the country can go to the capital to participate. It is said that the top 50 can enter the Qianlong list and compete for 3 places on the list. The system prompt sound mechanically replied. What is the hidden dragon list? The Xuanwu continent is vast and has hundreds of small kingdoms. There are as many as 12 large dynasties. The Qianlong list was released by the Superpower Qianlong Pavilion. It is aimed at the 40-year-olds on the Xuanwu continent. The following geniuses have a total of 1,000 places. The system said mechanically. Only experts above the profound entrance realm can participate. There's still more than a year left, don't worry. By then, I may have already advanced to the profound entrance realm. As for the Qianlong list, I have time to ask the elders of the big clan. 2 days later, Xuanhuan, led by the elder Su Chengfeng, came to a place called Zhurong Town on the border of Yuzhou. They are riding a boat-like flying magic weapon. It was hosted by the elder Su Chengfeng. However, along with Xuanhuan, there are 2 people in the branch, Su Ningxue and Su Kuei. They should also take this opportunity to exercise. In this regard, Xuanhuan readily accepted. Although the 3 rarely meet. However, the elite children of the Su family have a lot in common with each other. Especially Su Kuei, who is very enthusiastic about Xuanhuan. Coupled with the fact that they are all children of Su surname, it is natural to have more closeness. Although Su Ningxue still had a cold face, she didn't mean to reject her. He also chatted with Xuanhuan for the first time. With such a strange move, even Su Chengfeng, who knew her character well, looked at the woman a few more times, but it seemed that he thought of something later. Shaking his head with a wry smile. Third brother, what magic weapon are you carrying on your back? Standing beside Xuanhuan, Su Kuei couldn't help but ask. A pair of eyes stared straight at the Barrett sniper rifle. The magic weapon is the weapon used by spiritual disciples and spiritual masters. Made by spiritualist realm spirituality. It is divided into 4 grades of heaven and earth, black and yellow. Each grade is divided into 9 grades. It is motivated by the spiritual power in the spiritual practice. 2. Defend or defend against the enemy. Although the predecessor of this body is not very good. However, some basic knowledge of Xuanwu continent is still familiar. As soon as Su Kuei's words came out, it immediately caught Su Ningxue's attention, and even Su Chunfeng, who was controlling the spacecraft, perked up his ears. As soon as he came out of the family, the weapon Su Haoyan carried behind his back aroused his strong curiosity. Just inquiring about a junior's weapon as his elder would be a bit pricey. Mainly because it doesn't save face. His name is Barrett. Su Haoyan pretended to be mysterious. He also did not elaborate. Talking is useless. What's amazing, isn't it just a piece of wood, what's the use? My jade girl. Sword is more practical. Su Ningxue originally waited for Su Haoyan to continue speaking, but when he saw Su Haoyan only said one name, he stopped moving. Suddenly he murmured angrily. However, the 3 words Barrett are still firmly in my heart. Su Kuei didn't have any extra words to say, although he still didn't know much. But this thing is Su Haoyan's weapon after all, and he is not easy to find out. As for Su Qingfeng's clan elder, he laughed, it's just a magic weapon. He didn't care about it at all. Yuzhou is not too big. There was another spaceship known for its speed, and it took them only 1 day to arrive at Zhurong Town, the border town of Yuzhou. As the spaceship roared, a long blue light streaked across the sky, and finally landed at the entrance of a huge mansion in the center of Zhurong Town. Among the people who had been waiting at the gate of the house, a burly, middle-aged man stepped out of the crowd and walked towards the 4 of them. I'll go, there is a shopping mall for this thing, it's very human. Now that I have 100 growth points, I don't know what I can buy. It's not that you are stingy, you are really poor. While thinking about it, Su Haoyan pressed the purchase option without hesitation. Third uncle, has Tianwu awakened some kind of bloodline? After Su Haoyan left, the patriarch Su Yuncheng asked Su Duo solemnly. If my old man's expectations are not bad, the power of Tianwu's awakening bloodline should be a kind of mammoth bloodline that is almost on the verge of extinction in the Xuanwu continent. As soon as Su Duo's words came out, everyone in the conference hall set off a storm in their hearts. Mammoth bloodline. That is the bloodline of a strong man who created an illustrious name in the Xuanwu continent. If Su Haoyan is really from the blood of a mammoth, does that mean that there will be a super strong person in the Su family? Su Yun, after this mission is over, let Tianwu participate in the Xianlong summit to be held next year. If he can make it to the finals and occupy a spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking, let Tianwu be able to practice the field that only the blood of the mammoth can learn. Give him the level exercises. Follow the third uncle's instructions. Everyone was shocked when they heard Su Duo's words, and answered in unison. Let my juniors get in touch with these 3 boys. Those are the superpowers. In the future. The crowd replied respectfully. In my heart, I thought in unison. Wow, there are so many, the system doesn't lie, this is really a large shopping mall. Cultivation techniques, weapons, skills, talismans, medicinal herbs. Seeing the densely packed goods on the virtual light screen, it is dazzling. And dazzling. It made him almost dazzled. Paralyze. These things often cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of growth values. He couldn't help but be stunned when he saw it. Even those cheap things cost thousands, tens of thousands to buy them. Black, it's really black. What a real black businessman. These talismans are good. With my current net worth, I can buy one or two. If I can't do it, I can only work hard on these talismans. Hey, this isn't this a Barrett sniper rifle, and it's only 100. Growth value. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's face suddenly brightened. This lucky upgrade system has everything. The Barrett sniper rifle was the gun king in the previous life. It has the advantage of long range and great power. It is the best choice for a good sniper. The Barrett sniper rifle is also the only lethal weapon in the store that can be purchased for 100 growth points. It is also the cheapest weapon. Nothing to say, that's it. Xuanhuan happily chose to buy Barrett sniper rifle. After system transformation, the bullet has become aura. The host only needs to inject spiritual energy to condense bullets for sniping. Handsome, handsome. Xuanhuan stood in his room, holding a silver Barrett sniper rifle. Looking at its cool shell, the fiery color in his eyes flickered again and again. He picked up the gun, learned the essentials of the sniper's movements on the TV of the previous life, aimed at the ridge of the house 300 meters away, and pulled the trigger. In an instant, he felt that the spiritual power in his body was automatically sucked into the sniper rifle. With a touch, the ridge of the room 300 meters away was instantly blown out, with a thick hole. Fuck me. Is this a Barrett sniper rifle? This lethality looks like a masterpiece of small artillery. Xuanhuan couldn't help but sigh. But although this guy's power is amazing, it's also too big. The storage ring cannot be used in fan hygiene. Naturally, it cannot be made small and put away. Only when you reach the profound entrance realm and have spiritual consciousness in your body can you use storage-type instruments. Forget it. Just put it behind your back. He carried the Barrett sniper rifle behind him, like a special forces soldier in a previous life. Ding. Trigger the main quest and shine at the Xianlong summit. Occupy a position on the hidden dragon list. Successful quests will reward 900,000 growth points. A random lottery chance. Summon 2 bodyguards. Quest time. Limit, 1 year half. Mission failed, directly deprive the host of all powers. And recover all previous gains. He is nearly 2 feet tall, bears a strong waist, and stretches out the purple brocade robe on his body. He came to Su Chungfeng and saluted respectfully and said, "The humble Su Xuanwu pays a visit to the clan boss. Meet the elders of the clan. Eagle King, please get up quickly. You eagle guards don't need to be too polite." Su Chungfeng raised his hands with a smile on his face, and said, quite politely, "In the clan elder, please." In addition, the 25 eagle guards have already been deployed. I don't know when the clan elder plans to leave. The Eagle King, Su Xuanwu, led Su Chungfeng to the door of the house. As for the 3 of Xuanhuan, he didn't take it seriously at all. The left and right are just the juniors who came out to exercise. He has seen this kind of thing a lot. Tonight. A voice came out, but it was not the Su Chungfeng clan elder, but the young man who followed behind with a strange weapon. What made him even more incredible was that the clan elder Su Chungfeng actually acquiesced to this young man's behavior of overreaching. There was no displeasure at all about this. Who is this? Su Xuanwu narrowed his eagle eyes and asked, tentatively. Uncle Xuanwu is on top, please accept Xuanhuan, the boy. Xuanhuan replied respectfully. Are you Xuanhuan? You can enter and leave the hall at will at a young age. It's amazing. It's really terrifying for future generations. When the Eagle King, Xuanwu, heard that this young man was actually the third young master, Xuanhuan, who was rumored to be in the family recently, his heart moved slightly, and he said calmly. For him, he was just a boy who had lost his luck, and he couldn't arouse his interest in spiritual practice in this dignified state. The uncle has won the prize, but the little nephew doesn't have that much ability. It's all the care of the elders. Xuanhuan said modestly. Behaving very nicely. Why did my nephew set the attack time at night? Under the guidance of the Eagle King, everyone came to a luxuriously furnished hall. After sitting down with each other, they turned to look at Xuanhuan and asked, "We have to save ourselves. We also have to save the Qin family from danger. Therefore, this operation is not visible. The more secretive the better. After leaving Yuzhou, we must ensure that no one will recognize us as the Su family. So, it is safest to set the action time at night." Xuanhuan talked eloquently, and curled up the plan that had already been negotiated. Hey, kid, our Su family is not afraid of things. Why are you so mysterious? If you want me to think that we can fight it with the power of destroying Dou Yu. Eagle King Xuanwu could not understand why the family would allow a child to make trouble. Could it be that there are no capable people in the dignified Su family of Yuzhou? Xuanwu, I know that the tiger, the leopard, the wolf, the eagle, the four divisions are powerful and not afraid of any opponent. But some things are not as simple as you think. Don't you know the truth of the gun? The family is in the place of public criticism, and Su Erlang has no intention to cultivate and pour out his blood. It is better to make a fortune in silence. When the opportunity comes in the future, our Su family will rise. Su Qingfeng sat upright on the chair in the main hall, his eyes shining brightly. Seeing how he looks like the old man of a family, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a strategist who devises strategies. Of course, these ideas for developing the family's prospects did not come from the mouth of the old man. These are all designed by the three boys. Even if you don't look at his young age, his mind is full of fantastic ideas. Old clan, is this kid so powerful? But since the family supports this kid, I have nothing to say. Just do it. Whatever the third kid tells you to say, I will not hold you back. Although the Eagle King Xuanwu was full of surprises, no matter how powerful Xuanhuan was, he was only half the eldest of the 8th rank mortal. Sea realm. What big waves can come out? In the end, it's not those high-level spiritual practitioners who stand up for it. Uncle Clan is serious, and the boy does not dare to be arrogant in front of Uncle Clan. This action will be dominated by Uncle Clan's Eagle Guard. The boy just follows to gain knowledge. The words of Clan Elder should not be taken seriously. Uncle Clan laughed. Hey, this kid is not simple, neither arrogant nor impetuous, modest and prudent. In him, I can't feel the pride and domineering of the young master of the rich and powerful family. On the contrary, it gives people a feeling of closeness. Well, it's more like the son of our Su family. Not bad. The third brother is not the same as before. He is more than a star and a half stronger than the former Su Song. If you don't say anything else, you can say that this modesty is unmatched among the peers in the family, including yourself. This third brother seems to be really different from before. He has become more manly. Xuanhuan's performance caused a lot of thoughts in the hearts of the people who were sitting again. Xuanhuan's figure became infinitely taller in their hearts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting everyone's appreciation. The special reward is a lucky random draw. I'll go. This way I can also win awards. Yes. The system cherishes words like gold. Ding. Is the host drawing a lottery right now? Then let's draw a lottery. I hope I can draw something good. Rui golden hoop. Xuanhuan sword. Purple gold and bright silver hammer. Xuanhuan habitually muttered the artifacts that he was familiar with in his previous life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for extracting Zhang Wuji's famous supernatural power, Qiankuan Great Shifting Magic. Produced by Nanny? Zhang Wuji, the famous leader of Ming sect. Nima. That's a big shift in the universe. Ding. Now let's inherit the magical power of Qiankuan's great displacement. The system prompt sound just fell, and the familiar roar sounded deep in the brain. Immediately afterwards, an unimaginably huge torrent of memories poured into his mind. Xuanhuan, who was sitting there chatting with everyone, was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. His clothes were also soaked by the sudden appearance of sweat. Since it is the midsummer season now, the temperature outside has gradually risen at this time. Although everyone is spiritual, they cannot be exempted from the custom. After a long journey, they were all sweaty. Therefore, there is no doubt about Xuanhuan's appearance at this time. Okay, everyone is tired from the journey. Let's go to the room and rest. We will set off when we have enough energy. Seeing the sweat stains on Xuanhuan's forehead, Xuanwu felt a little disdain in his heart. But he was the son of the patriarch after all, and he couldn't make things difficult for him too much. Xuanhuan wished for a chance to be alone. Although the Qiankuan Great Shifting Magic has been passed down, he still needs to comprehend it before he can use it as an imperial envoy. At 10 in the evening, Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes, and there were two striking rays of light in his eyes. Especially in a dark room. The imperial envoy method of the great movement of the universe has been firmly imprinted in his mind. But with his current cultivation, he can only activate 70% of the power of this divine art. But even if it can only exert 70% of the power of Qiankuan's great shifting magic, in the mortal sea realm and even in the profound entrance realm, he can be invincible. With the blessing of Qiankuan great movement, I have greater confidence that this trip can successfully kill Sun Bai. Third brother, the time has come, and the clan elder informed us that we are about to leave. Outside the door, Su Kuei and Su Ningxue stood there helplessly. The third young master was silent as soon as he entered the room. Seeing that the time was coming, the two had no choice but to come over and say hello in person. Crack, the door was opened, and Xuanhuan came out with a sunny smile. I'm sorry, I'm trying to analyze the circuit. I used my brain too much and fell asleep before I knew it. Hey, as a strategist, I worked too hard. Seeing the two of them standing outside with a bad look on their faces, Xuanhuan coughed dryly and said with a sigh. Virtue, what time is it? I still can't get rid of the young master's problems. Let's go. Su Ningxue's big eyes gouged out Xuanhuan fiercely, and then walked ahead. With a cold snort, Xuanhuan touched his nose and hurriedly followed. Su Kuei looked at Su Hao Yan's back carrying a Barrett sniper rifle and shook his head helplessly. Old clan, uncle of the Eagle Royal clan, all Eagle guards, hello. When I came to the front of the house, I saw Su Chungfeng, the Eagle King Su Xuanhuan, and 25 Eagle guards standing there waiting quietly. Su Hao Yan greeted him with a bright smile, and said obediently. The third boy is missing you. Hurry up and go. Su Chungfeng did not show any displeasure at Su Haoyan's late arrival. Young people, it is understandable to stay in bed. As for the Eagle King, who looked a little displeased, he just glanced at Su Haoyan contemptuously and didn't care. Due to the long distance and the inability to use the magic weapon of flying, everyone chose to ride on horseback. Hiss! Hiss! In the sound, 30 sturdy purplish-red horses spread their hoofs through the town and disappeared into the dark night in a short while. 3 days later, in the afternoon, everyone appeared in 2s and 3s at the bustling city gate of Xinzhou. At this time, they have been carefully made up by Su Haoyan, and no one can see their true identities. In the blink of an eye, everyone easily infiltrated Xinzhou city. Then, they each found a hidden place to hide. Prepare to gather outside Sun's house in the evening. That night, the bright moonlight gradually faded away. The whole Xinzhou city ended a day of hustle and bustle and gradually became silent. Plunged into darkness. Su Haoyan led everyone to a hidden hut on 100 meters away from Sun's house and told everyone what to do. The Su Chungfeng clan elder was stunned when he heard it for the first time, only to feel that the behavior of the 17-year-old boy was unexpected and unfathomable. Gudu felt unbelievable. I don't know how the melon seeds in this head grew, and why there were so many fantastic ideas. But at the end, everyone, including the Eagle King, clapped their hands and shouted Miaozai. Yuehei is the night of murder, and Fenggao is the day of arson. Do it. Su Haoyan gave an order and rushed out first. Instantly disappeared into the darkness. The night fell, and the moonlight was hazy. The door of Sun's house in Xinzhou was kicked open with a bang. In an instant, more than a dozen people in black clothes and black masks poured in. The first person shouted, "Hey, Sun Kashong, get out of the old man quickly." After all, the Sun family was one of the 7 major families in Tianxin nation. As soon as he found out that there was a change in the clan, several guards rushed out from the corner immediately. These guards are not low in cultivation, and most of them are experts in the profound entrance realm. A man who looked like a housekeeper shouted in a deep voice, "Who are you? How dare you eat the courage of an ambitious leopard, and even our Sun family's station dares to come and go wild? Are you looking for death? Grandma is a bear. Uncle Ben has been doing business without capital all his life, and he will go wrong. When my grandfather stepped on Changbampo a little better, Sun Kashong took the lead. I want to save some for the grandfather. Hey, what's so special about him eating alone? Otherwise, how could he have so much financial resources to create such a big family? This should be the grandfather and my family. Those who know each other quickly divide the treasure into half of the grandfather. Otherwise, tonight will be the time when your Sun family exterminates the clan." The housekeeper was a little stunned. This group of people came too abruptly. He also heard a little about how the Sun family grew up. Could it be that the patriarch had been approached by someone who grabbed food from the tiger's mouth? Bump. A very slight muffled sound came out, and the head of the housekeeper, who was still in a daze, exploded. Died instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a rank 1 fan high. And rewarding him with 100 growth points. What? What magic weapon is this? Hurry, hurry, hurry up and report to the young master. The thief is strong, hurry up, touch it. A guard who was at the pinnacle of the 9th rank Mortal Sea realm was once again shot in the head by a mysterious weapon without warning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the rank 9 fan high and rewarding him with 75 growth points. Xuanhuan hid in the dark, extremely excited. If you keep getting headshots like this, don't you want to become a Super Saiyan? It's the 3 boys. It must be caused by his weird magic weapon. Everyone kills. Su Chengfeng and the others shouted and rushed into the Sun family's guards to kill. However, at this moment, 3 figures flew towards this side at a very fast speed from the direction of the Sun's house. Before the person arrived, the sound of drinking was passed first. Who is so bold that he dares to go to Sun's house to spread wildfire? It's just courting death. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying coercion of the ground level swept over the crowd. Su Qingfeng's clan elder, the Eagle King, and the Eagle Master's deputy commander, the 3 Earth-level monks, greeted the 3 figures and fought against each other. Where did the thieves come from? Do you know where this is? It's really outrageous. A young man in his 30s rushed out from the gate of the inner house with several people. When he saw the messy front yard, he was shocked and angry. This person is the young master of the Sun family, Sun Bai. Guard the family stronghold on the order of the patriarch. Can't imagine this would happen. Unlucky in my heart. Could it be that this group of people knew that their father and all the clan elders were going to be stationed in the Beijia, and when the family was empty, they deliberately came to attack? In that case, it would be better to inform father to return to help. Thinking of this, Sun Bai hurriedly called 2 capable guards to the Beijia for help as quickly as possible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a rank 1 entrance and rewarding you with 100 growth points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a 3rd grade entrance and rewarding you with 150 growth points. Ding! It's cool, it's cool, it's so cool. Ding! Host, is the growth value used now? Use. Ding! Please select an item to use. Cultivation, intelligence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the late stage of the 9th rank Mortal Sea realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the 9th rank of the Mortal Sea realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the 1st rank of the Profound Entrance realm. A series of system prompts sounded. Xuanhuan was very excited. The joy of being promoted 2 levels in a row made him happy. No. Hey, boy, where are you looking? Your uncle has been waiting for you for a long time. I caught you, so I'm not afraid that Sun Kishon will renege on his debt. Xuanhuan suddenly appeared in front of Sun Bai with Barrett on his back, screaming at the Drake's voice, making Sun Bai stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, when he saw that a dignified 7th grade entrance was stunned by a 1st grade entrance, he was immediately annoyed and angry. He rushed up with his fists up. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's face under the mask flashed coldly, and the zombie fist burst out. Boom! The violent spiritual power raged, and Sun Bai's figure instantly rolled back, while Xuanhuan still kept his punching posture without moving a bit. Since Xuanhuan has advanced to the profound entrance realm, zombie boxing has been completed on 3 levels. With the power of 9 stiffs, Xuanhuan's punch can be tough enough to defeat the experts in the profound entrance realm. Bump. Sun Bai's body hit a rockery not far away before he stopped retreating. However, under his collision, the rockery that seemed to be quite sturdy was pulled down and collapsed, turned into a pile of rubble. Sun Bai was stunned, looking at Xuanhuan with a face full of incredulity. He would never believe that a first-grade porch would knock him back with one punch. How can you be so strong? This can't be. Wow. Sun Bai didn't finish saying a word, he puffed out a mouthful of blood. The shirt that dyed his chest red was shocking at first sight. Since Xuanhuan has advanced to the profound entrance realm, zombie boxing has been completed on 3 levels. With the power of 9 stiffs, Xuanhuan can use one punch to toughen the powerhouse of the profound entrance. With one punch, Sun Bai just knocked down a rockery and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was already his fate. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't kill you in a dignified 7th grade profound entrance realm. Swish. A long sword pierced through the sky and directly slashed at Xuanhuan's magnificent head. 1st grade magic weapon. Hey, it's mine. Seeing that Sun Bai took out a 1st grade magic weapon, Xuanhuan felt great joy in his heart. In the face of the sword light coming from the front, he roared, and the universe shifted. The brilliance of the sword and shadow in the sky instantly disappeared. Sun Bai, who was holding the magic weapon and slashing at Xuanhuan, felt a light on his hands, and the magic weapon disappeared instantly. And just when he was inexplicably horrified, a pitch-black fist the size of a bull suddenly appeared close to him. Before he could react, he felt a sudden pain in his head, and then the whole person fell into darkness forever. Seeing this, Xuanhuan laughed, took a step forward, and took off the storage bracelet on Sun Bai's wrist without hesitation. All of this is slow to say, but in fact it was only in the blink of an eye. Xuanhuan not only captured the 1st grade magic weapon in Sun Bai's hands, but also smashed Sun Bai's fist into pieces. Ding! The host successfully killed Sun Bai. The mission was completed perfectly. The special reward is 3,000 growth points. It will reward you with a lucky chance to summon a Xian-level bodyguard. Ding! Because the host overfulfilled the task, a special chance to draw a random lottery will be awarded. Ding! Does the host use 3,000 growth points now? Use. Ding! Please check the item from the host. Cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 3rd stage of the profound entrance realm. Ding! Does the host summon bodyguards now? Start calling. Ding! Start randomly summoning Xian-level bodyguards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for calling Bai Sujan from the bodyguards. Will come to report within 12 hours. In addition, a friendly reminder to the host, the bodyguard you summoned has been adjusted to the memory of Xuanwu continent through the system. Bai Sujan? Nima. Snake spirit. Xuanhuan couldn't help being rude. Most of the Chinese descendants know who Bai Sujan is, which is the mythical novel of the maddened human beings. Bai Sujan was originally a snake spirit who became immortal. For the so-called repayment, she resolutely went down to earth, but in vain, she cheapened Su Xian's stunned boy. However, since Bai Sujan has obtained a demon, it should be very powerful. I really look forward to it. By the way, system girl, transfer, by Suzhans. Information. Ding. First of all, I'm not a girl, and secondly, it's character attributes. Rather than information, stick. Damn it. It's unreasonable to call me a club. However, a good man doesn't fight with the system. Forget it. Yes, that's right. By Suzhan, from The Legend of the New White Snake. Race, snake. Cultivation, Tianmen Realm 9th grade. Exercises, the serpent's entry into the world. Magical powers, sunflower water fills the sky, swallowing the sky. Magic weapon, flesh. Upper grade. Loyalty, 100. 9th grade earth rank. Good guy, even the ancestors of the Su family may not be able to possess such strength. With such a strong bodyguard, I can walk sideways in Tianxian Kingdom. Ding. Can the host start a random lottery now? Start. Ding. Congratulations to the host for extracting Dou Yu's 6 veins divine sword. Nanny? 6 pulse sword? I'll give it a go. 6 meridian divine sword, Dolly Duan's secret method. I like it. Ding. Does the host now inherit the 6 veins divine sword? Inherited. The familiar roar, the familiar flood of information. In a few breaths, Su Haodian imprinted the secret of the Dolly Duan clan in his mind. As for integration, it will take time. And now is not the time. Host, Su Haodian. Race, human. Bloodline, heavenly beast bloodline. Level, 3rd grade of the entrance realm, 6300/100000 value. Technique, undead zombie technique. Tianpin low level. Magical powers, zombie fist, great shift of heaven and earth, 6 veins. Excalibur. Weapon, Barrett sniper rifle. Upper yellow product. Skill, devour. Intelligence, 70. Bodyguard, by Suzhan. By, Barrett sniper rifle. Seeing that the data on his template was changing all the time, Su Haodian couldn't help but want to laugh 3 times. With this lucky upgrade system, in the future, as long as you pretend to slap your face, you can upgrade infinitely. Thinking of this, Su Haodian looked at the guards of the Sun family, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. The smile on the corners of his mouth became more and more intense. Search, search, search. At this moment, 3 soft bangs sounded in the southeast direction. 3 dazzling rays of light also lit up in the sky at almost the same time. Not good, the idea is tricky, crap. When Su Haodian raised his head and saw the light that was particularly conspicuous in the dark night, his eyes suddenly lit up under the mask. He immediately roared, and then swept away from Sun Mansion first. How are you two, have you succeeded? When Su Haodian's figure appeared outside Sun's residence, 2 men in black happened to run over from the side. Don't worry, it's all here. One of the men in black lit up the 4 or 5 silver bracelets on his wrist and said proudly, "That's good, leave right away. The idea has been withdrawn. Hurry up and shout." Su Haodian's mouth full of nonsense made the 2 people next to him and the people gathered together stunned for a while. However, this was explained by Su Haodian in advance. Everyone is not allowed to make a sound at will, so as not to expose their tracks. Under the cover of the night, Su Haodian and his party quickly left Xinzhou City, and in a blink of an eye they merged into the thick night. Third boy, where are we going now? Go directly back to Zhurong town? In a valley, Su Haodian and his party hid in it. Ready for some repairs, on the way. This place is far away from the main road. Even the Beijia returning team will not find our traces. Everyone has a good night's rest here tonight, and tomorrow they will change their clothes and rush on their way. And I have prepared a piece for the Beijia. A big meal, just waiting for them to come to the table. Official. I'm Bai Suzhen. At this moment, an extremely gentle voice sounded, and everyone present was shocked. Then a white shadow floated down. Her clothes are like snow, her hair is black, like ink, and her long body is smooth and gorgeous. The slightly upturned face is exquisite and clear, and the calm and gentle black eyes overflow with a calm indifference. The slender smile on the corner of the mouth has the purity of pear blossoms and the splendor of cherry blossoms. Beautiful, so beautiful. It's tens of millions of times more beautiful than the female stars he saw on TV in his previous life. It's not on the same level at all. Is this my bodyguard? God is so kind to me. He knows me too well. As soon as Xuanhuan appeared in Bai Suzhen, his eyes didn't move at all. Who are you? What do you do? The Xuanhuan clan elder was horrified, although he was also amazed by the beauty of this woman, but more of a vigilance. As soon as this woman appeared, he was horrified to find that he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation. There is only one explanation for this situation. That is, the other party may be a monk in the Tianmen realm. At this extraordinary time, the sudden appearance of such a terrifying woman made him inexplicably horrified. Even more alert. Guanren, I'm Zhenzhen, have you forgotten? Was it about the south bank of the Yu River a few years ago? The woman ignored Su Qingfeng's question and everyone's surprise. Instead, he stared at Xuanhuan with a pair of beautiful eyes. Nanny? Could it be that there is something wrong between his predecessor and this snake spirit? No, it seems that there is such a thing. According to the memory of this body's predecessor, he should have been on the south bank of the Yu River when he was 10 years old. Accidentally rescued a little white snake. Could it be that the little white snake is Bai Suzhen? It won't be so bloody, that's fine. Officer, are you all right? You three boys, do you know this woman? How is this possible? When everyone heard this, they all looked at Bai Suzhen, who was walking toward Xuanhuan as if they had seen a ghost. I'm fine. Xuanhuan tried his best to calm his voice, behaving normally. It was just the crystal clear liquid flowing from the corner of his mouth that revealed his true thoughts at this time. Guanren, I won't make you suffer when I'm by your side in the future. Heck. Look at you, you're such an adult, and you're still drooling. It's not ashamed. Bai Suzhen walked closer and gently tightened Xuanhuan's shirt. Then she gently wiped the liquid from the corner of her mouth with her slender hand. The action is generous and decent. Like a virtuous wife. After all this was done, they naturally stood together with Xuanhuan's arms. And smiling. 3 boys, who is this? Su Qingfeng asked with some doubts. I am his future wife. I will be responsible for his safety in the future. It was Bai Suzhen who answered him with a smile. Nima. This is too direct. I haven't agreed yet, even the strong ones don't need to be so direct. How about bridal chambers tonight? Xuanhuan has a black line on his forehead. I'm looking for a bodyguard, or my wife. It seems that both are. Well, clan elder, I'll go and deliver some dinner to the Bei family first. And you all continue to rest. After speaking, Xuanhuan hurriedly swept away in a certain direction. He had to choose to run away, because Bai Sujan's appearance was too sudden. There are too many questions here, and he simply can't justify it. Third boy, there is danger, or I will go. Su Chingfeng shouted hurriedly. No need, I will be responsible for the safety of the officials. Bai Sujan pursed her lips and smiled at everyone, and followed Xuanhuan in. A fragrant wind. Clan elder, what is this woman's cultivation base? Why do I feel creepy when I see her? Su Kuei scratched his head and asked suspiciously. Tianmen realm, maybe higher. Su Chingfeng said solemnly, looking at the direction Xuanhuan was leaving. Don't you guys think the three boys are different? Eagle King, Su Xuanwu said with bright eyes. Second grade profound entrance realm, it is just advanced to the stage. As soon as Su Chingfeng's voice fell, the audience fell silent, and the needle drop could be heard. What happened tonight has far exceeded their understanding of Xuanhuan. They found that they couldn't understand the third young master in the family more and more. Guanren, are you going to kill those monks? In the void hundreds of miles away, Xuanhuan and Bai Sujan stood side by side on the cloud, watching a team of hundreds of people approaching in the distance. Of course, otherwise why am I running so far and waiting here? That Jinjin. This technique of flying through the clouds and driving the mist is amazing. Teach me. Xuanhuan turned his head to one side and glanced at Bai Sujan, who smiled sweetly, his heart swayed, and said with a smile. Then he licked his face and asked for advice. He was really fascinated by this technique of soaring clouds. Official man, with your current cultivation level, you can't practice the technique of soaring through the clouds and driving the fog. But in the future, with me by your side, will you still be tired? Otherwise, leave these people to me. Kill them all. Bai Sujan gave Xuanhuan a charming smile and said softly, as if killing someone was a normal thing for him. Xuanhuan felt a chill in his heart. Are all goblins so bloodthirsty? Otherwise, why would she risk the lives of thousands of people for Su Xian's sake? However, this also reflects from the side that she is indeed a very affectionate snake spirit. Fortunately, she was dead set on herself, otherwise she would have suffered. That's it, then forget it. How can such a gentle beauty kill someone before you take action? This should be the job of our men. Your mission is to protect me, you know? Xuanhuan glanced at Bai Sujan frivolously, patted his chest, and said loudly, you are very kind, official, but protecting your safety is the responsibility of Jinjin from generation to generation. Bai Sujan touched Xuanhuan's smooth cheek and whispered affectionately. The temptation is definitely tempting me. No, I can't stand it anymore. Xuanhuan shouted in his heart that he would not pick up girls in the future. How gentle is this daughter-in-law who was summoned. Okay, Jinjin, you man, I'm going to start working. While touching Bai Sujan's small hand, Xuanhuan took off the Barrett sniper rifle and started aiming and shooting. Bai Sujan blinked her big beautiful eyes and looked at the sniper rifle in Xuanhuan's hand in surprise. Not sure what use this ugly guy is for. Bump. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the third grade entrance, and rewarded with 1,000 growth points. What's going on? Enemy attack, enemy attack. Bump. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first grade entrance, and rewarded with 400 growth points. Enemy attack, there are hidden enemies. Bump. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 4th grade. Entrance, and rewarded with 1,400 growth points. May I ask which fellow Daoist is here? The old man, the big family of the bay. Family, Lao Bei Xuanji, is very polite. What is he doing? I don't know, this old man is not in good spirits. He should be playing Xuanhuan Standard Special Forces sniper action. Lying motionless on the clouds. In the sight, a tall, silver-haired old man said with red eyes, clasping his fists into the pitch-black night. What is his cultivation? Earth level 9th grade cultivation base. Officials, do you want to destroy him? In Bai Suzhen's eyes, she still does not care about a fairyland. We can't show up, we can only do it in secret. Can you make him instantly incapacitated? Xuanhuan's eyes were full of brilliance. Killing a profound entrance has about 1,000 growth points. He wants to try. Giggle. Official, this is easy to say, you should be optimistic. What? A shrill scream suddenly sounded in this silent night. Startled countless black crows. Countless beasts also fled their nests in horror. Run around. In the scope, Xuanhuan saw that the old Beijia clan fell to the ground. Without warning, hugging his head and screaming. Great opportunity, touch. What's the situation? The old man was shot in the head. Who is it? Come out. Quickly, don't you know that we are monks from the Bei family? Ding. Successfully killed the 9th grade Earth level monk. Special reward of 20,000 growth points. A chance to draw a random lottery. The team of hundreds of people suddenly shouted after the big clan elder was shot in the head. The Bei family was used to being superior in Tianqian Kingdom, neither the Tianqian royal family nor the other 6 major families dared to offend the Bei family. But this kind of thing happened in this dark night. The other party didn't know where he came from, what kind of weapon he used, and it was so weird that he took headshots again and again. Oi, cool. Bump. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 3rd grade. Entrance. A reward of 1,000 growth points. Official man, are there any high-level monks from tomorrow's door coming? Here, do you need me to take action? No, tonight's harvest is already very rich. Withdraw. The Beijia monks who were in a mess didn't notice, and the cloud that stopped above them fluttered away. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a total of 30,000 growth points. This time. Do you want to use it now? Use. Ding. Please check the item from the host. Bye. While chatting with Bai Suzhen, Xuanhuan opened the template of the optional shopping mall and carefully selected it. His current weapons are 2 single. Although the Barrett sniper rifle is surprisingly powerful, it is only suitable for stealth attacks. In the case of real knives and real guns, his shortcomings are obvious. In addition, he has already advanced to the spiritual master realm, and there is no exercise that suits him. He has to check whether there is a suitable exercise in the shopping mall. With a plan in mind, Xuanhuan focused his attention on weapons and exercises. Rui Golden Hoop. 100000000 growth value. Xuanhuan Sword, 40 million growth value. 9-foot nail rake. 150,000 growth value. Purple gold and bright silver hammer. 80,000 growth value. Nima. It's so expensive, we can't even buy other people's hair for this. Growth value. Forget it, let's see something else. I'm going. This is too shocking. The 30,000 growth value can only buy a few talismans and a few grenades. After choosing for a long time, Xuanhuan had to choose a few talismans and a dozen grenades to end the purchase. By the way, do I still have a random lottery chance that I haven't used yet? Ding. May I ask the host to start the lottery now? Lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Heavenly God Spear. It is from an unknown character. It is of high quality. The gun weighs 6,500 caddies. I'm relying on it. It's a trick again. But the magic gun, such a domineering name. What a heavy magic gun. I was really drowsy, and someone gave a pillow. And it's still at the top of the sky, and the entire Tianqian kingdom has no heaven. The magic weapon, this time it really happened. In the Xuanwu continent, weapons are divided into 4 grades of tiandi. Xuanhuan. Each level is further divided into 3 levels, beginning, middle, and upper. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted in his heart, hurry up and take it out, I'll take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a flash of blue light in front of his eyes, and the next moment, he felt his body being pulled down by an unimaginable gravity. Xuanhuan, who was in the clouds, couldn't bear the pull of such gravity. The whole person with guns and people quickly fell down. 6,500 caddies, which is equivalent to more than 3 tons. It was like 2 adult lions were pressing on Xuanhuan. Boom. Oh my God. What the hell is this? Officer, where did you get a gun? It looks so heavy. Bai Suzhen stood beside Xuanhuan, and as the light in his hand shone, there was an extra gleaming azure gun. She was so shocked that she stared at her beautiful eyes and opened her mouth slightly, and it took a long time for her to regain her senses. But before she could say anything, she found that Xuanhuan's search was gone. When I looked down, I found that the man had been planted in the grass below. He was surrounded by the Su family, staring at Xuanhuan, who was screaming in the grass. Although she has experienced thousands of years, she has seen all kinds of strange things. But this is the first time I have seen such a strange thing. That happened to Xuanhuan. Third boy, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly fall from above? Su Chengfeng asked, with a puzzled look. I'm fine. It's a shame, I didn't hold the gun, I was dragged by the gun and got a somersault, and it's shameful to say it. As early as when he was planted, he put away the heaven-shaking divine spear. A few days later, in front of the gate of the Su family in Yuzhou, several people dressed as businessmen were ushered in. Under the warm invitation of the Su family cultivator, they walked into the Su family's house. What? The 3rd grade of the profound entrance realm. Tianwu, how can your cultivation level advance so quickly? This is incredible. Also, who is this girl? Tell your father quickly, so as not to neglect your distinguished guests. In the Su family council hall, Suyun looked at the 2 in front of him with a look of horror. Reluctantly swallowed a mouthful of water, and then stammered and asked, Hello, I am your future daughter-in-law. From now on, we will be a family. In addition, I will be responsible for the safety of officials in the future. You can rest assured. I'm going. The snake spirit is too fierce. Xuanhuan has a black line on His forehead, we are not familiar with it, okay? Or have a bridal chamber. Tonight. My God, is this okay? Xuanhuan secretly wiped away his cold sweat. That was a cultivator of the Tianmen realm. When he married a cultivator of the Tianmen realm, his back felt cold when he thought about it. What kind of son did he give birth to? With the speed of training like a rocket, with a mind like a demon, finding a daughter-in-law is still a feared Tianmen cultivator. Even the sword he is carrying is probably not of low rank. Monster, this is a monster. What's wrong? Just treat her as an ordinary person, it's no big deal. Alas. In fact, it's all because your son is so good. Xuanhuan stood in the hall, raised his head and fell to his hands, squinting upwards 45 degrees, posing a lonely look of a master. Official man, you are so indebted. Xuanhuan saw Xuanhuan's stern expression, the corners of his mouth twitched violently a few times. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but saw the two walked away hand in hand. Xuanhuan stared blankly at the two of them talking and laughing as they disappeared from his sight. His face was cloudy for a while, before he left in a hurry with a lot of thought. A beautiful woman who has a late-stage cultivation of the 9th rank of the Tianmen realm? And she is still determined to be your daughter-in-law? Tianer's cultivation base has risen to the 3rd rank of the Xuanhuan realm in a few days? Have you hit an evil spirit? In the Su family's seemingly unremarkable, but in fact, heavily guarded cave mansion, the patriarch Xuanhuan was carefully talking to a middle-aged scholar who looked like a scholar. This middle-aged scholar is none other than the most mysterious ancestor of the Su family. The only cultivator in the Su family. In fact, the 7 major families of Tianxian nation, except for the Sun family, the newly promoted family, the other 6 families have Tianmen cultivators in charge. And the reason why the Bei family looked down on the Tianxian kingdom was that the Bei family had 2 Tianmen cultivators sitting in their positions. Ancestor, do you think I'm a jerk? This matter is absolutely true. If the ancestor doesn't believe it, he can go and investigate it himself. Search. The sound is lost. In the huge cave mansion, where is the figure of the ancestor of the Su family? Only Xuanhuan stood there alone. In this regard, Xuanhuan was no longer surprised. Obediently wait. Search. After about a stick of incense, the ancestor of the Su family appeared in the cave with a look of excitement. After being dormant for hundreds of years, it's time for the Su family to become a blockbuster. In the future, I will be responsible for Tianer's affairs. You should not object to what he does. And you must support him unconditionally. Geniuses need free space. Leave that prefecture level upper level cultivation technique to him. After the ancestor of the Su family finished speaking, he closed his eyes and said nothing. But judging from his constantly shaking face, his heart was not at peace. Seeing this, Xuanhuan forced himself to suppress his excitement and left with a look of uncontrollable excitement. Who was that uncle just now? Why does he look so familiar? Xuanhuan had a strange look on his face. That uncle is not a simple character, a 3rd-rank Tianmen. He won't be the ancestor of your Su family, right? I think 80% of the time. Then he said that you are free in the Su family. What does it mean? Officer, congratulations, congratulations, no one in the entire Su family will dare to control you in the future. Hey, really? That means I can leap from the ocean to the sky and let the Birds fly, right? Come on, officer. That's a must. Shenzhen, let's sleep together tonight. Xuanhuan said without doubt. Giggle. Official, that can't be done, although I am destined to be your daughter-in-law. But now you are still cultivating, and you cannot be close to women. As your wife, I will always supervise you from now on. Let you grow up healthy. When you truly grow up to be a man in the sky, it will be our bridal chamber. Ding. Trigger the second mission of the branch line. While leading the Sioux family to the peak, make yourself the #1 genius of Tianqian Kingdom. Completion of the mission will give you 100,000 growth points. The time limit is 1 year. I'm going. This can also trigger side quests. But this quest is quite challenging. It crushes all the proud people of Tianqian Kingdom and becomes an existence that everyone admires. It also has growth points, so it's cool too. Think about it. No, I need you now, especially. Xuanhuan looked at Bai Suzhen eagerly. How pitiful the sample is, how pitiful it is. Be good officials, be obedient. I'm right next door to you, don't be afraid. At night. LOL. Nima. This reason is too vicious. Forget it, who makes your own cultivation? Base, not high. Let's hurry up and cultivate. Speaking of the 6 veins. Excalibur, I haven't seriously comprehended it. The Sword of 6 Veins comes from Jin Yong's martial arts novel, which was created by Duan Siping, the founding emperor of Dali. 6-pulse sword, as the name suggests, is divided into 6 swords in total. Xuanhuan, who has seen the 8 parts of Tianlong, of course knows which 6 swords it refers to, namely Shaosheng sword, Shangyang sword, Zhongchong sword, Guanchongjian. There are 6 swords, including Shaochong sword and Shaozai sword. Right thumb, Shaosheng sword. Features: the sword road is vigorous, quite shocking, and the wind and rain are overwhelming. Right index finger, Shangyang sword. Features: clever and flexible, elusive. The middle finger of the right hand, the middle punching sword. Features: wide open and closed, majestic momentum, right ring finger, Guanchongjian. Features: win with stagnancy and simplicity. The little finger of the right hand, less rushing sword. Features: light and fast. Left little finger, Shaozijian. Features: come and go, subtle changes. The 6 related meridians are Taiyin lung meridian, Juyin pericardial meridian, hand Shaoyin heart meridian, Taiyang small intestine meridian, hand Yangming large intestine meridian, and hand Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian. Each of these 6 meridians is successfully cultivated. It will become one of the 6 swords of the gods. It has to be said that Xuanhuan's current cultivation qualification is indeed a good choice. After a night of comprehension and cultivation, he completed the cultivation of the 6 meridian divine sword in one breath. It's just that with his current cultivation base, he can only exert the magical power equivalent to the 9th grade of the mysterious rank. Early the next morning, Suyun delivered an old yellowed book to Xuanhuan. Tian'er, this book was acquired by accident by the first-generation ancestors of our Su family. It's a pity that, apart from knowing that this is a mid-level exercise, we don't know exactly how to practice it. Until now, we Su family. There are no children in the family who can practice this technique. The key is that I don't know the text on it at all. It doesn't seem to be the text of the Xuanwu continent. The ancestor said it, let you try it. After Su Yun finished speaking, he shook his head and left. However, looking at his unconcerned eyes, he did not have much hope that Xuanhuan could practice this strange exercise. Xinjun looks at this book, it seems a little different. Xuanhuan flipped through it and found that he couldn't understand the text on it at all. Guanren, this exercise is amazing. This is the main exercise of the ancient great power Donghuang Tai. It is the treasure of our demon clan. It's just that after the demon war hundreds of millions of years ago, the demon palace. The ancient books are scattered in the world without a trace. And this Taishan solution is only a fragment. Looking at the book in her hand, Bai Suzhen looked pity. Although it is the treasure of the demon clan, there is no greed in her eyes. The first is something that belongs to his beloved Xuanhuan. Second, she was cultivating an ancient practice. Although it was a little worse than Taishan's solution, it was very suitable for her practice. Taishanjia was not for her. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the remnants of the Taiku Kung Fu Donghuang Tai's major practice. A random lottery will be awarded as a special reward. Nanny. What is the East Emperor Tai? Is it very good? Xuanhuan asked in confusion. As a working family in the Huaxia kingdom, he did not have the spare time to read some books on the legends of the ancient gods. I am very unfamiliar with the legend of Donghuang Tai. First of all, Donghuang Tai is not a thing. Donghuang Tai is one of the rulers of the ancient heaven. It is a great god born out of chaos, and Pangu and Yuhua are all direct disciples of Dao Hongjun. He is in charge of the innate treasure chaos clock. After Pangu opened up the world, Yuhua suppressed the world of Hongmeng when Yuhua created artificial objects. After the first robbery of the dragon and the phoenix, Donghuang Tai, following the decree of the Taoist Hongjun, unified the prehistoric tribes. And the prehistoric tribes were collectively called the Demon Tribe. Today's hegemony, together with his elder brother Dijuan, is called the Emperor of Heaven. Fuck me. What an awesome guy. That doesn't mean it's a dick. But it's really cool. The host doesn't have to worry that he can't practice the demon cultivation technique. The host's body has been systematically transformed and is suitable for cultivation techniques of various races. I'm going. It's so cool. I can even practice the demon clan exercises, isn't I very defiant? Xinjun, can you teach me the demon language? Guanren, you are a human being, so I'm afraid it's not appropriate to practice demon clan exercises. It doesn't matter, you'll know if you try it. The big deal is that we don't practice. The secrets of the system should not be known to anyone other than himself. That is his own foundation. Not even close people. If that's the case, then I'll just teach the human and monster characters. Bai Suzhen thinks that Xuanhuan is a child's temperament, so she can just play with him if she has nothing to do. Bai Suzhen smiled slightly, stretched out a finger like a scallion, and gently tapped it on Xuanhuan's forehead. Suddenly, a strange and novel text message suddenly appeared in his mind. This information is like a gurgling stream, allowing Xuanhuan to integrate it with little effort. Thank you, Xinjun. Xuanhuan smiled brightly. Heart feels warm. He knew that Bai Suzhen's gentle teaching method was the reason why he mastered the monster language so quickly. For Xuanhuan's thanks, Bai Suzhen just smiled gently and stopped talking. Seeing this, Xuanhuan no longer hesitated and began to study Teishenji. Carefully. Call. Xuanhuan let out a sigh of relief and integrated the words of the monster. Tribe. It was much easier for him to study this ancient practice that was mistaken for the earth-grade practice. Although Tai Shinjia had only 5 layers, it still made him overjoyed. The first layer, 10 square thick soil. Layer 2, vigorous bull body. The third layer, dragon tiger Fengyun body. The fourth layer, the 5 elements are immortal. The fifth layer, Zhou Tiangxingchen body. The meaning of each layer is easy to understand. Let Xuanhuan yearn very strongly. The most important thing is that there are more than 5 layers of Tai Shinjia. According to Bai Suzhen's description, there are 5 more layers, that is, the lower half of Tai Shinjia was also lost after the monster war. Since the upper part appeared in his own family, the lower part may also be found by himself. Once the entire exercise is completed by oneself, it will become the legendary Buddha's golden body that is indestructible. Then you will really be immortal. Why did the mysterious system choose itself? There must be something tricky about Xuanhuan, in order to prevent himself from being ruthlessly abandoned one day and having nothing, then working hard. Now to become a super strong is the best way to prevent all this. But among the thousands of exercises, the body-quenching exercise is the most difficult and painful to practice. It is impossible to try without superhuman perseverance. But Xuanhuan is different. He has already died once, with thick nerves and strong will. Is he still afraid of pain? At this moment, Xuanhuan's calm face showed a firmness that he had never seen before. He wants to start practicing the first level of Tai Divine Understanding, the thick soil body of the 10 directions. However, in order to practice this technique, many external stimuli are required, such as freezing cold, burning the body with fire, quenching the body with lightning, etc., and the first layer only needs to continuously devour the flesh and blood of monsters. For Xuanhuan's diligence, Bai Suzhen showed a very gratified smile. However, there is a faint worry. After all, with the physiological structure of human beings, it is impossible to cultivate the demon clan exercises. Xuanhuan first went to the treasury of the Su family in person. Now the treasury of the Su family has more than doubled in size. While attacking the Sun family, Xuanhuan deliberately ambushed Su Kuei and Su Ningxue next to the Sun family's treasure house. And Xuanhuan got Sun Bai's storage bag bracelet, which he kept by himself. The Su family members have no doubts about this. When he came back, there were more than 20 bottles of monster blood in Xuanhuan's storage bracelet. Although it was a drop in the bucket for practicing Tai Divine Understanding, it was already all the collections of the Su family. About 6 hours passed. In the bedroom, Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes, and in the darkness there were 2 dazzling lights, which was extremely terrifying. He secretly sighed that Tai Shinjia was worthy of being the main practice method of the former Emperor of Heaven, and he was tyrannical and arrogant. He had only practiced for a few hours, and he felt that his strength had grown faintly. By the way, I seem to have another chance to draw a lottery. Xuanhuan suddenly thought of this. According to the previous episodes, I should have passed the lottery time, and the system should remind me. Why is there no movement so far? Lottery. Ding. The system is drawing a lottery for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host who has drawn an unknown character, a top level cultivation technique. Unknown character? Let's go for a run. The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched fiercely. Is it an unknown character? Why didn't this Nima come out in the mythology and babble? It's okay to leave a name. Just as his soul was wandering, the inheritance information began to pour into his brain. Soon he entered a state of emptiness. Bai Suzhen, who was sitting beside her, looked at Xuanhuan in the empty state in amazement, her eyes flickering with surprise. She really didn't understand that a human being could actually practice the monster race body tempering technique. And so fast. Xuanhuan's enchanting aptitude shocked her. After an unknown amount of time, Xuanhuan's consciousness slowly woke up. Opening his eyes, there was a faint purple thunder mist lingering in his eyes. He let out a long breath, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. It is worthy of being a high-level cultivation technique of heaven, and it has no attributes, making this technique suitable for cultivation by any monk of the same level. As the name suggests, the realm of the exercises is divided into 9 layers. Layer by layer changes. There are 9 variations in total. Heavenly Thunder change, Dragon Soul change, Immortal King Kong change, Xianin change, True Yang change, War God change, Hongmeng change, Heavenly Demon change, Chaos change. The first layer is that once the Tianwu transformation is completed, 3 kinds of thunder attribute spells can be released. And they are all heavenly spells. Powerful. Palm thunder, that is, the thunder and lightning condensed in the palm of the hand, which shakes the enemy and hits the enemy with great lethality. And every time you break through a layer, the training speed will double. System, bring up my attribute template. Host, Xuanhuan. Race, human. Bloodline, heavenly beast bloodline. Grade, 2nd grade 4th grade, 28300/1000000 value. Techniques, undead zombie technique, low-level heavenly rank, Taishinjia. Prime ancient technique, 9 transformations of gods and demons, middle level heavenly pole. Magical powers, zombie fist, great shift of heaven and earth, 6 veins. Excalibur. Weapon, Barrett sniper rifle. Huangpin upper level, shaking god spear. Tianpin upper level. Skill, devour. Intelligence, 80. Bodyguard, Bai Suzhen. Bai, Barrett sniper rifle. Booming grenade, talisman. Why didn't you urge me to draw the lottery this time? Xuanhuan asked. Strangely, the system will appropriately adjust the privileges that the host can enjoy according to the host's level. Now that the host has advanced to the profound entrance realm, he can enjoy extended privileges. For example, lottery draws, use of growth points, purchases, etc. What an ambiguous privilege, how long can it be extended? Xuanhuan asked eagerly. Based on the time of Xuanwu continent, it can be extended by 12 hours. I'll give it a go. This time is so predictable. How many stubborn men are this? Mad. Yes, the system is getting more and more cute. Humanized attitude. Hee, I like it. Although there is still a long way to go before the upgrade, Xuanhuan is full of confidence. He firmly believes that as long as he keeps working hard, becoming a strong man is no longer a dream. However, in order to successfully cultivate the first level of Taishinjia, you must devour a large amount of monster blood. According to the memory of this body's predecessor, the Su family seems to have a forbidden area, which is a place for training the younger generation. There are countless monsters in captivity. With his current status in the clan, it should be no problem to apply for Entry into the forbidden area. What? Are you going to enter a secret place to practice? Su Yun and the 4 clan elders looked at Xuanhuan, who was standing there. Very well behaved. Why do you want to? That, well, success, cast a spell, to open the hole and let him enter. Su Yun wanted to ask something else, but his expression froze, and he changed his mind in the next second. Hee, thank you father, all the clan elders. Let's go and prepare first. Patriarch, it's very dangerous there. Why did you promise him? Our Su family can count on Tianwu. If something happens to Tianwu in the forbidden area, it will be too late to regret it. The old man, Su Chengfeng, said hurriedly. Brother, this is the order of the ancestors. I don't know why. As for the safety of this kid, don't worry about it. There is a master of Tianmen as a bodyguard, can he still have an accident? Now the worry is in the forbidden area. The question of how much the monsters lost. On the second day, the old Suchimgong clan led Xuanhuan and Bai Suzhen to the foot of a peak in the back mountain of Shujia with a lavender token, where Suchimgong used the token to open a door of light for the two of them to pass side by side. Third boy, the trial in the forbidden area will last for 1 month. At that time, the two of you will be automatically sent out of the forbidden area and will go directly back to the auditorium. Also, third boy, pay attention to safety. Don't worry, uncle, I'll be fine with Xinjin here. We're going in. Xuanhuan explained and led Bai Suzhen into the gate of light. After a while, Xuanhuan and Bai Suzhen appeared on the top of a mountain. The top of the head is blue sky and white clouds, and the bottom of the mountain is green water and green mountains. The scenery is beautiful and magnificent. It's hard to imagine that this is actually a closed-off place. As far as the eye can see, all are green onions. It seems boundless. Officer, there seem to be a lot of monsters here. But they're all monsters that haven't activated the passive cultivation of spiritual consciousness. Bai Suzhen looked around and said casually, Xinjin, can you find their specific location? We're looking for them everywhere. Oh, yes, I'll kill the monsters here, and even devour their blood. Essence to cultivate, will it make you embarrassed? Xuanhuan asked worriedly. A group of low-level beasts who have not yet opened their spiritual sense. They have nothing to do with our python family. Just kill the husband. Monster beasts are a race that believes in the law of the weak. And there is no unity within the demon clan. They kill each other more than humans. Low-level monsters have no status at all in the eyes of high-level monsters. Okay, Xinjin, help me find them. I'll come one by one. Xuanhuan let go of his last worries. If this move makes Bai Suzhen have a grudge in his heart, he will cancel it without hesitation. Another way to cultivate the 10-square thick soil body. Giggle. There is a first-level 9th rank monster below here. The officials should use it first. Bai Suzhen giggled and led Xuanhuan down to Xiangfeng. Roar. As soon as Xuanhuan and the others landed, they saw a gray wolf walking out of the dense jungle. A pair of wolf eyes filled with bloodthirsty light. Hey, it's a wolf demon. Since you're going to hit the big head, the young master will use you to practice your hands first. Xuanhuan's eyes showed a gleam of eagerness to try. After that, the person took a few steps forward at will, and suddenly stuck out the little finger of his left hand, and exclaimed, Xiaozijian. As soon as the cry fell, a solid blue sword chi shot out from the tip of the little finger and went straight to the head of the tall gray wolf. Ow! The gray wolf couldn't dodge and was instantly pierced through a hole the size of a pinky thumb by Xiaozijian. Bright red blood spurted out. Seeing this, Xuanhuan hurried forward, put his hands on the wolf's claws, and devoured it. The official man's spell should be a high-level Xianpin spell. It comes and goes, and the changes are subtle. The end is extraordinary. Seeing this, Bai Sujian's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. At the same time, Xuanhuan began to look impressed. Xinjin, absorbing and swallowing like this is not the way. Do you have a way to control the monster and not die? After 3 or 2 fights, Xuanhuan had already brought out the 6 pulse sword one by one. There is no accident, all of which are the power of the mysterious 9th rank spell. However, although the supernatural power satisfied him, the cultivation of the thick soil body in the 10 directions is not satisfactory. The reason is that the monster power and blood essence of the dead body of the monster have been exhausted, and it is simply a drop in the bucket for cultivating the 10 square thick soil body. Of course, the officials will take a look. Bai Sujian smiled sweetly and went straight to the next monster territory. The fairy who brings disaster to the country and the people. I really want to take her down now. Following Bai Sujian, Xuanhuan's appearance, like Brother Pig, completely subverted his heroic demeanor. In the forbidden area of the Su family, Xuanhuan was placing his hands on the head of a monster with 2 heads. After a while, Xuanhuan slowly retracted his hands from the monster that had turned into a mummified corpse. Feeling the surging spiritual power in his body, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged and practiced without any hesitation. Bai Sujian not only did not object to Xuanhuan's practice of absorbing the blood of monsters to practice exercises, but instead greatly appreciated it. The monster world has always believed in the survival of the fittest. Whoever has a hard fist has the right to speak. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, Xuanhuan had been in the forbidden area for half a month. But the outside world is already turbulent. First of all, the Sun family was not only robbed of all their savings by the men in black who suddenly appeared. The young master of the Sun family also died unexpectedly. After the Bei family got the news, the whole family retreated from the Qin family and returned to the Sun family. But halfway through, he was attacked by a mysterious magic weapon, and 7 high-level spiritual practitioners, including an Earth Fairyland elder, were shot in the head. The North Clan leader who came behind was very angry. The Bei family has not suffered such a big loss for a long time. When the Bei family grew up and was furious, they issued a hunting order, and the mysterious black-clothed man was wanted across the country. But the man in black seemed to have evaporated out of thin air, and no one knew his trace. But the time when the man in black appeared was too coincidental. It was the critical moment when the Bei family attacked the Qin family. Makes people wonder. Moreover, the profound sky summit was about to come, and such a mess was put on the table, making the already turbulent profound sky nation become turbulent. At this delicate moment, each family invariably restrains their children to keep a low profile as much as possible. Don't let the Beijia hold the handle. Old ancestor, although the 3rd boy wiped his ass clean, there is no airtight wall in the world. Will this matter make the Bei family find out? In the cave of the ancestors of the Su family, Su Yun and Su Qingfeng stood there respectfully and said worriedly, "So what if you found it? Don't forget the 3rd kid's daughter-in-law, who is more terrifying than my ancestor. There is a 2-day gate and one of them is a high-level Tianmen. Even the Bei family can't do anything about us. The ancestor of the Su family sat on the futon with a relaxed face and said, with a smile, "Old ancestor, the third kid's daughter-in-law is just talking about it. Will she help us? What's her relationship with the third kid? Are you dizzy and can't see it?" The ancestor of the Su family looked at the elder Su Chengfeng like an idiot. "Shenzhen, I still need the blood of a monster, and my 10 square thick soil body is about to be practiced." Su Haoyan retracted his hands on the monster's head, and said excitedly to Bai Suzhen, who was standing beside him smiling, "Don't say you need one, just 100 monsters, I'll catch them all for the officials." "Hey, Xinjin is so nice, come and let the official kiss." Su Haoyan leaned forward with a smile on his face. With a pout, he was about to peck Bai Suzhen's white and tender face. But I felt a tingling pain in the soft flesh in my waist. "Here's another trick, can you change something new?" Seeing Bai Suzhen's smiling appearance, Su Haoyan went straight to the next monster in a depressing manner. Boom! The raging spiritual power in the body is like a violent storm, sweeping all over the body. Boom, boom, boom. The last layer of the shackles of the thick earth of the 10 directions was finally broken by the powerful spiritual power. At this point, after swallowing and refining the blood essence and demon power of 100 monsters, the 10 square thick soil body was finally refined. Su Haoyan was overjoyed, feeling the explosive power in his body. He felt that a single punch could smash a monster equivalent to the cultivation level of a human profound entrance. The 10 directions thick soil body, as the name suggests, his body is like a city wall made of thick soil, indestructible. The property list is out. Su Haoyan called out in his heart. Host, Su Haoyan. Race, human. Bloodline, heavenly beast bloodline. Level, 6th stage of the entrance realm, 58300/1000000 value. Techniques, undead zombie technique, low-level heavenly rank, Tai Shinjia. Prime ancient technique, 9 transformations of gods and demons, middle level heavenly pole. Magical powers, zombie fist, great shift of heaven and earth, 6 veins. Excalibur. Defense, 10 square thick soil. Weapon, Barrett sniper rifle. Huangpin upper level, shaking god spear. Tianpin upper level. Skill, devour. Intelligence, 85. Bodyguard, Bai Suzhen. Bai, Barrett sniper rifle. Booming grenade, talisman. Sure enough, the improvement of the cultivation technique and physical fitness can also promote the advancement of the cultivation base. Moreover, the 10 square thick soil body can also become my own defense force. I believe that in the near future, I will be able to break through the profound entrance realm. Su Haoyan saw that his mood was agitated, and he subconsciously twisted his body a few times, crackling, quack, 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 like popping beans. Then, very casually, he threw a punch at a boulder. Boom! The boulder, like a piece of tofu, suddenly turned into a pile of rubble. Cool. The official is so handsome. Bai Suzhen stood next to her and watched with great brilliance. Although Su Haoyan's cultivation base is not worth mentioning, but his growth rate is astonishingly fast. Speed is not an exaggeration to describe it. Roar. A divine steed Lani horse was disturbed by the arrival of Su Haoyan and the 2. It roared and walked out of the cave. What a majestic winged horse, third grade profound entrance realm, very good. Let's use you to try the power of this young master's heaven-shaking spear. With that said, Xuanhuan took out the heaven-shaking divine spear from the storage bracelet. With a bang, Xuanhuan forcefully slammed the 10.5-foot-long body of the heaven-shaking spear to the ground. This gun is made of a mysterious extraterrestrial meteorite, with a gleaming azure light. The gun head is nearly half a zhang long, with a simple and elegant shape, without any fancy carvings, and a blue dragon hovering over the entire gun body. Domineering. What a great spear! Bai Suzhen's eyes lit up next to her, and she couldn't help but admire. Xuanhuan rubbed his hands excitedly, grabbed the spear and suddenly raised it. Nima. It's so heavy. However, compared to the time when he just got this gun, he was much more unlucky. After almost exhausting all his strength, he finally lifted the spear and stand firm. It's just that the chest rises and falls a little faster. Roar. The black-winged horse on the opposite side tilted its head and looked at it for a long time and finally launched the attack unbearably. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's eyes flashed ruthlessly, and he shot the winged horse without any fancy. Suddenly, the sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. The black-winged horse's fist-sized pupils shrank suddenly, with a look of contempt in his eyes, and he was about to dodge to the side. But it was too late. The heavy heaven-shaking divine spear slammed into its dark back. The powerful force made the whole body of the black-winged horse shatter, and before it fell to the ground, there was a bang, and the entire body of the horse shattered. It turned into a rain of blood scattered around. Seeing this scene, Bai Suzhen opened her mouth wide with a look of horror on her face. Yunar, the Xianlong summit held by Tianqian Kingdom is coming soon, because Yuzhou, where our Su family is located, is too far from the capital, and we can reach our destination only after passing through the other 6 families and 2 important sections. Therefore, in order to you can leave in 10 days in a hurry. On this day, Xuanhuan and Bai Suzhen had just left the forbidden area and returned to their residence when the patriarch Su Yun and Su Chengfeng clan elders came together, brought the long-awaited news to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was very calm on the surface, but he was extremely excited in his heart. This is a great opportunity to be famous. What a spectacular scene when dozens of state capitals and 3 major sects in the country gathered in the capital. In addition, all the tasks of the system are related to the Xianlong summit. Xuanhuan naturally wants to participate. A lot of growth value, prefecture level bodyguards, and skill inheritance. A chance to draw a lottery. Excited. Just thinking about it. Am I the only one participating in our Su family? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. Su Kuwei, Su Ningxue, Su Xiaodong, plus you, a total of 4 people will participate. I will lead the team and 20 leopard guards will escort the leopard division. But there may be more of the rest of the family. The old Su Chengfeng clan said bitterly. Ding. Trigger the side quest. Shoot the 13 sons of Tianqian with a gun. Reward 300,000 growth points. A chance to summon a super bodyguard. A chance to inherit skills. This can also trigger the task, and 300,000 growth points are not bad. If this is the case, the trip to the Tianqian Kingdom will not be so lonely. The 13 sons, I just heard about them before, how powerful they are. I have to weigh them. Afterwards, a few people chatted for a while, although Su Yun and Su Chunfeng were smiling on the surface. But in my heart I was already shocked. In a month's time, he has risen to 3 small realms in a row, and it is too conservative to describe it as a monster. Boom! A spear was stabbed, the blue light shone, and the void was stabbed by the heaven-shaking divine spear roaring. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye while Su Haoyan practiced his marksmanship. In the past 10 days, Su Haoyan did not step out of the Su family, and had been practicing hard. Since there was no suitable marksmanship, Su Haoyan had no choice but to find a decent low-level marksmanship in the family's treasure trove to practice. Such diligence made by Su Jin and everyone in the Su family amazed. On this day, Su Haoyan and Bai Suzhen packed their bags, and together with the other 3 children of the Su family, they rode in 3 carts and set off for the capital at 10 minutes at noon. It was originally decided that everyone would ride horses. However, Su Haoyan asked everyone to take a carriage instead, citing Bai Suzhen's long journey and fatigue. This move made the side disciple named Su Xiaodong very disdain. I went to the conference and brought my family with me. I was really a scoundrel. He looked down on Su Haoyan very much. But if he was told that Su Haoyan was already at the 6th rank of the profound entrance, would he still look down on him? A day later, Su Haoyan was sitting in the cart and was practicing the first transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons, Tianwu. Transformation. There was a sudden feeling in his heart. Ding! It's time to summon bodyguards once a month. Ding! Does the host summon bodyguards now? Call. Ding! The system starts to summon bodyguards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning Fairy Zixia. From. What? Fairy Zixia. I'll go. Great Fairy Ponzi, the origin of this is too big. A little liver tremor. Zixia and Qingxia were originally wicks entangled by the Buddha, and they fought fiercely in their previous lives. So the Buddha rolled the 2 of them together into a wick, and asked them to practice hard to resolve this grievance, but unfortunately it backfired and the fight was even worse than before. Later, Fairy Zixia fell in love with Monkey King, and there was a later movie. Quick, let me take a look at Fairy Zixia's personal attributes. Fairy Zixia, from. Race, Demon. Cultivation, 9th rank King level realm. Exercise method, 89 Xiangong. Supernatural powers, Ponzi Dafa, Ziwei sword art. Magic weapon, 9981 silver silk, crepe myrtle sword. Loyalty, 100/100. Nima. King level 9th grade, God is going to make me lucky. This super existence is also here to protect me, and my loyalty is at full value. Happiness is killing me. Guanren, with the pig-like look on your face, are you thinking of something unhealthy in your mind? Bai Suzhen, who was sitting next to Su Haoyan, saw Su Haoyan's mouth drooling with a smirk, and Bai Suzhen, who knew his character well, knew that there was nothing good in this kid's heart. Yeah, lady, go somewhere else, I don't think about anything official. I'm going. I was shot while lying down. Su Haoyan rubbed the soft flesh around his waist with a sad face. If the soft meat could speak, he would definitely resent Su Haoyan, the troublemaker. The news that the Su family, Su Haoyan, Su Kuwei, and other 4 people participated in the Xianlong summit spread like wildfire. The common people in Yuzhou heard the news and rushed to report it. Some were blessed, some were silent, and some were indifferent. In short, the general performance of the common people is fairly normal. With the arrival of evening, the sky turns dark, and it is not suitable to continue on the road surrounded by mountains. Elder Xuanhuan decided to camp on the spot to rest. It was too boring to stay in the car, and before Fairy Zixia appeared, Xuanhuan decided to practice marksmanship. Walking to an open space, he took out the heaven-shaking spear and began to dance. This move attracted Su Kuei, Su Ningxue, and the others. "Dude, how heavy is that gun?" Su Kuei opened his mouth wide and listened to the roaring sound in the air. His heart was speechless. The rest of the people also pointed at Xuanhuan's spear. Su Xiaodong still had a cold pair of eyebrows. Su Chengfeng was also surprised. But more than that is gratification. Hey, the Su family boy is quite diligent, but it's no use being diligent. At this moment, a negative voice suddenly passed into everyone's ears. All guards, prepare to meet. The leader of the Leopard Division is a master named Su Chenglong, a master of the 9th grade Great Perfection realm. Everyone calls it the Panther King. Although the Leopard King was startled by the sudden voice, he remained calm. Set up defense. Who? We are the Su family's team participating in the Xianlong Summit. Do you have any advice? The clan elder Su Chengfeng looked at the 4 men in black who appeared in front of the camp with a stern expression, and said solemnly, "These people have the lowest cultivation base, and they all have the 3rd or 4th rank of spirit transformation realm. In addition to this, there are also 2 Earth Wonderland Dzogchen monks." How could he not be shocked? However, he also has trump cards on his side. He glanced at Bai Suzhen, who was chatting with Xuanhuan, without a trace, and his heart was settled. "Hey, I'm here to save you in the next. Officer, there are people nearby, and I can smell the breath of Tianmen realm." Outside the cart, Bai Suzhen said to Xuanhuan, who was still concentrating on practicing marksmanship, "How is it better than you?" Xuanhuan stopped his gun and stood, looking at the man in black in the distance and asked, calmly, "Tianmen realm 4th grade. I can kill him in seconds." After staying with Xuanhuan for a long time, she also learned a lot of strange languages. "4th, what are you still dawdling about? Hurry up and kill them." An ethereal voice resounded from the mountains, causing the hair of the Su family's children present to rise. A trace of fear rose from his heart. "Old guy, who asked you to scare my brother Xuanhuan out loud?" Just then, a woman's voice suddenly appeared. It made everyone present, including those in black, stunned. "Ah. It's not noisy." Between the lightning and flint, before everyone could react, they saw a flash of purple light in the field, and then with a sound, a thing fell from the air. Everyone took a closer look, but it was a middle-aged man in black. What? The Tianmen cultivator just died like this. How is this possible? They all felt this was too weird. "Brother Xuanhuan, I'm Zixia." Immediately afterwards, a purple-clothed woman descended from the air and threw herself into Xuanhuan's arms with a look of excitement. Bai Suzhen was a little stunned at first, but in the blink of an eye she looked at Xuanhuan and the two with a smile. She was not jealous at all, because of the woman's embrace. When she thought about it, Xuanhuan would definitely dominate one side in the future, and it was normal to have several wives. And this girl is innocent and cute, but she is the best candidate in her heart. The beautiful and charming face of the purple-clothed woman was full of excitement. Cherry's small mouth was slightly open, and the big black eyes blinked, and Xuanhuan was confused for a moment by his charming appearance. "Haotian brother, have you forgotten? When I was young, I almost froze to death. It was you who gave me a bowl of hot noodles, and you put a padded coat on me. I have achieved what I am today. Today, Xiaozi, I came to go to you. Specially, I once swore to protect Brother Haotian forever. Brother Haotian. You won't drive me away, will you?" The girl looked at Xuanhuan pitifully, with a charming little appearance, which was lovable. "Of course not, come to Xiaozi to come to my sister," Bai Suzhen said with a smile. "Well, Xiaozi has worked hard for you." Xuanhuan stroked Xiaozi's smooth cheeks, his heart was overwhelmed. "Nima. This works too. The system is so awesome." Xuanhuan held the woman in his arms, and his heart was overjoyed. Fairy Zixia, who is 100% loyal, does nothing for him without any complaints. Such a charming and obedient fairy Zixia immediately caused Xuanhuan's evil fire to rise. "Xiaozi, come to my sister and let your brother Haotian do business." As soon as Bai Suzhen saw Xuanhuan's pig-like appearance, she knew that the little girl's actions made this guy angry. He quickly dragged Zixia over. "Cough, that Jinjin, give me all those guys, and let me take them on the road." In order to cover up his embarrassment, Xuanhuan had to let Bai Suzhen take action. "Officer, take good care of Zixia, I'll come when I go." At the end, he did not forget to warn Xuanhuan with his eyes. "Impossible, how can your Su family still have, ah?" Boom, boom, boom. Almost in the blink of an eye, Bai Suzhen put several men in black under control. Xuanhuan hugged Zixia and walked slowly to the men in black who were rolling on the floor. "What's the matter, don't you want to overtake us? Get up, come over. Here, bastard." As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan rushed out of the sword, and instantly pierced the head of a man in black. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the third rank cultivator in the spiritual transformation realm and rewarding him with 4,000 growth points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 4th grade cultivator of the spiritual transformation realm and rewarding him with 5,000 growth points. Your surname is Su, your journey will not be smooth. Divine religion will not allow your Tianxian kingdom to grow up. Divine religion? Hee, I said buddy, why don't you tell me what divine religion is, and I will let you live, what do you think? This deal is definitely worth it. Xuanhuan squatted down and said sincerely to the man in black who was in the great perfection realm of Wonderland. Boy, don't waste your time, our gods will not do that betrayal. If you want to kill you, you will be killed. Damn it, okay, the old guy has a lot of backbone, what kind of divine religion? A group of masters who bully the soft and fear the hard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Wonderland great perfection cultivator and rewarding him with 30,000 growth points. Old clan, have you heard of the divine teaching? After Xuanhuan killed all the men in black, he gained a total of 50,000 growth points. My heart was simply overwhelmed. But the appearance of the divine religion made him a little inexplicably worried. But after glancing at Zixia and Bai Suzhen hanging beside him, his heart was put down again. I now have 2 super bodyguards. Not to mention, walking sideways in Tianxian Kingdom is similar. Divine religion? I haven't heard of it, maybe the ancestors can know something. Su Qingfeng was also confused. Ding. Trigger the side quest. Smash the conspiracy of the gods. Mission. Resume. The gods are a mysterious organization in Xuanhu continent, which has been controlling many kingdoms and sects behind their backs. In order to suppress the expansion of the power of those who are manipulated, they secretly kill various forces. The favored son of heaven. The host successfully smashed the conspiracy of the gods during the Xianlong summit. Successfully rewarded 500,000 growth points, a chance to summon a bodyguard, and a chance to draw a random lottery. If the mission fails, all the early gains will be recovered. All repairs will be abolished. 4. Nima. This can also trigger side quests. The reward is rich, but the punishment is too sinister. However, I am afraid that he will kill his mother. Okay, no big deal. Let's rest. Afterwards, Su Haoyan took Bai Suzhen and Zixia back to the place where Chikai practiced guns. It's still early, and he's going to practice for a while. Damn, why does this guy have so many confidants? And everyone's strength is extremely terrifying. It seems that my desire to be the patriarch is shaken. Su Xiaodong looked at the intimate appearance of Su Haoyan's 3 people with hatred in his eyes. How did this guy become so strong, and the strength of the confidants around him is more terrifying. I really can't understand him. Su Kuei, Su Ningxue, and even the clan elder Su Chengfeng and the Leopard King couldn't help but gasp. The Su family is really about to rise. Everyone's heart couldn't help but raise such a belief. Use growth points. Cultivation. Su Haoyan held the heaven-shaking spear and danced in a dance. Still practicing diligently. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the 7th rank of the Profound Entrance realm. Ding. Congrats to the host of the 8th grade Advanced Profound Entrance realm. A series of 2 system prompts sounded, causing Su Haoyan to dance even more vigorously. Breakthrough, it's just unreasonable. The speed of the 3 boys. Cultivation is simply described as super speed. The Su Chengfeng clan was standing in the distance, with a look of shock on their faces. He found that he couldn't understand Su Haoyan at all. Early the next morning, the team packed up and set off. Nearly 10 minutes at noon, the team arrived at the location of the Qing family in Yuzhou. As long as you cross the territory of Yuzhou, where the Qing family is located, you will reach the boundary of another family. The team soon came to the gate of Yuzhou City, and the soldiers who were guarding the gate immediately sent officers and soldiers to check when they saw such a huge team. Although the various prefectures of Tianxian Kingdom are controlled by major families and sects, the officials of the prefectures are still dispatched by the capital. Although they are in the same state, the power of the family or sect is no less than that of the government officials. Mutual restraint and supervision. This is a major feature of Tianxian Kingdom. I am the old Su Chengfeng of the Su family in Yuzhou, and I took the younger generation of the Su family to the Xianlong summit. The old Su Chengfeng clan said loudly. The Xianlong summit was not only attended by the Su family. The Qing family will also participate. Therefore, Su Yun, the head of the Su family, and the head of the Qin family have been in touch with each other for a long time. The last general, Dong Zhuo, the deputy commander of Yuzhou, met with the elders of the Su family. The head of the Qin family made an explanation a few days ago. Once the team of the Su family arrived, they would immediately welcome them into the city. The elders of the family and everyone, please. Xuanhuan was sitting in the cart, with two beauties, just relying on him. Make him a little reluctant. However, during the daytime, he would practice marksmanship in the back of the car. After several days of diligent practice, he was finally able to stably dance the heaven-shaking spear. Xuanhuan's diligent spirit also infected everyone except Su Xiaodong, including the 20 leopard guards. While they admired Xuanhuan, they also took the time to practice. Under the leadership of the deputy commander, the team slowly walked into the city of Yuzhou. Where's Xuanhuan? Come out. Just after the Su family team entered Yuzhou City, a blue-robed youth stopped the team with a sword on his back. Third young master, this is the distinguished guest of the Qin family. You. Go away. What about the Qin family? Young master, you don't know the power behind me, right? It's just a small family. Will I take it seriously? The young man had a sarcastic look on his face. His chin was high, his eyes were arrogant, and he looked at the Su family team with cold and disdain. From time to time, there was a cold hum in the nose, and the voice was sharp and mean. As the disciple of Lingxi sect master, one of the 3 major sects of Tianqian nation, he is one of the 13 sons of Tianqian nation. He has arrogant capital. I even despise the flowers in these greenhouses. Think they are all a bunch of bumpkins who haven't seen the world. Who is he? Xuanhuan got out of the cart, stood on the car, and asked the guard beside him. The third young master of the city lord's mansion, the disciple of the sect. Master of the Lingxi sect. Wang Wuqing, recognized by the Tianqian kingdom as the proud son of the sky. One of the 13 sons. Leopard King Su Changlong said in a low voice. Wait, what's more than a thing, shouting? Do you know how to be polite? Tianqian kingdom's favorite son, one of the 13 sons. I didn't look for you, but you found me, and it happened to be solved together. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Wuqing, who was clamoring across from him with a playful expression. It stands to reason that with the status of Xuanhuan's family, it really can't compare to the status of a sect in Tianqian kingdom. But Xuanhuan, who had been reborn once, had an air of arrogance in his bones. Even a small squatter who was at the first rank of the profound entrance realm dared to shout in front of him, but his uncle couldn't bear it. Xuanhuan jumped out of the cart, and Bai Suzhen and Zixia also followed. Hey, which bastard are you, and what is your last name? Giggle. Officials are too bad. No, Brother Haoyan has learned badly. Bai Suzhen and Zixia followed Xuanhuan and laughed easily. She looks charming and cute. Let the guards beside you not only dry your mouth. Xuanhuan walked to the front of the team, facing Wang Wuqing, far away. Asked. The 2 women around him are so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful woman before. They are so beautiful. How can such beauty stand with this bastard? Flowers are stuck on cow dung. Wang Wuqing's eyes were already stunned by the beauty of Bai Suzhen and Zixia. I'm the 3rd young master of the city lord's mansion, Wang Wuqing. I'm a bastard. You scold me. Do you know who I am? How dare you scold me? Wang Wuqing was fascinated by the 2 daughters, Bai Suzhen and Zixia for a while. He didn't even notice the ambiguity in Xuanhuan's words. When he found out that he had been played naked by Xuanhuan, there was a sense of shame and anger in my heart. Especially in front of the woman you like. Kid, die, you will lose your life due to your ignorance. Even your family will be in a doom. Wang Wuqing was obviously furious to the extreme. With a cry from Song Ling, he pulled out the sword on his back, pulled out a sword flower to show off, and slashed towards Su Haoyan. Hee, this guy is really over his head. Even the proud people of Tianqian Kingdom dare to provoke him, he is just courting death. Su Xiaodong looked at Wang Wuqing with a face full of anger, and the gloating expression on his face became thicker. Wang Wuqing's anger shot made the guards of the city lord's mansion panic. A pair of eyes couldn't help looking at Su Qingfeng's clan elder. But at this time, the Su Qingfeng clan elder looked calm and relaxed. Just a joke. Do you still need to worry about the 8th grade entrance to the 1st grade entrance? As for the forces behind Wang Wuqing, he was even less worried. With the terrifying strength of the 2 girls beside the 3rd kid, I am afraid that the entire Tianqian nation has no rivals. How sure are you? Bai Suzhen turned her head and asked. A piece of shit. Su Haoyan replied easily. As soon as the words fell, Su Haoyan's arm moved, and the heaven shaking divine spear emerged, and the whole person suddenly rose from the ground, smashing at Wang Wuqing without pretentiousness. The 310 heaven-shaking divine spear smashed down with unparalleled momentum. The sound of breaking through the air caused the arrogant Wang Wuqing's complexion to change dramatically, and he was about to dodge. But it was too late. The heaven-shaking gun was too fast, so fast that he didn't have time to think. When he realized that he was invincible, the sword in his hand had shattered, and then the long spear hit his chest without hindrance. Boom! When the gun fell, Wang Wuqing was instantly torn apart by the powerful force, without even letting out a scream. The dead can't die anymore. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking one of Tianchuan's 13 sons. Damn, what 3 heads and 6 arms did my Xianshi-san have that day? That's all. 13 thirds, and 12 more, I'm looking forward to it. Su Haoyan looked at Wang Wuqing, who had been torn apart, with a look of contempt on his face. This scene made everyone open their mouths and eyes wide, with expressions of disbelief. The entire city gate fell into silence in an instant. Whether it is people or monks, or the guards of the city lord's mansion looked shocked at Su Haoyan's gun-wielding figure. Spike. It turned out to be an instant kill, the disciple of the dignified Lingxi sect's head, one of the 13 sons of Tianqian Kingdom, and the favored son of the heavens, actually did not even half a move in Su Haoyan's hands, so he was smashed, and his corpse was still in 10,000 pieces. That's Wang Wuqing, the 3rd son of the city lord. That's one of the 13 sons, the disciple of the sect master of the Lingxi sect. God, who is that guy who killed the 3rd son? Is he looking for death? Get away from him, so as not to harm the innocent. They are going to suffer. Su Haoyan ignored the surrounding discussions, waved his hand and put the God-shaking spear into the storage bracelet, and then returned to the cart, with the 2 girls with a smile on his face. You, how could you kill Wang Wuqing? That is one of the 13 sons, the genius of Lingxi sect. You have caused trouble for our Su family. Clan elder, hurry up, clear the line with him, or we Su family. The family will suffer. Su Xiaodong stared, pointed at Su Haoyan and roared sharply. 2 girls, follow me. In the future, when I become the head of the Su clan, I will make you the clan head's wife. This guy is a troublemaker, and following Him will only kill his life. Su Xiaodong came to Bai Suzhen and Zixia with a frenzied expression, and said. Happily. There was an undisguised greed in his eyes. Clan elder, didn't you hear what I said? Get rid of Su Haoyin. Su Xiaodong rubbed his hands and his eyes glowed red as he ordered. When the elder Su Qingfeng heard this, his face instantly darkened. Are you the patriarch? Why, how old are you? Even without Su Haoyin, it wouldn't be. Your turn. Got kicked in the head by a horse. Su Kuei and Su Ningxue looked at Su Xiaodong like a fool. Bai Suzhen and Zixia looked even more incredible. This guy was too fierce, and even digging his corner in front of Su Haoyin. Do you want to die? Are you stupid? Do you know what you're doing? Su Haoyin tilted his head and looked at the excited Su Xiaodong with a strange expression. How old are you? How dare you shout in front of Lao Tzu, and you still miss? Lao Tzu's woman, I think you are about to die. Su Haoyin's face flickered, and he punched Su Xiaodong. The power of the 9 stiffs overlapped in an instant, and an overwhelming force raged. He shot at Su Haoyin's head. Third boy, you can't. Su Qingfeng was shocked when he saw Su Haoyin raise his fist, and stopped, but it didn't work. Bump. The next second, Su Xiaodong's head shattered like a rotten watermelon. Black and white dripped all over the place. The scene was startling. You don't deserve the name of the Su family, garbage. Your whole family is garbage, bah. Glancing at Su Xiaodong's body without emotion, Su Haoyin turned and left. A pair of eyes shot out, staring at Su Kuei, Su Ningxue, and the many leopard guards, and returned to the cart with a cold snort. When everyone met Su Haoyin's blood-like eyes, all of them trembled, and their hearts trembled for no reason. This son will be a blockbuster, the family is not his post. Everyone's hearts jumped with such thoughts. Ding! Trigger the main quest and dominate the Xuanwu continent with a proud figure. Above all kingdoms, sects, and dynasties. The success of the quest will reward 90 million growth points. A chance to summon Tianji bodyguards, a chance to randomly draw a lottery, and a skill and opportunity for inheritance. The mission lasts 10 years. Damn it, pretending to slap the face is so powerful that it actually triggered the main quest. 90 million growth points, such a grand task. What a terrifying reward. In 10 years, I have to face the entire Xuanwu continent, and I have to stand out. Make a name for yourself. Challenging and dangerous. But I love it. Su Haoyin's heart was surging and his blood was boiling. Whether it is a past life or this life, Su Haoyin has a kind of ambition that dwarfs the heroes in his bones. Call out. The sound of breaking air came, and a black figure suddenly flew from the depths of Yuzhou City. The speed is fast and, just a moment ago, it was just a small black spot, and in a blink of an eye, he was already suspended in front of the crowd. He was wearing a black robe, and his silver hair fluttered in the wind. Hey, the 9th floor of the fairyland is perfect? The third young master seems to be in trouble. When everyone saw that the man in black robe turned out to be a high-level monk in the fairyland, they not only took a deep breath. They all felt that Su Haoyin was in danger. Who killed my son? Old man, who are you? Old man Wang Haoyin, you, what? Little bastard, you dare to scold me? The black-robed man was stunned for a while, then he realized in an instant that he was being tricked by the other party. Immediately, he became angry. Boy, don't use your tongue, let me ask you, did you kill Wang Guoqing? So what? Are you still kneeling and licking when someone else wants to rob your wife? Su Haoyan stood on Che Yuan and asked, with a look of contempt. What a mess, since you killed my son, then you will take your life. Official man, let me go, dare to threaten you, I really don't know whether to live or die. Stay alive. Su Haoyan said quickly. I know the official. As soon as Bai Suzhen's voice fell, she floated up, and then pointed out. Lightly. Boom. This fluttering finger pointed out that the world changed color. The terrifying coercion spread instantly, accompanied by the rolling thunder. Everyone present trembled from the inside to the outside. This kind of coercion made the black-robed man, who had a disdainful face on the opposite side, turn pale in shock. To go back quickly. But he couldn't move no matter what. Tianmen realm? Impossible, this is impossible, how can there still be Tianmen realm powerhouses in the Su family? He held back his trembling body and looked at the terrifying finger in horror. He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he spit out a big mouthful of blood with a wow. You, how is that possible? Tianmen realm, no, this is impossible? The man in black robe was half lying on the ground with a look of horror on his face. Under this pressure, his whole body was shattered, and his cultivation base fell to the bottom. This was still Bai Suzhen only using half of her strength, otherwise Wang Outyan would have turned into a pile of meat. What happened at this moment made him terrified, but also more desperate. You can't kill me. I'm the state official appointed by the kingdom. If you kill me, you'll be in trouble. I tell you to let me go quickly, or your entire clan will be wiped out. There is no threat in Wang Outyan's words. He was sure that Su Haoyan did not dare to kill him for the sake of the family's future. When he catches his breath, he must destroy his entire clan. A snow today's shame. When Su Haoyan heard this, his eyes flashed coldly, dare to threaten the old man, just like your son, it is the rhythm of courting death. Bump. With an unpretentious punch, Wang Outyan's head shattered like a rotten watermelon. He and his son made a pair of fathers with the same fate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 9th grade. Fairyland. Gained 11,000 growth points. Does the host use growth value now? Use. Cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the 9th rank of the Profound Entrance realm. That's right, I'm just one step away from entering the spirit realm. When Su Haoyan reversed the cart, he didn't pay any attention to the state city guards who were horrified. Ah. It's not good, the young master of the Su family killed the king of the city. Come on, hurry up and return to the capital to report this to the emperor. What? The Su family's doll is so bold, the Su family is in a big trouble this time. Young man, it's too impulsive. The incident of Su Haoyan killing the city lord Wang Outyan was like a gust of wind that instantly swept through the entire Yuzhou city. On the streets, people talk about this explosive news the most. Not surprisingly, everyone was not optimistic about Su Haoyan's fate. Even the future of the Su family. For a time, killing the city lord pushed Su Haoyan to the forefront. The third boy is too domineering, and he will kill the official of the state government on the spot with a word of discord. This will bring unexpected disasters to the Su family, but with the unfathomable cultivation of the Second daughter next to him, I am afraid he will still be in Tianqian Kingdom. No one dares to provoke him. Maybe the three boys can break the pattern of Tianqian Kingdom that has remained unchanged for 100 years. The eyes of the old Su Qingfeng clan flickered, looking at Su Haoyan's back with a thoughtful look. Zhenzhen, Zixia, am I handsome? He's handsome, he's just brave. But he did a good job today, so I'll give you a reward. As Bai Suzhen said that, she pecked at Su Haoyan's face. He, I'll come too. Zixia also learned to kiss. This is the end? Su Haoyan asked with a sad face. Otherwise, what are you going to do, giggle, when your cultivation surpasses mine? I will give you a surprise. Bai Suzhen smiled charmingly and said softly. Yes, brother Haoyan is someone who wants to do big things, so he can't indulge in women's sex. Zixiao's charming and cute appearance made Su Haoyan have the urge to hug him. Cultivation, I want to practice, for the sake of sex life, work hard to cultivate. What? The city lord was defeated by a beautiful woman without a single move. And he was beaten to death by Su Haoyan? How is that possible? The city lord Wang is a monk of the 9th grade Great Perfection realm in the Wonderland. Unless the Tianmen realm makes a move, isn't it? At this time, in the Qin family's mansion in Yuzhou City, Qin Tian, the head of the Qin family, suddenly stood up from his seat and looked at the person who was standing in the hall with an incredible look. The patriarch guessed right, that was Su Haoyan's woman, a woman with a terrifying cultivation in the Tianmen realm. And Su Haoyan himself killed Wang Guoqing, one of the 13 sons, in one move. Su Haoyan must be at the Xuanhuan realm. Quickly, recruit all the family members. Let's go to welcome the Su family. The horror in Qin Tian's heart could no longer be added. One door for 2 days. Only Beijia has such a heritage. Now the Su family also has such strength. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. Tianqian Kingdom will change sooner or later. At this time it was time to stand in line, and the Qin family had no choice but to choose the Su family. If you let him know that Su Haoyan also has a cultivator in the heavenly realm, I don't know how he will feel. As for whether the Emperor Tianqian Kingdom's anger would make the Qin family anger, he wouldn't worry. There are only 2 Tianmen cultivators in the entire Tianqian Kingdom. The heart is more than enough. This also led to the fact that the Bei family was the dominant family in Tianqian Kingdom. Even if the emperor's heart was full of anger, he had to endure this breath. Who makes the royal wrist less hard? Oh, the old Su family has worked hard all the way. Please sit inside. The guards have also worked hard. Please come in quickly. Who is the third young master? I have heard for a long time that there are dragons and phoenixes among the 3 young masters. This time I must get to know each other. As soon as the Su family's team arrived outside the Qin family's house, Qin Tian's eyes, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly lit up, and strode up to greet them. How enthusiastic the attitude is! Especially the Su Haoyan mentioned at the end made the Qin family feel ashamed. This flattery snapped loudly. When did the Qin family start doing this? Feeling extremely embarrassed on his face. Moreover, because of Su Haoyan's bold actions, the Su family is on the cusp of a storm. If one is not good, one will end up ruining one's family. What they didn't understand was why the patriarch would do such a fiery thing. Isn't this a disaster for the family? It's just that the Qin family is still the largest patriarch, and the ancestors have ended their retreat, and they deliberately waited for the arrival of the Su family in the clan. This is really weird. Could it be that the ancestor of the Su family was not there in person? This Qin family leader is about to kneel. Xuanhuan got out of the car, glanced at the smiling head of the Qin family, and said with emotion, "Brother Haoyan, what is the rhythm of kneeling?" Zixia looked puzzled. "It's just to take refuge in the Su family, to flatter. This Qin family leader is really a hero, and it's a bit interesting for the family to be able to bend and stretch." Xuanhuan glanced at Xianhuan and Zixia, rubbed her Xiaochung's nose, and said softly, "Brother Haoyan, the Qin family has the aura of a Tianmen cultivator." Zixia looked at the Qin family mansion and said indifferently, "Yeah, the official, the fourth grade of Tianmen. But it doesn't matter if the cultivation is not high." Bai Suzhen also chuckled lightly and said in a light tone, "For the two women, the little Tianmen stage 4 rank didn't take it to heart at all. Hey, with Xinjin and Zixia here, I dare to pull the emperor off his horse. Let's go and meet the proud head of the Qin family." Xuanhuan led the two daughters with a proud look and walked towards the oncoming patriarch Qin. Virtue. Brother Haoyan is so bad. This one must be the third young master, and seeing it today really lives up to its reputation. When the patriarch Qin saw the arrogant young man approaching, especially the two daughters, Bai Suzhen and Zixia beside him, his pupils shrank suddenly. At the same time, a storm had already set off in his heart. Hey, too, how is that possible? Why do both of them give themselves a very dangerous feeling? Could it be that the rumor is wrong? The Su family has 3 Tianmen realm? This is unlikely. He, the head of the Qin family, is more polite. The boy he can let Uncle Qin's father welcome him. It's a sin, a sin. Xuanhuan looked polite, not like the domineering young master who killed Wang Outyan. Haha, what is your nephew talking about? You and I have been friends from generation to generation. When my nephew came to my uncle's house, how could I not go out to greet him in person? I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for several years, my nephew has become a great nephew. Toshiro is extraordinary. His looks are outstanding. How could Qin Tian let go of this opportunity to please Xuanhuan? All kinds of good words and all kinds of words to praise Xuanhuan will come out. Su Kuei, who was passing by, all looked sideways. Is this the legendary flatterer? I'm dizzy. Su Hao wiped his cold sweat secretly, and walked into the Qin family mansion, with Qin Tian with a strange expression on his face. Everyone, this is our ancestor of the Qin family. I learned that you are here today, so I went out to receive you. In the living room of the Qin family, everyone filed in, but saw an old man with white hair and a wrinkled face sitting in the first place, looking at them blankly. Especially your sister, it's not that we have masters here, he is afraid of sitting on wax. Xuanhuan glanced at Qin Tian with contempt and scorned. Su Chongfeng pays a visit to the ancestor of the Qin family. You are in good health. Well, you have a heart. As soon as the words fell, the ancestor of the Qin family stood up abruptly, bowed to Xuanhuan and clasped his fists, and said, "Two fellow Taoists, please sit up, the little old man has lost his way. Forgiveness, forgiveness. I'm crazy. I thought I was full of charm, sir, but it turned out to be 4 The two ladies. Damn old guy, he really has no eyesight. I don't know if I have the final say among the three. Officer, sit down. With the support of Bai Suzhen and Zixa's two daughters, Xuanhuan sat down on the chair next to the Qin family patriarch. The two chairs are parallel, not separated from each other. In other words, when Xuanhuan sat down, he was on an equal footing with the ancestor of the Qin family. But the two girls sat in the position behind Xuanhuan. In such a situation, a discerning person would know at a glance that the second daughter is mainly Xuanhuan. What happened in front of him was beyond his worldview. Let the ancestor of the Qin family fall through his glasses. At the same time, there seemed to be 10,000 wild horses galloping past in my heart. It made him sit, and neither did not sit, nor did he sit. An old face instantly turned black and purple. Originally, the ancestor of the Qin family had only one purpose to come out. Today, that is, to meet the Tianmen cultivators in the Su family team for a while. It was just this sight that made a storm surge in his heart. The woman in white clothes was fine, but he was also terrified of the ninth rank of the Tianmen realm. It's really that the other party's cultivation base is much higher than his. Let him have to deal with it carefully. But another woman in purple clothes made him unable to see the depth at all. There is only one explanation for this situation: the other party is in all likelihood a king-level cultivator. It's just that such an ancestor-level figure actually treats this kid Xuanhuan with the attitude of a servant. Make him feel unreal. Old ancestor Qin, please take a seat too. I am really flattered by the arrival of the boy, and you have to receive him in person. It makes me a little embarrassed. But you are polite, I can't help but give face. I'm relying on it. Boy, is that for you? That's for those two female Taoists. Okay? Can you give me a face? The ancestor of the Qin family has a black line on his forehead, and this guy's face is too thick. Made him lose his temper. However, it can also be seen from this matter that the two women in front of them are actually dominated by Xuanhuan. Seeing the intimacy of the three, the ancestors of the Qin family are already numb. This Su family boy, Hida Hineng, can actually make Tianmen realm, Tian level realm cultivator a confidant. No reason. Shameless, Wangpa sells melons and brags about herself. Sister Zhenzhen, don't you know, Brother Xuanhuan has always been known for his thick skin. It's not surprising. Cough, two ladies, save me some face in front of outsiders. Xuanhuan said with a serious face. Giggle, virtue. The three of them laughed indifferently. Didn't feel anything wrong at all. Unaware of this situation, everyone present was instantly petrified. That, Elder Su, please take a seat. After a while, Qin Tian broke the embarrassing situation. Said quickly and enthusiastically. I don't know where the two fellow Taoists are practicing. If I have time in the future, I would like to visit the two of you. Although old ancestor Qin sat down, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was really frightened by the two daughters, by Suzhen and Zixia. After thinking about it, I was still a little unwilling to test the road. No need, my two ladies will naturally live with you in the future. Could it be that old ancestor Qin has a hobby of nurturing women from a good family? Xuanhuan has two masters in charge, so naturally he is not afraid of the old guy from the Qin family. He directly blocked old ancestor Qin's temptation and took the opportunity to damage the opponent once. Bold, Xuanhuan, you are arrogant, you Shut up, old ancestor doesn't have the right to speak here, get out. What? As soon as the voice fell, old ancestor chinned through his sleeves, and a thin figure flew up from the hall in an instant, and landed outside the door with a plop. That's it, what do children interrupt when adults talk? Xuanhuan reprimanded in a pretentious manner. He didn't have a cold for that kid for a long time. From the moment he entered the door, he has been staring at the two girls, making Xuanhuan jealous. That Su Xiaoxia is embarrassed, the child is ignorant, I hope you don't take it to heart. I will discipline the clan later. The ancestors of the Qin family were very depressed. Didn't I see the ancestors? I was arrogant, you jumped out and shouted, you really don't know whether to live or die. Official man, there was a little tiger demon hidden on that kid just now. It looks like he was just born. Bai Suzhen secretly said. Little tiger demon? Is this kid trying to get a demon pet? It's too vulgar. Xuanhuan shook his head secretly, not caring about it. Bai Suzhen thought about it and shook her head to forget about it. Su family boy, angry, too angry. Angry people don't pay for their lives. In front of the younger generation of the Qin family, he stinks the ancestors of the Qin family, and makes the other party lose his temper, while making everyone in the Su family feel incredible. Their faces are full of pride. When will the Su family stand up straight and speak? However, several elders of the Qin family all had black faces. This time, the Qin family was a shame. Not only did the patriarch pat people's ass and slap his ass, even his ancestors lost their temper after being damaged by a junior from the Su family. Who makes people's wrists tough? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully overpowering the ancestors of the Qin family. A special reward of 10,000 growth points. A chance to summon a bodyguard at the prefecture level. Whether the host uses the growth value now, or chooses to use it for an extended period. Choose to extend. Now is not the time to step up, the old guy in front of him is a person, don't let him discover the secrets of the system. Choose to summon bodyguards now. Ding. Starting to summon bodyguards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the nine-headed lion. From. What is it? Nine-headed lions. Tai's car for saving the suffering Tianzuan. This is too funny. I brought everyone's cars. Didn't I tell you, all the bodyguards who have been summoned have been tampered with their memories by the system. Besides, this nine-headed Yuanqing has been sanctified in the flesh, which is incomparably stronger than that of Journey to the West. Actually, there are different opinions on the matter of Jiutou Yuanqing being a demon. The most credible version is that Tai Jiuku Tianzuan had an appointment with Guanyin Bodhisattva and sent Jiuling Yuanqing to the lower realm. The official reason was to use it as a difficulty in obtaining scriptures, to sweep away the demon forces in Yuhua Prefecture, so as to promote the peaceful development of Taoism and Buddhism. Another version is that Taisheng Laojun was dissatisfied with the emperor and planned to rebel. He joined forces with Tai to save the suffering Tianzuan to harm the heavenly court. Deliberately put the nine-headed Yuanqing down as a demon. But no matter whether the legend is true or not, the strength of the nine-headed Yuanqing is one of the indispensable aids for the host to succeed. Xuanhuan was stunned to hear that this nine-headed sage still has such a history. According to this, Jiutou Yuanqing was forced to become a demon. Poor lion. Let me take a look at the attributes of the nine-headed lion. 9 lions, from aliases, Jiuling Yuansheng. Race, Leo. Cultivation, Emperor Grade 5. Technique, Divine Art of Shooting. Divine Ability, Devouring the Sky and Shaking the Earth, 9 heads devouring. The Soul. Magic Weapon, Golden and Bright Silver Hammer. Loyalty, 100/100. The 5th rank Emperor level realm is very lucky. Haha, it's the right time for the 9-headed Yuansheng to come. It can be said that it is a blessing in disguise. Su Xiaoxia, you are happy with your grievances. You don't know that Wang Outyan is a state official sent by the capital, and Wang Wuqing, as a disciple of the sect master of the Lingxi sect, obeys his status, and the Lingxi sect will not let it go. You are offended together. The two major forces, even if the Su family has 3 Tianmen realm, cannot stop the revenge of the two major forces. I wonder if Master Su has a good strategy to resolve the current crisis? The ancestor of the Qin family reminded Su Haoyan only because of the sadness of the rabbit and the fox. At the same time, there is also the intention of further testing. After all, choosing a team also depends on whether the team is worth it or not. It doesn't matter, it's just a few clowns jumping on the beam. Besides, the mountain man has his own plan. Do you think that a smart and beautiful boy like me will fight an uncertain battle? Su Haoyan raised his head, his chin was raised high, and he looked like a defiant stinky fart. Annoying by Suzhen, Zisha covered her mouth and chuckled. This kid is too good at pretending. Does he really have a killer, or is he just impulsive? But can the person who can make the two mysterious powerhouses return to be a fool? In the early morning of the second day, the proud sons of the Su and Qin families who attended the meeting, under the urging of the two guards, prepared to leave Yuzhou City from the north gate and went straight to the next city, Shizhou. What was unexpected was that just as everyone arrived at the city gate, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. The horses the guards were riding also panicked. The hissing sound kept coming. Bai Suzhen and Zisha's expressions changed at the same time, only to hear Bai Suzhen shouting loudly, "No, official, there are monsters rushing towards Yuzhou City." Yeah, Brother Haoyan, and he's still a large group of monsters. Could it be a beast tide? Su Haoyan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of the usual plot in the novel. Any time at this time is the moment when the protagonist is about to pretend to be slapped in the face. Is it my turn today? With this thought, Su Haoyan's eyes suddenly lit up, and his face was full of eagerness to try. Brother Haoyan, this wave of monsters turned out to be led by a monster king. But here's the strange thing. It stands to reason that the monster king will not easily appear in places where humans gather. This fellow Daoist is right, but the beast tides in Yuzhou City have not happened once or twice. But this is the first time such a large beast tide has occurred. Could it be that there is something wrong with the demon clan? The ancestor of the Qin family, who was standing at the gate of the city, said with a solemn expression, "Quick, close the city gate. All the state guards go up to the city tower and activate the protective formation to stop the beast tide." The captain of the guard guarding the city responded quickly and shouted, "Quickly." At the same time, they set foot on the city gate first. At this moment, outside the north gate of Yuzhou, a long black line appeared on the horizon in the distance. From a distance, you can feel the violent and raging aura of the monster. In the blink of an eye, a huge number of monsters rushed in. Most of them were first and second level monsters, but if you looked carefully, there were no third level monsters among them. There are pythons as thick as grinding discs, and wolf demons as large as hills. All kinds of monsters, with blood-red eyes, roared and slammed into the city wall. The guards on the city wall saw this, their faces suddenly turned pale, their calves cramped, and their chests were heaving violently. It was obvious that they were extremely afraid. When Xuanhuan and the others set foot on the city wall, they happened to see the scene where the beasts roared and slammed into the city wall without fear of death. This scene made Su Kuei, Su Ningxue, and several juniors of the Qin family tremble with fear. They were used to being pampered, and they had never seen such a shocking scene before. Why is there such a large-scale beast tied? Has there been such a huge beast tied in Yuzhou before? Xuanhuan asked with a frown as he watched the monster under the city slamming into the wall. Suicidal beast tides often occur. In the past, only a dozen or 20 first and second level monsters came to harass them and then retreated. But this is the first time such a large-scale beast tide has occurred. I don't know when it will end, the guard guarding the city said sadly. The Demon King can easily gather a large number of demon beasts, thereby launching a large-scale beast tide. The reason is nothing more than revenge on humans. The Demon King opposite is a Tiger Demon King. Bai Suzhen glanced at the patriarch of the Qin family, and the patriarch of the Qin family flashed fiercely. If I'm not wrong, there is a newly born little tiger demon on the body of the kid who was instigated by you just now. You have the patriarch of the Qin family. What's your opinion? What? Could it be that the kid really stole other people's children? That's no wonder. If your child is lost, you are in a hurry. When Xuanhuan heard Bai Suzhen's remarks, his eyes suddenly lit up, with the disposition of a monster that would definitely retaliate against him. It seems that this is really caused by the kid. When Xuanhuan heard Bai Suzhen's remarks, his eyes suddenly lit up, with the disposition of a monster that would definitely retaliate against him. It seems that this is really caused by the kid. Bastard, hurry up and call Qin. Although the ancestor of the Qin family also found something on Qin Yi's body, he didn't take it seriously at all. It is also normal for humans to find a monster as a pet. But it's not good for you to catch any monsters. You have to catch the children of the Tiger Demon King. It really is more than enough to fail. Ancestor, I just picked up a little tiger on a nearby mountain, and brought it back when it looked cute. I really didn't know he was the descendant of the Demon King. Qin Yi, whose face was blue and purple, knelt down in front of his ancestors. In fear, and trembled. He would pass through intermittently. Then the trembling will not open his eyes. Little tiger demon. Take it out. What a cute little tiger, Brother Haoyan, shall we adopt him? When Zixia saw Xiaohu's cute appearance, her love overflowed. No, do we still need it in exchange for the safety of the people in the city? Seeing this, the head of the Qin family changed dramatically, and hurriedly interjected. It's too late to say anything. With the nature of the Demon King, even if you return the little tiger demon, it will kill you to dispel the hatred in your heart. The Demon King, who can launch such a large-scale beast tide, is obviously one of the Demon Kings. The strong. Bai Suzhen looked at Qin Yi, who was kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly, with a cold face, and said solemnly to Qin Tian, who was nervous. No, there's a big hole in the city wall, hurry up, take remedial measures. Quickly, or the monsters will only enter the city in an instant. The head guard looked pale, sweating profusely, looking at the collapsed corner of the city wall, roaring loudly. Brute! What? The ancestor of the Qin family was so angry that he killed Qin, who was kneeling on the ground with one palm. The safety of the Qin family and the people of the whole city is due to your greed. Death is not a pity. Officer, do you need me and Zixia to take action? Bai Suzhen said to Su Haotian. She is also a demon king, so she is naturally competent to stop the monsters' attack. Moreover, Zixia's strength is higher than her, and she is fully capable of solving the current crisis. Su Haotian shook his head and said, "Don't worry, let's talk about it before. The city is broken, and we are not living live?" A look of doubt flashed across Bai Suzhen's eyes, but she didn't ask any further questions. She was already immune to the weird words that Su Haotian often said in his mouth. As a normal human being, Su Haotian didn't want to see the people of the whole city buried in the mouths of thousands of monsters. But the Qin family has to bear it by themselves, and some punishments must be endured. This is a warning to them. It's really not good. When the city is broken, it's not too late to take another shot. Boom. Boom. Countless monsters slammed into the city wall without fear of death, and even the blood splashed on the spot did not scare away many monsters. Nima. These monsters are completely insane. Why should they lose so many lives for a little monster tiger? Su Haotian looked at the mountain of monster corpses below, and was speechless. Officiant, something is wrong. It stands to reason that the tiger demon only needs to take back his own child, and he will retreat after frightening the people of Yuzhou City. After all, the monster is in an absolute disadvantage in the Xuanwu continent. In order to preserve the strength of the monster clan, it shouldn't be so high profile for the Demon King. Could it be that there is something hidden in this? What's the secret? Could there be a human being controlling this beast tide? When Su Haotian heard Bai Suzhen's analysis, he began to wonder. These monsters have blood-red eyes one by one, obviously being controlled. Hey, how dare you disturb my family's car driving, courting death? At this moment, a huge roar resounded through the sky, suddenly came from the side of the beast group, and the earth trembled, not to mention the people on the city wall. The grandeur of its sound is unbelievable. Bai Suzhen and Zixia looked at each other, their expressions changed. Official man, there is a super strong here. Yes, Brother Haotian, this person is so powerful. Su Haotian was very excited. Could it be that the nine-headed Yuansheng arrived? With the splendid name of the nine-headed lion, I am afraid that they will not reason with these low-level monsters, and it is very reasonable not to sweep the area. Jiutou Yuansheng, I hope you will not disappoint me. Boom. A loud noise like a cloud-piercing crack sounded from the middle of the beast tide, and countless monsters were suddenly lifted up. Countless flesh and blood raged, as if a rain of blood suddenly fell out of nowhere. It caused a magnificent visual impact to everyone on the city wall. Immediately afterwards, a silver chain swept across, and the middle of the beast horde seemed to be crushed by a heavy tank, leaving a thick layer of flesh and blood. As the distance between them drew closer, everyone finally saw who was coming. But just because they saw it clearly, everyone took a deep breath. I saw that this man was wearing a leather coat and leather armor, and he was extremely tall and burly. He was muscular and broad-shouldered. standing there. Like a hill. This burly man, like a small mountain iron tower, held two golden and bright silver hammers the size of a grinding disc in his hands, and rushed towards the city gate with great strides, and the countless monsters he passed were all broken into pieces. The means are extremely cruel. Sure enough, it was him. When Xuanhuan saw this big man like an iron tower, he immediately recognized the history of this person. No, it should be the origin of this beast. The nine-headed lion and the nine-headed Yuanqing did not disappoint me. Officer, do you know this demon? As the Demon King, Bai Suzhen, could have course see the real body of this burly man. Confidential. Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously. Cut, what a great thing. Virtue. After staying with Xuanhuan for a long time, they can occasionally pop up some strange words. Nine-headed Yuanqing has not transformed at this time and still maintains a human face. I saw his square head, big ears, big nose, and wide mouth. A long blonde hair casually scattered behind his head. He was also covered in a layer of golden hair. The exposed skin shone with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Under his hammer, 10,000 monsters instantly turned into a rain of blood, as if they were paper paste. As expected of the nine-headed lion known for its fierceness, this appearance is simply shocking. This big guy is too fierce. Is this still a human? Everyone on the city wall, including the ancestors of the Qin family, exclaimed repeatedly, and even Xuanhuan, who was mentally prepared, had a shocking feeling. System, how heavy is Dou Yuanqing's golden and bright silver hammer? Each one weighs 13,000 caddies. The system's answer made Xuanhuan open his mouth in disbelief. It's so shocking. Official man, is this big man really here to defect to you? How is this possible? Yeah. You are an official, I am a jade tree, and you are suave. It always attracts the strong to defect. Is there anything strange? Xuanhuan was covered with both hands, raised his head to the sky, and squinted at a 45-degree angle, with a lonely expression on the face of a strong man. Less stinky and beautiful, and the suaveness can attract a burly man? Brother Xuanhuan, do you want to be a base? Zixia covered her mouth and chuckled softly, and said narrowly, I don't know what Zixia is doing, but it must not be a good word. Because this appeared in Xuanhuan's mouth. Smelly girl, do I still use it to make a base with you? Xuanhuan had a black line on his forehead. This girl has learned badly. Master, I am Dou Yuanqing. I came here to defect after learning that my master is once again, and I wish to ensure that my master achieves a hegemony. The loud noise that shook the mountains rolled in, causing the ears of everyone on the city wall to buzz. But it was too late for everyone to sight the loud voice of this burly man. At this moment, they all looked at Xuanhuan, who was standing tall and straight, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Could it be that this burly man came to defect to Xuanhuan? Impossible. How could he make such a strong man willing to surrender? This is not logical. Ignoring the horrified eyes of everyone, Xuanhuan turned his attention to the stalwart figure under the city again. Ha ha ha, Yuanqing, I'm so happy that you can come. With your help, my hegemony will surely come true. Xuanhuan used all his strength to spread his voice far away. The nine-headed Yuanqing, who heard this voice, was greatly excited, shouted loudly, and fought harder. Xuanhuan did not hide his ambitions at all, so that everyone who heard this was shocked. This son can have such heroic ambitions, he is really a hero. The ambition of the third boy turned out to be so grand, let me just say, a small family can't tie him at all. The third brother is going to be a blockbuster, and the Su family is about to rise. Is this still Xuanhuan? How can it look so unfamiliar, but more manly? Tianqian Kingdom is about to change. At this moment, this kind of absurd, but extremely real idea occurred in everyone's heart. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering tiger roar came from far and near. Let everyone's heart shake violently. Jiutou Yuanqing also stopped moving forward and looked back. Nine-headed Yuanqing stood in the midst of the beast tide, and there was a vacuum within 100 zhang, and no monster dared to approach him. It can be seen what kind of shadow the nine-headed Yuanqing has left in the hearts of these monsters. The Demon King is here, Bai Suzhen said. Make everyone on the wall nervous. Some demon kings are of the same rank as human monks in the Tianmen realm. There are also high-level demon kings whose strength is equivalent to that of a king-level monk. But with the combat power of monsters, human monks of the same rank are not the combined power of the monster king at all. However, with the terrifying strength of Jiutou Yuanqing, the demon king should go around him. A kitten who has just advanced to the demon king dares to come out and call it cha-cha, it is really courting death. Jiutou Yuanqing snorted coldly, lifted the silver hammer, and waited for the arrival of the demon king who was bursting with monstrous winds. Roar. The domineering roar sounded again, followed by a burly red figure flashing out at the end of the beast tide, with red light shining all over his body, stepping on the rolling flames, and coming with the fierce demon wind. The momentum is soaring to the sky. The demon wind and flames were approaching, and everyone could see the true face of the red figure of Mount Lu. The tiger-headed body was wrapped in a layer of fiery red armor. The muscles are knotted, and the whole body seems to be full of explosive power. Who are you? Why do you want to help humans? Although the tiger demon king angrily questioned the nine-headed Yuanqing, his voice was much softer. Nine-headed Yuanqing's breath made him feel like he was facing the demon emperor. Could this mysterious powerhouse be an emperor-level powerhouse? Damn human cult monk, deceived me so hard. The tiger demon king growled helplessly in his heart. Humph, as a demon king of a family, you are willing to be bewitched by the evil demons. I ask you, where is your dignity as a demon king? They were close to each other, and with his emperor-level cultivation, he could easily detect the demonic aura on the tiger demon king. Although I feel the aura of the demon king in you, as a demon king, I will not be bewitched by you. Die. The tiger demon king felt sad in his heart, because he was greedy for a while, and was bewitched, so that it was impossible to turn back at this time. Since you are willing to be manipulated, I will fulfill you. Nine-headed Yuanqing's pale golden face flashed with anger, and he smashed it with a double hammer. Thump. A thunderous impact sounded, and in the shock of everyone's astonishment and jaw-dropping, the tiger demon king's head was like a rotten watermelon, and it was directly smashed by a golden, bright and silver hammer. The screen freezes here. With a hammer, the mountains and rivers are fixed, and the world is silent. Even the monsters that were still running around stopped moving, and they quietly watched the blood and flesh of the tiger demon king scattered in all directions, and the blood in their eyes gradually faded. Humph, it's true that success is not enough and failure is more than failure. The monster's head has few roots. Although it is easy to control, it has many disadvantages. Xuanhuan? Humph. Just as the beast tide gradually faded away. When everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a young man in black among the many monks in Yuzhou City had a black light flashing in his eyes, turned around and disappeared into the crowd. A demon king who was at least at the Tianmen realm was so easily obliterated. Everyone on the wall fell silent. This is the gap in strength. Those with low strength will be instantly killed in front of those with high strength. Ah, no, the murderer is here. At this moment, Jiutou Yuanxing jumped and flew towards the top of the city. Boom! The city wall shook for a while, and everyone felt their feet tremble. The next second, a burly man like an iron tower appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this, Kudu's heart was broken, and they wanted to take out their weapons to defend themselves. But at this moment, Xuanhuan rubbed his hands and walked towards the giant man. Yuanxing, you've worked hard, I didn't expect you to save me a disaster. When you came, welcome. Ha ha ha. When Xuanhuan said this, Jiutou Yuanxing opened his mouth and laughed. Then he knelt down on one knee and said, Master, Yuanxingta has come to defect and help Master achieve hegemony and create brilliance. Whoa! Although I learned from Xuanhuan that this big man came to defect to him. But at this time, the big man himself admitted that even those who were mentally prepared could not help but take a deep breath. Who is the Xuanhuan? Why are there always strong people around him? How did he do that? Is this still the third young master of the Su family? My choice is really not wrong. This is the most correct time for the Qin family to stand in line. The Su family eats meat, and the Qin family also eats soup. At this time, Xuanhuan's image has become infinitely taller in the hearts of everyone. Ha ha ha, Yuanxing, hurry up, your presence makes me very happy. I didn't expect Yuanxing to be so majestic and imposing. Xuanhuan did not hesitate to move out a lot of praise words. Master, it is an honor for my Tianchu family to serve you. Without you, there would be no Tianchu family, and there would be no me now. Jiutou Yuanxing was very excited, and his pale golden face was full of sincerity. Jiutou Yuanxing, why do you call Brother Haoyan the master? Zixiakio's face flickered with doubt, and she couldn't help asking. Who is this? Jiutou Yuanxing saw that a woman interjected and interrupted his conversation. With the master. With his temper, he was already flattened with a hammer. However, this woman and Xuanhuan are very close and intimate. Obviously the relationship is not normal. He couldn't swing the hammer. Haha, come, Yuanxing, let me introduce you. It turned out that the two mistresses arrived, and Yuanxing paid tribute to the two mistresses. After Xuanhuan's introduction, Jiutou Yuanxing was really surprised. The master is indeed a young hero, and the women around him have such a high level of cultivation. It's amazing. Hey, you haven't told me why you called him master? It's a long story. It was a night with few stars 10 years ago, or when I was a child, I was rescued by the master. I managed to survive under the care of the master. 2 years later, the master released me. Returning to the mountains and forests gives me the opportunity now. Since then, I have vowed to take Xuanhuan as my master and accompany him for the rest of my life. Puff. Xuanhuan was about to burst out laughing. This Nima system is so good. The reason is too strong. Simply impeccable. Su Haoyan's admiration for the system was almost to the extent that the waters of the Yangtze River were fading eastward. Ding. The system is a friendly reminder that the growth value is about to expire. Use, cultivate. Su Haoyan said secretly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the first rank of spiritual realm. Ding. Because the host has advanced to a big realm, the host will be rewarded with a random chance to draw a lottery. Lottery. The system is now conducting a random lottery for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the overlord spear from. The Bawang spear was founded by the overlord Xianwu. And Xianwu is also the originator of the later generations of marksmanship. Since it is the earliest marksmanship, there must be omissions in the later generations, or there are places where future generations have supplemented and improved it. So it is hard to say whether the Bawang spear is stronger than the latter people's marksmanship. I feel that the overlord spear is a power type, and it takes a person as powerful as Xianwu to exert its maximum power. Come on, it turned out to be the overlord spear technique, Xianwu's famous stunt. It's so cool. May I ask if the host has inherited it? Inherited. A torrent of memory rushed into Su Haoyan's brain at the speed of light. Although the inheritance of memory is not once or twice, but Su Haoyan still feels an abnormal headache. Fortunately, everyone was immersed in the wave of victory at this time and did not notice the slight change in Su Haoyan. However, the breakthrough of Su Haoyan's cultivation was discovered by the second daughter at the first time. How the hell did you cultivate? You broke through so quickly, and it's still a big realm. Officials are really God's darlings. The two girls looked at Su Haoyan, and they were more than happy in addition to being shocked. Hey, the Su family boy broke through at this time, it's really incredible. How did the three boys cultivate? Such a cultivation speed is really rare in the world. Forget it, what's more, that's a monster. Master is extraordinary, even the speed of cultivation is different. Master, what marksmanship are you practicing? On the way north, Su Haoyan was still practicing diligently. It's just that at this time, he has already started to practice overlord's marksmanship. From the beginning of appreciation to the shock of Jiutou Yuansheng, he can't help but speak now. How is it? This marksmanship is called the overlord spear. Su Haoyan did not stop and continued to practice. The marksmanship is weird and varied, making it hard to guard against. In a word, the overlord spear is very powerful. Jiutou Yuansheng said simply. Of course, who am I? I'm Yushu Linfeng, the suave Su Haoyan. How can such a handsome young man have bad marksmanship? Jiutou Yuansheng's big face twitched fiercely, and he walked forward silently. The master's face was too large, almost obscuring the sky, beyond description. Giggle, Brother Haoyan is bragging again. It's shameless. I'm not ashamed, I'm proud, my face is thicker than the city wall. Giggle. That guy is really hard-working, he is indeed a geek of the Su family. Stop. Which is Su Haoyan, to get out of this old man. On this day, when the convoy was passing through a rolling mountain range, the wide official road was blocked by a group of people wearing purple clothes. At this time, seeing Su Haoyan's convoy approaching, a white-bearded old man standing in front of the crowd snorted and said in a deep voice, Senior Qing Yuanzi, may I ask what you are looking for with Su Haoyan? When the Su Chengfeng clan elder saw this old man, his forehead was immediately covered with fine beads of sweat. This old man was none other than Wang Wuqing's master, the current suzerain of Lingxi sect, Qing Yuanzi. The cultivation of the 6th-ranked Tian men can be ranked in the top 10 in Tianxian Kingdom. What are you doing? Su Chongfeng, you asked knowingly that Su Haoyan killed my disciple in public, is this true? I'm not hard on you, hand over Su Haoyan. And let me rectify the law on the spot. I avenged the killing of my disciple. So I'm out of breath. As for your ancestor, he won't say anything. Qing Yuanzi's voice was indifferent, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Indeed, in the eyes of these great sects, family children are no different from ants. Then do you know that your apprentice is going to kill me without any reason? At some point, Su Haoyan came to the front with his hands behind his back. At this time, he spoke softly. There is no reason. Does my disciple still need a reason to kill you? Ha ha ha, according to your meaning, your disciple is going to kill me, and I have to obediently send my head up and wait for him to kill? Humph, you should feel honored to let my disciple kill you personally. Ha ha ha, oh my mother, it really made me laugh. Did you hear that? Who does he think he is, God? Jesus? Or the Guanyin Bodhisattva who saves the suffering? You are such an old bastard, down-to-earth scum. Even ordinary people are better than you. A scum like you who regards human life as a must, don't live in this world, so as not to waste your spiritual energy. Yuan Sheng, smash him. Hold on, let me take care of him myself. Su Haoyan was angry, and since his rebirth, even in the face of Su Song's generation, he did not ignite his anger. But Qing Yuanzi's words completely angered him. Sure enough, whoever has the bigger fist in this world has the right to speak. The right to make rules. If you are weak, you will kneel, be bullied, and be killed. And can't resist. Why can't you resist? Am I afraid of you? Am I weak? No, I'm going to resist. I'm strong. So fight back to the end. Revolt upside down. Turn him upside down. Su Haoyan's heart was surging at this time, and the monstrous anger became the driving force to move forward. Before, he had been vague about his path. Even if he has a god-level lucky upgrade system, he doesn't know how to use it. Just have a play mentality. But now he has a goal. A real-life purpose. Ding. The system releases the main quest. Become the person at the top of the pyramid of the Xuanwu continent. Disdain all living beings and make rules. Rule the Xuanwu continent. The success of the quest will reward 10 billion growth points. It will reward the opportunity to summon superpowers. A chance to inherit skills, a random chance, a chance to draw a lottery. The mission time limit is 10 years. Depend on. This can also trigger tasks. And it's the main quest. The 10 billion growth value is really tempting. Well, since you have a goal, let's move forward. Master, look at it, this guy is wearing a human skin in vain. Jiutou Yuanxing was standing next to Su Haoyan, and he could clearly feel the anger surging in Su Haoyan's heart with his emperor-level cultivation. While feeling relieved, he was also full of killing intent towards Qing Yuanzi. Little bastard, you dare to scold me and resist, don't you even care about your family? Qing Yuanzi still looked aloof, looking at Su Haoyan like an ant. Old guy, take your life, human scum. Jiutou Yuanxing stood about 100 meters from King Yuanzi, his luck opened, and then he shouted. This loud roar is like a thunderous thunder rushing thousands of miles, and a Fierce wave of air rolled in, shaking the ancients and moderns, making the liver and gallbladder split and terrifying. The shock caused Qing Yuanzi and the people behind him to spit blood from their mouths and noses, and their bodies exploded to death. Nine-headed Yuanqing's roar is so terrifying. It was his supernatural powers that devoured the sky and shook the earth. What? A master at the level of a demon king. How is this possible? How could a dignified demon king be willing to be driven by an ant-like boy? Where is your dignity as a demon king? Qing Yuanzi lay weakly on the ground, endured the pain of shattering his bones, and said in horror, "The only person who can drive me is Xuanhuan." Haha, Yuanqing's magical power is really amazing. A roar scared the Lingxi sect master. This feat is only my Yuanqing. When Xuanhuan heard Jiutou Yuanqing's words, his heart warmed, and he came from behind and said with a red face, "Thank you for the compliment, master." Jiutou Yuanqing heard Xuanhuan compliment him, his pale golden face instantly showed excitement. "Master? How is it possible?" "It's impossible. How can you ants conquer a demon king as a subordinate? It's impossible." Qing Yuanzi was already numb. Everything just now has subverted his world view. Ants can fly up branches and become phoenixes. He wouldn't have believed it before this incident killed him. But now it's really happening right now. Anything can happen in this world. For example, you treated me like an ant just now. But now this ant will end your life with his own hands. I don't know how you feel now. Third boy, you can't kill senior Qing Yuanzi, otherwise our Su family will be in a state of doom. You have to think twice. Su Chengfeng never thought that things would develop like this. Although the third boy is strong, the Lingxi sect is a giant. How can his own small family be shaken? Yes, little brat, you can't kill me. Now hurry up and commit suicide too. Apologize. I won't be difficult for your family afterwards, and give me your monster pet, and then you can kill yourself. It's already a lot of face for you to kill yourself. Qing Yuanzi's eyes flashed with pride, but the Su family still had cowards. He believed that the Su family did not dare to do anything to themselves. When he recovers, he will kill everyone in the Su family. I don't know what you're afraid of, clan elder Su. Are you still worthy of being the clan elder of the Su family? To boost other people's ambition and destroy your own prestige, you didn't back down when facing the beast swarm. But you are scumbag in the face of this scumbag. But backed off, you are really old. Bump. The Barrett sniper rifle spewed out a fire snake, and the next second Qing Yuanzi's head was completely exploded. Qing Yuanzi did not understand why Xuanhuan dared to kill him until he died. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 6th grade cultivator in the Tianmen realm, with a special reward of 150,000 growth points. Clan boss, I hope you don't belittle yourself along the way. Belittle the Su family. You are ought. If the Su family wants to rise, these so-called sect monks are stumbling blocks. A bunch of hypocrites, lesser. Xuanhuan glanced blankly at Su Chengfeng, whose eyes were dull, then shook his head and returned to the cart. Jiutou Yuanqing glared at Su Chengfeng and stood loyally beside the cart. Set off. The leopard king Su Chenglong shook his head. Big brother is really old. Can't he see how terrifying the third kid is now? The Su family is really going to rise. This is not a dream, but a real thing that will happen. Glancing at the lonely Su Chimfeng, he shouted loudly. Maybe I am really old, and the years have worn away the ambitions I once had. Forget it, let him. I hope he can really grow up. As for growing up with the three major sects, he is not optimistic. Officer, this old man in your family is a little out of date. In the cart, Bai Suzhen glanced at the lonely Su Chimfeng clan elder in the team and said, "It doesn't matter, isn't it still me?" As the saying goes, the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and a new generation replaces the old. If an era wants to make progress, it must constantly introduce the old and bring forth the new. Su Haoyan said mysteriously. So profound, I don't understand. Zixia, if you can understand what he said, he is not your brother Haoyan. System, use growth value, and use it all for cultivation. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 2nd grade. Spiritual realm. Bring out my personal template. Host, Su Haoyan. Race, human. Bloodline, heavenly beast bloodline. Level, 2nd rank in the spirit realm, 230000/1000000 value. Techniques, undead zombie technique, heaven level low level, Tai Shinjia. Imperial cultivation technique, God and Devil 9 transformations, heavenly. Intermediate level, overlord spear technique, heaven level low level. Magical powers, zombie fist, great shift of heaven and earth, 6 meridians. Excalibur, overlord spear. Defense, 10 square thick soil. Weapon, Barrett sniper rifle. Huangpin upper level, shaking god spear. Tianpin upper level. Skill, devour. Intelligence, 90. Bodyguards, Bai Suzhen, Zixia Ferry, Jiutou Yuansheng. Bai, Barrett sniper rifle. Booming grenade, talisman. Yes, the strength is still growing, but with the gradual improvement of the cultivation base, more and more growth values are used. The speed of improvement is thus slow. However, I said the system, why the main quest? Rewards are no longer it's a bodyguard but a strong one. Su Haoyan suddenly thought of the main quest in his heart, and said silently. Once the host's cultivation level advances to the Tianmen realm, he will be reborn as a master. Once he becomes a master, he no longer needs bodyguards. From then on, the characters summoned by the host will appear as super powerful players. If that's the case, will it affect loyalty? No, loyalty will never change. The premise is that the host has a reason to keep the superpower loyal. That is to say, as long as I keep improving myself and keep my current state of mind. If I keep improving my charm, I can keep the strong, right? No comment. The system replied succinctly. Pull what pull, don't say it, don't say it. Su Haoyan secretly hated in his heart, but he was right when he thought about it. Why should people follow you and work hard for you? In addition to the reasons for the system itself, the most important thing is the charisma of being a follower. Think of Liu Bei in the Three Kingdoms period, Qingwen in the Romance of the Gods, and so on. How could they have so many people following them without regrets? Various legendary characters are thought-provoking. Su Haoyan sat cross-legged in the cart, his eyes shot out 2 sharp rays of light. Paths of pale golden threads, visible to the naked eye, infiltrated from outside the car, scrambling to get into Su Haoyan's body. Sister Zhenjin, is this? Zixia looked at the golden threads that seemed to be substantive, and her charming face was filled with shock. Luck, this is luck. Zixia, an official, he actually inspired luck. That is The number of qi and destiny that only emperors can have. The so-called Tao produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, and 3 produces all things. All things in the world are born and change in one big transformation, which is a rule rather than a destiny. If you know the luck, you will know how to make the best of your manpower, or plan ahead, or pull back from the precipice. Knowing that it is prosperous and declining, and whether it is extremely peaceful, can you know how to be peaceful and open-minded in life? Zixia, the officials have already inspired the luck of the Xuanwu continent. In order to prevent the powerful people from secretly peeping, we will cast spells with Dou Yu to cover up the leaked aura. Otherwise, the officials will have more disasters and more disasters. Remember, don't let the fourth person know about this. Okay, Sister Jinjin. I'll send a voice transmission to Dou Yu too. No. The expression of Dou Yu, who was outside the car, moved, and he secretly activated his own mysterious power, and combined with the mysterious power of the two women in the car to cover up the air waves caused by Su Haotian. Su Haotian, who was completely unaware of all this, was immersed in a wonderful meditation. But he didn't know that he had been enveloped by a layer of pale golden light all over his body. These lights are dazzling and dazzling. Almost wanted to escape from Su Haotian's body and spilled out. But it was imprisoned in the car by 3 powerful forces. What's going on? Why is the luck of the demon clan disturbed? Is the legend true? In a mysterious place of the demon clan, a short, hunchbacked old man stood on the top of the mountain and looked into the distance. His godless eyes shot out a terrifying silver light. The luck has become thinner. How is that possible? Who is absorbing the luck? Who is it? Is the ancient legend true? In the human race, in a magnificent palace, a doll with a braided head, sitting cross-legged on the ground, leaning on a purple gold dragon rod, a pair of long and narrow eyes shot out a terrifying purple gold light. The luck of the human race is passing, and the luck of the demon race is passing. But why is the luck of the demons also passing away? And the demons of the earth and the sky are beginning to move. Who is the one who motivated the luck? Is the world going to be in chaos? On a giant peak that was as pitch black as ink, a black cloud the size of a wash basin was constantly wriggling. If anyone is close to it, they will be surprised to find that this black cloud is getting smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Namo Ba, the 100 million year cycle of destiny, has finally begun. The 18 Arhats, including subduing the dragon and Fuhu, obeyed the orders and quickly went to the Xuanwu Buzhou to assist the new emperor in eliminating demons and guarding the road. Follow the law. There are mysterious places that are difficult for ordinary people to reach. All woke up at this moment. They were either thoughtful, fearful, or expectantly looking at the place where the supreme god was created. Su Haotian felt as if he was in a golden furnace. Although this feeling was fiery, it made him extremely comfortable. However, when he was about to enjoy this kind of comfort, he suddenly felt that the world was spinning, and when he opened his eyes, he found that he was still sitting in the cart, still sitting cross-legged. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Xuanwu Qi luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the new state of the system. Ding! Lucky compass successfully started. Boom! As the system prompt sounded, Su Haotian felt a loud bang in his head. Before he could react, he felt a blur in front of him, and then it seemed as if the day disappeared, and the sky and the earth became pitch black. Only in the darkness, in the distance, a golden compass, the size of a basketball, floated quietly. And when Xuanhuan just appeared here, the golden compass instantly appeared in front of his eyes, as if he existed there at all. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed with surprise, and he didn't bother to check this strange place, because his whole mind was attracted by the compass in front of him. The compass glitters with golden light, like a mirror, crystal clear. There is a long pointer in the center of the compass, glittering golden light. The entire compass is densely covered with curved lines of various colors. In the 8 directions of the compass, there are 8 purple-gold patterns, crisscrossing each other. Let Xuanhuan take a look. There is a dazzling feeling. The stab made him quickly cover his eyes. I don't know how long it took him to slowly get used to this dazzling golden light. Look back at the compass. The components of the compass have pointers and 8 purple gold lines. Inner disc, outer disc, gossip, 10 heavenly stems, 12 earthly branches, etc. But these are all memories of Xuanhuan's previous life. It is similar to the compass in front of me. Only the subtleties differ. The inner disc is in the center of the entire compass, with gold letters on a blue background. The area is also the smallest. It depicts 4 large purple gold characters from east, west, north, and south. At this time, in the space representing the north, a lifelike blue tortoise was lying there quietly. A terrifying coercion rushed towards his face, causing Xuanhuan's pupils to shrink. What a terrifying coercion! Could this be Xuanwu, the god of the north? After a long time, Xuanhuan continued to read with a little uneasiness. But the next thing he saw really made him stunned. On the pointer of the compass, 3 big purple gold characters of Xuanhuan are engraved impressively. And the golden seal characters engraved on the inner plate turned out to be the attribute template Xuanhuan was most familiar with. However, the data on the template is somewhat different at this time. There are 4 levels in the periphery, collectively referred to as the outer disc. The first layer is golden near the inner disc, the second layer is cyan. The third layer is yellow, and the fourth layer is black. And on the first and second are densely written seal characters of various colors, and densely hazy figures. However, these seal characters and figures were covered with a layer of purple light, making Xuanhuan unable to distinguish them. However, not all seal characters and figures are indistinguishable. At this moment, 3 clear figures appeared on the 3 spaces on the second floor. The figure of Jin Shining is Zhou Tianyuansheng with 9 heads. The glittering figure is the beautiful and dignified Bai Suzhen Zixia Fairy, with purple light flashing. In addition to the name image, there are also attribute templates of the 3 demon clans. Host, Xuanhuan. Race, human. Bloodline, heavenly beast bloodline. Luck level, second stage of transfiguration, 230000/1000000 value. Techniques, undead zombie technique, heaven level low level, Taishinjia. Imperial cultivation technique, god and devil 9 transformations, heavenly. Intermediate level, overlord spear technique, heaven level low level. Magical powers, zombie fist, great shift of heaven and earth, 6 meridians. Excalibur, overlord spear. Defense, 10 square thick soil. Weapon, Barrett sniper rifle. Huangpin upper level, shaking god spear. Tianpin upper level. Skill, devour. Intelligence, 90. Super strong, by Suzhen, Zixia Fairy, Jiutou Yuansheng. By, Barrett Sniper Rifle. Booming Grenade, Talisman. Good luck, 950. Bad luck, 0 out of 1000. Bad luck, 0. /1000. Freebies, none. Are you still yourself? Why are there so many new functions on it? System. What is this compass? Xuanhuan was already confused. Could it be that the system was replaced by this compass? If so, will it affect me? Xuanhuan was a little worried. He didn't want to be a black collar. This is the lucky compass, the new state of the system. Because the host successfully absorbed the luck of this world, the system was successfully transformed. Transformation, what are you in the system? And these good luck points? What's the matter with bad luck points? First, I'm not a thing. Second, I'm a thing. What a mess. I'm all confused by you. Luck is how much luck you have at a certain time. Luck reminds you of what you do, isn't it bad luck? Do you need me to explain the bad luck value? As for the gift, there is no comment. But there are other uses for this data. As for what it is. Damn it. It's really dragging. You've grown up, you've changed shape, you've lost your temper, you can't be cured, right? Xuanhuan rolled his eyelids. But then again, he really can't cure this god-level system. The power of the system made him lose his temper at all. Although he was very angry, he also breathed a sigh of relief. The system doesn't disappear. Otherwise, you will really become a black collar. He had personally experienced the misery of the black collar. System, how do I use the lucky compass? No comment. The system replied simply. I'm relying on it. Tier ratio. After returning to his senses, Xuanhuan carefully observed the compass in front of him, and found that there was some mystery in that black area. He looked at it with a dazzling feeling. Frightened, he quickly turned his eyes away. But soon he found a serious problem. How should I get out of this damn place? But just when he had this kind of thought, he felt a little flickering, and then his eyes lit up, and he was already in his cart. But soon he found a serious problem. How did you get out of this damn place? But just when he had this kind of thought, he felt his head flickering, and then his eyes lit up, and he was already in his cart. I'm back. This is simply a different kind of time travel. Ding. Due to the overwhelming luck of the host, a special reward of 150,000 growth points. A chance to summon a super strong, a chance to draw a lucky draw. A gift. Nima. There are rewards, so handsome. Haha, I posted it again. Xuanhuan roared in the dark. Use growth value first. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 3rd rank of the spirit realm. Summon a super strong. Hey, you have become a strong so soon. Ding. Now call for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Baigan, from I rely on it. It turned out to be the Prime Minister of the Shang dynasty. The uncle of King Zhou. Is he very powerful? Bring out the attributes of Baigan. Baigan, from race, human. Cultivation, 1st rank of king level. Technique, Jiuling Shengong. Supernatural powers, Sheiji Shenin. Soul Destroyer. Magic weapon, Sheiji Yugue. Loyalty, 96/100. Baigan was the son of Tai Ding, the monarch of the Shang dynasty. He was intelligent and diligent at a young age. At the age of 20, he assisted Emperor Yi in the high position of Taisher, and was entrusted to assist Emperor Xian. He has been in politics for more than 40 years. Production, advocating smelting and casting, enriching the country and strengthening the army. At the end of the Shang dynasty, Emperor Xian, King Zhou, tyrannized, abused severe punishments. Baigan sighed and said, "The Lord is not loyal. If he does not remonstrate, and he is afraid of death and does not speak out." The character in the masterpiece Fengshen Romance by the famous writer Su Zhonglin of the Ming dynasty, Baigan is a sage who is not born in the world, and has a 7 orifices and exquisite heart. Baigan is a doer. If I want to achieve a career, I need such a talent for ruling the world. The king level is a rank 1, and the strength is not bad. But Baigan can't be judged by strength. Moreover, Chichao Linglong Xian is not. Everyone can have it. By the way, what is my gift? Because it is a new function, Su Haoyan is a little urgent. Ding. The system gave the host 3 Yuhua pills as a gift. Yuhua Dan? What? Yuhua Dan is a heaven-defying elixir that quickly restores spiritual power. A monk can only take 1 in his lifetime. Oh, it turned out to be an elixir to restore spiritual power. Yes, it's okay. Su Haoyan obviously lacks interest in Yuhuadan. When will the host receive Yuhua pill? Later. Draw now. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting a pair of flying boots. What the hell? Boots, is there a mistake? How to draw a pair of boots? Can boots be a prize too? Forget it, boots are boots. Receive. Huh? I put it on. Why is there no weight at all? It's like I'm not wearing shoes, but it's very comfortable. Su Haoyan's face froze, and he couldn't help but laugh in the next second. Officer, how do you feel? Seeing that something was wrong with Su Haosheng, Bai Suzhen asked aloud. Fuck, what's wrong with you, Zhenzhen? Fuck, what's wrong with you, Zixia? What the hell happened to you? I saw Bai Suzhen at this time, and the 2 Zixia girls were pale, their breath was sluggish, and they looked weak. Su Haoyan turned pale with fright, and even his voice trembled. Seeing Su Haoyan's nervous appearance, the 2 daughters showed a happy smile on their pale faces. Isn't it your fault? Bai Suzhen smiled and rolled her eyes at him. Brother Haoyan is like this. Am I that good? Su Haoyan opened his mouth wide. It turned out that he had made such a big noise. I'm darling, it's incredible, it's incredible. Then you 2 are all right. When can you restore your cultivation base? It's okay, just give us 3 months. Officials don't have to worry. What? 3 months, this is too long. What should I do if a strong person comes to ask for trouble during this period? No, I have to make up for your cultivation base. It shouldn't be a problem. Besides, only the anti-sky elixir can work. Well, anti-sky elixir? Hey, 2 beauties, please look at what this is. Unexpectedly, Yuhua Dan, which was originally unattractive, came in handy so quickly. Yuhua Dan? Where did you get it, the official? When the 2 daughters, Bai Suzhen and Zixia, saw the 3 green pills in Su Haoyan's hands, they immediately exclaimed. Hey, keep it secret. After taking the Yuhua pill, the cultivation of Bai Suzhen's 3 powerhouses was instantly restored. And also slightly increased. Makes the three happy. Looking at Xuanhuan, his eyes became much more eager. By Suzhan's second daughter is okay, but Xuanhuan can't ask for it. But Dou Yuanqing's gaze made him ignore it directly. What a look, thinking that labor and management are gay. It's unbearable to be gay and not looking for lions. On this day, the convoy, consisting of the Su family and the Qin family, finally arrived in a small town. Third boy, this small city in front is called Xuqing. It is temporarily under the jurisdiction of Xuzhou. If we want to go to Xuzhou, we must cross Xuqing. Xuanhuan stood on the car Yuan and was looking into the distance. A loud voice suddenly rang in my ears. Clan elder, since that's the case, let's just go through it. Xuanhuan looked back, but it was the old Sima of the Su Chengfeng clan who approached. Due to the troubles between the two a few days ago, Su Chengfeng bravely stepped forward to talk in order to ease the separation between the two. If other Su family members saw this scene, they might lose their jaws. However, in the eyes of Su Kuei and Su Ningxue, it was too normal. Today Xuanhuan is not what he used to be. For example, the ancestors of the Qin family and other Tianmen realm masters have to smile at each other. What's more, there is only Su Chengfeng who is at the level of the earth. I'm afraid there are some twists and turns in crossing Xuqing. Because Xuqing has a cultivator family that is attached to the sect. Unfortunately, the sect that this family surnamed Zhao is attached to is the Lingxi sect. The elder Su Chengfeng said with a solemn expression. So what? If he doesn't accept it, just beat him up. Clan elder, do you want our Su family to become a presence that attracts attention, or do you want to live in Yuzhou and be trampled under your feet? I'll tell you clearly, I can lead the Su family to a height that even you can't imagine. And now stepping on the sect is just the beginning. Okay, haha, the king in my mind is like this. It seems that I am blessed, and choosing to go to the adults is an extremely correct choice. What are you doing? Leave quickly. Just as the uncle and nephew were talking loudly, a loud voice suddenly came from the front. At the same time, the guard's voice rang out. Ha ha ha, Baigan, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xuanhuan was very excited when he heard this voice. He hurriedly jumped out of the car and Yuanda stepped up to meet him. Seeing this, the Su Chengfeng clan was shocked. Could it be that another strong man has come to defect to the three boys? How can that be? The three boys grew up by themselves. Whether it is talent or cultivation aptitude, they are all in the middle. If there were no accidents, his life would stop at the ordinary sea realm. But in just a few months, he not only awakened the super bloodline, but also attracted so many strong people to take the initiative to defect. How did he do that? Could it be that he accidentally acquired the inheritance of an ancient power? Or the secret of an ancient sect? The Su Chengfeng clan elder looked at the figure of Xuanhuan striding forward, and his eyes kept shining with doubts. At this time, in front of the many guards, there was a middle-aged man who was over a zhang tall, with a thin face and 3 beards. The man holds a silver jade in his hand. Standing there though gave a very ordinary feeling. But faintly, it seems to be under a kind of coercion. This is a kind of authority. Only those high-ranking officials who have held important positions for a long time can exist. System, hasn't Baigon's memory been tampered with? How can there still be authority? Could he have been an official in this world? Bygone is a person with 7 orifices and an exquisite heart. As soon as he was born with his own luck. Over time, it will give rise to official prestige. This kind of person is born to be a prime minister. That's it, that means I found a treasure. Hey, this is it? I rely on it. It can still be like this. Just then, a golden roulette wheel suddenly appeared in front of him. Exactly. Which lucky compass? But only he can see it. I saw a sudden blue light flashing on the compass, and a line of azure blue characters appeared abruptly in front of Xuanhuan's eyes. Bygone, Wen Kuxing, Wen and Wealth God, Ancient Loyal Minister, Talent of Prime Minister. Then, as soon as the blue light converged, it turned into the appearance of Bygone holding a jade guo, and instantly appeared next to the figure of Bygone. I'm fucked, isn't this the conferred god list? Can it not be so scary? Xuanhuan was horrified. And he also found that his attributes have also changed. Good luck, 95,000. Bad luck, 0 out of 1,000. Bad luck, 0 out of 1,000. Nima. The good luck value has increased by more than 90,000 directly. Could it be that the arrival of Bygone has made his good luck burst? Xuanhuan stared blankly at the changes in the data, and there was already a storm in his heart. Although I still don't know what's going on. But one thing is certain, the surge in good luck should be related to Bygone. But this matter can only be truly understood by slowly groping in the future. Bygone, I've finally waited for you. You are welcome. You will assist me, and the future will be hopeful. Bygone sees the adults. Before I came, I saw the extraordinariness of the adults from Yugue. Being in a small family, he could make the senior demon kings, demon emperors, and immortals defect. It can be seen that the future of the adults is limitless. Bygone Fusho laughed and said deeply. It moved the surrounding people, including the Su Qingfeng clan elders. Quite a word to wake up the effect of the dreamer. Xuanhuan was overjoyed in his heart, and he never thought that Bygone would solve his biggest problem so far. The question of the unity of the heart. Bygone just likes to tell the truth, which makes me feel bad. Xuanhuan sighed modestly. After Bygone heard this, the corners of his calm mouth twitched, and he said, quickly, Lord, let's go, you will definitely dominate this world with me by your side in the future. Really able to speak, as expected of the elders of the second dynasty, who can speculate on the minds of the superiors. Bygone will follow me, and the world will take my hand. Xuanhuan did not hide his ambitions at all. He held Bygone's hand with a very enthusiastic attitude. It made Bygone excited. He felt that Xuanhuan was indeed a bright master worthy of his company. After introducing the 3 of Bysuzhen to Bygone, he ignored the 3 of them chatting with each other. Instead, he took out the heaven-shaking spear and began to practice. I didn't expect adults to be so diligent and uncompromising. It's really not easy to be able to do this at a young age. Bygone was attracted by Xuanhuan's diligence and praised him without hesitation. The other 3 demons are also full of praise. The eyes of the second daughter Bysuzhen were even more brilliant. Hey, my diligence is really a big killer. No, the loyalty of the 4 strong people is very good. It's really cool. Xuanhuan, you are daring. A small family dares to harm the sect master of my Lingxi sect. Don't you know the status of the sect in Tianqian Kingdom? Don't you know that this will bring disaster to your Su family? As soon as everyone arrived at the gate of Xuqing City, they were blocked by a group of people. At this moment, the first middle-aged man in a water-blue python robe jumped out of the crowd, yelling loudly with a ghastly expression on his face. "Don't be so stupid, either get out of the way or die." Xuanhuan stood on the car Yuan and pointed at the middle-aged man arrogantly. "This guy only has the 9th grade in the fairyland. He didn't dare to come out and jump on his own." The reason why he came out to clamor was obviously to try his depth. "If that's the case, then I'll force that person to jump out. Boy, don't use your tongue, otherwise." Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded suddenly. The shock made everyone's ears buzz. Even the 9-headed Yuanqing stared at him with a look of surprise. The smoke dissipated quickly. The crowd quickly looked. But in the next second, the scene was full of breathless voices. I saw that the original team of dozens of people, including the middle-aged man in the python robe, all disappeared. All that was left was a stump, a broken arm, and a huge deep pit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 9th grade fairyland, and a special reward of 90,000 growth points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 3rd grade fairyland. The special reward is 20,000 growth points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the profound entrance realm 9-pin special reward of 8,540 growth points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing. A beeping system beep keeps ringing. It made Xuanhuan feel overwhelmed. He also didn't know how many people were killed by the 3 grenades thrown. I only know that I finally earned a total of 145,000 growth points. Simply make money. What is that? How can the power be so powerful? A 9th-rank powerhouse in the fairyland and more than a dozen profound entrances. The cultivator in the spiritual realm was instantly wiped out by what Xuanhuan threw. How could they not be horrified? It's better than the 4 of them. In addition to shock, there is only admiration in his eyes. In addition to shock, the family spiritual practitioners dominated by Su Chungfeng were more frightened. Enough, boy, your murder is too heavy. I think you should take it easy, so as not to hurt the lives of so many people. The sudden appearance of this voice pulled everyone out of their shock, and quickly looked for the sound. I saw that above the giant pit, a young man in a white robe suddenly appeared. It's quite arrogant, but the 9th grade cultivation of the king level is not enough to see. Jiutou Yuanqing looked at the arrogant young man with contempt, and opened his mouth with disdain. Break him. I'll take care of it myself. Xuanhuan said expressionlessly. Hey, don't worry, master. Wait until Jiutou takes him down. The 9-headed Yuanqing roared loudly and walked towards the white-robed youth with a purple gold and bright silver hammer. Boom! A violent force suddenly erupted from Jiutou Yuanqing's body, and the purple gold and bright silver hammer turned into the size of a house, smashing the white-robed youth head-on. Ah, what, this power? Not good, damn it, how could it be an emperor level demon cultivator? The young man in white robe could no longer keep his calm face after feeling the violent force of the 9-headed Yuanqing. In addition to being shocked, it was still shock, and finally all turned into horror. This senior, please stop for now. I think we have misunderstood. If you have something to say, talk about it. The white-robed youth desperately stepped back while shouting loudly, trying to get the nine-headed Yuansheng to stop attacking. The gap between the king level and the emperor level can be described as heaven and earth. Nine-headed Yuansheng's giant hammer made him unable to raise even a little bit of parrying power. Facing the crisis of life and death, he can no longer care about the so-called face. Start begging. But what awaited him was the 10,000-pound hammer that fell quickly. Boom. With a scream, the earth trembled, the mountains collapsed, and the city walls collapsed. House collapsed. The destructive power of a hammer is so terrifying. Hey, it's too strong. Who is that? Why is it so destructive? I'm not mistaken, the supreme elder of Lingxi sect is like a land fairy. It's terrifying to be defeated without even a single round. It's a monk of the Su family. How is this possible? What kind of existence is that? Lingxi sect is over. Well, evil will be rewarded. Such a sect should have been destroyed long ago. There's a monster in the Su family. No, I have to report to the family. The Su family has a strong person in charge. This news is too exciting. It's a monk of the Su family. How is this possible? What kind of existence is that? Lingxi sect is over. Well, evil will be rewarded. Such a sect should have been destroyed long ago. There's a monster in the Su family. No, I have to report to the family. The Su family has a strong person in charge. This news is too exciting. In Xucheng, the cultivators who climbed out of the collapsed buildings were frightened and began to talk about it. They looked at the tall figure with a hammer at the gate of the city, and their eyes were full of fear. This guy is too violent, that's by Huahua's growth value. Xuanhuan suddenly became uneasy when he saw this power. Sir, if this person surrenders, it will be of great benefit to you. You can let him continue to take charge of the Lingxi sect. In the future, if your Lord rises to the top, the influence of a sect will be very huge. Baigon's eyes flickered, and he sent a sound transmission to Xuanhuan. But, will he be convinced? This person can betray the sect in exchange for his own safety, which shows that he is a veritable villain. How can you make me trust him? Xuanhuan doubted the sound transmission. This is easy to say, the mountain man has his own tricks. Baigon smiled mysteriously, with an unfathomable and profound appearance. Damn, play mystery, right, but if you can really recruit this guy, it should be a very good choice. He has entered the role so quickly. Baigan is finally going to emerge. The three boys' subordinates are too defiant, and the Su family is really about to rise. The Qing family must hug this thigh tightly. The future must be unlimited. As soon as the final decision is made, Xiaoxiao will be shocked. Your Excellency, nine-headed Yuansheng's approach is very correct. Baigon stood upright next to Xuanhuan, smiled and nodded. As a result, the reputation of the official is getting louder and louder. Master, this guy is too inexperienced. I only waved the hammer lightly at Giotto, and he became like this. I told him that I misunderstood him, and I have to talk to you. Upon hearing this, the white-robed youth, who was being carried by Giotto Yuansheng, spit out a large mouthful of blood. Is it good to not play like this? It's still a bit of a talk after it's all played like this. That, what is the elder, what are your thoughts at this moment? Xuanhuan showed a warm smile and said condescendingly. Master Su, please raise your hand and don't kill me. I will cast My arms, and I will cast my arms. You fool the ghost, why did you go earlier? Kill it. It's beautiful to say that surrender is beautiful. You must know that the nature of surrender and surrender is 108,000 miles apart. Both are treated differently. Do I really think I'm a child? Hey, Giotto hasn't eaten people for a long time. Giotto Yuanqing stuck out his tongue, and his golden eyes stared, and his mouth was about to bite. Don't. My lord, I surrender. I, Ningrenbua, would like to lead all the disciples of the Lingxi sect to surrender to the Lord. In the future, the Lingxi sect will belong to the Lord. Giotto Yuanqing's sensible words and hideous expression instantly shattered the last trace of luck in Ningrenbua's heart. In order to survive, he no longer cares about his face. Well, if that's the case, then I'll give you a surprise. Su Haoyan looked at Ningrenbua, who was kneeling on the ground, with a smile on his face. The smile had to be as sincere as it was sincere. Seeing this, Baigan came to Ningrenbua with a smile, and put a hand on his head. Sir, give me a drop of your blood. After a while, Baigan turned his head and said to Su Haoyan, this is the rhythm of recognizing the Lord by dripping blood. Su Haoyan thought about it, without any hesitation, mobilized his spiritual power to force a drop of blood to fly towards Baigan. Seeing this, Baigan waved his hand and patted his spiritual power into Ning Renbua's mind. Master is above, please accept Ningrenbua. Ningrenbua trembled in his heart. The guy with the jade stick in his hand didn't know what spell he used for him. When he faced Su Haoyan again, he could no longer resist. He felt that as long as he had the slightest bit of dissent, it would be wiped out in an instant. Su Haoyan also felt this way. In the dark, he seemed to be able to control everything about Ningrenbua. Life and death were only in his mind. Congratulations, sir, for conquering a sect. Baigan, Giotto congratulated Su Haoyan one after another. Guanren, what should I do with this guy? Should I take it with me, or put it back in Lingxi sect? Take it with you? He has a fart, what else can he do, except bully the people? Ningrenbua, Lingxi sect will be handed over to you. Remember, don't play tricks. Your life is only in my mind, understand? Don't worry, my lord, Ningrenbua will definitely rectify the Lingxi sect vigorously, and it won't make it difficult for your lord. Very well, you have to remember that Lingxi sect must remain as it is, and there should be no changes. Well, you can go back by yourself, we are going to enter the city. As soon as Su Haoyan waved his hand, he was about to walk into the city. Sir, there is something you need to know. In fact, there is a behemoth behind our sections. Ningrenbua lowered his head and told the news, his mind turned around. Eyes flickering. You're talking about divine religion, a group of ignorant guys, it's no big deal. In my eyes, they are nothing at all. The strength I have shown is just the tip of the iceberg. Divine religion is in front of me than your Lingxi sect. Just a little stronger. The loser is not the loser, although the divine religion is mysterious and unusual, and he doesn't have the strength to challenge it. But when it's time to pretend, you have to do it, especially in front of your own minions. If you want him to completely return to his heart, the necessary shock and deterrence are indispensable. Hey, such a tyrannical strength is just the tip of the iceberg. This young man is too terrifying. In that case, I'd better not act rashly. After the battle between heaven and man in his heart, Ningrenbua finally calmed down. He didn't doubt Xuanhuan's words at all. The other party was just a teenager. Without the diamond, there is no courage to take on the porcelain work at all. In fact, how did he know that Xuanhuan was just an empty-handed white wolf? To him, playing an empty city plan. Leopard King, enter the city. Respectfully send off the master. Ningrenbua said respectfully with a straight face when he saw this. Your Majesty's method is absolutely unbelievable. What a young hero. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the Lingxi sect. With a special reward of 15,000 growth points. A chance to draw a random lottery. A gift. Ding. The host has a total of 160,000 growth points. Do you want to use it? Now? Use, or repair. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 6th grade spiritual realm. Boom. A powerful air flow spreads all over the body. Let Xuanhuan feel very comfortable. At the same time, a terrifying aura shot out from Xuanhuan, knocking one of the leopard guards beside him. Hey, he broke through again. How did he do it? The aptitude of the third boy is simply going to go against the sky. The aptitude of the adults is not mentioned, and there is a blessing of luck. I believe that in the near future, I will become the first person of the younger generation. The rest of the people were already dumbfounded. A king-level powerhouse was so easily subdued, and his cultivation base also broke through. Xuanhuan's strength is simply unreasonable. After a brief period of stunned Su Chengfeng, he suddenly became excited. The Lingxi sect was subdued, and the three boys made breakthroughs one after another. The rise of the Su family is only a matter of time. When he thought that a master like Ningrenbua would rely on the Su family's face to act in the future, he was extremely excited. And behind Ningrenbua, there is a sect's power. Several members of the Qin family were still unable to recover. The power of the Lingxi sect is known to everyone in Tianqian nation, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is a behemoth. But such a behemoth should be under the command of the Su family in the future, which is simply incredible. How did the Su family boy do it? Why are there always strong people coming to defect? Compared with the shock of Lingxi sect being subdued, the surprise brought by Xuanhuan's increase in cultivation was not so strong. Lottery draw. Xuanhuan said secretly. Ding. The system is running a random lottery for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing from an unknown character. I'm crazy, the demon cultivator, and I'm still a trickster. This system is absolutely amazing. Give me my gift. Xuanhuan said angrily. Ding. I am receiving this gift for the host. Ding. The gift was successfully received, the purple ribbon fairy robe, the vestment from the red sperm. Nima. You gave me Qi Jing's clothes, I'm too fooled. Xuanhuan thought depressedly. At the same time, he opened his mouth to ask the system about the origin and rank of the purple ribbon immortal clothes. Purple ribbon immortal clothes, which are of the highest grade of heaven, can be wrapped around the shoulders, and cannot be penetrated by swords or guns. The magic weapon of the fairy family, dressed like a purple ribbon, was originally owned by Qi Jing, and later passed on to Yin Hong. Magical protective equipment, top-level magician whipping, is invalid. However, it cannot protect the user's head. In Fengshen romance, Yin Hong, who was wearing a purple ribbon, was injured by Dang Chanyu with a 5-color magic stone. It sounds domineering. But the word magic weapon still made Su Haoyan's eyes shine. The system is authentic, and there should be no suspicion of counterfeiting. Take both things. Wow, official, what kind of dress is this? It's so handsome. Yes, Brother Haoyan is so handsome. The two girls looked at Su Haoyan, who was wearing flying boots and wearing a purple long silk shirt. The eyes of Su Haoyan, who was handsome and extraordinary, were full of brilliance. Admiration is evident. As for why Su Haoyan suddenly had a robe of a high rank, the two daughters didn't take it to heart. Su Haoyan's strangeness has made them numb. It seems that no matter how strange things happen to Su Haoyan, it is extremely normal. How is it? Your husband is handsome, right? Huh? What, Harry? Su Haoyan was sitting in the cart, talking and laughing with the second daughter by Suzhan, when suddenly he felt a hairy thing crawling from his back to his neck. Then the heat surged around the neck, and the next second it felt cold and sticky. It's not uncomfortable. Xiaohei, be good, come down quickly, don't fall down. As soon as Zixia said, she stretched out her hand and hugged a little black tiger from Su Haoyan's neck. Well, isn't this the little tiger demon? Why did you bring it here? Su Haoyan asked suspiciously while wiping his neck. At this time, the little tiger demon was looking at Su Haoyan with big clear eyes. Just eyes full of attachment. The two front claws scratched forward hard, as if they wanted to get into Su Haoyan's arms. I don't know why, but this little tiger demon is very close to you. Brother Haoyan, is there anything about you that attracts him? Zixia asked inexplicably. Maybe it has something to do with the luck that Guanren absorbs. And I have a feeling that this little tiger demon treats Guanren as a father. Bai Suzhan said with a pair of wise eyes. You mean, I'm going to be a father? Su Haoyan looked bitter. Labor is still a good thing. And he is still a tiger's son, is there any mistake? However, although Su Haoyan disagreed, he still took the little tiger demon from Zixia's hand. As soon as the little tiger demon got into Su Haoyan's arms, it squirmed a few times, put its little head on his arm, and closed his eyes with a look of enjoyment. It's so much fun to see it that way. I'm going. It really looks like my son. Abba, what are you thinking? Su Haoyan looked at the little tiger demon who was enjoying himself, and rolled his eyes in frustration. This little unconscionable person ignores me. Zixia banged her cheeks and looked angrily at the little tiger in Su Haoyan's arms. You, a dignified immortal, is jealous of a little tiger demon, and he is not afraid of losing his identity. Sister Zixia, isn't this Iwujiwu? Giggle. Bring out my attribute template. Host, Su Haoyan. Race, human. Bloodline, heavenly beast bloodline. Luck level, 6th stage of transfiguration, 680000/1000000 value. Techniques, undead zombie technique, low-level heavenly rank, Taishinjia. Prime ancient technique, 9 transformations of gods and demons, middle level heavenly pole. Magical powers, zombie fist, great shift of heaven and earth, 6 meridians. Excalibur, overlord spear. Defense, 10 square thick soil. Weapon, Barrett sniper rifle. Upgrade Huang Pin, flying boots, upgrade. Shan Pin. Magic weapon, heaven shaking divine spear. Purple ribbon fairy clothes. Skill, devour. Overlord marksmanship. Intelligence, 90. Super strong, by Suzhan, Tianmen 9th grade, Zixia Ferry, King grade 9th. Grade, Jiutou Yuanxing, Imperial grade 7, Baigan, 3 King grade. Grade. Gifts, flying boots, purple ribbon fairy clothes. Good luck, 95,000. Bad luck, 0 out of 1,000. Bad luck, 0 out of 1,000. Nima. The purchase was cancelled. But the optional mall is still there. Why? Cancel the purchase? The host already has a gift function. As long as the host triggers the task or performs well, the system will issue a gift. However, the host can still buy the favorite goods in the mall. The premise is that the host has enough growth value. I know that's the case, and the system is not a fool. Can it do business at a loss? By the way, what kind of exercise is the system's tiger roaring true? Judgment? No comment. The system replied simply and rudely. It's so stubborn. Why don't you give the little tiger demon a try to see if it can cultivate? There is no way. I already have the Taiyu divine solution, the gods and demons. 9 transformations and 2 super exercises. Hu Xiaozhen is no longer needed. Since it is a demon clan exercise, it may be able to play a role in the little tiger demon. Thinking of this, Su Haoyan couldn't help but gently pressed his hand on the head of the little tiger demon. Then started the memory inheritance. The little tiger demon is enjoying the intoxicating breath of Su Haoyan. The scent makes it so addicting. I want to be in it forever. At this moment, a huge flow of information began to flow into his mind. The slight pain made him cry out in surprise. Guanren, what are you doing? The little tiger demon is so cute, don't hurt it. Brother Haoyan, what are you doing? You too, can you speak up when you figure out the situation? Will I kill my own children? Su Haoyan rolled his eyes at the 2 girls in disgust. However, the 2 women's kind expressions warmed Su Haoyan's heart. Before he knew it, he had already treated the little demon tiger like his own child. Guanren, you are inheriting the exercises. How is that possible? Bai Suzhen took a closer look and found that the little demon tiger was receiving a huge amount of information. Seeing Su Haoyan's nervous expression, he immediately thought of a possibility. Covering her lips with her hand, she exclaimed. Hey, Brother Haoyan is getting more and more mysterious. However, I really like this feeling. In addition to shock, Zixiao's eyes were full of sparkling little stars. What, the 3rd kid actually has such a terrifying strength. King level. Emperor level powerhouses defected one after another, subduing the Qin family. Lingxi sect, my god, is this still my son? This is too heaven-defying. Already. Sitting in the Su family's auditorium, Su Yun, the head of the Su family, looked at the information passed back by Su Qingfeng in his hand, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes were not only shocked, but also shocked. No, this matter is too important, I still ask the ancestors for instructions. Ha ha ha, okay, let's go. The Tiger Division, the Wolf Division, and the Eagle Division are all dispatched to give me a firm control of Yuzhou. The nearby towns are also in my hands. If the state officials make any changes, they will kill them. The 3 boys are already ahead, and we can't hold him back either. After a while, a shocking voice came from the cave of the ancestor of the Su family. That's great, the ancestor's decision is wise. Our Qin family is close to the Su family's thigh, and it is not far from the rise. In the conference hall of the Qin family in Yuzhou, the head of the Qin family walked around the hall excitedly. 3 boys, in front of you is the first town in Suzhou, Guian City. It is also the gateway to Suzhou. Coincidentally, 3 of the 13 sons of Tianqian Kingdom are from Guian City. As usual, Su Qingfeng would come to Su Haoyan's cart every time he went to a city to introduce him. Suzhou? The Shin family's sphere of influence. The team is advancing at full speed, and will be staying in Guian town tonight. The task issued by the system is to pick 13 sons with a gun. Only 1/3 of it has been completed so far. But it is still a long way to go to the capital. Don't worry, take your time. Lonely Wild Goose City, don't let me down too. Su Haoyan looked at Lonely Wild Goose City in front of him, his eyes flashing with eagerness. Soon, the team came to the gate of Guian City, and the guards guarding the city immediately became nervous when they saw the mighty team. We are the Su family, and the Qin family rushed to the capital to join the team at the Xianlong summit. The Su Qingfeng clan elder walked to the front of the team and said loudly. It turned out to be the old Su family. Lord Jia, the city owner, has already explained that if the team from the Su family and the Qin family arrives, they will let them go. Geniuses, everyone, please come in. An official guard who was obviously the leader walked over to the convoy and asked a few questions, and then he let it go amicably. Su Haoyan stood on Che Yuan with his hands behind his back, while observing the situation at the gate of the city. He was talking and laughing with the second daughter by Suzhen. It took about a stick of incense before all the team entered the lonely wild Goose City. Stop, who is Su Haoyan among you? Just then, a voice suddenly came. Immediately in front of the team, a black-robed youth with a sword on his back suddenly appeared. Standing on the car Yuan, Su Haoyan raised his eyebrows and asked, Why are you looking for me? Isn't this guy one of the 13 sons? No wonder, Su Haoyan thought so. It was because he was a little anxious to complete the task of picking 13 sons by gun. I heard that you shot Wang Wuqing. As his good friend, I think it is necessary for me to avenge him. Today I came to challenge you on purpose. Do you dare to accept it? The black-robed youth showed a proud look on his heroic face. His eyes were full of fighting intent. What are you? What right do you have to seek revenge on me, and what right do you have to challenge me? You think I am a cabbage on the side of the road? And whoever has the convenience will kick it. Go away, the young master has no time to serve you. Su Haoyan said impatiently. The black-robed youth's expression froze. He did not expect the third young master of the dignified Su family to be so rude. In normal times, he would definitely turn his head and leave. However, he had to challenge Su Haoyan today, and revenge for Wang Wuqing was just an excuse. Defeat Su Hao genius is his main purpose. I am Pei Zhongliang, one of the 13 sons of Tianqian Kingdom, known as the first genius in Suzhou. Su Haoyan, do you dare to accept my challenge? The black-robed youth, Pei Zhongliang, said proudly. One of the 13 sons, the first genius? You said so early, I almost missed the opportunity to complete the task. Hurry up, stretch your neck and come to lead the death. Giggle. Official, you are so funny, how can there be a challenger like you? You have no grace at all. You still have a mission. What mission do you have? How come we don't know? That is to defeat all the geniuses, the task I set for myself. I can't control that much. Come on, that old Pei, hurry up and make a quick decision. Oh my mother, I almost revealed my stuff. Fortunately, I'm smart enough to react. Puff. Old Pei? The corners of everyone's mouth twitched fiercely in their ears. This guy is too funny. This makes one of the dignified 13 sons, the first genius in Suzhou. How can it be? It's too much to deceive people, and the surnamed Su will take his life. Pei Zhongliang was so angry that a scholar could be killed but not humiliated. Today, he must let Su Haoyan's blood splatter 3 feet square to relieve the hatred in his heart. Pei Zhongliang stared, slapped the scabbard behind his back quickly, and with a loud bang, a sword shining with cold light shot up into the sky. The sword circled around in the air as if showing off, and was caught in Pei Zhongliang's hands, and then his feet slammed into a pile, and the man rushed towards Su Haoyan like an unloaded cannonball. This impact was like lightning, and even left after images on the road. So fast. Seeing Pei Zhongliang's aura, Su Kuwei and the others were shocked. Compared with its own, it is a heaven and an earth. Pei Zhongliang is definitely in existence that everyone looks up to. Su Chongfeng waited for the Su family, and the eyes of the Qin family's senior management showed a solemn look. The name of the 13 sons is indeed well deserved. However, in the face of the menacing Pei Zhongliang, Su Haoyan's mouth twitched slightly, a cold light flashed from the heaven-shaking spear, and the Overlord spear technique followed, and smashed at Pei Zhongliang with his head covered. Once the momentum of Mount Tai's topping was unfolded, a monstrous pressure came to Pei Zhongliang as a hood. Pei Zhongliang's face changed dramatically, and this momentum was almost impossible to resist. Although I was terrified. But his usual arrogance made him bite his steel teeth and slashed at Su Haoyan under pressure. It's just that he underestimated the weight of the heaven-shaking god spear after all. He couldn't imagine the 3-ton heaven-shaking divine spear. When the heaven-shaking spear quickly hit the sword, and an unimaginable force broke Pei Zhongliang's sword in an instant. His face was finally no longer calm. At the same time of the great change, I wanted to abandon my sword to dodge, but it was too late. There was a bang, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. The 3-ton heaven-shaking divine spear mercilessly slammed into his chest, instantly smashing his chest and shattering his sternum. Directly throw him out. The whole process was written very slowly, but in reality, it was just between lightning and flint, and Pei Zhongliang was thrown out far away. Boom! Pei Zhongliang flew out 60 to 70 meters and smashed a house before he stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the opponent. The 13th subtask of the gun has been completed, and the second of the 13th has been completed. 2 have been beaten, and there are 12 more. It seems that this journey will not be too lonely. He controlled his strength very well, but he seriously injured Pei Zhongliang and did not kill him. After all, there is no hatred between them, it is just a discussion. Bai Gan saw Su Haoyan's move in his eyes, with a look of approval on his face. This son is wise but ignorant, acts decisively, and has a heart for goodness. As expected of my follower. Ah, the eldest son is seriously injured, hurry up and treat it. Hurry up and report to the city lord. The officials and guards standing on the city wall were stunned by the scene in front of them. It took me a long time to wake up. Suddenly a mess. The eldest son is the most beloved son of the lord of the city. Now he is seriously injured by Su Haoyan. I don't know what kind of anger he will provoke. It's a young man after all. The Su family boy is too insignificant. The Su family is over this time. My God, the third young master of the Su family is so strong. Why haven't I heard of it before? It's a pity that such a young ninja didn't become one of the 13 sons. If the young master of the Su family is among the 13 sons, there will be nothing to do with Wang Wuqing and Pei Zhongliang. For a time, monks and ordinary people from all walks of life in Guyan City, including the official guards, began to discuss. Continue to enter the city. Find an inn to rest first, and then travel. Tomorrow. Su Haoyan put the heaven-shaking divine spear into the storage bracelet, stood on the Yuan again, and shouted loudly. The elder Su Qingfeng quickly came to his senses and began to direct the team to continue walking towards the city. My lord, that Su Haoyan's method was cruel and shot the eldest son. Seriously. In Guyan City, in the hall of the city lord's mansion, an official guard is reporting to City Lord Pei Xiuji the process of Pei Zhongliang's death. Hey, Nizi, it's really a Nizi. How many times have I told him not to provoke? Su Haoyan, then Su Haoyan's masters are like clouds. Even the supreme elder of Lingxi sect was defeated. What a big wave. If it wasn't for Su Haoyan's mercy, he wouldn't be alive. Pei Xiuji was wearing a blue python robe, and his cultivation of the third rank Tianmen realm should not be underestimated. It is second only to the ancestors of the Shen family in Suzhou. But at this time, he was furious in the hall. The anger in his heart was not directed at Su Haoyan. It's his own unsatisfactory son. Go ahead and set a banquet at the best restaurant in the city. I want to entertain Su Haoyan. What? Su Haoyan seriously injured Pei Zhongliang, the eldest son of Guyan City's lord, with a single shot. In the city of Suzhou, in the Shen family discussion hall, Shen Zhennan, the ancestor of the Shen family, suddenly stood up from his chair and looked at the head of the Shen family, Shen Yangfeng, who was standing in front of him, with his head bowed in disbelief. Yes, old ancestor, this is absolutely true. Moreover, Su Haoyan has at least 4 superpowers by his side. One of them is even an emperor level powerhouse. Shen Yangfeng looked at his ancestor with a serious face and reported everything he knew. Snapped. Shen Zhennan sat down on the chair. How is it possible? How is this possible? How can he attract so many powerhouses to serve him as a small child? The whole Tianqian kingdom can't find one powerful person at the emperor level. How did he do it? Ancestor, do our previous plans need to be changed? Shen Yangfeng's face changed dramatically, and Su Haoyan's terrifying strength caught him off guard for a while. Especially, the plan for the Su family made him feel like shooting himself in the foot. Immediately change the previous plan, and you and I have to go out of the city to meet everyone in the Su family. In addition, I warn everyone in the Shen family to be honest and never provoke Su Haoyan. Especially Zhener. It's best to keep her in the mansion. 9-headed Yuansheng, Xuanhuan 14, star, dedicated to his duties. 9-headed Yuansheng is worthy of being the brightest star in the constellation Leo. He is devoted to his duties. In the future, he will be my guard. Su Haoyan secretly said proudly. After a night's rest, the Su and Qin families left Guyan City and headed straight for Suzhou. At this time, Su Haoyan was sitting in the car pondering the function of the lucky compass. The numerology of Jiutou Yuanxing and Baigan can be shown on the compass. However, the numerology between Baisuzhen and Fairy Zixia is blurred. If he wants to continue to investigate, he will have a feeling of palpitations, churning of blood in the body, and dizziness. Frightened, he quickly stopped investigating. Regarding this strange situation, he also asked the system, and the answer given by the system was ambiguous. It's the first time I've encountered such a situation. In this regard, the system is also helpless. However, according to the system's guess, it may be because Baisuzhen's second daughter is very close to herself. Because the compass has made itself the master. Then you are the master of life, and the number of life masters is against the sky. Will be restricted by heaven. And the woman who is the life master will also be implicated by the life master. Although this explanation can make sense, Su Haoyan has many doubts in his heart that cannot be explained. In the end, I had no choice but to suppress this matter temporarily and talk about it later. Although Su Haoyan and his party only stayed in Gaian City for one night, Pei Xiuji, the city owner of Gaian City, was extremely polite. Not only did he not pursue Su Haoyan's injury to Pei Zhongliang, but he personally set up a banquet to wash away Su Haoyan's shock. And gave a big gift to Su Haoyan, showing his sincerity. But whether it is really sincere or not, that is, the benevolent sees the benevolent and the wise sees the wisdom. In response to this, Su Haoyan just looked at Pei Xiuji carefully and left with a blank face. However, he was attracted to Pei Xiuji in his heart, and those who could carry away the hatred of his son with a smile were either people with a deep sense of stoicism or real fools. And Pei Xiuji is obviously not a fool. However, no matter how deep his scheming is, there are some vicious conspiracies brewing in his heart. Where does your strength lie? In the face of absolute strength, many intrigues and tricks are pale. In this way, the convoy left Gaian City and plunged into the vast desert. During the day, Su Haoyan practiced the Overlord Spear under the guidance of Jiutou Yuanxing and Baigan. In the face of Su Haoyan's diligence, one person and one demon do not hide their secrets. Let Su Haoyan's strength change with each passing day. Rapid progress. In the evening, practice Tai Divine Solution and 9 transformations of gods and demons. It's just that Taishenji's second layer vigorous bull body needs to be immersed in a special potion in order to cultivate. There is no way he can only first cultivate the Tianwu transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. I don't know if his physique has changed, or if he hit the big luck. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons, Tianwu transformation, was completed in only 2 days. And the second transformation, Dragon Soul transformation, was more than halfway completed. While this made Su Haoyan overjoyed, he was also quite puzzled. However, he did not deliberately analyze this phenomenon. Whatever you do, do whatever is good for you. Now his strength is no less than that of an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the spiritual realm. Even with the cooperation of the 10 square thick soil body and the Overlord Spear technique, even the masters facing the fairyland can retreat completely. Not to mention that he also has magical powers such as the great movement of the universe and the 6 meridians divine sword. It can be said that Su Haoyan is now a master of masters. There are few invincible opponents under Tianmen. On this day, the mighty team came to an oasis in the desert. After passing the oasis, you can arrive at Suzhou City. Going through Suzhou City is quite a long journey, because there is a desert area between Guyan City and Suzhou City. Desolate. Under the neglect of management, bandits and thieves who make a living by robbery breed over time. The officers and soldiers of the two cities also sent troops to suppress the bandits. But here it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. After a few unsuccessful attempts, I lost track of it. The team continued to move forward, probably to the central area of this oasis, when several figures suddenly galloped from the side, scolding, and shouting sounds came from far away, accompanied by the sound of magic instruments hitting. Obviously someone is fighting fiercely. There is a situation over there. All attention, the team stops. Arm. The captain of the guard, the Leopard King Su Chenglong, commanded loudly. Although this team also has the pride of the Qin family, and the guards of the Qin family. But the soul of this team is Su Haotian of the Su family. An existence on an equal footing with the ancestors of the Qin family. They can't afford to offend at all. He wouldn't be stupid enough to fight for the title of captain of the guard. Although the fighting in the distance was fierce and unusual. At the same time, there is also the breath of Tianmen realm looming. But the Leopard King was not panicking. There are two more terrifying gods on both sides of the three-boy car, and there are two masters who are like flowers and jade in the car. With such a luxurious lineup, who else in the entire Tianqian nation could threaten their own team? It's good to not have trouble with others on your own side. Leopard King thought so in his heart, and his face unconsciously showed a smug look. The fight over there was getting closer and closer. Because the wind and sand covered the convoy's tracks, the two sides of the fight didn't realize that there was another convoy here until they came to the vicinity of the convoy. Immediately, he stopped and dispersed in shock. There were 4 men and 1 woman. The cultivation base of the first and second grades of the mysterious spirit realm. Holding a sword, he cautiously stared at the opponent who had stopped. But judging from their flushed faces, sluggish breath, and undulating chests, it was obvious that they had been fighting for a long time. These 5 people are very young, dressed in extraordinary clothes, and have a good temperament. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful. At first glance, it is a disciple of a major sect or a disciple of a party. On the other hand, there were cultivators who wore various clothes, had different cultivation bases, and had hideous expressions on their faces. There are about a dozen people. These people are nondescript, with hideous faces. And they are obviously not good people. After discovering the convoy, a wretched-looking, rat-eyed, deer-faced cultivator in a hidden black robe came out more and more, and a pair of rat eyes gleamed at the convoy. Hey, my old white really got lucky. Not only did 5 little guys throw themselves into the net, but also many horses and horses were brought to the front. It's a worthwhile trip. Ha ha ha. This person's breath is looming and unpredictable, and it turns out to be a third-rank Tianmen. Where are you from the convoy? Hurry up and get out of here, they are the gangsters of the desert Hafing village. A group of things that eat human flesh and don't spit bones. Run for your life. The 5 people who were being hunted down saw this, and their faces changed dramatically, and the woman in blue suddenly shouted, "Nanny? Hi Fangs hi. Isn't that the bandits' den in a movie in Huaxia?" Couldn't The bandits make it through collectively? Xuanhuan sat in the cart with a strange look. Xuanhuan, what are you in a daze? It's just a group of bandits. Don't worry about it. Seeing Xuanhuan in a daze, Bai Suzhen pursed her lips and said happily, "Little lady, what's your name? When you call me in the cottage, hee hee. Ha ha ha. Yes, little beauty, our boss, Bai, is notoriously sympathetic and sympathetic. When the time comes, we will keep you comfortable and shout. You, shameless." The woman in blue did not expect that her kind reminder would lead to the foul language of the bandits. Immediately embarrassed. Boy, who are you? You're not afraid of the wind's tongue flashing when you cry. At this time, Xuanhuan got out of the car. He stood on the Yuan with his hands behind his back, with the two daughters, Bai Suzhen and Zixia, standing on the left and right. Looking at the middle-aged deer face with green eyes, he said with disgust. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at the woman in blue. Although this woman's face was cold, her brows were picturesque, her skin was as thick as sebum, and her waist was slender. A pair of eyes are as clear as two clear springs. At first sight, there is an urge to conquer it. In such a situation, this woman can still speak to remind her, which shows that she is a kind-hearted person. Kind and beautiful, they are the best choice for a good wife and mother. However, Xuanhuan didn't have that thought. He looked at her a few more times, just for pure appreciation. As for the terrifying coercion of the middle-aged deer face, he turned a blind eye. Tianmen realm, to be honest, he really doesn't care about it now. Boy, don't tell me, your uncle is the fourth head of Haifeng's Hai, so is Bai. See? Have you heard of it? The middle-aged deer face stuck out his blood-red tongue and licked his lips. And said coldly. The faces of the elder Su Chunfeng and the elder of the Qin family changed dramatically. What? You are the one who slaughtered all the monks and people in Fangqing in one night, by sea? As soon as this statement came out, most of the team's characters changed their expressions. The entire city was slaughtered, and most of them were ordinary people who were powerless. Calling it human slaughter is already light. He should be called the executioner. Puff. Haha, dead in vain? Nima, what a wonderful name. If you die, you will die in vain. It's absolutely amazing. Xuanhuan couldn't help holding his stomach and laughing loudly. Everyone in the team was taken aback for a moment, and then they couldn't help but show a funny look. Bold, how dare you laugh at me? I swear, I will slaughter all of you today. Bai Si didn't expect that Xuanhuan was not frightened when he heard his prestige, but laughed at him, and suddenly made him violent, roaring with a grin. Every thief of great treason and evil can be put to death. Zixia glanced indifferently at the row-headed and rat-eyed gangster Bai Si, and said contemptuously. At the same time, Bai Si also noticed Bai Suzhen and Zixia's two daughters on Yuan. A pair of mouse eyes could no longer be moved. What a beautiful woman. The next moment, his rat eyes turned into greed. Such a beautiful woman is rare in Lao Bai's life. I want them. Baisher looked at the two girls presumptuously, and couldn't help talking to himself. What's the matter? It's beautiful to think about it. I think you are a toad. Who wants to eat swan meat? You dare to look at the women of labor and capital, Giotto, smash him. Xuanhuan was angry and dared to blaspheme his woman. His aunt could bear it, but his uncle couldn't bear it. Haha, kid, you are in a hurry, hee hee, I will show you a hearty battle tonight. Keeping it will make you feast for your eyes. Haha, you, the fourth head of the family, let your brothers drink soup when you eat meat. Yes, yes. Ha ha ha. It's over, they're dead. The expressions of the 5 young monks over there changed, and they couldn't bear to close their eyes. How could they be able to defeat Bai Si in the Tianmen realm? The young man even laughed and angered Bai Si. Just don't know how to live or die. However, at this moment, a loud bang came along with the sound of broken bones. Bai Si, who was walking forward, suddenly felt a darkness in front of him, followed by a sudden pain in his head, and he fell into eternal darkness. What? The blue-clothed woman's almond eyes are wide open, her hands cover her lips. And she looks incredibly cute. Ah, this is impossible. Who are you, who dares to kill the fourth master? Do you know? Our Haifeng's High Master is a super strong king at the king level. You are finished, there is no salvation. A gangster, watching a weirdo with a sledgehammer, just smashed Bai Si. Lightly, yes, with a light wave, the latter turned into a pile of minced meat. With a bang. This situation made him feel unreal. Ding. Trigger the side quest to exterminate the bandits in Haifeng's High. Mission details. Since the host has already killed Bai Si, the leader of the bandits will definitely become enemies with the host afterwards. Start A. Frantic revenge. If the host successfully kills the leader of the bandits, A. Special reward of 70,000 good luck points. If you destroy the Black Wind Fortress, you will be rewarded a chance to summon a super strong. Hey, a side quest was actually triggered. Hey, it's hard for labor and management not to be a national hero, so let's clear some obstacles for the future. King Leopard, destroy all these gangsters. As a force of the Su family, we are obliged to eliminate harm for the people. Su Haoyan said righteously and loudly. Wow, the official is so handsome. Brother Haoyan is so tall. When the 2 girls standing beside Su Haoyan saw Su Haoyan's tall appearance, they suddenly looked like a nympho. How did he do it? A Tianmen realm powerhouse is so simple to kill? God, who the hell is that guy? He's too strong. So it doesn't look like he's a dude at all. For a time, the 5 young cultivators not only breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt unbelievable. It can bring a strong person beyond the Tianmen realm. With him, I am afraid that the power behind him should not be underestimated. Old clan, Leopard King, you all wait here for a while, until I go to take the old lair of Haifeng's High. Su Haoyan said loudly and forcefully. What? What did he say? He is going to take the old lair of Haifeng's High. Who does he think he is? Killing Bai Si has already caused a catastrophe. Don't take this opportunity to run away. He won't let the victory-stunned mind it. The woman in blue looked at Su Haoyan, who was standing on top of the car, and frowned. I thought incomprehensibly. The other 4 also had general thoughts, thinking that Su Haoyan was pretending. Giotto, walk with me, and the others will wait here. You're looking for death. Ah, how is that possible? How can he fly through the clouds? The woman in blue thought that Su Haoyan was pretending, and hurriedly spoke to scold Su Haoyan. She really didn't want this handsome boy to die. She wondered why she had such inexplicable thoughts. But just halfway through the sentence, she was horrified to find that the golden-faced man with the hammer actually formed a pale golden cloud out of thin air, and then carried the boy straight to the sky. When the boy left, he smiled at himself and waved his hand. The smile was bright and confident. At that moment, she was confused for a moment. That smile is so charming. That big man is a complete mess. No wonder. He will release rhetoric about destroying Haifeng village. Zhou Xuanhuan, what's wrong with you? It's shameless. The blue-clothed woman still had the expression of you wanting to digest. But now there is an inexplicable kind of expectation. His face was even more red. And her companions didn't notice anything unusual about the girl, at this time. Their attention was on the one-sided massacre in front of them. Yes, when Xuanhuan left, the Leopard King stared at him and took the lead to kill the gangsters who were still stunned. They were followed by the Qin family, Su Kuwei, and Su Ningxue. What are you waiting for? Go up and help. The blue-clothed woman first woke up from her sluggishness, and with a sharp flash in Xing's eyes, she joined in with a sword. Seeing this, several other people rushed forward with gritted teeth. Senior Yin Zhonghe, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect His Royal Highness Hades to send you out. It's a little overkill to deal with these little scoundrels. Is there anything wrong with this Xianlong summit? Somewhere in the oasis, deep in a dense forest, there are hundreds of tall pavilions hidden in the woods. This is the location of the old nest of Haifeng's, which is hated by the prefectures. At this time, in the middle of a tall attic, a tall old man wearing a black brocade robe, with a face like the bottom of a pot and eyes like a copper bell, was sitting proudly on the largest chair in the main hall. The same middle-aged man in green robe was talking with an expressionless face. Pluto sent me here to completely destroy Tianqian Kingdom's Xianlong plan. His Royal Highness? It seems that this plan cannot be missed. The face of the middle-aged man in Qingpao changed dramatically. Pluto is one of the 12 Dharma kings of the divine sect. His strength is unfathomable. Even he personally issued an order. It can be seen that the divine sect has completely torn its face with the various kingdoms this time. What happened to that thing? Haifeng's has existed here for more than 10 years in order to protect that thing. Once that thing matures, Lord Hades will definitely achieve the supreme golden body because of this. It will definitely become one of the 12 Dharma kings. First, when the time comes, your power as a guardian will definitely rise to the top. Yun Zhonghe, who was wearing a black robe, looked at the person standing beside him with a frenzy on his face, and said, Hongsheng, it is my subordinate's duty to serve His Royal Highness Pluto. Ning Changxiong, the head of Haifeng's, bowed and replied with a look of ecstasy. Roar. Ning Changxiong was very excited. If the sky can go straight up because of this, it's not worth it to squat in this place where birds don't shit for so long. He swallowed, reorganized the language, and was about to speak again. But at this moment, a huge roar that shook the mountains suddenly came, causing the attic to shake. The two people in the attic were even more shocked. The awful from Haifeng's let Lao Tzu get out and die. Just after the giant roar, an extremely frantic sound of breaking the drink sounded from their heads. There is a strong intrusion. Yun Zhonghe, in the attic, suddenly stood up from his chair, with a horrified look in his eyes. This breath, could it be a powerhouse at the peak of the king level? They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. But then, he, still daring to fly out, I saw that in the void of the attic, above a pale golden cloud, two people were pointing at the monks who were constantly pouring out from below. It seems that those people are the heads of Haifeng's. It's just that there seems to be something wrong with that black charcoal. Xuanhuan stood above the clouds, with his hands behind his back, looking at the two who had just flown out with interest in their eyes. That black charcoal head has the cultivation of the 9th rank king level realm. As for the one next to him, he is only the 1st rank king level realm. Apart from these two guys, the one with the highest cultivation base is the two people standing below. Jiutou Yuanxing looked at the attic indifferently, and explained to Su Haodian indifferently. Who are you? Don't you know this is Haifeng's? As a gangster who has dominated for more than 10 years, this is the first time someone has been bullied. Facing the subordinates below, Ning Changxiong's grim old face suddenly couldn't hang up. At this time, Shen asked. However, he was shocked in his heart. The young man was okay to say, he was just a little bastard. But the golden-faced man made him unable to see through. And the breath made his heart skip a beat. Your grandfather, I am the embodiment of justice, the messenger of light, and the support of the weak. Xuanhuan stood on the cloud, with his hands behind his back and his head raised, he said with justice and awe. Xuanhuan's face was righteous and awe-inspiring, but his heart was full of joy. Ma, I'm asking you, what are you doing here? Ning Changxiong was angry. He was a short-tempered person, and he had never been so ridiculed in his life. Isn't it, he is used to bullying others, and making a fortune. Hey, it is said that people are unlucky to drink cold water and have their teeth stuck in their teeth, so you should admit that you are unlucky. Hit him with 9 heads. Xuanhuan didn't want to waste time, so he finished the work quickly. Boom. The next moment, Jiutou Yuanxing's pale golden face flashed a ferocious look. And he threw the hammer violently. A single purple gold and bright silver hammer turned into the size of a house and swept forward as it hit the ground. Rumbling, loud noises came from below the clouds. The huge impact turned the houses along the road into dust in an instant. And those ordinary bandits who are still watching the excitement have no chance to react. Instantly shattered. The other purple gold and bright silver hammer came straight to the two cranes in the cloud at an incredible speed. The sledgehammer that seemed to come slowly came to the two of them in the blink of an eye. Then he slammed down heavily on the two of them. The speed is unbelievable. The pupils of the two of them shrank suddenly, and Ning Changxiong quickly slashed a ghost-headed sword on his head. When the giant hammer and the ghost-headed broadsword collided, sparks scattered, and the humming sound spread out in all directions. Some of the gangsters who had not had time to escape suddenly had blood pierced through their noses, and mouths became confused, and turned into idiots who only knew how to stare. At the same time, the downward pressure of the giant hammer even shattered the ghost-headed big sword inch by inch. The next moment, the power of the giant hammer drove straight in, directly hitting Ning Changxiong's chest. Click, click. The chest shattered, and the heart of the organs of the inner government was shaken into pieces. The whole person fell to the ground softly. Died. Unintentionally. The head of the dignified Haifeng's, the bandit leader who made the prefecture feel frightened by the wind, was smashed into a pile of meat by the Zijin Liangyin hammer. Seeing this, Yun Zhonghe immediately showed fear on his face. What's the origin of this guy? Why is he so powerful? is he a powerhouse at the emperor level? When he thought that the other party might be an emperor-level powerhouse, the trace of luck that remained in his heart suddenly disappeared. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled in a certain direction. Seeing this, Dou Yuanqing's pale golden face flashed with contempt, and the next second, it turned into a lion's head, and then stretched his neck. The lion's head stretched and became bigger and swallowed Yun Zhonghe. You can't kill me, Hades, ah. This scene made the gangsters who escaped from the dead below see their hearts and souls broken. Yeah, monster, run. What kind of monster is that? It's cruel. Run away. The creditors are dead. Xuanhuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Don't look at Dou Yuanqing's taciturn and honest appearance. But once the supernatural power of swallowing living people is revealed, it makes people trance for a while. Remember that he is actually a world-shattering demon king. Pluto? I don't know where the evildoer is. All destroyed. Xuanhuan was just stunned for a moment and didn't care about the Pluto in the mouth of Yun Zhonghe, pointing at the gangster who was about to escape. Below, he said to the nine-headed Yuanqing, who had changed back into a human form. Boom! The earthquake shook and the attic collapsed. In an instant, the old nest of Haifeng's Hai, which had caused a headache for one state, was destroyed, including its owner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Haifeng's Hai. Special reward of 70,000 growth points. A chance to summon a super strong. I always feel that this growth value is easy to earn. Xuanhuan thought in his heart. Master, there is something good down here. Shall we take it away together? After handing over several storage rings to Xuanhuan, Dou Yuanqing suddenly looked at somewhere in the ruins and said with bright eyes. A baby? What is it, can you feel it? Where Xuanhuan looked, it was an extremely ordinary attic, but now it has turned into a pile of rubble. Under the pile of rubble, there is a hole that leads directly to the treasure hiding place. However, there is a toad monster in the Tianmen realm guarding by the side. The smell of that thing is a bit strange, and the energy it emits is inclined to be fierce. It seems that it is an elixir of refining the body. Dou Yuanqing closed his eyes for a while and then said vaguely. Well, in general, things that are guarded by powerful monsters should be some kind of incredible treasure. Go in and have a look. Rabbit grass and rabbits, piggyback. Xuanhuan murmured as he followed the nine-headed Yuanqing towards there. Grass the grass, hits the rabbits, and piggybacks? Dou Yuanqing glanced at Xuanhuan with a puzzled look, and then shook his head helplessly. The master has become more and more unpredictable, and even his words have become unpredictable. I'll go, is that a toad? This motherfucker is too big. When the master and servant came to the underground cave along a passage, they saw a house-sized toad lying quietly in the empty stone house. This is actually a fifth-order demon toad? Xuanhuan exclaimed. The monsters in this world are divided into 10 grades, by human monks. Each level is further divided into 3 small realms, upper, middle, and lower. The first rank is equivalent to the mortal sea realm, the second rank is equivalent to the profound entrance realm, the third rank is equivalent to the spiritual transformation realm, the fourth rank is the earth fairy realm, the fifth rank is the heaven gate realm, the sixth rank is the king rank, and the seventh rank is the emperor rank. The 8th order venerable level, the 9th order holy level, and the 10th order emperor level. Once the monster reaches the 5th rank, it can change shape. and by Suzhen, is equivalent to the fifth-order demon king, Zixia, Jiutou Yuanqing sixth order demon king. But there are some special aliens in the world that cannot change shape even if they break through the 10th order. Just like the roaring dog in the Romance of the Gods. Gu Suhaoyan estimated that it should be in existence beyond the 10th order. The toad in front of him has reached the 5th rank and has not yet transformed. Could it be that he has some rare bloodline? Well, behind the toad, there is a huge stone bowl with a pale golden liquid. The liquid gives Suhaoyan a very strange feeling. It seems that it is a bowl of delicious braised pork, and I actually have the urge to eat it. Eat this golden liquid? Suhaoyan frowned slightly. Is it absorption? Remember that the second layer of Tai Shinji's vigorous bull body needs to absorb heaven and earth spirits to cultivate. Could it be that the golden liquid is some kind of spirit? 9 heads, destroy that toad. Suhaoyan thought for a moment and then quickly made a decision. Toad? When Jiutou Yuanqing heard Suhaoyan's words, he couldn't turn his head. That master, what is a toad? Jiutou Yuanqing scratched his head and asked embarrassedly. Nima. I made a mistake. He didn't understand. A toad is a toad. Suhaoyan quickly explained. It turns out that it is good to follow the master, and this Lion King has learned another trick. Jiutou Yuanqing slapped his face a few times, then laughed dryly, and swung the sledgehammer towards the tall toad. Quack, quack. When the giant toad saw the reptile attacking it, it suddenly croaked, and a blood-red shadow suddenly poked out of its mouth, heading for the 9-headed Yuanqing, who was eager to get there. In the void, I saw a red shadow flashing before the 9-headed Yuanqing. The speed is astounding. However, in the next moment, the purple gold and bright silver hammer simply ignored the impact of the red shadow, and with one hammer, the giant toad was smashed into flesh. Toad didn't even let out a scream. It can be seen how huge the gap is in a big realm. Gold gives birth to strange water. I never imagined that there are such strange things in this underground cave. This spiritual water contains 2 attributes of gold and water. It is the holy medicine for body refining. You are lucky, master. Jiutou Yuanqing took the golden hammer, his eyes swept over the toad, and when he saw the golden liquid in the bowl, his eyes lit up and exclaimed. It turns out that this thing is called Jinxing Qishui. Jiutou can help me. Look at it. I want to absorb this Jinxing Qishui. Suhaoyan glanced at the golden liquid in the stone bowl and couldn't help swallowing. The next moment, he quickly sat cross-legged. A strange aroma rushed to his face, pouring into his body, down his nostrils. What surprised him was that this strange fragrance actually caused Taishin's mind solution method to automatically run in the body. Seeing this, Suhaoyan's face flashed with joy, and he hurriedly started to run the second layer of Taishenji, vigorous bull's body and mind technique. The originally calm Jinxing Qishui suddenly boiled and turned into strands of golden gas that was guided into the body by Suhaoyan. I don't know what kind of exercises the master is practicing, but it's so domineering. This Jinxing Qishui has dual properties of gold and water. The energy contained in it is extremely steely. If the body directly absorbs it, one of them might damage the meridians. In severe cases, the meridians are torn apart and cannot be cultivated for life. But looking at the master's posture, there is no such worry at all. The violent energy of Jin Shankishui poured into Suhaoyan's body, and the Surface of his skin was quickly covered with a layer of blue-gold color. The whole person became weird. Xuanhuan only felt that his body was being harvested by countless sharp knives, and it was extremely painful. This unforgettable pain made him not only take a deep breath. He stabilized his mind, and with his strong and unyielding will, he forcibly endured it. It's all about being strong. Only by constantly becoming stronger can you not be affected by fate. Get out on your own path. Boom. At this time, Xuanhuan only felt the constant roaring in his body. The vigorous bull body and mind technique, which was running a little slowly, suddenly became fast. The speed of absorbing Jinshenqi water is also doubled. Under such circumstances, the pain he endured was also multiplying. At first, there were only knives reaping their own flesh and blood. Now it's even more painful. It's like there are countless bugs scurrying around in his body, which is extremely itchy. Let his face constantly twist and deform. At the same time, the Jinxing Qi Shui in the stone bowl was constantly decreasing. Xuanhuan's face was blue for a while, and golden for a while. It looks weird. Ding. Because the host is the first to absorb the treasures of heaven and earth, the system will reward you for a promotion. The system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Boom. The spiritual power in Xuanhuan's body rose rapidly, and the surging breath stirred up the surrounding air. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the 7th rank of the spiritual realm. As expected of the master, the speed of this cultivation is simply against the sky. Jiutou Yuanxing watched from the side and was amazed. Time passed quickly. The Jinshenqi water in the stone bowl is gradually decreasing. 3 hours are fleeting. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly felt a bang in his body, and a vast force was born from within him. At the same time, behind Xuanhuan, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly a blue-purple mist rose up. Immediately afterwards, a tall, mountain-like green bull gradually appeared in the fog. The bull's head was like a mountain, his eyes were shining, his 2 horns were like 2 iron towers, and his teeth were sharp. Violet blue light flickered all over his body. Appears mysterious. At the same time, a savage aura overflowed from the phantom of the bull. The 9-headed Yuanxing, who was already stunned by this, was speechless. What kind of practice is the master practicing? Not only does it have the appearance of the law, but it also has such a wild atmosphere. I'm afraid it's not simple. After a while, the phantom of the bull behind Xuanhuan gradually took in his body. Then wake up. And the Jinxing Qi Shui in the stone bowl in front of him also disappeared. Taishenji's second layer vigorous bull body was completed by him in one fell swoop. And he also succeeded in being promoted to 1 level. It's such a cool feeling. The system uses the growth value and cultivates it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to the 8th rank of the spirit realm. Bring out my attribute template. Host, Xuanhuan. Race, human. Bloodline, heavenly beast bloodline. Luck level, 8th stage of transfiguration, 80000/1000000 value. Techniques, undead zombie technique, low-level heavenly rank, Taishenjia. Prime ancient technique, 9 transformations of gods and demons, middle level heavenly pole. Magical powers, zombie fist, great shift of heaven and earth, 6 meridians. Excalibur, overlord spear. Defensive attack, 10 square thick soil body, powerful bull body. Weapon, Barrett sniper rifle. Upgrade Huang Pin, flying boots, upgrade. Xian Pin. Magic weapon, heaven-shaking divine spear purple ribbon fairy clothes. Skills, devour, overlord marksmanship. Intelligence, 90. Super strong, by Suzhen, Tianmen 9th grade, Zixia fairy, king grade 9th. Grade, Jiutou Yuanxing, imperial grade 7, Baigan, 3 king grade. Grade. Gifts, flying boots, purple ribbon fairy clothes. Good luck, 950000. Bad luck, 0 out of 1000. Bad luck, 0 out of 1000. Well, it's true that all the indicators are still normal, and the good luck value has increased. It seems that I am really lucky this time. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan stood up, feeling that he was covered in sweat. Only then did I remember the agony. Trembling all over. Then he slowed down, and then walked out of the cave with Jiutou Yuanxing. Bold, who did it? Who did it? I'm going to peel your skin and cramp your muscles. Just when Xuanhuan left the underground cave, in a dark and gloomy hall, a tall man in black robes was listening to what a bandit-like man was saying. His Royal Highness Hades, the duo is a strange combination. The young man looks handsome and has a cultivation base of around the 5th rank of the spiritual realm. The other is tall and burly, with a ferocious appearance, and he used a purple gold sledgehammer. Very good, dare to destroy my good deeds, dare to snatch my treasures. I want them to live rather than die. The man in black robe hid himself in the black robe, revealing only 2 bloodthirsty, bright red eyes. At this moment, the blood-red eyes flashed, and the whole body trembled. Obviously on the verge of rage. Ding. Trigger the side quest, Pluto's Wrath. Because the host has absorbed Jinxing Qi Shui, which disrupted Pluto's promotion, Pluto was furious and had killing intent on the host. If the host kills Pluto, the host will have 100,000 a reward for growth value. A chance to summon a super strong, a chance to draw a random lottery. Well, I found out so quickly. It seems that there are fish that slipped through the net, but so what, in front of absolute strength, everything is a cloud. Xuanhuan thought for a while. Congratulations, sir, for the opportunity to advance successfully. The two quickly returned to the team, and Baigan bowed to Xuanhuan with a smile on his face. Guanren, you are so lucky. You can also meet with such a chance. Brother Haoyan is handsome, so handsome. Well, this girl Zixia has been with Xuanhuan for a long time, and she has also learned some of his strange languages. Of course, who am I, Yushu Linfeng, the suave Xuanhuan, cultivation is just trivial, drizzle. When you are proud of life, you need to pretend to be compared, otherwise it is no different from mediocrity. As soon as this statement came out, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched a few times. Nima, it's too good to pretend. Young people need to be humble and understand. Excuse me, did you really destroy Haifeng's Hai? Just when Xuanhuan was pretending to be incomparable, a cold voice came into his ears from behind. Why haven't you left yet? Xuanhuan turned around and found that it was one of the 5 young monks who had been rescued earlier. And it was the woman who kindly reminded her. By the way, the official and the other 5 are also going to attend the Xianlong summit and hope to go with us. Bai Suzhen glanced at the woman in front of her, smiled softly, and said softly, seeking protection, yes, 1,000 low-level spirit stones per person. Su Haoyan glanced at the glamorous woman in front of him and said very seriously. What? Still charging? 1,000 low-level spirit stones, why don't you grab it? You have no shame. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other four all showed stunned expressions. His goodwill towards Su Haoyan quickly declined. He looks like a handsome young man, but in fact, he is an out-and-out cheapskate. The cold and glamorous woman had a surprised expression. Puff. Third brother is really unusual. He can do anything. Take it. Su Kuei was standing next to him, but he lost his temper because of Su Haoyan's actions. Okay, let alone 10,000 is not a problem. But you haven't answered my question yet? After the initial surprise, the Lingyan woman quickly regained consciousness. She is a beautiful woman, how can she ask for money? According to his past temperament, he had already shaken his head and left. Who are you? You're just a peer, you still have to pay for it, and you don't have to be ashamed. When I saw how he would end, it was obvious that the little girl was angry. It's just a group of bandits, what kind of big waves can they make? Su Haoyan came out and solved it in seconds. Su Haoyan said nonchalantly. Blow, you keep blowing. The cold and beautiful woman's pretty face twitched fiercely a few times, and she opened her mouth and finally did not make a sound. By the way, remember to pay, it's not easy for us to bring a family with us. 7,000 low-level spirit stones, remember. Su Haoyan said very seriously while getting into the car. It's obviously 5,000, why is this 2,000? The woman was speechless to the extreme. His cold face was already filled with anger. Because you are a woman. And a beautiful woman. What happened to the beautiful woman? Is it wrong to be beautiful? Did you know what is going on with your face? Big sister. Because of your participation, the men in our team are no longer in the mood to do serious work, so how can we rush on our way? It's not bad to ask you for lost wages. Su Haoyan explained bitterly. That depressed and helpless expression, as if he had suffered a great loss. You're not a man. The woman was on the verge of running wild. If she hadn't been worried about the dangers hidden in this desert, she would have turned her head away long ago. If it's a man, you won't know if you come to test it. Su Haoyan said with a wicked smile. You bastard. The woman blushed and retreated. Well, she had to admit that Su Haoyan's face was already extraordinary. She surrendered. Hey, thanks for the compliment. Su Haoyan said with a smile before entering the car. My God, who is this? My God, why don't you hack this wonderful man to death? The performance of the adults is really different. Those who achieve great things are not careful about the small things, they don't like things, and don't feel sorry for themselves. The followers of Baigan are really talented. Baigan looked at Su Haoyan, who was arguing with the cold and beautiful woman, his face full of approval. Although the 5 Lingyan women don't have to worry about the bandits for the time being. But he was a little worried about the cost of the 70,000 gold coins. The cost of 7,000 low-level spirit stones is also a lot of expense for them. Lingshur, as the name suggests, is a stone with spiritual energy. It is a necessities for spiritual practice to be used for practice, and to buy practice items. The Xuanwu continent divides this widely used spirit stone into low-grade spirit stones, middle-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and top-grade spirit stones. Damn it. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in this world. Official man, you are too hateful, we must have the spirit of helping others. This is your motto. Bai Suzhen saw Xuanhuan getting into the car happily, and shook her head. Helplessly. He knew that the officials didn't really want the money. Just kidding. Hey, the stepmother beats the child, and she is idle. That girl is too arrogant. It's fun to frustrate her arrogance. Xuanhuan sat in the car and said wickedly. The system begins to summon. After taking the bandit den, he earned a chance to summon a strong man. He was looking forward to it. Ding. The system is randomly summoning super strong for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the black whirlwind Li Kuei. From. What's the matter? Li Kuei, what's the ability of this stupid big man to make the system value it so much? Li Kuei, nickname, Heavenly Slaughter Star Black Whirlwind. Base Hangshuren in Yishui County, exiled to another country because of killing people, and worked as a small prisoner in Jiangzhou. After making troubles in Jiangzhou, he rescued Songjiang and Daizong. He joined Liangshan to join the team and step for the cottage. One of the 10 leaders of the army. He is as thick as a black bear, and his body is knotty like an ox. Crossed. The red and yellow eyebrows, and the eyes were red and silk. The anger is as muddy as iron brushes, and the hideousness is like a scorpion. The canopy is wickedly down the ladder. Li Kuei is really brave, and his name is Iron Ox. Li Kuei acts almost entirely on the word happy, is less rational, has no calculations, acts recklessly, and is rude and unrestrained. He is naive, simple, and without scheming, and sometimes wants to make things smarter, and the results are often worse. It looks quite funny and cute, and is completely a reckless man. But is it really like this in history? Don't forget that Li Kuei is the star of death. The host should not look at Li Kuei with the eyes of the water margin. The system used a lot of space to explain to Xuanhuan. Listening to what you said, this Li Kuei is a bit interesting. Let me take a look at his personal attributes. Li Kuei, nickname, Black Whirlwind. From. Race, human. Technique, Tianwu Xianggong. Supernatural powers, 36 axes that shake the sky. Weapon, double axe. Rank, 9th grade of the Imperial Realm. Loyalty, 95, full value of 100. The Emperor level, and it's still the 9th grade. Li Kuei is just a pirate. How can his strength be so terrifying? Xuanhuan thought he had read it wrong, so he wiped his eyes hard and found that he had not read wrong. Please don't have any prejudice against Li Kuei because of the water margin. Don't forget that Li Kuei is from. Moreover, the true identity of the 36 Heavenly Gang and the 72 Earth Demons is not as simple as a small water bandit. Is there any difference between the two? No comment. I'm going to pull it. I'm still pulling it. But Brother Tianwu is also good. At least his strength is not bad. What exactly is the 36 Heavens and 72 Earth Demons? Have time to study research. Xuanhuan thought to himself. 2 days passed in a hurry, and the mighty team finally rushed out of the desert and came to the city of Zhuzhou. In these 2 days, Xuanhuan not only waited until the arrival of the strong man Li Kuei, and also know the source of the 5 monks. Wuling Gate, one of the 3 major sects of Tianxian Kingdom. These 5 people are the head and the door. on behalf of Zhongmen to participate in the Xianlong summit. The 2 days of getting along also made the 5 people's prejudice against Xu Haotian dispel a lot. Especially when they passed through Haifeng village, and saw the Haifeng village that had turned into a rubble, they finally realized the horror of Xu Haotian. There was a marked difference in the way he looked at Xu Haotian. In particular, the woman named Shui Miao Miao had a strange look in Xu Haotian's eyes. From a distance, people could see dozens of people gathered at the gate of Suzhou City. In Zyakuzu, the ancestor of the Shen family, Shen Zhennan, led the whole family, young and old, to welcome the Su and Qin families. As the convoy approached, one of the tall men jumped out of the crowd and said, with a smile on his face, his eyes focused on the big car in front of the team, especially the 2 burly men on both sides of the cart. Well, 3? The breath is terrifying. After seeing the 2 burly men on both sides of the cart, Shen Zhennan's heart had already set off a storm. Patriarch Shen is so polite. The junior Su Chengfeng calls on him. Elder Su came to the front of the team and bowed to the other side with a smile on his face. Old Su family, don't be polite. Dare to ask who is the young master, Su Haotian, I will meet you. For Su Qingfeng's courtesy, Shen Zhennan didn't care about him. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. It can be said that with the presence of Xu Haotian in this team, everyone seems to have grown up out of thin air. Once upon a time, Su Qingfeng's generation would not even look at the ancestors of each family. But now it's time to be courteous. Shen Zhennan not only sighed. Ha ha ha, the ancestor of the Shen family came to greet this junior in person. This makes me feel so worthy. A burst of laughter came, and Xu Haotian walked out of the cart with the 2 daughters, by Suzhen and Zixia. He first stood on the car Yuan and rushed to Shen Zhennan and clasped his fist, and then he jumped off the cart and walked towards Shen Zhennan with his hands behind his back. I have to say that Xu Haotian has a good skin. At a young age, he had a height of over a zhang, and in addition to the appearance of Jun Lang, he was wearing flying boots and wearing a purple sash robe, and he walked casually and elegantly. It is not an exaggeration to describe Xu Haotian at this time in terms of suave and suave, Yushu facing the wind. Bah, you stinky hooligan, you are a disciple. You have to take a female family with you when you go out, and there are only 2 of them in the area. You are really an uncompromising playboy. Looking at Xu Haotian's handsome and elegant appearance, Shui Miao Miao was confused for a moment, and when she woke up, she blushed softly. The 4 people standing by her side glanced at Shui Miao Miao suspiciously, and all shook their heads. But one of the equally handsome young people looked at Xu Haotian's back grimly, not knowing what to think. Su Xiaoxia is really a dragon and a phoenix in people. With such a jade tree facing the wind and suave, only these 2 heroines can be worthy of it. Shen Zhennan was also taken aback by Xu Haotian's handsome appearance and profound cultivation, and his mouth was full of admiration. The old ancestor of the Shen family praised it. This kid's achievement is more important than the fact that your ancestors supported the Shen family with a high level of cultivation. Su Xiaoxia is young and promising, and he has such a proud cultivation at a young age. He is simply a role model for the younger generation. The braveness of the ancestor of the Shen family is well known in Tianxin Kingdom. The boy is absolutely incomparable. There, Su Xiaoxia has so many masters coming to defect at such a young age, which makes me envy, and hate. The ancestors praised us. With the seniors like the ancestors covering me, and the juniors in front, we can grow up quickly. These two, one old and one young, compliment and praise each other like no one else. It can be said that it comes as soon as you open your mouth, and you can't stop talking about it. So flattering each other, and banging. Make everyone kneel down. My God, who are these people? The skill of flattering is unparalleled. At the same time, I am full of admiration for the two people's kung fu. Of course it's flattering. Hey, that hairy boy, I heard that you are very arrogant. Sister, I am Shen Zhener, one of Tianchuan's 13 sons. Listen, I want to challenge you. Just as everyone walked into the city chatting and laughing, they were stopped by a pretty woman. In front of him was a pretty girl in apricot yellow clothes who was looking at Xuanhuan with a smile. This woman's skin was as white as snow. Her smile was like flowers, and those eyes that had been looking forward to brilliance were clear and bright. Yu Yuqi already has a slender figure, which looks very pleasing to the eye. Jane, who let you out? Don't be rude, this is Su Xiaoxia. Hurry back. Xin Zhennan's expression changed when he saw this woman. He was really startled. Heart said, Little auntie, I'm laughing carefully without seeing my ancestor. This is a little devil who kills without blinking an eye. Any of these people can take you to see the king of hell with a finger. What's the challenge? I'm not going back, I'm one of the 13 sons, and I want to correct the name of the 13 sons. The girl did not flinch in the face of the reprimands of her ancestors. Still standing there with a confident look on his face. My lord, this little girl's skin turns to the 9th rank of the spiritual realm, which is a level higher than that of your lord. Do you want to be in Iron Bull? Black Whirlwind Li Kuei, a tall black-faced man like a black bear, came to Su Haotian's side, licked his thick lips, and said with bright eyes. God, my little ancestor, you have caused a big disaster. Xin Zhennan trembled uncontrollably. While complaining about his younger generation in his heart, he also kept praying that Su Haotian would never agree to that stupid big man. It doesn't matter, Brother Tai is in a hurry to make a move, because he wants to take credit for me. Wait for it later, there is a time for you to make a move. Su Haotian laughed. Li Kuei's performance made him feel both warm and funny. And he would use a knife to kill a chicken. And I still have a job to do. Shen Zhener, right? Since you want to challenge this young man, I'll do it. For you. It's not like a man, but I'm higher than you, so I'll pick you up with my bare hands, and you can use weapons. The girl looks pretty sweet though. But at this time, there was a look of disdain. Make Su Haotian feel that she is very flat. Haha, since beautiful women don't use weapons, how can I use weapons as a man? Su Haotian smiled and took a few steps forward, then suddenly stood up. At the same time, a punch was thrown quickly. Good come. The girl saw a bright smile on her face, but she didn't see any movement from him. Her delicate and lovely body was blurred, and she avoided Su Haotian's attack at an incredible angle. Boom! The place where the girl Chikai stood was blasted into a huge hole by Su Haotian's punch. Seeing this, the girl's eyebrows trembled, and she was also shocked. Then, without hesitation, he slashed his palm towards Su Haotian's abdomen. Seeing this, Su Haotian snorted coldly, and Xuanhuan's big movement method suddenly started. The whole person and the girl switched positions in an instant, and the woman's palm was also missed in the blink of an eye. What kind of exercise is this? Why am I here? Xuanhuan was stunned. She didn't understand why she was here. Hey, take it. Xiao's a sword. Xuanhuan let out a clear drink, and a burst of blue sword energy shot out, which surprised the unprepared girl, and used all her strength to avoid it. Xiaoshang sword. Shangyang sword. Midrush sword. Guanchongjian. Less. Punching sword. Xuanhuan opened and closed, and without hesitation at all, he used the 6 veins divine sword. The girl, Xuanhuan, did her best to avoid the 6 swords. Stop, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Xuanhuan leaned on her knees with one hand, panting heavily. A hand shook. Feebly. She didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Xuanhuan. And the third of the 13 sons has been selected. Hehe, Vexia Shen has conceded. If it weren't for the timely report of the system, the task was completed. Xuanhuan would not stop. Oh, Su Xiaoxiao's methods really shocked everyone. Xuanhuan secretly did not know how much Buddha had recited for the fight between the two. If Xuanhuan wins, it's okay to say, if he loses, will his subordinates take anger on the entire Shen family because of this? This is what he is most worried about. But in the end, the result was beyond his expectations. Fortunately, at the same time, he was speechless at Xuanhuan's method of releasing sword energy. It seems that this child's ability to absorb the strong to defect is not as superficial as the legend. After such a short episode, everyone's views on Xuanhuan changed. Baigan, Li Kuei, Jiutou Yuanxing and others were all very happy, and they were very relieved to have such an adult. The 2 girls even complimented Xuanhuan. The deep love in his eyes can no longer be turned away. Afterwards, everyone stayed at the inn arranged by the Shen family. And such a huge team of general inns cannot fit. However, given the status of the Shen family in Suzhou, it was very easy to requisition several inns. Which one is Xuanhuan? Next is Zhao Zhuotao, one of Tianchuan's 13 sons. Come and challenge your excellency. As soon as everyone settled down, a young man with a hero scarf appeared in the inn, and he opened his mouth to challenge Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan readily accepted this. That is the task issued by the system. Get it done early. Boom. What? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 4th of the 13 sons. TSK, that was Zhao Zhuotao, one of the 13 sons, just now. Even he was defeated. It seems that we Suzhou are really embarrassed. Su family, Xuanhuan, is more powerful than the 13 sons. It's incredible. After a while, Xuanhuan walked into the inn with a relaxed expression, ignoring all the comments. Facing the inquiring eyes of the crowd, Xuanhuan put on a master's lonely expression and said solemnly, he can't help beating. It's not that he doesn't work hard, it's just that I'm too good. Cut. Virtue. The second daughter by Suzhen rolled her eyes and said angrily. Xuanhuan got out of the old man. You trampled on the glory of the 13th son, and it was you who made us unable to lift our heads. So, I'm going to kill you. Chao Nima, did all the 13 sons come to Suzhou? There's still no end to it, can you stop? Whoever killed Qiandao came out again. So hurry to die. Xuanhuan scolded and looked impatient. Boom. You can't kill me, I'm Lu Feng, but my master is, ah. What a dick, cowardly, if you can't beat it, just move your parents, can you? Still make a little bit of money? Ding. Congratulations to the host Gun for completing the selection of 5 of the 13 sons. Hey, 13 sons, lost another one. Idiot, when did Suzhou's 13 sons become so useless? It's not that the 13 sons are useless, it's that Su Haoyan is too powerful. Grow other people's ambition, destroy your own prestige. You have ambition, you go. Forget it. Putting away the gun, turning around, Su Haoyan returned to the inn smartly. Take a good rest this time. Su Haoyan, get out of here for me. Su Haoyan just sat down when a furious voice came into the inn. Mass, what's the matter today, do you want to exhaust me? At the same time, a terrifying coercion acted on the inn, causing Su Haoyan to stagnate. The peak of the king-level realm? Hee, my lord, I'll do it. Feeling the coming of this coercion, Li Kuwei suddenly stood up and ran up to Su Haoyan, looking at him eagerly. Li Kuwei really wanted to express himself too much. He is new and has not yet established his career. He has not proven himself in front of Su Haoyan. Official man, since Brother Tai is in such a hurry, let's fulfill him. Yes, Brother Haoyan, Brother Tai is very pitiful. Tianwu is really a man of temperament. Old man, what's wrong with you? It's a good way to yell, talk shit, and let it go. While everyone was talking and laughing, Lian Shan came to the outside of the inn, and saw an old man in brown clothes standing beside a corpse that had turned into minced meat with a gloomy face, watching everyone walking out. You are Su Haoyan, right? You killed Lu Feng? Puff. This old guy is so angry, let him fart and he will let it go, why is he obedient? I'm so mad at me, kid, you are too deceiving. I want you to die. The brown-clothed old man didn't know that he had been tricked until then. Immediately outraged. Not even talking about the scene, Song Lang shouted, holding out a pitch-black long sword and slashing towards Su Haoyan. Hey, the old man is going to hurt my family, look at the axe. Li Kuwei was happy, and finally it was his turn to perform. I saw Li Kuwei shouting loudly, and 2 huge palm-like palms pulled out the iron double-plate axe from the back waist and faced the black sword that was chopped down at high speed without any fancy. When the double-blade axe and the black giant sword touched in the blink of an eye, and the sparks splattered in all directions, and the huge sound shook everyone's eardrums. Kacha, the huge black sword, couldn't withstand the bombardment of the double-bladed axe at all, and it only shattered with a click at the moment of contact. And the castration of the double-blade axe not only did not decline, but became faster. It just slammed into the chest of the brown-robed old man in an instant. Boom. The brown-robed old man didn't even have time to react, so he was smashed into a pile of meat with a double axe. The movements of the two seemed to be cumbersome and slow, but in fact, the dust has settled in an instant. This old guy is too inexperienced, my iron bowl just touches it lightly, and he will die. It's boring, but it's not fun. Li Kuwei glanced at the brown-clothed old man who had turned into a muddy flesh, and his face flashed with disdain. Seeing that posture is a little unfulfilled. I'll go. That's by Huahua's growth value, so it was ruined by this rambling. Seeing this, Su Haoyan twitched the corner of his mouth a few times, blood dripping from his heart. Tianwu, let's discuss it when we have time. Jiutou Yuanqing's eyes flickered, looking at Li Kuwei, who inserted the axe into his back waist with a look of eagerness to try. Okay, I'd love to fight you, it's not fun to fight these guys. Li Kui grinned and said in a loud voice. At the same time, he handed over the storage bracelet of the brown-clothed old man to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was not pretentious when he saw this. After all, the storage bracelet of a king-level powerhouse was quite a fortune for Xuanhuan. But it wasn't enough for Li Kui, who was a 9th-level emperor. Haha, it's done, we've agreed. Well, after being with Xuanhuan for a long time, even Jiutou Yuanqing has learned some new words. Okay, these two big guys are getting better. Xuanhuan shook his head, turned and walked into the inn. Who was that guy just now, so powerful? Lu Feng's master, the supreme being, was the supreme elder of the Piaoyun sect, and he was destroyed just like that. This group of people caused a big disaster. What do you know, the purple-clothed boy is the third young master of the Su family. Those who follow him are all masters. It's fun to watch now. Tisk, tsk, tsk. What happened here quickly spread throughout the city. It even spread to every corner of Tianqian nation. For a time, Xuanhuan, the young master of a small family, became the focus of people's eyes. Its explosiveness is no less than the collapse of a kingdom. Where did Santa recruit so many strong men? Picking up the 13 sons with a gun and killing Jishan, this or that is not a major event that caused a sensation in Tianqian nation. It seems that our Su family is really about to rise. The ancestor of the Su family sat in the hall, his eyes flickering uncertainly, and the color of the cloudy and sunny on his face kept changing. There seems to be something that can't be decided for a while. However, after hesitating for a moment, he strode out with a bite of steel teeth. What? The supreme being is dead. Who did it? In the Shin family mansion, when the Shin family ancestor heard this, he suddenly stood up from his chair. The ancestor, it's the Su family boy, the black man under his command. He chopped the supreme being into flesh with just one axe. Shin Yangfeng, the current head of the Shin family, said helplessly. Su family boy is incredible. Let me know, our Shin family's Tianjiao is on the road with him. We must have a good relationship with him. Xuanhuan killed the real person Jishan, don't tell me that black man is also his person. Xinzhou, Beijiao Mansion. Bei Yao Tian, the current head of the Bei family, sat on the throne with his brows furrowed. Xinsheng asked the brocade man standing in the hall. Going home, you guessed it right, it's really Xuanhuan's subordinate. 10 secret guards were dispatched to intercept Xuanhuan and others on the way. Even if they can't be killed, they should delay his entry into the capital. In short, stop him from participating in the Xianlong summit at all costs. Bei Yaotian frowned and thought for a while, then commanded decisively. Your Majesty, the Su family boy has killed several officials of the kingdom. This time, the Supreme Being, who is the deputy national teacher, has also been brutally murdered. If your Majesty does not express his position, it may affect the stability of the society. The capital of Tianqian Kingdom, Xianlong City, in the palace. Today, Zhou Bishi, the king of the Xian Kingdom, was listening to the report of the great protector General Tai Lifeng with a calm expression. The son of a family is nothing more than a big wave. Our main energy at present is how to overwhelm the arrogance of the other 12 kingdoms in the Xuanwu Huiwu. After the order goes to the Xianlong summit, the whole country will screen young people. Junjie participated in the martial arts meeting of The Xuanwu dynasty. Of course, the Su family slaughtered 13 sons. Recklessly and had to be punished. Just send 2 generals to protect the country. Zhou Bishi commanded solemnly. However, he didn't take Su Haoyan's sharp edgeness seriously at all. According to his intention, to kill Su Haoyan, 2 king-level generals protecting the country are enough. Hey, this Suzhou city is really lively, Su Haoyan? It's interesting. But it's not a wise move for you to offend His Highness Hades. Well, I hope you won't act recklessly in the next life. In the city of Suzhou, a Confucian scholar in white waving a paper fan lightly walked among the bustling crowd. After muttering a few words, he quickly disappeared from the crowd. You're Su Haoyan? You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. How can you disturb the peace of Suzhou city? At this moment, in the inn, opposite Su Haoyan's group, was sitting an enchanting woman with a veil covering her face. The woman is tall and slender, with fair and delicate skin. A head of jet black hair was casually gathered behind his head, giving an ethereal feeling to his every move. Su Haoyan sat on the opposite side of the table, looking at the woman who called herself Ling Xuanhuan with a pair of aggressive eyes. He wondered what kind of existence the face behind Ling Xuanhuan's scarf was. Is the allure of the country, or an ugly girl? But judging from his beautiful eyes, this woman should not be ugly. Hee, Miss Ling Hu, why don't you guess? It's really unfortunate. What this girl is not good at is guessing out of thin air. I only trust my own eyes. However, this girl came to see your Excellency today just to ask Mr. Su. Have you heard of the Tsangming sect? The faint voice of Linghu Mountain's Langkong Valley came out, which made Su Haoyan intoxicated for a moment. But he didn't get addicted to it. Tsangming Holy Sect? Su Haoyan's face showed confusion. Whether it is the predecessor of this body, or what I have seen and heard in this period of time, there is no information about this Tsangming sect. Seeing Su Haoyan's expression, Ling Xuanhuan frowned. Judging from the other party's expression, Su Haoyan did not lie. It seemed that he really had never heard of the Tsangming sect. Could it be that Su Haoyan's analysis from a superpower is wrong? Otherwise, he wouldn't have even heard of the Tsangming sect. You must know that the Tsangming sect is the top force in the land of dragons. In the western regions of Xuanwu. Anyone with a bit of fame in the western regions would have heard of the existence of the Tsangming holy sect more or less. The 8 guardians of the Tsangming sacred sect are all superpowers at the king level. I wonder if young Master Su knows about the king level powerhouses? Ling Xuanhuan raised Erlang's legs and said proudly. Hey, one faction actually has 8 king-level powerhouses sitting in the town, it's just smashing the sky. Hey, it's just the king level. Which of my men is not a superpower above the king level? Su Haoyan raised his eyebrows and said proudly. If you lose, you won't lose the battle, and we can't admit it if our head falls. Ling Xuanhuan's delicate body not only trembled, but he took a deep look at Su Haoyan and then clasped his fists and said, it seems that the little girl is ignorant. However, I hope that Su Gongzi will consider our Tsangming sect. And we will give you greater development platform. Even if you become the second Tianqian king, it's not a problem. Dig me. I'm sorry, but there is already a force no less than the Tsangming sect at the back of Xia. Miss Linghu is disappointed. Su Haoyan refused without hesitation. With the lucky upgrade system, does he still need sect support? His ambitions are not limited to one country or even one dynasty. A small martial art is not in his eyes. Xuanhuan was completely stunned. She was originally interested in the legend of Xuanhuan. She happened to be in the city of Zhuzhou, so she stopped by to visit. If this son is as extraordinary as the legend says, take the opportunity to subdue him. When she thinks that the young master of a small family can make a big wave. As long as she shows a little bit of the power behind her, the other party will kneel and lick. But the development of things caught her off guard. Whether it was the strength Xuanhuan showed, or the self-confidence that gave up on me, she had to start looking at the young man in front of her. Since that's the case, the little girl won't bother you much. It's just that I hope to become good friends with Su Gongzi. After the initial shock, Xuanhuan immediately returned to calm. Of course, it's a blessing to be able to be friends with a girl. However, since you are a friend, you can't help but look at people as they really are. Or the girl is ugly and can't be seen as a person. Xuanhuan is reasonable and unforgiving. In fact, he was deeply interested in the mystery of Xuanhuan. Master Su's request is not excessive, but I hope that you can untie the scarf by yourself. So, you have to work hard. Besides, I'm not ugly. It's not ugly, it's beautiful. That's the case, let's have a chat, drink tea. Chat, discuss life and something, how about it? I like to chat with beautiful women the most. Xuanhuan smiled lightly, stood up, turned around and left. She was too lazy to answer. It was Xuanhuan's last performance, no different from other men. Let her take it lightly. When she left, Xuanhuan laughed. He was just joking. His presumptuousness, his frivolity, were just for Xuanhuan to see. I'm a frivolous man, don't get too close to me. Otherwise, you are in danger. For your own safety, it's better to hit me less. Songming Sacred Sect, Divine Sect, unexpectedly, two superpowers have appeared in this small Tianqian kingdom. Is their appearance a coincidence or has some purpose? Xuanhuan frowned in thought. A power that has 8 king-level powerhouses in charge, if only a little bit of a finger is moved, the Tianqian kingdom will be wiped out. Such a superpower suddenly came to Tianqian kingdom, definitely not to watch the fun. But what is the purpose? I have no way of knowing. However, if they get in the way of their own development, then everyone will only tear their faces. Before he knew it, Xuanhuan had regarded Tianqian kingdom as his private property. The development space for adults is very broad. Don't limit it to the gains and losses of a kingdom. The kingdom is just a springboard for adults to go to the vast sky. Baigan stood beside Xuanhuan, watched Xuanhuan fall into contemplation, and raised his brows and said, "Hee, don't worry about Baigan, my heart has long since flown out of this world. I don't even know how wide it is now. However, I can tell you clearly how high the sky is, my heart will, how big." Xuanhuan's remarks that he gave up on me immediately stunned several strong confidants. Haha, a good day is as high as your heart is. Even if Baigan gives up this pair of skins, he will accompany adults to the peak of life. I would like to be by your side. Never back down. Okay, haha, with your company, I, Xuanhuan, will definitely stand on the highest peak in this world and this life. Looking at the 5 people surrounding him, Xuanhuan said loudly. Su Xiaoxia, Zhener and the other 5 will ask you. The old man is here too. Congratulate the young man on his victory and shine at the Xianlong summit. On this day, in front of the gate of the Shen family mansion, Shenzhennan, the ancestor of the Shen family handed over Shen Zhener and the other 4 Shen family children to Xuanhuan, and asked Xuanhuan to take care of the 5 people along the way. The ancestors of the Shen family are polite. It is a blessing for the boy to be able to walk with Shen Vexia all the way. How can the boy be a man and let the Shen and Vexia suffer a loss? So, let the ancestors relax. Anyone can say nice things, just a few children, they should share the worries. For the parents. Brother Su, Zhener has offended a lot before, I hope you don't take it offense. Shen Zhener had a well-behaved appearance, and she was completely different from before. Seeing Xuanhuan looking at her, he immediately twisted. It's okay, we young people learn from each other, it's harmless. Vexia Shen doesn't have to worry about it. Okay, everyone is ready to go. Xuanhuan was not talking nonsense, he glanced at Shen Zhener who looked like a little girl in surprise, and then turned around and got into the car. Call out. At this moment, a sharp piercing sound came. Immediately afterwards, a flying knife with a bright blue light ripped apart the void and attacked Xuanhuan. The speed was astonishingly fast, and it went straight to Xuanhuan's neck to cut off his head. The flying knife was shining brightly in the sun. The stabbing made Xuanhuan aware of the world and covered it with his hands. However, his heart froze. After that, because of the sudden incident, he didn't have time to react at all, so he could only watch the flying knife slash towards his neck. Nima. My life is over. Dang. Just when Xuanhuan was almost desperate, the flying knife fell into the dust before it touched the corner of his clothes. At the same time, 2 tall and mighty men appeared beside him. It was Jiaotou, Yuanqing and Li Kuei. Xuanhuan glanced at the 2 of them consciously, but saw that this monster was looking at a Confucian scholar in white standing on a tall attic several 100 meters away. What's the matter? What are you doing? The white-robed scholar turned a deaf ear to Xuanhuan's abuse. At this time, he jumped up from the top of the building, and a few ups and downs came to the front of everyone. What a dick, dare to attack labor and capital, I will kill you. Brother Niu. Cut him. Xuanhuan roared. For the first time, he felt so close to death just now. At that time, he was really afraid. Okay, look at you. Li Kuei's eyes flashed fiercely, and he slashed wildly at the white-clothed scholar with a double-blade axe. Overcome. The scholar in white snorted coldly. Before he came, he had investigated Xuanhuan's details, especially the guards around him. He only cared about the burly man with the golden face. The rest of the people are not in his eyes at all. As for the black-painted big man in front of him, he didn't care at all. After thinking about it, he directly slapped the oncoming axe with a palm. Boom! The 2-ton ironclad axe ignored his palms and smashed his arms directly. The scholar in white only felt the pain as if his body was about to burst. Before he could scream in agony, a mouthful of blood gushed out. The whole person was like a kite with a broken string, and was directly thrown away by the huge force. Tianwu is too brutal. However, I feel so relieved. Seeing this, everyone not only exhaled. Fortunately, nothing happened to Xuanhuan. Haoyan, otherwise they wouldn't know how to blame themselves. Especially the two daughters, Bai Suzhen and Zixia, were sobbing in fear. Su Haoyan didn't care to comfort the two daughters. At this time, he carried the god-shaking spear with a fierce look and came 100 meters away, and the scholar in white approached. More than half of the bones in his body have been shattered, and his hands and legs are placed in a geometric shape. How weird and weird. The chest cavity collapsed, the eyes turned white, and there was only air in and no air out. It was so cruel that Su Haoyan couldn't bear to watch it. "Old chopsticks, who sent you here?" Su Haoyan asked condescendingly. But the Confucian scholar in white was speechless. He turned his head slightly, his eyes no longer had any color, opened his mouth slightly, then tilted his head and died. "Can you wait a while to die, my growth value?" Su Haoyan roared at the corpse. "Growth value? What is that?" Li Kuei tilted his head, looked at Su Haoyan suspiciously, opened his mouth, but did not ask. "Officer, are you all right? It's my fault for not following you." "Brother Haoyan, I should be by your side." "It's all Zixia's fault." At this time, the two women stepped forward and looked at Su Haoyan from left to right, with self-blame in their eyes. "Two ladies, how can you blame you for this kind of thing? Your husbands are very faithful to me, and it's not that easy to die." "Well, don't be sad. I like to see your smiles." Hearing the words of concern from the second daughter, Su Haoyan's heart was filled with warmth. At this time, he hugged the two daughters and smiled comfortingly. He is so domineering and gentle. Seeing this, Xinzhener saw a moment of confusion in her eyes, and before she knew it, a nymphal look appeared on her pretty face. Cruel. No fancy cruelty. It's not wrong to have a good relationship with Su Haoyan. The ancestor of the Shin family, Xinzhen, looked at the passing teen with a firmness that had never been seen before. "Shin Vexia, this is not your car. You should go to the back. Your Shin family's car is there." At this point, the team had left Suzhou City for a day. But this day, Su Haoyan was experiencing inhuman torture. Xinzhener of the Shin family was sticking to herself like a piece of gum. Whether it's cultivating by yourself, practicing marksmanship, or sleeping at night, this girl will stick by her side. Boom can't go away. "Brother Su, do you hate me? I'm a girl and I'm afraid to drive by myself. Do you have the heart to drive me away?" Xinzhener tugged at Su Haoyan's arm with both hands, and looked at him pitifully. There was a mist in his eyes. "Can you do it, big sister? Can you be afraid of a 9th-rank cultivator of the spiritual realm? Can you not make fun of me? It's clear that you want to stay here. Could it be that this girl is not in love with herself?" Su Haoyan had to think so. He was really too handsome and too attractive. A real girl killer. "Xinzhener, are you in love with me?" Su Haoyan asked coldly. "Ah. Brother Su, you are too smart. From the moment you defeated me, I fell in love with you desperately. I only live with you in this life, and it is not easy for others." Xinzhener stared at Su Haoyan with bright eyes. "I didn't feel ashamed to say that at all." Puff. "Nima. Miss, are you hanging up? Did you also come across? And it's still from the Northeast. How mouthful of Northeast flavor." However, these words sounded so familiar. "Xinzhener, where did you hear these nonsense words from? What kind of anger is in Su Haoyan's heart?" He resisted the urge to get angry. And asked. Don't tell me, I'm the deflated calf. Xuanhuan suddenly thought of something, and his eyes widened and his lips trembled as he said. All right. Xuanhuan made a playful face at Xuanhuan, and the chick pecking at the rice nodded. My God. I'm dead. Let me go out, I want to find my fault. Who can save me? Ha ha ha, giggle. The high-pitched screams mixed with the happy laughter of the three girls suddenly came out from the cart, which made the entire team stunned and looked at Xuanhuan's cart in confusion. In particular, the 5 Shui Miao Miao were even more puzzled. So noisy, how can the Bohemian lead these many powerhouses? But Xuanhuan did it like this. The facts were in front of them, and they could not tolerate any doubts. The 3 powerhouses of Baigan smiled and nodded. Instead of being disgusted by Xuanhuan's noise, they were happy to see it succeed. They hoped that Xuanhuan can always be so unrestrained and unrestrained. After all, a dull and capricious king is not what they hoped for. On the contrary, Xuanhuan, who is unruly and joking and scolding, is more likely to make people feel close. If Xuanhuan called up his personal attribute template at this time, he would be surprised to find that the loyalty of the 3 people was infinitely close to the full value. Okay, official, since Sister Xuan'er is sincere to you, don't pretend. No, what else are you pretending to be, big beauty? I don't believe you are not tempted. I'm afraid my heart has already been overjoyed. The 2 daughters, Bai Suzhen and Zixia, looked at Xuanhuan's depressed look, rolled her eyes, and said angrily, Thank you 2 sisters, Jane is so touched. As soon as the 2 women spoke, Xuan'er burst into tears of joy. She didn't expect that a high-ranking, fairy-like character could accept her as an ordinary woman. Why not make her happy? Hey, I haven't agreed yet. This girl doesn't think of herself as an outsider too much, why don't you ask for a face? Hee, Brother Su is not good, the 2 sisters are in charge. Xuan'er said naturally. Who said I'm not good? Why don't we try it tonight? Just give it a try, what the hell, who's afraid of who, anyway, it's yours. Sooner or later. Xuan'er's pretty face was flushed, but she still held her chest and said, without fear. Huh? Official, are you really going? Brother Haoyan, what do you want? The 2 girls had bright smiles, and both hands had already touched the soft flesh on Xuanhuan's waist. Well, I mean, I'm going to try the marksmanship to improve. Xuanhuan blushed, twitched fiercely, glared at Xuan'er and straightened his waist, finding a good reason for himself. Then he opened the curtain and jumped out. Sister Zhen, Xiangou already has such a huge power. Do you still need to practice? Sister Xuan'er, although the official is powerful, his desire to become stronger has always been the driving force for him to cultivate hard. The official once said that the strength of others is always the strength of others, which does not mean that he is always strong. Only your self-mastering. The power is really strong. It sounds great, then I want to become stronger, I want to become stronger for my husband. Xuan'er seemed to have new motivation and said very seriously. Someone actually assassinated me. This is something that has never happened before. Could it be that what I have done during this period of time has attracted the attention of a certain force? If so, what kind of force would it be? Xuanhuan thought about it in his heart while dancing the heaven-shaking spear. The unknown danger is the most dangerous. A person will have omissions when he is on guard. Once there is an omission, the price to be paid will be life. Hey, could it be someone sent by Hades? To say that he hates himself the most now, and can send strong men to kill his forces, only Hades is the most likely. Of course, the masters in the capital are not excluded. After all, he has already killed several kingdom officials. It is normal for the king to send a master to kill him. Besides, only the Piaoyuan sect has this possibility. Xuanhuan weighed these possibilities in his mind, but he didn't come up with a result. I don't care what he does, soldiers come to block, water comes to earth. I only want to be myself, I don't care what he is, what should I be afraid of? At this time, Xuanhuan's slightly sweaty face was replaced by the color of determination. Drink. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan suddenly became arrogant and unrestrained, and couldn't help but stop drinking. The voice was high-pitched and loud, mixed with excitement and domineering. The heaven-shaking divine spear was dancing even more, with a gust of wind. Overlord's marksmanship also seemed to have an epiphany, and some of the usual difficult points were suddenly enlightened at this time. The whole set of marksmanship is as smooth as flowing water, without any jerky obstacles. Xuanhuan is getting better and better, and he can't even feel the guards and convoys around him. It was as if he was the only one in the whole world. But he didn't put his mind on it. Instead, he concentrated on dancing the god shaking spear and comprehending the overlord's marksmanship. At a certain moment, Xuanhuan's highly concentrated spirit was slightly shaken, and then he felt that the divine spear in his hand had disappeared. And what he was dancing seemed to be an iron spear transformed by air. No weight at all. But the heaven-shaking spear is still there, and its weight has not changed. Then the only thing that has changed is his own change of marksmanship. This kind of change has surpassed the mundane, reaching a kind of mysterious realm. It seems that the heaven-shaking gun has become one of his own arms. The highest realm of Overlord's marksmanship has become the arm-driven realm. The talent of the adults is really unbelievable, and I have an epiphany. Not bad, not bad. Baigan and the three were stunned for a moment by Xuanhuan's drinking, but when they saw Xuanhuan's state at this time, they immediately understood. Xuanhuan's strength was nothing in their eyes. But the speed of his progress surprised them greatly. It is no exaggeration to say that Xuanhuan is a genius. No, just dance a few times, and you will have an epiphany. This cultivation aptitude is simply too heaven-defying. Compared with the cultivation speed of the third young master, I'm ashamed to meet people. What, compared to my third brother's training speed, you are no match for a 100. He is a genius, and compared with a genius, you are not looking for abuse. Well, after being with Xuanhuan for a long time, even Sukue is full of fresh words. The Shin family's kneeling and licking may seem embarrassing, but it is actually a huge advantage. Fortunately, our Qin family is the first to kneel and lick. The team continued to move forward, although Xuanhuan's epiphany did not cause much fluctuation. But people were more and more in awe of him. The sky gradually dimmed, and when the guards lit the bonfire, the surroundings were already shrouded in endless darkness. Everyone split up and sat around the bonfire, whispering to each other. Only Xuanhuan and Shenzhener were arguing with each other, laughing and scolding without scruples. While making everyone envious, jealous, and hateful, they all felt incredible. As soon as the rules are said, in Su Haoyan's eyes, it seems to be broken. His laughter and scolding, his recklessness, everything he does is based on his own preferences. It stands to reason that this kind of playboy who specializes in breaking the rules should be obliterated by the family sect, without any scruples. But you can see that the Su family is like an old servant, running from east to west, waiting for Su Haoyan. How can there be the dignity of a clan elder? Looking at the other Su family members, his face was unusually calm. It seems that there is nothing wrong with Su Haoyan's rebellious behavior. The Su family is really a weird family. Everyone thought so. However, if you let them know the height that Su Haoyan has reached at this time, it has already surpassed the scope of the Su family. They won't be surprised, but horrified. Some people were in a good mood this night, and some people were very busy. But there was no trouble, it was a very quiet night. Early the next morning, with the breeze blowing and the sun shining brightly, the Leopard King reorganized his team in high spirits and continued to move forward. According to Su Qingfeng's clan elder's estimate, it would take about 10 days for the team to reach Xinzhou, where the northern family, the largest family in Tianqian Nation, was located. During this period, there is no need to pass through the city where the Sun family is located, just pass by outside the city. As the time approached noon, the mighty team arrived in front of a valley, and a road that was not very broad stretched into the depths of the valley in front of the valley. Stop, there is a situation ahead, the whole team, first level alert. The Leopard King discovered the abnormality immediately through his keen perception. Immediately, the guards were ordered to defend. Although he knew that with the skills of these guards, the so-called guards were just decorations. But the proper attitude has to be made, because it is his responsibility. The team was forced to stop. The two Su family members, Su Qingfeng and Su Kuei, rode to the front of the team and looked forward. On the official road in the valley, there were 10 monks in green with machetes slung over their waists. These 10 people have sharp eyes, indifferent faces, and heavy and restrained breaths. All of them are the existence of the pinnacle of the fairyland. Here comes the finder. Seeing this, everyone's face not only showed nervousness. The Su family team, may I ask who is Su Haoyan, come out and die. The 10 people walked to the front of the convoy and stood still. One of them, who was suspected to be the leader, took a step forward, glanced at everyone lightly, and said indifferently, "It's just the young master of a small family." The owner actually dispatched 10 secret guards. It's a bit unnecessary. I don't know what the owner thinks, the man said in a commanding tone while thinking lightly. My lord, my iron bull is here to buy and sell again. Li Kuei had a look of excitement on his face. Let Su Haoyan seriously doubt whether this fellow has violent tendencies. Good dog is out of the way, what kind of dog are you? Su Haoyan walked out of the cart slowly, followed by Suzhen's 3 daughters. Bold, the Beijia secret guard is here again, the little thief should not be presumptuous. Don't hurry up and lead to death. Yo, so you are the dog of the Bei family. That's a mad dog. Knowing that the other party was sent by the Bei family, Su Haoyan's eyes shone with sternness. The dusty memories for a long time slowly emerged from the depths of my mind at this moment. His mother, the mother of this body's predecessor, was killed by Su Song's mother, the woman from the northern family. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't believe that this matter had nothing to do with the Bei family. And it's a big relationship. The unforgettable hatred has long been planted, and there is no solution to this tie, whether it is the two families or himself and the Bei family. Brother Nyo, fuck him. Xuanhuan was too lazy to talk, so he ordered directly. It's just a bunch of mad dogs, just kill them. The owner doesn't need to care. Jiutou Yuanqing came to Xuanhuan and said softly. Although he has very few performance opportunities now, he is still happy to see a strong man like Li Kuei as a servant of Xuanhuan. After all, Xuanhuan's sky is very broad, and it will always be useful to go to his place. Haha, sons of a bitch, your grandfather is here. Li Kuei took out his double axe and walked towards the man with a grin. Silly big man, I advise you not to go into this muddy water. Our Bei family is the largest family in Tianqian nation, and you can't compete against it at all. We only need the lives of the Su family. No one else can retreat. The man did not expect that Xuanhuan would dare to resist. In his eyes, Li Kuei is just a club, and death is a vain death. The disdain in his eyes thickened. What an inkblot, look at the axes. Li Kuei walked to a few people and stood in front of him, and he stretched out the double axe. Then, he threw one of the axe towards those few people without any fancy. In an instant, a whirlwind rose from the ground. It became enormous in an instant. At an unimaginable speed, he whirled and whistled towards the opposite 10 people. How is it possible? What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why is it so strange? The 10 people held only a proud look. But when facing the whistling whirlwind, everyone's face suddenly changed color. Although they are all strong at the top of the fairyland, there is a feeling of powerlessness in that whirlwind. Not even a trace of resistance could be raised. As soon as this feeling came out, Bei Jiamiwei's face was covered with beads of sweat the size of a bean, and sweat profusely. While holding their weapons, they hurriedly threatened, Xuanhuan, you are too arrogant, we are the secret guards of the Bei family. Quickly accept the exercises, we can spare you for the time being. Otherwise, your Su family will be destroyed. They've been on top for a long time. It has been numb for a long time. Have lost due detection, prevention. If they had checked Li Kuei's cultivation in advance, the development of things would not have been the way it is now. The threatening words have been released. But what answered him was Xuanhuan's cold eyes and Li Kuei's hideous smile. Boom! A whirlwind of several meters wide rushed into the secret guards in an instant. The sound of bang bang exploded. The machetes in their hands were not even decorations in the face of this raging wind. It was shattered in an instant. The main body was completely reduced to minced meat. After a while, the violent whirlwind returned to calm, and everyone looked up. The stinky guys are gone, they're all minced meat. Hey, the ground is full of minced meat, the power of an axe is so powerful. The mighty Bei family's secret guards have all been wiped out. The Bei family's vitality will be seriously damaged this time. This big black man is so good on the ground, the might of that axe is almost invincible in Tianqian Kingdom. Brother Nyo, why are you so cruel, can't you be gentler? At this moment, Xuanhuan came to Li Kuei angrily and shouted loudly. Seeing this, everyone stuck out their tongues secretly. This is a ruthless character. Although he is your subordinate, he can't shout like that. Brother, do you want to become minced meat? Unexpectedly, Xuanhuan hugged Li Kuei fiercely and laughed, Brother Nyo's axe can break the sky, what's the fear of Xiao Xiao Bei? I like it. What the hell? All fell to their knees. It really is that the upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked. What kind of master has what kind of subordinates? The divine power of the iron bull is rare in the world. There is an iron bull, and Yuan Xing is the right-hand man. I am strategizing from it, and the great cause of adults can be accomplished. Baigon also said with a smile on his face. Third young master, what should we do now? The old Xuanhuan clan was very angry. The Bei family dared to blatantly kill the Su family. Really bold. They really thought that no one in Tianxian kingdom could restrain his Bei family. Although the current kingdom is weak, the foundation is still there. Letting the Beijia go doesn't mean that the Beijia can be reckless. The attack of the Bei family completely angered Su Haoyan. New hatred and old hatred, then let's end it together. Hurry up first, I want to break through Xinzhou. The Beijia has been rampant for a long time. Su Haoyan calmed down his riotous heart and said in a deep voice. Is it a bit too radical to make such a decision? We should take it slowly. It is the best policy. As soon as Su Haoyan's words came out, the face of Su Qingfeng's clan elder showed hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said it. Although this will increase the grudge between the two, but for the development of the entire Su family, he had to say. Old Su clan, can you explain to me what is radical and what is Suzituzi? There is no such thing in my dictionary. I only have to move forward bravely. And if anyone refuses to accept it, I will call him to serve. I think you are standing in the family. Righteously, I can pretend that you didn't say anything. If there is a next time, you should retire to the second tier pension. Su Haoyan looked at Su Qingfeng, who was stunned, and turned around and returned to the cart. Brother, are you really confused, or your eyes are dizzy? Today's Su Haoyan has already surpassed the ancestors. Even if the ancestors are standing in front of him now, he will not pay attention. Say something unpleasant, he didn't take the Su family into his heart at all. His heaven is Tianxian kingdom or even the entire western regions. The team is still going. Leopard King Sima came to the old Su Qingfeng clan and began to persuade him. After all, the two are brothers, watching their eldest brother still clinging to self-styled Su Chenglong was anxious. The rise of the Su family is a sure thing. The future Su family will attract much attention. And the position of Dazu Lao will be infinitely beautiful. The competition for the clan children is no less than the competition for the position of the patriarch. For this honor, he had to keep the position of the eldest brother. Is he really ought? He didn't understand what ought meant, but it came out of Su Haoyan's mouth, and he still told him. It must have something to do with incompetence. You mean that the third young master wants to pierce the sky? Su Qingfeng's eyes widened, his eyes were full of astonishment. He glanced at the cart behind him, and then at his brother. His heart was instantly clear. Going back to old age, he will never be glamorous and glorious. Like other elderly people, he will disappear into the cruel time after a few years. But the Su family has Su Haoyan there. Will spread its wings. Following Su Haoyan, he may have infinite scenery. Life must be fought hard. After figuring this out, Su Qingfeng's pent-up heart suddenly opened up. A long-lost confidence appeared on his face. He shouted loudly and rode his horse forward. The waist is upright, and it seems to have returned to the days when the smoke was billowing. Official man, this old man is not too pedantic, he is still qualified to be a Dinghai Shenzhen. Bai Suzhen pursed her lips and smiled gently. Said lightly. This old man can't open up the territory, but defending the city is okay. After all, he is the elder of the Su family, and at least he has some vision. In Su Haoyan's perception, the Su Qingfeng clan elder seemed to have transformed, and the whole person was no longer as decadent as before. Radiant and refreshed. Su Haoyan smiled slightly, recovered his mind, and started his daily homework. The rules he set for himself. Practice calmly, for one morning every day. Practice various magical powers in the afternoon. 6 Meridian Divine Sword. The universe has moved greatly, every day is busy, and it is always fun. On this day, after the team passed through a hilly land, the terrain gradually became wider. Finally, when the front of the eyes turned into an endless plain, a magnificent and tall city finally appeared in the eyes of everyone. Xinzhou City is in front. Everyone continues to move forward and enter Xinzhou City to rest. The old Su Qingfeng clan shouted loudly. After all, he took the lead in riding his horse to the tall city in the distance. After walking for about a morning, the team arrived in front of the city gate at 10 minutes at noon. However, when the team stood in front of the city gate, they saw tens of thousands of well-equipped soldiers standing neatly on the city wall. The gates were tightly closed. 2 middle-aged men in golden robes stood among the soldiers, looking down at the convoy below the city indifferently. Seeing this, Shui Miao Miao and the other 5 couldn't help touching the storage bracelet on their hands, and their hearts began to get nervous. The rest of the guards had calm expressions on their faces. As for Li Kuwei, who guarded Su Haoyan, Jiutou Yuanxing, and Baigon, they didn't even blink their eyelids. We are the Su family in Yuzhou, the Qin family in Yuzhou, and the Shen family in Suzhou. They are going to the capital to attend the Xianlong summit. Please let me go. Elder Su Qingfeng came to the front of the team and said loudly. Sorry, Your Majesty has ordered Su Haoyan to kill the officials of the kingdom indiscriminately and pick up 13 sons, causing great damage to the country's talents. Such brutal youths must be eliminated. Let the kingdom be bright and peaceful. One of the golden-robed middle-aged men said coldly. The voice was extremely calm, as if telling a common thing. The complexion of Su Qingfeng's clan elder and the leopard king changed dramatically, and suddenly became gloomy. This is the rhythm to start. Well, after staying with Su Haoyan for a long time, everyone has learned a lot of new words. Unexpectedly, the king also issued an order to kill. It can be seen how crazy Su Haoyan has been along the way. However, with this strength alone, Su Haoyan will be defeated. Is it a little too contemptuous of people? It must be a bit of a dream. But in the next second, the faces of the two of them became even more bitter. I saw that the closed city gate was suddenly opened from the inside. Tens of thousands of soldiers poured out of the city. The 3 layers in the team and the 3 outer layers are surrounded by water. This scene made the 5 members of Shui Miao Miao and Tianjiao of the Qin and Qin family swallow their saliva, and their hearts began to rise and fall. But Su Rutsai, who was standing beside Shui Miao Miao, lit up. His face had a thoughtful look. Don't you want to find death with the Su family? Don't step back. The kingdom can let go of the past. Otherwise, it's a matter of killing. The cold voice of the golden-robed man clearly reached the ears of everyone in the convoy. Don't do it yet, we are the arrogance of Wulingmen. Because we were captured by Xuanhuan, we had to mix in the team. Moreover, Xuanhuan also blackmailed us a lot of spirit stones. He didn't take Zoman monks in his eyes at all. Lord, please call the shots for us. You, how can you do this, confuse black and white, and talk nonsense, you are ungrateful, do you know that? Shui Miao Miao was stunned. Is this still the brother-in-law she knew? Or those fellow students who are full of benevolence, righteousness, morality, and justice? For a time, the four people in front of her gave her an extremely strange feeling. Junior sister Shui, we can't follow that bastard. He's a lunatic, and he will die sooner or later. Now is the chance. With the support of the imperial court, he, Xuanhuan, dare not do anything to us. Junior sister Shui, he is finished, he will die. It's settled. Follow me, and I'll give you happiness. Su Rutsai said that his eyes became brighter and his face became more and more excited. He seemed to see Xuanhuan's desperate eyes, before he died. Shui Miao Miao hummed in front of herself. Su Rutsai, you can get out. Without Xuanhuan, we would have died long ago. There are no ungrateful people in our Wulingmen. Even if I die on the spot, I will stay here. Shui Miao Miao looked indifferently at the four brothers who had left the team, then turned around resolutely and stood beside Xuanhuan's cart. Shui Miao Miao, you will regret it. Su Rutsai was extremely angry. Sooner or later I will make you kneel at my feet and beg me. Glancing at Shui Miao Miao next to the cart, she turned around and walked into Xinzhou City. Very good, is there anyone who has set aside the boundaries? The Jin Pao people were very satisfied with the performance of the four. At this time, Xuanhuan got out of the cart, followed by Xinzhener, by Suzhen, and Zixia, three daughters. He glanced at Shui Miao Miao in front of the cart, and a certain line in his heart was touched. He saw what had just happened. He didn't have the slightest resentment for Su Rutsai's betrayal and departure. But for Shui Miao Miao's stay and the words from the bottom of his heart, he was a little impressed by this woman. Looking at the crowd of soldiers around him, his face was calm. Then, he slowly came to the front of the team. Beauty, thank you for your trust, your choice is not wrong. I never doubted my choice. When passing by Shui Miao Miao, Xuanhuan said to her with a smile. But Shui Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, and smiled in return. Opened back. Xuanhuan smiled brightly in return. Then he looked at the golden-robed man on the city wall, sternly, and said, Grandson, you want to kill me just because of these people? You look down on me too much. Do you know that it makes me anxious, and the ghosts are frightened? The man in the golden robe was so angry with his grandson that his face was ashen. He snorted coldly, Xuanhuan, you are courting death, do you know? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the soldiers around him shot arrows with bows. Thousands of arrows were fired, turning into dense black dots, and shooting at the convoy. The scene was terrifyingly terrifying. The nine-headed Yuanqing's golden face froze, walked in front of Xuanhuan, suddenly shook the lion's head, and then roared. Roll! There was a loud bang and the ground was thundered, and the void trembled. This huge sound wave swept away into the void, with waves visible to the right. Those dense arrows quickly rewinded. The officers and soldiers on the city wall were shot and killed. hula fell down a large piece. It also includes a golden-robed man who did not have time to escape. He was shot into a hedgehog by his own sword. The officers and soldiers below were bleeding from their noses and mouths. Their eyes were blurred, and their expressions were dull. What's more, they died on the spot. The scene was chaotic for a while, and screams and wailing came one after another. The more than 10,000 soldiers who were still murderous just now lost their combat effectiveness. Even the golden-robed man on the city wall was shattered by the sound waves, and blood flew out of his ears. Covering his head with his hands, he screamed again and again. His clothes were messy, and his eyes were full of fear. Xuanhuan, who was standing behind Jiutou Yuansheng, felt the buzzing in his ears. This is still Yuansheng not facing them. Otherwise, Xuanhuan and others have become dementia. The power of a roar is so terrifying. Hey, I said grandson, is there any other show? If not, it's my turn to perform. Xuanhuan asked with a smile. Xuanhuan, you still dare to resist, do you know that this is adding to the crime? Stand there obediently and wait for death, or I will destroy your entire clan. Although the other golden-robed man survived, his face was covered in blood at this time, and he roared like a ghost. Dead ducks are really hard-mouthed. How can you people have a virtue? You can die if you don't pretend. Brother Nyo, kill them all. I will deal with the leader myself. Xuanhuan sneered. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and ordered Li Kuei directly. Bold, the ignorant savage should not be presumptuous. If the old man does this again, you won't take your life for this rambling. Just as Li Kuei came to the city gate with an axe, a figure suddenly descended from the sky on the city wall, but it was a tall and mighty middle-aged man in purple robe. Wild man? Ramping the goods? Really ignorant and fearless. Li Kuei is stupid and rammed. But I can say this. But I can't blame me for saying it from your mouth. Xuanhuan's face twitched a few times, and he couldn't help feeling sad for this guy. In front of a fool you call him stupid, can he bear it? Beijing Bei Yao Tian, he couldn't help but take action. Seeing this person appear, the elder Su Chungfeng immediately said in a deep voice. Beijing Yao Tian, this time, the young master told you to go and return. Su Haotian stared at Bei Yao Tian gloomily and whispered. Sure enough, when Li Kuei heard someone call him a fool, his black face suddenly darkened. He walked slowly to the foot of the city wall. The momentum is rising. The tall and mighty middle-aged man is none other than Bei Yao Tian, the head of the Bei family. He had heard that Xuanhuan had a pair of axe generals who were unusually brave, and his 10 secret guards died on the other side's axe. But he didn't think he was afraid of each other. It's just a beast. Not enough to worry about. Although the momentum was good, it did not frighten him. Forget it, kill that Xuanhuan that you are going to kill first. Thinking in his heart, he swung his palm horizontally, and the man jumped down and attacked Li Kuei. Seeing this, Li Kuei stared with wide eyes, then shouted, and suddenly threw the double axe towards Bei Yao Tian. The 2-ton double-bladed axe is like 2 huge door panels, roaring up with the momentum of Wanjun, and this momentum has its own power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Let the world change color. Bei Yao Tian's face changed dramatically, and he felt an aura of death blowing towards him in an instant. I just wanted to dodge the attack. However, it was too late to try to escape at this time. The arrival of the double axe can be described as extremely fast. Before he could react, he was slashed in the chest by the oncoming double axe. A loud bang. Xuanhuan quickly closed his eyes. The scene was so cruel that he couldn't bear to watch it. The 2-ton axe was thrown at high speed. When it hits the chest, the visual impact is absolutely shocking. Blood spurted out from Bai Yaotian's mouth as if he didn't want money, and the whole person also slammed into the city wall at high speed. Boom, boom. Bai Yaotian was crushed into the city wall by the double axe. The surface of the large and thick city wall was instantly covered with cracks. I haven't waited for the people on the city wall to react. The city wall collapsed. Suddenly. A loud bang sounded suddenly. Under the shocked and horrified eyes of everyone, the magnificent Xinzhou city walls all collapsed. Razed to the ground. Why giant? This is. Xuanhuan swallowed hard. He was also stunned by the spectacular scene in front of him. It is said that Li Kuei in water margin is extremely powerful. Now it seems that this fellow is more than infinite, it is simply divine power. Also dumbfounded were Bai Gon, Jiutou Yuansheng, Bai Suzhen, Zixia, Shen Zhener, Shui Miao Miao, and the unscathed team members. Of course, there were 4 people standing behind the city wall at this time, staring at everything in front of him. The eyes are full of incredible colors. In particular, Su Rucai was even more scared to pee. His legs were trembling. And his lips were purple. His eyes showed endless fear. What? Thumping, Su Rucai suddenly fell to the ground, his eyes rolled out, the corners of his mouth spit, and after a few kicks on the ground, he went silent. This is so awesome, Li Kuei's axes might actually scared this kid to death. Back then, Zhang Fei, Zhang Ida, and Chang Bampo roared and scared the enemy generals. With sharp eyes, Xuanhuan saw Su Rucai's tragic state amid the dust. Haha, that's right, it's called evil retribution. It's not that there is no retribution, but that the time has not come. When the time comes, he will surely die. If it wasn't for our young master, he would have died long ago. This is a decent disciple of the famous sect, that's all. Council 1. Faced with Su Rucai's death, everyone in the team burst into laughter. Shui Miaomiao's face was indifferent. From the moment Su Rucai left the team, they had nothing to do with each other. For the sake of the same sect, you should leave. Shui Miaomiao looked at the 3 people next to her indifferently, then came to stand beside Xuanhuan. You're not going to blow me away, are you? Shui Miaomiao looked back and smiled, and said to Xuanhuan. How could it be, you are a beautiful woman, and I am the least determined to be beautiful. But stay away from me at night. Why is that? The color of doubt flashed in Shui Miaomiao's eyes. Turned into a question. From a curious baby. Xuanhuan bared his teeth, and then said with a smile, because I will transform into a satyr at night. Satyr? What is that? Forehead. My God, this little girl is so pure. However, I like it. Officer, the skin is tight again, isn't it? Brother Haotian's piece of meat doesn't hurt, right? Well, I'll go take a look over there. Sad reminder. I've become a wife. There is nothing more miserable in the world than a beautiful woman who can't be touched. The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched a few times, and helplessly took out the god-shaking spear and walked towards the abandoned city wall. Several sisters, what's wrong? Shui Miao Miao saw Su Haoyan bowing his head and leaving. I became more suspicious. Silly girl, a man becomes a wolf, what else can you do? Are you really stupid? Or fake? Bai Suzhen explained helplessly. This girl is so pure. Ah, this bastard, he is a disciple. Shui Miao Miao is also a smart girl. Just now I was confused by Su Haoyan's smile. After Bai Suzhen said this, she instantly understood. Pretty face. Immediately turned red. He kept peeking at Su Haoyan in the distance. Well, another girl has fallen. Bai Suzhen and Zixia glanced at each other, feeling helpless in their hearts. As Su Haoyan's strength becomes higher and higher, there will be more and more women around him. They are also women, and they are not good at what they do. There was no other way but to guard Su Haoyan. They would accept with a smile a woman who had a crush on Su Haoyan, but they would definitely drive away those who had ulterior motives. The reason why Su Haoyan came to this ruins with a gun is, to put it bluntly, for the sake of Bei Yao Tian, the head of the Bei family. After all, Bei Yao Tian is a powerhouse at the peak of the Tianmen realm, so he shouldn't die so easily. He walked into the ruins, and immediately a breathless breath came from under a large stone. At this time, he struggled helplessly. I want to lift the boulder on my body. But more than half of his bones have been broken, and his dantian has been abolished. It was impossible to break free from the boulder. The moment he saw Su Haoyan, Bei Yao Tian wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy. But the next moment, he felt a flower in front of him, and the heaven-shaking divine spear had plunged into his heart. Then, his eyes darkened, and people fell into eternal sinking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the 9th rank Tianmen realm, with a special reward of 20,000 growth points. Following Bei Yaotian's death, the system prompt sounded. Su Haoyan is happy. You deserve to die too. Use the growth value to improve the cultivation base. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being promoted to the 9th rank of the spiritual realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 1st rank of the earth rank. As the system prompt sounded, Su Haoyan felt the spirit energy in his body tossing, and his momentum continued to soar. I actually broke through. The aptitude of adults is too heaven-defying. Li Kuei's mouth was full of foul language, and his bullseyes showed an unbelievable light. How on earth did he do it? Why didn't he become the 13th son with such outstanding aptitude? Su family, Su Haoyan is going to go against the sky. With the sudden improvement of Su Haoyan's cultivation base, the surroundings suddenly sounded one after another of exclamations. It's so cool. Su Haoyan felt the thrill of the skyrocketing cultivation, then glanced at the corpse under the gun, then picked up Bei Yaotian's corpse and walked towards the city. He picked the corpse in the air, and then kicked it with a kick. Now that his strength is so great, the corpse quickly flew towards the tallest tower in front of him. Then Su Haoyan picked up a spear and threw it forward suddenly, and the spear roared away. With a bang, it penetrated the corpse that had not yet landed, and placed it in the attic. Such a shocking scene shocked everyone. It is a naked provocation to place the head of the Bei family at the height of the attic. It's declaring war on the north. But no one dared to make a sound, and the entire city gate was dead silent. Although my lord usually has no image. But in fact, he already has the ambition of a hegemony. Bai Gan looked at Su Haoyan's back standing with a gun and sighed in his heart. Su Haoyan's debauchery is only for his own people. When has he been soft on the enemy? Kill when you need to, never drag your feet. Boom. At this moment, the sky above where Su Haoyan was standing was covered with thunderclouds, and the thunder was rolling. It won't be a catastrophe. Su Haoyan looked up at Lei Yun, the corners of his mouth twitched. The ground level is a watershed. To pass the past is the body of a half-immortal. Since then, Xuanhuan has skyrocketed. Ranked in Xianban. Failure, the cultivation base of the light ones is stagnant, and they are no different from mortals. The heavy ones were buried in the thunder calamity. Since then, it has been submerged in the torrent of time. When Su Haoyan advanced to the fairyland, he had to survive the thunder tribulation before he could truly achieve the stage. Half-immortal body. Boom. At this moment, a blue lightning bolt suddenly fell from the sky and hit Su Haoyan directly. Isn't it very painful? Don't you think that's all you can do? Su Haoyan was blown up like black charcoal, and his hair was standing upright. The clothes were broken, how miserable it was. Boom. The second thunder robbery smashed down, directly toward the space, and smashed into Su Haoyan's body. Hey, his grandma's, it really hurts so bad, come back if you have the kind. Su Haoyan raised his middle finger and waved to the sky. Boom. 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 3 consecutive thunder tribulations fell quickly, and each one fell on Su Haoyan's body accurately. Make him feel unbearable pain. I'm just talking, what are you doing? Su Haoyan grinned and stared at Lei Yun above his head, slandering in his heart. Boom, 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 boom. Come again, there is still no end. Seeing this, Su Haoyan turned pale in shock, and hurriedly used his whole body's spiritual power to resist the thunder calamity. At the same time, hold the heaven-shaking divine spear in your hand, and use the Overlord spear technique to block thunder tribulation. Boom. Boom. The thunder calamity in the sky was like raindrops, and it kept falling down, causing Su Haoyan to jump left and right like a big horse monkey. 49 Heavenly Tribulations. I really can't think of the Lord's earth-rank thunder tribulation as 4 or 9 heavenly tribulations. It seems that the cultivation technique your Lord has cultivated is unusual. Bai Gan looked at the thunder tribulations that fell one after another, and not only exclaimed in his heart. The 4 daughters of Bai Suzhen, who were beside the cart, couldn't help but marvel at this mighty thunder calamity. His face was replaced by worry. Hey, who is that, who is actually transcending the tribulation? That guy killed the patriarch and placed the patriarch in the attic. Let's go back and report. This guy is too conceited, he didn't run away after killing the Bei family. Chief. Over there, Su Haoyan was still struggling to avoid the falling thunder. He has no time to care now. All energy is placed on the tribulation thunder above his head. 49 heavenly tribulations, as the name suggests, is to drop 36 tribulation thunders. Only when a cultivator resists these 36 tribulation thunders can he be considered a complete achievement of the earth rank. Above, the tribulation thunder is still brewing. 35 thunder tribulations have passed, and there is one last. But the thunderclouds were thick and rumbling. This last tribulation thunder will definitely be different from the previous one. Su Haoyan raised his head to the sky, in addition to a strong will in his eyes, there was also a kind of domineering. Since you won't allow me, let the storm come more violently. Xuanhuan roared, and suddenly Taishan solved the first floor and the second floor one after another. A layer of khaki-colored armor instantly spread all over Xuanhuan's body. And at the same time, a phantom of a huge green bull, with a height of several dozen meters, rose out from behind him. It is the Dharma manifestation of the vigorous bull body. This is not to mention, Xuanhuan also used the dragon soul transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons to be used by him. At this time, Xuanhuan was like a god, standing among the ruins. Gives a strong, shocking visual impact. Boom! At this moment, the 36th robbery thunder pierced through the sky, soaring down, and slammed directly towards Xuanhuan. The first to bear the brunt of the Qingniu Fa Xiang just supported a little for a moment and then collapsed. The subsequent coiling dragon void also shattered instantly after just holding on for a while. However, after 2 obstacles, the power of the tribulation thunder has been weakened a lot. The next moment, the robbery thunder, whose power had decreased sharply, slammed into Xuanhuan without any hesitation. It hurts so much. Haha, it's so cool. There's a kind of you, so don't come. After the thunder robbery, a nectar landed down. Xuanhuan, who made his body sway, was extremely comfortable. Tribulation thunder nectar is a reward from heaven to the monks who have survived the thunder tribulation. Absorb this nectar, and the damage received in the thunder tribulation will instantly recover as before, and play the role of stable cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the body of a half-immortal. Since the host has survived 40 or 9 days of calamity, the system will reward you with a chance to randomly summon a super powerful person. A chance to draw a random lottery, and a gift. The system prompt sounded at this moment, making Xuanhuan, who had recovered his spirits, very happy. The system is enough, buddy, I didn't say it. It's a relationship. Officer, are you alright? Is Brother Xuanhuan injured? Brother Su, let me take a look. Hey, Xuanhuan, are you really okay? Seeing that Xuanhuan has successfully survived the catastrophe, the 4 daughters immediately came to him, and their worries were beyond words. Make Xuanhuan feel so warm. Congratulations, sir, for successfully advancing to the land level. Congratulations, master. My lord, I am here to congratulate you. North House. What? Yao Tian was killed by Xuanhuan, and he was locked in the attic? Bei Xiaoting, the ancestor of the Bei family, roared again and again under his anger. The ancestor of the Bei family was a tall and mighty old man. At this time, he was sitting in the conference hall like a lion, with an amazing momentum. Yes, ancestor. The double axe under Xuanhuan's hand is too powerful. 1 pair of axe cut the patriarch and collapsed a city wall. In the end, the patriarch he. How on earth did Yao Tian die? The ancestor of the Bei family resisted his anger and asked. The patriarch was finally nailed to the attic by Xuanhuan. After Jiaoting finished speaking in one breath, he backed away in fear. So brave, Su family child, I want you to die without a corpse. The ancestor of the Bei family could no longer hold back his anger. After a flash of inspiration, the person disappeared into the hall. What? Sanner's double axe will kill Bei Yao Tian? In the Su family mansion, the patriarch Su Yun was different from the anger of the ancestors of the Bei family. At this time, he was very excited, and Ting stood up from the chair. The elders sitting below were also excited. Yes, the third young master has to get through Xinzhou all the way, vowing to destroy the Beijia thief. Okay, as expected of my son. Su Yun walked up and down the hall, stroking his palms and laughing. Beijia, the gas is exhausted. Ha ha ha. Patriarch, it seems that our plan can be implemented. Okay, tell me to go on and start implementing Plan A. The capital of Tianxian Kingdom. In the Palace of Supreme Harmony. The current King Zhou Bishi sat angrily on the dragon chair, patiently listening to the news brought back by the waiter. Your Majesty, just like this, while Su Haoyan killed Bei Yaotian, he also killed 2 generals protecting the country and 10,000 soldiers of the kingdom. Boom. The dragon chair made of pure gold was shattered by Zhou Bishi's palm. Su's kid is too arrogant to insult me, Wang Wei. It seems that I underestimate you. Send the order to dispatch 10 first-class generals to protect the country and kill Su Haoyan. Bring up my personal attribute template. Su Haoyan said to himself while chatting with his subordinates. Host, Su Haoyan. Race, human. Bloodline, heavenly beast bloodline. Lucky level, first grade land level, 0/100000000 growth value. Techniques, undead zombie technique, low-level heavenly rank, Tai Shinjia. Prime ancient technique, 9 transformations of gods and demons, middle level heavenly pole. Supernatural powers, zombie fist, great shifting of heaven and earth, 6. Veins Excalibur, overlord spear, 10 directions thick earth body, vigorous. Bull body, heavenly thunder transformation, dragon soul transformation. Weapon, Barrett sniper rifle. Upgrade Huang Pin, flying boots, upgrade. Shan Pin. Magic weapon, heaven shaking divine spear purple ribbon fairy clothes. Skills, devour, overlord marksmanship. Intelligence, 90. Super strong, by Suzhen, Tianmen 9th grade, Zixia fairy, king level 9th. Grade, Jiutou Yuanqing, imperial level 9th grade, Baigan, Wang level grade. 3. Li Kuwei, imperial level 9th grade. Gifts, flying boots, purple ribbon fairy clothes. Good luck value, 100000000. Bad luck value, 0/1000000. Bad luck, 0/1000000. Yes, I have really achieved the body of a half-immortal. One step closer to being a real powerhouse. Su Haoyan clenched his fist secretly. The smile on his face is even better. Draw first. Ding. A random lottery is being held for the host. Ding. The system has successfully drawn the 72 Earth Demons for the host. Nanny? Earthshaw 72 techniques? I rely on it, isn't this monkeys? 72 transformations? Su Haoyan is so excited. Can he not be excited? 72 transformations are magical abilities that he even dreams of learning. The 72 transformations are Sun Wukong's ability in Journey to the West. It simply refers to changes, and has nothing to do with the 72 Earth magic in the ancient fairy tales. It is a different setting in different books. And the 72 Earth evil spells drawn by the host are from. It has nothing to do with the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Of course, the spells themselves are basically the same. Come on, it's really mysterious, changing the soup or not, it's not all. 72 changes. What's the difference? The system will be tricky. The main purpose of the 72 Earth Fiends is to avoid the damage caused By the three disasters of thunder, fire and wind, so as to realize the wish of immortality. The 72 earth evil techniques are, secluded passage, exorcism, carrying mountains, prohibiting water, borrowing wind, spreading fog, praying for sunshine, praying for rain, sitting on fire, entering water, covering the sun, protecting the wind, boiling stones, spitting flames, and swallowing swords, Hudian, Shenxing, walking on water, stick solution, avatar, stealth, head continuation, immobilization, slaying demon, inviting immortal, chasing soul, capturing soul, recruiting cloud, taking moon, carrying, marrying dream, breaking up, sending stick, cessation of flow, disasters, relief, fingering, autopsy, changing scenery, attracting, trailing clouds, gathering beasts, adjusting birds, restraining air, vigorously, penetrating stones, generating light, blocking clothing, guiding, taking food, avoidance, rock jumping, butting head, climbing, drinking water, lying in the snow, stormy sun, getting pills, talisman water, medicine, knowing the time, knowing the land, not eating, and praying. The 72 techniques of Earth Demon, Journey to the West, Legend of Sansui Pingyao, Fengshen. Users, Sun Wukong, Bull Demon King, Yuan Hong, Yangjian. The full name of the technique, the 72 Changes of the Earth, also known as the 72 Techniques of the Earth. In Journey to the West, although Sun Wukong learned the art of immortality from Patriarch Subhuti, he can live forever only if he escapes the three disasters. The three disasters are thunder cracking, fire burning, and wind blowing. Under Wukong's hard pleading, Subhuti ancestors finally passed on the avoidance magic. The original Journey to the West did not specify the specific types of 72 transformations. In Sansuping Yaoxuan, the description of the 72 changes is: you can climb up to the clouds, and down to shrink the ground. At the finger, the mountain is open and the wall is cracked, invisibility and change of appearance are all called to be confused, ghosts and spirits are summoned, and they are used by the void at will. The being man and grass horse, the battle array adds to the prestige of all sides. A paper tiger leads a snake, and in times of adversity creates a ghost. Storms and thunderstorms can be used at any time, and water, fire, knives, and guns dare not hurt. Kaishan Shanmu has great supernatural powers, and the demon king of confusion is highly skilled. The system used a lot of space to explain the 72 techniques of the Earth Evil. Let Su Haoyan have a deep understanding of the 72 techniques of the Earth Evil. Does the host choose to inherit it now? Inherited. This kind of sky-defying skill is the teenage dream of hundreds of millions of people in Huaxia, and he is also a loyal fan of Brother Monkey. If you want to say who has the most fans in Journey to the West, there is no doubt that it is Brother Monkey. In an instant, a powerful torrent of memories poured into Su Haoyan's mind. Even though he has had several inheritance experiences, Su Haoyan's face turned pale. But because it's not very obvious, it didn't attract other people's attention. What's my giveaway? Due to the host's diligence and eagerness to learn, the system will reward the host with a bottle of Bigu pill. The system's sweet voice sounded, making Su Haoyan's bright smile linger. He's really digging, a bottle of Bigu pill is useful. It's better not to give it. System, you have to compensate me. Summon me a super strong at random. The original good mood was ruined by the gift. This Bigu pill is not the same as the Bigu pill. The Bigu pill provided by the system is the most advanced pill. If you eat one, you will not feel hungry for 100 years. It is a must-have medicine for the Jedi trapped in the cave, please remember this. Dan comes from the lucky upgrade system. It's the only one in the world, any resemblance is a fake. The sound of the system's machinery made Xuanhuan almost pee with laughter. Is this the system? It has become an advertisement. However, a Bigu pill can be filled for 100 years, and it is indeed considered a fine product. Anyway, maybe it can be used in the future. Ding. The system is randomly summoning a strong man for the host. Ding. The system randomly summoned Zhu Zizhen for the host, from. What the hell, what is Zhu Zi really? Is he very powerful? Xuanhuan felt a little strange to Zhu Zizhen. No, wait, isn't Zhu Zizhen one of the 7 monsters of Meishan in the Romance of the Gods? The host guessed right. Zhu Zizhen is one of the 7 monsters of Meishan in Fengshan Romance. The prototype is pig essence, and the pig head was beheaded by Buji. After his death, he was named Fu Duanqing. Zhu Zizhen's magic weapon is the fire-red pill, which absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon and can release flames to burn all things. Compared with the other 6 monsters, Zhu Zizhen's magic weapon should be the first among the 6 monsters, but unfortunately his appearance was too short. So he was beheaded before he could fully play. The system's mechanical voice explained. As expected, the 7 monsters of Meishan, the strength should not be simple. Get his attributes, quickly. Zhu Zizhen, from one of the 7 monsters of Meishan. Race, pig. Exercise, burning the river and cooking the sea. Magical powers, destroy heaven and earth. Magic weapon, red flame Niden. Rank 3. Loyalty, 85/100. Venerable realm, this is a great god. I never imagined that the strength of the pig spirits among the 7 monsters of Meishan would be so terrifying. Then the strength of the other 6 monsters can only be stronger. Because Zhu Zi is really the weakest among the 7 monsters. 1. This time is more appropriate. With Zhu Zizhen on his own in Tianqian Kingdom, it would be difficult not to walk sideways. Then Xuanhuan called out the lucky compass again. When I saw the list of Zhu Zizhen's attributes and the villain Fu Duanqing Zhu Zizhen standing next to Li Kuei, I felt even more relieved. Xuanhuan, take your life. Xuanhuan, take your life. Xuanhuan will take your life. Puff. Who is this? It's so funny. Just as everyone was tidying up their carriages and entering the city, 3 young men in white robes each held a silver glowing spear and blocked the way of the convoy. But when the 3 of them spoke, they almost laughed. This is a challenger. This is clearly 3 living treasures. Who are you? The Leopard King stood in front of the team, holding back his laughter, and shouted loudly with a reluctant face. With Xuanhuan as his backing, he also has the confidence, and he no longer has to be a man with his tail between his legs. So talking is a lot more rude. Besides, these 3 people are only at the 7th level of the spiritual realm. He didn't care at all. But the 3 of them look exactly the same. It turned out to be a rare triplets, which made him suddenly think of a very loud name. The next 3 are 3 of the 13 sons. The 3 heroes of Xianlong are us. We are the 3 heroes of Xianlong. My name is Tingchong. My name is Tingfeng. My name is Tingzhen. I heard that Xuanhuan of the Su family has been provoking my 13 sons. One after another. It is tolerable or unbearable. I'm here to teach him a lesson today. The 3 cooperated tacitly, each one said a word, as if one person was speaking. Puff. It's really interesting, even talking is intimate, wizard. Xuanhuan looked at the three with surprise flashing in his eyes. As expected, these three are the famous Xianlong three heroes of the Tianqian kingdom. They have achieved a splendid reputation among the younger generation of Tianqian kingdom with one-handed strikes. They are the leaders of the 13 Sons. Like the Leopard King in everyone's heart, Mu Ran suddenly thought of a legend. Not only amazed. Of course, for the Baigan three, these three are no different from ordinary people. Just three little kids. There's no comparison with adults. Dare to compare with the master, Nyang Shipi, it is no different from courting death. Shanggong, your challenger, is here. Brother Haoyan, are they committing suicide? Brother Su, come on, urinate him. Puff. Madam, can you be a lady? Su Haoyan almost laughed. He felt that Shenzhener was learning badly with him. Shui Miao Miao didn't speak, but the eyes of Xianlong Sanjia were full of pitiful colors. What are the three heroes? Are you really going to challenge me? Su Haoyan strode out of the carriage and looked at Sanjia with a playful expression. Xianlong Sanjia, do you know? You know, we are the three heroes of Xianlong. The three heroes of Xianlong are us. I've misspoken. Correct. Wrong? Namabi, are you bothered? Do you say a word 3 times? It's enough. Who are these people? Su Haoyan was about to go crazy. These are the famous three heroes, these are the three talkers. Hey, how do you know our aliases? Sanjia was puzzled and asked back together. Is it true? Look at the gun. Su Haoyan couldn't bear it anymore. These three people suddenly reminded him of the 6 immortals of Tianwu in the great book of the previous life. That's all. Su Haoyan, you are fooling yourself. Play with Lai Su Haoyan. Shameless. Lapanema. Su Haoyan had had enough. A shot was fired quickly, and at the same time, the cultivation of the ground level was suddenly released without reservation and slammed into the three of them. He is a monk of the earth-level realm. It's a fart. What can I do if I can't beat it? Surrender. Stop. Our Xianlong Sanji announced that we surrender. The three of them shouted in unison and raised their hands in unison. Can you guys have a little bit of backbone and surrender before you fight? Su Hao's weather collapsed. He had never seen anything like this. If it wasn't for him having advanced to the terrestrial level, and having mastered the Overlord's marksmanship, to the point where he was able to retract it freely. Otherwise, the three heroes would have been removed from the title after this shot. Ah, that's the 13 Sons. How did the dignified Xianlong three heroes lose without a fight? Shenzhener couldn't believe her eyes. The three existences in my heart that I once looked up to collapsed instantly. No way, he actually has the ability to subdue people without fighting. This is too heaven-defying. Shui Miao Miao was stunned, and looked at Su Haoyan with bright eyes. He saw that the tip of his spear was only an inch away from Tingchong, one of the three heroes. Su Haoyan was very happy. He doesn't have any hatred with these three bastards, and he wouldn't be too lazy to do it if it weren't for the system task. But the three guys didn't show any dejected expressions at all. Instead, there was a kind of joy on their faces. Almost died. Close to death. 1 inch away. I'm going, my God, why is it here again? Seeing these three people speak, Xuanhuan's forehead is covered with black lines. These three living treasures are gone. Ding. Congratulations to the host Gun for completing 6 of the 13 sons. Ding. Congratulations to the host Gun for picking 7 of the 13 sons. Ding. Congratulations to the host Gun for completing 8 of the 13 sons. Well, that's right, we got to the 8th without much effort. We're done with 5 more. Xuanhuan felt a little excited when he heard the system prompt. The 3 heroes of Xianlong meet the adults. Just when Xuanhuan was a little excited, Sanjia suddenly knelt down on one knee and said in unison, "Pfft. Nanny, what's the situation? Surrender." Xuanhuan was stupid, the 3 living treasures wanted to surrender, he heard right. Not only Xuanhuan was stupid, everyone in the team who had heard of the 3 heroes was stupid. Is that Sanjia? I seem to have identified the wrong person. Probably, I'm not sure. I heard that the 3 heroes are very strong. These 3 people don't look like people with strong bones. They must be mistaken. I said 3, are you sure you're right? Xuanhuan asked tentatively. In his memory, Xianlong Sanjia was quite a proud young hero. His predecessor was fanatical about the 3 of them. But now, Sanjia's performance is somewhat inconsistent with the legend. The adults don't know. The 3 of us are brothers. I once made a big wish. Go to a man of insight. Achieving a career. That is. Friendly reminder from the system, according to the system's investigation. These 3 people have the blood of Kuanping. If the host finds the blood fusion stone and fuses the 3, it will wake up the blood of Kuanping in their bodies, thus obtaining a powerful subordinate. Nanny. Melting bloodstone? Fusion, you mean they can fuse with each other? Wouldn't they become one person? The theory is this. But whether there will be other situations, the system is not clear. But accepting them will benefit the host without harm. What is a blood-melting stone? The host doesn't have the right to know yet, so there is no comment. I rely on it, I have no comment, but you provide a little information. It's not enough, buddy. After all, there are 3 spiritual practitioners, don't give it up. As for the blood-melting stone, I haven't even heard of it. Where can I find it? But since it is prompted by the system, it should not be false. The system has never deceived itself. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan laughed and said loudly, in that case, I will accept you. But I don't want waste here. So from now on, you have to practice hard. Otherwise, there is no discussion about elimination. Thank you for your stay. The 3 of us will surely live up to the high expectations of the adults. Practice hard without losing the face of adults. Xuanhuan couldn't help but touched his forehead and sighed in his heart that this team will be lively in the future. Sir, you must have some thoughts in your mind when you accept them? Baigan came to Xuanhuan and asked in a low voice. Baigan, are you testing me? Isn't it the Kuanping bloodline? It's still too early to wake up. I can't believe that the eyes of the adults are like torches, and you know that these 3 people have the blood of Kuanping. Baigan admires it. The horror in Baigan's heart, he seems young as an adult, but this vision and this knowledge are better than his own. What a young talent. Drizzle, not worth mentioning. Xuanhuan grumbled. The system is really buddy, and the feeling of pretending is cool. Seeing the horror in Baigan's eyes, Xuanhuan almost danced with excitement. To be able to scare a generation of names, the sense of accomplishment is overwhelming. Hello, everyone. Hello, ladies. Hello, seniors. I'll go. Flattery, there's no cure, shouldn't I accept them? There will be no clean life in the future. Xuanhuan thought helplessly as he watched the three of them mingle with the team in the blink of an eye. Let the three delay such a delay, the time is nearly noon, and everyone's stomach is rumbling. The Leopard King checked it a little, then straightened the carriage and walked towards the city. With such a mighty team, coupled with the scene at the gate of the city, Xuanhuan and his party suddenly became the attention of all the monks in Xinzhou City. This is the man who picked the North Clan's head. He looks so young, is he that powerful? Hey, isn't that the three heroes of Xianlong? Look at their humiliating appearance. Could it be that the rumor that they took refuge in Xuanhuan is true? Su family boy is majestic this time. Without that diamond, don't take care of that porcelain work. Being so arrogant shows that Xuanhuan is strong. It's no different, it's just that women have a good relationship. Shu, be quiet, you want to die. Ignoring the comments of the surrounding people, Xuanhuan sat on the car Yuan and fought with Shinjiner. Bai Suzhen's two daughters looked at them with smiles. Shui Miao Miao peeked at Xuanhuan from time to time. Li Kuei was surrounded by Sanjia asking this and that, which made He Whirlwind annoyed. Bai Gan indifferently glanced at the monks on both sides of the road. 9. Headed Yuanqing still guards behind Xuanhuan as always. Su family child, you are so brave, you killed my family head, are you convicted? At this moment, a tall and mighty old man stood in front of the crowd, looking angrily at Xuanhuan on the Che Yuan. It's Bai Xiaoting, the ancestor of the Bai family. He is also the #1 expert in Tianqian Kingdom. At least that's what the legend says. Seeing the old man appear, the Su Qingfeng clan elder quickly came to Xuanhuan and said, I hit the young, and the old is here. I'll save myself a trip. But I'm really sorry for my predecessor if I don't make a trip. Bikeseating, don't be fooled, are you going to die, or are you going to die? Xuanhuan walked leisurely, looked sideways, and said arrogantly, Su's child, you are too arrogant, I want you to know what life is better than death. You really take yourself seriously. What a few things. It's the #1 expert in Tianqian Kingdom, and you don't pee to take care of yourself. Virtue. You, boy, how dare you scold me, do you know who I am? Who is it? It's just a few things left and right. Brother Nyo chops him up. Keep your breath, I want to take revenge myself. Ah, Su Xiaozi is so mad at me, I want you to die. Bai Xiaoting did not expect Xuanhuan to be so difficult to deal with, and did not play cards according to the routine. He vowed to let Xuanhuan experience all kinds of pain and die. Okay, sir, take a look at it. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my Tainyo to come to the door again. Whoa, old man, look at the axe. Li Kuei threw out a single axe and slashed at Bikeseating without being polite. The heavy iron axe rolled away like a gust of wind on the ground, whistling away. Hiss, what kind of axe is this? This fellow's divine power is too amazing. There is a feeling that he is invincible. Facing the whistling iron axe, Bai Xiaoting's old face changed dramatically. And he could not bear to be angry. With a sound, Song Lang pulled out a long knife as wide as a door, and quickly slashed it in front of him. According to the news he got, the double-axe general around Xuanhuan is not So powerful. Damn, what a bag to ask, is to sell fake news. Bei Xiaoting's hatred, if he knew that the double axe would be so powerful, he wouldn't take this risk. Boom. The next moment, the iron axe slashed on the long knife fiercely, and an unparalleled force acted on the long knife through the iron axe, making Bei Xiaoting's face instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. At the same time, he was short of breath, and his face was flushed. Boom. The axe pushed Bei Xiaoting back, leaving a deep groove along the way. Shocking. 300 meters away, Bei Xiaoting almost exhausted all the strength of his body before he could barely stop his retreating figure. The whole body was shaking like a sieve. His lips were even more bruised, his meridians were disordered, and his breath was sluggish. If it weren't for the adults to stay alive, you would have died long ago. You can still stand and gasp. Li Kuei took the axe and shouted contemptuously. Who are you, and why? Puff. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, making Bei Xiaoting with a turbulent breath no longer able to support it and fell to the ground with a thud. His whole body's bones and tendons were broken inch by inch. Dantian collapsed by nearly half. The cultivation base of the third-grade king-level realm has dropped significantly. The piercing pain from inside and outside his body made him miserable. Hey, old guy, when you killed my mother, did you think that you would end up like this today? Xuanhuan walked all the way to Baixiating with the heaven-shaking spear and asked condescendingly. You can't kill me, I am the first national teacher of Tianxian Kingdom, and I am an existence that everyone is watching. If you kill me, the royal family will not let you go. Even the Su family behind you will be exterminated because of you. Bei Xiaoting, enduring the severe pain, threatened to tremble. What are you doing? You are still threatening me. Do you think I will care about this? You guys only have this in your eyes. Human life is a piece of shit. When you killed my mother, you thought about it. Are these winning the king and defeating the bandit? Old guy, how can you not get wet shoes when you walk by the river? Let's do less murder in the future. Puff. The sound fell, and the heaven-shaking divine spear stabbed into Bei Xiaoting's heart without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the third rank king-level realm. The special reward is 100,000 growth points. Leopard King, you lead the convoy into the city and find an inn to stay in. Tianwu, Jiutou, and I will go to destroy the Bei family. Follow the order. Leopard King Su Chenglong replied loudly. His voice trembled, excited. What did he say? He is going to destroy the Bei family. Brag. What do you know? Didn't you see that the ancestors of the Bei family are dead? Tianxian Kingdom is about to change. The Bei family is going to be delisted. He's so arrogant. Shui Miao Miao looked at Xuanhuan, who was far away, and there was a momentary blur in his eyes. North House. In the void. Xuanhuan looked at the nervous Beijia people below with an indifferent expression. Then nodded slightly. The nine-headed Yuanqing standing beside him, Li Kuei and the two roared when they saw this, and threw out their magic weapons and smashed them at the buildings below. Boom. Ah, help. Xuanhuan, you can't kill us, we are royal family members. Boom, boom, boom. After a short while, the smoke disappeared, and the northern family, except for the weak women and children, all died. Xuanhuan is a kind person. He would not show mercy to those important figures in the Su family. But he disdains to kill those weak women and children. He is not indiscriminately killing innocent people. God has the virtue of good life, and the revenge of killing his mother has nothing to do with them. As for these women and children seeking revenge on him, he did not put it on him. When they grow up, they will already stand at the top of this world. Will he be afraid? My name is Xuanhuan. The Bei family killed my mother, and I killed the Bei family today. 1. Revenge. These grievances have nothing to do with you. If anyone wants revenge, please remember my name. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he turned and left. Ding. The spear picks 9 of the 13 sons to complete. Hey, the 13 sons of the Bei family are unlucky enough. They died in confusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting revenge. The system will reward you with 100,000 growth points. Use growth value to improve cultivation base. Ding. Remind the host to improve his cultivation because the growth value is not enough, and the system has automatically stored it for the host. Now, 200,000 growth values have been stored. It seems that with the improvement of the cultivation base, the required growth value will be an astronomical figure. The speed of improving the cultivation base will also decrease. This is to force me to constantly kill the strong. The Bei family was really destroyed by Xuanhuan of the Su family. It was too brutal. Destroy people all over the family, such evil deeds, then Xuanhuan will be punished by heaven. As soon as the northern family is destroyed, the Tianqian kingdom will be in chaos. What? The Bei family was destroyed by Xuanhuan. Bump. The Sun family, the head of the Sun family, Sun Xuanhuan, was stunned when he heard the news, and he didn't even notice that the cup in his hand had dropped. It's over, our Sun family is completely out of play. You guys have to think of a way. After a long time, Sun Xuanhuan woke up and suddenly became anxious. Their Sun family is the weakest of the 7 major families, and they have been relying on the Bei family to survive all these years. Now Beijia is no longer there. They became alone and could be destroyed at any time. Xuanhuan didn't stop when he went north to Wangdu, obviously he was dismissive of us. The patriarch doesn't need to worry. An old-fashioned monk thought for a while and said, don't forget, the Su family's allies are not just the Qin family anymore. If the Su family doesn't do anything, it doesn't mean that others don't do it. The other said silently. How about that? For today's plan, the only way is to report to the court and ask His Majesty the king to subjugate Xuanhuan and the Su family. At the same time, we secretly strengthen our vigilance to prevent the Su family and their allies from attacking. That's all it can do for now. Tianwu destroyed the entire Bei family? In the auditorium of the Su family, Su Yunting, the head of the Su family, stood in a flash, looking at the Eagle King Su Yunan, who was in charge of delivering the news with an incredible expression. Yes, Patriarch. The 3rd young master first killed the ancestors of the Bei family in Xinzhou City. Then he went straight to the Beijia mansion, destroying all the power of the Bei family. Only a few weak women and children were left. The 3rd young master said that these people I don't want to kill him. Yuner, what are you still doing? Quickly recall the Tiger Division. Your 3rd uncle will lead the team to destroy the Sun family. At the same time, Send forces to occupy Xinzhou, where the Bei family is located. At this moment, the ancestor of the Su family walked in from outside. As he walked, he commanded. Yes, Patriarch. Yunnan, you lead the Eagle Master to Xinzhou and occupy it. If you resist, you can kill it. Su Yun, when he heard what his ancestors said, was instantly refreshed, and then ordered. In addition, I will personally go to Qin's house to discuss the next steps. It's best to let the Qin family, the Shen family, and our Su family merge. Then we will not be far from the first family of Tianqian. The boy of the Su family, it's interesting. He actually destroyed the Bei family. I'm afraid the court can't sit still this time. Anyway, after all, it's a change in the forces in the south. It's not a threat here. To the north of Tianqian Kingdom, there is a state and county with a vast territory. It is called Songzhou. It is the last state in Tianqian Kingdom, and the only state in the north, adjacent to Otto. At this time, it was in Luo'er City, the largest city in Songzhou, in the Tong family mansion, the second largest family in Tianqian Kingdom. Tong Xiaoyun, the contemporary patriarch of the Tong family, rested his chin in his hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "Hey, the sky is going to change in the south. I didn't expect such a monster from the Su family. Let's wait and see. After all, it's my Dong family who has the final say in this west." In the west of Tianqian Kingdom, near the border of Ryukyu Kingdom, stands a large continent, Tongguanzu. And the head of the Dong family, the overlord of the west, was sitting in a chair and whispering to himself. The 7 major families of Tianqian Kingdom, Bei family, Tong family, Dong family, Shen family, Su family, Qin family, and Sun family. They are located in the 3 directions of the southwest and north of Tianqian Kingdom. Each holds a state. The east is jointly guarded by the 3 major sects. Among them, there are 5 continents in the south, which are guarded by the 5 families of Bei, Su, Shen, Qin, and Sunday. The west is guarded by the Dong family. Northern Tongjia guards Songzhou. Although the Bei family is big, the state capital where they live is small. Less than half the size of the Tong family's Songzhou. To be more precise, in the entire south, the 5 places combined are not as large as one of the other 3 places. In Xinzhou City, Su Haoyan was sitting in the inn. He was listening intently to the elder Su Qingfeng's story about the distribution of power in the Tianqian Kingdom. According to what you said, whether a family can become the largest family in Tianqian Nation, in addition to its strength, is also related to the area it guards? Su Haoyan asked thoughtfully. Theoretically so. The reason why the Tong and Dong families placed their homes in the west and north without any complaints was for this reason. At that time, the Tong family still held the title of the largest family in Tianqian Nation. And the ancestor of the Bei family suddenly broke through the king level. He was the first national teacher in the kingdom. His family was also a latecomer, from the 4th to the 1st position. Squeeze the Tong family down, the old Su Qingfeng clan patiently explained. Then, in order for our Su family to become the largest family in Tianqian Nation, in addition to geographical area and strength, what other conditions are needed? Su Haoyan had no choice but to understand the information in this regard, and the tasks issued by the system allowed him to lead his family to become the Largest family in Tianwu nation. He didn't know how to do it until now. According to a family's record, that is, the number of kills and defeated. Powerhouses, the background of a family, that is, how many superpowers there are under them. How big is the area? Finally, it is necessary to put the family's name in the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. It showed on the dragon list. It's the Hidden Dragon list again. What exactly is the Hidden Dragon list? The Qianlong list is the power ranking list released by the Qianlong Pavilion. It is divided into a list of people, a list of sects, and a list of clans. Our Su family is temporarily ranked 943rd on the list of clans. What, 943, isn't there only 7 families in our country? 3 young masters are only talking about our country's internal ranking. The Qianlong list is facing the entire western region. There are hundreds of countries in the entire western region, and there are more than 1,000 families. Our Su family can rank in the 1,000 and enter the clan. The list is already very good. It seems that I still have a long way to go to lead the family to the top. There is still a long way to go. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. At the same time, there was a fighting spirit in his eyes that he had never seen before. The third young master has lofty aspirations, and coupled with the endless stream of strong people around you, I don't think this goal is too far away. Su Qingfeng said with a slight compliment. At the same time, my heart was inexplicably excited. You should still call me the third kid. You watched me grow up. I'm not Su Song. Xuanhuan looked at the excited Su Qingfeng clan elder, moved in his heart, and said with a smile, Third master, third boy, I am happy from the bottom of my heart to see that. You are promising. Don't worry, I will definitely assist you to reach the peak of your life. With the help of the old clan, I can accomplish great things. Xuanhuan, come out quickly and lead to death. As the evening approached, when the afterglow of the setting sun was about to dim, 10 monks wearing golden robes and terrifying breaths suddenly appeared in Xinzhou city. Something that doesn't know whether to live or die came to ask for wildfires. Xuanhuan is talking with Su Qingfeng clan elder. But it was interrupted by this sound. Afterwards, the two left the room and went outside the inn. At this time, the 4 daughters of Bai Suzhen and the 3 powerhouses of Bai Gan were already standing on the street. The guards were armed with weapons, and they were ready to fight. Although they are doing something superfluous, it is their responsibility. They have to be strict. What do you guys do? What's the habit of yelling? It is said that Xuanhuan of the Su family has a good reputation, and seeing it today really lives up to its reputation. The first golden-robed cultivator said lightly. I won the award, but the boys' skills are equally good. Why? Are you all raised by words, can't you see the light? Bold, Xuanhuan, do you know who you are insulting? The kingdom's top 10 generals protecting the country. Is it possible for a small family member like you to provoke it? Sin. So it's you old immortals. Please ask me what you are doing. Xuanhuan, you're playing with fire, you know? Do you still want to live? Yes, I'm playing with you guys, what's the matter? I'll just kneel and lick you guys and let me live. A few things, I really take myself seriously. I'm mad at me, I'm going to kill you. One of the golden-robed people couldn't hold back his anger any longer, and took the lead in firing at Xuanhuan. Hum. At this moment, a strange voice entered the ears of everyone. The golden-robed Man who was angered also stopped his movements. Surprised to look for the reputation. I saw that at the end of the main street behind everyone, a huge figure came towards this side. The tall figure seemed to be far away. But in an instant, he was in front of everyone. Hey, this guy is too exaggerated. 30 feet tall. Standing there like an iron tower. Broad arms. The waistline of the tank thickness. Big red face. A pair of eyes turned purple. Rumbling when walking. Especially his panting. Humming, like thunder. This giant man should be Zhu Zizhen. It's time for him to arrive. Huh. The giant man came close, and suddenly snorted. Everyone saw a red shadow flashing in the void, and a golden-robed man who was closest to him suddenly burned for no reason. It just turned into ashes in an instant. Afterwards, the red shadow shuttled back and forth in the void, and screams sounded one after another. The golden-robed people turned into fireballs. In the blink of an eye it turned into charcoal. Hey, are the 10 generals protecting the country gone so vaguely? Who is that guy? He didn't come to defect to the young master of the Sioux family, right? This guy is too hot. What should we do? What if he wants to attack the adults? This big guy is not simple. I can't see through his cultivation. Official man, why did this big man help us? Could it be that he came because of you? Hey, guess what? Xuanhuan glanced at Bai Suzhen anxiously. Then he looked at Zhu Zizhen again. Your Excellency is really an outstanding person. Such a terrifying person has also come to defect to Your Excellency. Ha ha ha, Zhu Zizhen's appearance is really cool. Xuanhuan looked at the giant man in front of him with a smile on his face. I'm going to meet the adults in Zhu Zizhen. The adults may not remember. The adults saved me when I was a child. I am very grateful. Now that I have finished my studies, I came here to help the adults to achieve dominance. Let me go. The system is too good. There is no excuse for this. Xuanhuan said secretly. The system is super capable, and any reason can be thought of. Zhu Zizhen came to Xuanhuan with a thud, knelt down on one knee, and said in a loud voice. Li Kuei and Jiutou Yuansheng, who were nervous on both sides, breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time looked at Xuanhuan in horror. The charm of adults is so great. The giant man in front of him looked ugly. But he was actually a super strong man. Even Li Kuei, who has always refused to accept anyone, showed a look of fear. Haha, Yuzi really joined me, and Xuanhuan has another arm. The big thing can be done. Xuanhuan patted Zhu Zizhen's broad shoulder and laughed. Come, Zizhen, let me introduce to you. This is Li Kuei, my double axe general. This is my double hammer general of Jiutou Yuansheng. This is Baigon, my military advisor. This is Xuanhuan enthusiastically introduced the people around him to Zhu Zizhen. Xuanhuan's enthusiasm was like fire, and the arrogant Zhu Zizhen greatly increased his affection for him. I feel that I have done nothing wrong to defect to Xuanhuan. Putting aside his prejudices, he also greeted everyone with a smile. It's just that he smiled. It's better not to laugh. Worse than crying. The news that Xuanhuan had another super strong man to flee spread like wildfire. After all, Zhu Zizhen's tall and mighty image that day was really eye-catching. The scene of Zhu Zizhen kneeling in front of Xuanhuan further confirmed the news. How on earth did he do it? Why are there always strong men coming to defect? Is there really a superpower standing behind him? Among the most luxurious inns in the capital, Linghu Xuanhuan was lying lazily on the chair, holding a letter in his hand. A look of doubt appeared in his eyes. What? The 10 generals of protecting the country were killed by a super strong. And this super strong is still a new subordinate of Xuanhuan. In the palace, the present, His Majesty Zhou Bishi, looked in disbelief at the bodyguard who delivered the letter. Xinxing asked. Yes, Your Majesty, that person's name is Zhu Zizhen. He has a mysterious magic weapon. No one knows what it is. It is said that this person may be a peak emperor-level powerhouse. After the waiter finished speaking, he stood aside nervously. Go, invite Lord Protector of the Nation for me. No, I'll go in person. Zhou Bishi pondered for a long time before saying through gritted teeth. But it felt inappropriate, so he got up and walked out by himself. He finally began to pay attention to Xuanhuan. The soul of protecting the country. No one knows exactly what this person looks like. No one has actually seen him either. Even Zhou Bishi himself had never seen it. Because the spirit of the army existed when their Tianqian kingdom was founded. If you have to say who has seen the military soul, it is only the first generation of kings. The first generation king had an imperial order, and only when the country was in the midst of life and death could the spirit of protecting the country be called upon. Each subsequent generation of kings can only use a special token in their hands to summon the spirit of protecting the country. Although the country has not yet reached the moment of life and death, Zhou Bishi has already smelled a dangerous breath. It is Zhou Bishi's consistent style to nip danger in the bud. His Royal Highness, Falcon, has been killed by Xuanhuan. According to reliable information, there is another strong man besides Xuanhuan. In the dark and gloomy hall, the tall Hades was quietly listening to what a man in a black robe said. It seems that I underestimated that kid. But so what? How can the light of the firefly compete with how you tell the 3 venerables, Flying Monkey, Dunshu, and Maniu, to complete this task? It's a big deal, and the 3 boys killed the top 10 generals of protecting the country. Standing in front of his ancestor, Su Yun said helplessly. He was a little overwhelmed and couldn't understand why his son was so bold. Could it be that his goal is to fail the entire Tianqian nation? Su Yun couldn't imagine it. Look at your unpromising appearance. To be honest, the 3rd kid in your family is 100 times stronger than you. You have to hurry up, don't let your son look down on you, and quickly take down the Qin family. The patriarch of the Su family looked at Su Yun with a look of hatred for iron and steel, and said angrily. At noon on this day, Xuanhuan was practicing the 72 earth shattering techniques at the back of the cart, as well as the magic power of the 6 Meridians divine sword. The achievements of the 3 boys are not accidental. The only way to be a master is to endure hardships. How can you see a rainbow without experiencing unforgettable pain? The Su Qingfeng elder did not ride a horse, but followed Xuanhuan on foot. Amazed. Of course, these words were learned from Xuanhuan. Following Su Kuwei next to him, Su Ningxue nodded subconsciously. The 3rd young master of the Su family can't understand them anymore. In 3 more hours, we will arrive at the capital. Leopard King walked at the front of the team and turned back and said loudly. Let everyone hear it, not only happy After a month's journey, we finally arrived at our destination. I don't know if the Xuanhuan summit is difficult or not. Seeing the performance of the third brother, I feel that the future is slim. Su Kuei looked at the Mangmang plain and said worriedly. Although his strength is one of the best among the younger generation of the family. But comparing it across a country is like throwing a grain of sand into the wind, and it's fleeting. Because the geniuses gathered at the Xuanhuan summit are not just geniuses from one family, they are geniuses from all over the country. Either rich or expensive, with a high level of cultivation. Compared with them, Su Kuei is a wild child from the countryside. If you want to break into the top 100 at the summit, you must at least reach the 5th grade of the spiritual realm. The old Su Chengfeng family explained. But Su Kuei and the two were shocked. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. It's not difficult at all. Sanjia leaned in front of them and said lightly. It's really not difficult for the three of you. But for those like me who have even entered the profound spirit realm, it is as difficult as going to the sky. Su Ningxue pouted, a little depressed. The once cold and arrogant Miss Su family is now a lot more restrained. It is true that she has no self-confidence. By Su Haoyan's side. The worst person on the list of people published by Qianlong Pavilion is the cultivator of the transmutation realm. You can see how fierce the competition is. The age limit is under 100. Of course, under the same cultivation base. The younger one is, the more sought after. The reason for this is self-evident. And our most prestigious eldest prince in the Tianxian kingdom was Yu. On the first day of defeating Wuling Gate a few days ago, and his ranking on the list of people rose by one more place. Now it ranks 975th on the list. Since there are two, there is one, and the second is the eldest prince, so who is the first? The number one genius of Tianxian kingdom is Dong Qingyang, who is ranked 935th in the people list. At the young age of 38, he had the cultivation of the first great earth wonderland. Whether it is personal strength or cultivation aptitude, he can be called a genius. Comparing 13 sons with him is like comparing a baby with a strong man. There is no comparison at all. Elder Su Chengfeng said with some yearning. Clan Elder, I believe that the name of the first genius in Tianxian will be rewritten in the near future. He is in his 30s, and the third brother is only 17. They have the same cultivation base. Who is a genius can be seen at a glance. When several people heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they all looked at Su Haoyan, who was cultivating. He will rewrite the history of Tianxian kingdom. They all believed it. Hey, look, there are quite a few monks on their way over there. Yo, there are. Also over there. Su Kuei suddenly pointed to a team no less than theirs, not far away. On the other side, there were also monks who were on their way and were discovered by him. At the same time, several tyrannical breaths came out from the two teams. Obviously there are strong people in the team. The Qianlong Summit, held once every 10 years, has attracted hundreds of families from all over the country, the three major sects, and young heroes. From the small forces of wandering monks. They all hope to make a name for themselves at the summit and take off. The Su Chengfeng clan elders sighed inwardly as they looked at the endless stream of teams. If one of Su Haoyan, Su Kuei, and Su Ningxue made it to the list, their Su family will take this opportunity to spread their wings and take off. No, even if no one is ranked, the Su family will take off. Because they have the genius Xuanhuan. Thinking of this, the eyes of the old Su Chungfeng clan shone brightly and aggressively. Although several teams appeared near the convoy, but the whole team is still moving forward in an orderly manner. Xuanhuan is still practicing selfless cultivation. As the capital got closer, there were more and more teams around. The distance between them is getting closer. Many people who are usually familiar with each other began to chat. And Xuanhuan's unusual performance also made more people and teams look over. It is unbelievable that Xuanhuan practiced in public. Could it be that this kid is not afraid of others stealing his martial arts skills? Of course Xuanhuan did not have such worries. His martial arts skills are all from the system, not of this world at all. So there is no way to learn from it. However, although these people are strange, no one really took the opportunity to learn. No one came forward to chat with him, and the reason was because of the 4 people who followed Xuanhuan. The breath is terrifying, and they are obviously strong. Especially Zhu Zizhen's 30-foot-tall figure is prohibitive. Who is that person? The guards next to him give people a feeling of suffocation. Let's not talk about his guards, it is the aura he exudes, which is clearly an earth-level cultivation. Earth-level realm? How is it possible? How old is he? Either he is a peerless genius, or he is skilled. But no matter what the reason, this person should not be provoked. The monks who were hurrying around talked a lot. All are not ordinary people. The slightest voice was clearly heard by Xuanhuan and others. Xuanhuan ignored these comments. Su Kuwei and the others looked proud. Brother Huayan, where are you? Why are you so noisy? At this moment, Zixia walked out of the car, rubbing her sullen eyes. The voice is so charming and cute that men will go crazy when they hear it. With her charming, proud figure, lazy and seductive look, let the hearts of the monks passing by beating wildly. In particular, Zixia hugged Xuanhuan and kissed and rubbed it, which made many young men want to replace him. This girl, what's the use of rubbing against that fool? Why don't you rub against me? It's polite to go to Dong Qingyang's side. At this moment, a frivolous voice suddenly came from the sky. Immediately after, a tall, handsome-looking young man in green robes with a paper fan in his hand stepped out of the air and landed in front of the cart. That's Dong Qingyang, the first genius of Tianqian Kingdom. It's fun to watch now. People are geniuses, who dares to provoke them? As soon as this person appeared, it immediately attracted all the attention. And at the same time, various discussions followed. Girl, you've got a dog, let's see how you deal with it. Xuanhuan glared at Zixia angrily. But not really angry. Nor did he look up at the so-called first genius. It's just a mangy dog, just drive away. Zixia glanced coldly at the green-robed youth and said lightly. This brother-in-law is under Dong. I know Dong Heong, what do you want? Under. Ink, how do you want to drip, be happy? Boy, you are ranked 9th and 35th in the subordinate list, where do you rank? The green-robed youth was furious, if it weren't for the fact that there would be no fighting within 100 miles around the kingdom. And there are beautiful women watching, and he has already taken care of him. Panel Nima coins, get out. Xuanhuan was also angry. Where's the idiot, am I familiar with you? You scold me, believe it or not, I will prevent you from entering the Capital. Who are you scolding? Dare to scold my brother Haoyan, are you courting death? Zixia was also angry, she saw her almond eyes staring, but she didn't see any movement, and suddenly hundreds of transparent filaments appeared out of thin air. It is the magic weapon of Zixia's fame, 9981 silver silk. As soon as the silver twisted wire appeared, it shot at the green-robed youth at an incredible speed. The green-robed youth also felt inexplicable that Zixia scolded him. I'm a genius, okay, do you have any vision? He never thought that Zixia would suddenly attack him. By the time he reacted and wanted to avoid it, it was too late. He could only watch in horror as the silver threads all over the sky pierced through his body. And his consciousness gradually fell into darkness. Ding! The gun picks 10 of the 13 suns to complete. Damn it, you killed yourself, but you can't blame me. This sudden scene shocked the people nearby. The green-robed young man, Dong Qingyang, was a strong man, and it was too late to flatter him. But the woman actually killed him in the blink of an eye. But what shocked them even more was that they could easily kill Dong Qingyang. How terrifying this woman's cultivation would be. Don't mess with this girl. Everyone unanimously listed Zixia as someone who should not be provoked. Su Haoyan grinned, this son is really going to die, don't look at Zixia's gentleness and cuteness on weekdays, and everyone's love. But her tenderness was only for herself. Treating others, she was once the great immortal Ponzi. Kill without blinking. Hey, where's the woman? How dare you kill my young master? Don't you know who he is? At this moment, a group of ferocious guards rushed over from the convoy not far away, killing intent in his eyes. I can't wait to scratch Zixia. You're not finished yet. A bunch of evil slaves. Oh my God, why is this girl full of foul language? She doesn't learn good things, and bad ones. Totally spoiled. Zixia's face was covered with frost, and she instantly activated the silver twisted silk again, sweeping away towards the group of guards overwhelmingly. Ah, what is that? Ah, my legs, I don't want to die. What? In the blink of an eye, a group of vicious guards turned into sieves. All became cold corpses. Hey, what magic weapon is this woman using? It's too ferocious, the Dong family will be wiped out this time. Who is that woman? I've never heard of such a #1 person in our Tianxian kingdom. Su Kuei shrank his neck, I am obedient, even the women around the third brother are so cruel. There are no simple people around him. Can't mess with. Can't provoke. Don't mess with it. Sanjia pulled his neck and moved out, trying to stay as far away from the carriage as possible. The corners of Su Haoyan's mouth twitched, she's a fierce woman, but I like it. Zixia, why do the girls fight and kill? Come back quickly. Ladies, or brother. Haoyan won't like you anymore. At this moment, Bai Suzhen's voice rang from the cart. Seeing this, Zixia spit out her tongue at Su Haoyan. After kissing Su Haoyan, she jumped back to the car. Looking at this charming appearance, it is completely different from just now. Boy, do you know that you have caused a big disaster? At this moment, an icy voice came from the convoy not far away. At the same time, a white-robed old man with immortal style and bones came from the void. Hey, did I read it wrong? Isn't that a fur coat? My God, even the first person in the loose cultivator has appeared. What did he say? He wants to accept that kid as his apprentice. It is said that Qiu Bai does not accept apprentices? Bah, it depends on who it is. This kid should be a genius, Why, do you want to find a place for him? Xuanhuan rolled his eyes and asked, casually. Ignore the surrounding discussions. That's not true, it's just a warning. Don't be too sharp, or it will be easy to break if it is too strong. The Dong family is extremely protective of their shortcomings. If you kill Dong Qingyang, you will definitely cause trouble for your family. And I am the only one who can solve this trouble. As long as you worship me as your teacher, then as your master, it will sort it out. The white-robed old man stroked his beard proudly, just waiting for Xuanhuan to come to apprentice. Who is he? The number one cultivator, the only cultivator who can compete with the family. As long as this kid is not a fool, he will not miss this opportunity. Who the hell are you, meddling with your own business, and worshipping you as your teacher, Ba, and taking care of yourself without peeing? Look at your virtue. Iron bull, throw it out. But for the sake of his age, don't hurt him. His life. Old guy, go away, my family doesn't like you. Li Kuei stepped forward and stretched out his hand. The old man was startled when he saw this, and he was about to stretch out his body and step back. But Li Kuei didn't pay attention to the old man's movements at all, and still grabbed forward. And directly grabbed the old man and lifted it up. Seeing this, the old man was inexplicably horrified. How could this black-faced big man be so weird because he didn't dodge this grab with his own body technique? At the same time, he was also a little unhappy in his heart. It was just that the young man did not worship himself as a teacher. But you have to throw yourself out. Isn't this trampling on the dignity of his fur coat? He is a powerful king, how could he be lifted up by this black man so easily? He subconsciously struggled to resist, but Li Kuei threw him away as soon as he exerted his strength. Li Kuei's strength is so great that even if he is a king-level powerhouse, he can't resist. Tung, ting, ting, flew out more than 200 meters before the old man fell to the ground. The remaining strength was not exhausted, and he rode out along the grass for dozens of meters before stopping. The old man was blinded, his whole head seemed to have crashed, he sat on the grass in a daze, his lips were blue and purple, and his body was shaking like a sieve. A pair of eyes stared at the grinning Li Kuei in horror. Qiu Bai was defeated, how could he be thrown out? Who is so bold, even throwing fur coats? Who is Qiu Bai? Stupid you, the famous first person in the loose cultivator, the king level powerhouse, so famous, you don't even know it, it's really enough for aught. Qiu Bai was thrown out, it's true or false? That group of people is so terrifying, they even dare to throw away fur coats, so hurry up and stay away from them. Qiu Bai is a king-level powerhouse, what is the cultivation of the big man? Who threw him? I don't know if it's better than Qiu Bai anyway. For a while, Li Kuei's reputation began to spread. Qiu Bai is an old-fashioned powerhouse, undefeated. It has always been highly sought after by loose cultivators. But today, he was thrown out by a little-known black-faced man, and he was obviously defeated. It's definitely an upset, a crazy upset. How can you not let people talk about it? However, Qiu Bai stood up and patted his butt, and returned to his own team. And he smiled and nodded at Xuanhuan, who was in the distance. It's like what just happened didn't happen. This old guy is not simple, he can endure what ordinary people can't bear. Either an idiot or a hero. A monk who can cultivate to the king level cannot be an idiot. That is a hero. My lord, this person can be used by you. Baigan followed Xuanhuan and analyzed the old man in a straightforward manner. Finally, solemnly suggested. I don't know if Baigan has heard a word, Jiang Taigong is fishing straight. Will anyone take the bait? Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously and ignored the matter. Some things cannot be said too clearly. Some people can't force it, they can only do it slowly. As long as he continues to grow and develop, bull will naturally come to defect. Jiang Taigong is fishing, will anyone take the bait? As Baigan walked, he thought about Xuanhuan's words. I thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Not only is the aptitude amazing, but the way of thinking about problems is not comparable to me. It is unfathomable. Seeing Xuanhuan's incomparably confident smile, Baigan's view of Xuanhuan has undergone a qualitative change. It's so dangerous, the peak of the emperor-level realm. No wonder he was dismissive of himself. With such a strong person to follow, it will be like this on anyone. If you didn't kill yourself on the spot, that's fine. This guy is no ordinary person. Recently, it has been rumored in the world of immortality that the Su family, Xuanhuan, is recruiting heroes from all over the world, and several strong people have defected to him. Presumably that kid is Xuanhuan. Sitting in his carriage, Qiu Bai had lost his old-fashioned appearance, but his face was radiant. At the same time, a bold idea filled his chest, causing him to fall into contemplation. There was no turbulence in the next journey, and the whole journey passed peacefully. After about 3 or 4 hours, everyone finally saw the huge outline of the capital. Tall and majestic. This was Xuanhuan's first impression after seeing the capital. I saw a huge city wall at the end of the plain. The walls of the city wall extended infinitely to both sides, and the edge could not be seen at a glance. As far as Xuanhuan's eyes could see, it was almost 1,000 meters away. This is just the city wall of a kingdom, so how high is the city wall of the dynasty? Difficulty is not even with the sky. The city gate is nearly 50 meters high and made of copper. All kinds of exotic animals are engraved on it. The majestic momentum makes people have the urge to kneel and worship. This is the kingdom. A kingdom that controls hundreds of families. One day, I will also build a country, no, a dynasty. I will also rule dozens of kingdoms. Be the king of the dynasty. Ding. Lead the Su family to become the largest family in Tianqian nation. A special reward of 300,000 growth points for successful mission. A chance to summon a super strong. A gift. Hey, has the Su family met the conditions to become the #1 family? Otherwise, how would I complete the mission? It's really unexpected news. Xuanhuan was secretly happy. You can summon superpowers again. Every time a strong man is summoned, he is one step closer to his goal. Ding. While leading the Su family to the top, make yourself the #1 genius of Tianqian Kingdom. Complete the task and get 400,000 growth points. The system prompt sounded again, causing Xuanhuan to open his mouth, for some reason. The sudden completion of the previous task is understandable. After all, he has been attacking the city all the way, and the powerhouses who died in his hands are not 50 or 20 or 30. Basically the requirements have been met. But the completion of this second task is somewhat inexplicable. Haven't done anything earth-shattering recently? Could it be because of that Dong Qingyang? He said that he was the 935th on the list of people. Can't you replace it yourself? Xuanhuan, I want you to die. I want your whole family to be buried with my son. Bump. Tongguanzu, Wangyue City, Dong family mansion. Dong Zhen, the head of the Dong family, was furious in the hall, throwing a bunch of items to smithereens. How could he not be angry? His own son, and the only son, was killed by Xuanhuan. Not only did he kill his Dong family, but he also disrupted his plan to dominate Tianqin. Whoever puts this on will be angry. Come here, invite the special envoy of the gods. If you want to enter the capital, everyone must register their identity. Whether you are a genius of the kingdom, the patriarch of the family, or even the ancestor of the family, all had to jump off their horses and be inspected by the gate guards. Of course, some unpleasant things will happen during this period. Most people will choose to forget the unpleasantness and choose to swallow it up. Neither would have the general knowledge of a guard. The king is in a hurry, but he doesn't care about these trivial matters. On the contrary, he will acquiesce to this kind of thing, suppressing each family, inhibiting the development of the family, which is a common problem of every king. When the family strength cannot compete with the entire kingdom, they usually turn a blind eye. Soon, the team came to the front of the giant copper gate. Due to the large number of people, there was a long queue in front of the giant gate. The team moved forward slowly. Xuanhuan followed the team and saw that there were 2 rows of soldiers sitting on both sides of the aisle of the city gate, busy checking the monks who passed by. Xuanhuan looked at him and gradually frowned. Those soldiers were dismissive of the male monks, even a little impatient. But for those female cultivators, they carefully checked, and even touched several women with their hands and feet. Let those women dare not speak out. Some had tears in their eyes. Xuanhuan's eyes immediately turned cold. Is this the soldier of the kingdom? How to look like a bandit? Xuanhuan snorted again, and his words were full of sarcasm. The rest were also outraged. Li Kuei said in a cold voice, "It's not worth it for such a decadent country. It's better to let my family be the king. It must be better than these things. Iron Bull's idea is what I mean. Master, why don't you be the king of this country? We will support you." Hum chi, adults bring forth new ideas, the times are also the general trend. Haha, it's not easy for Zizhen to say such philosophical words. But it's too early to seize power now, and when the time is right, the adults will take his place. Baigan is scheming, and at this time, he said it, making everyone's eyes shine. The girls looked at Xuanhuan with incomparable affection. No hurry, you will be busy when the time comes. Xuanhuan walked unhurriedly. There was a great pride in his heart. Even the elders of the Xuanfeng clan looked at him with great excitement. That's building a country, not a family. Unexpectedly, the 3 boys' ambitions are so lofty. If the patriarch finds out this news, what will his expression be like? About half an hour later, it was finally Xuanhuan's turn. Xuanhuan paid close attention to the reactions of these soldiers. He is not one of those loose forces who can swallow his voice. If there is a soldier who is dishonest, he will not turn a blind eye. Xuanhuan followed Zixia, Bai Suzhen, Shenzhener, and Shui Miao were also arranged in front by him, sandwiched between Bai Suzhen and Zixia. This made Shui Miao moved. He didn't expect Xuanhuan to think of her at this time. Let her not only fall in love. What a woman needs is a man who can shelter her from the wind and rain. The graceful postures of the four women, as soon as they appeared, immediately attracted the attention of the soldiers. There are other monks with sympathetic, playful eyes. The soldier inspecting Baisuzhen had dull eyes and salivation at the corners of his mouth. No response for a long time. Hey, have you had a stroke? You've got a jerk. Hurry up and wipe it, it will affect the city's appearance. Xuanhuan reminded sarcastically. Baisuzhen frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Can I pass?" This soldier is quite majestic. Hearing this, he suddenly became embarrassed and was mistaken for a stroke, which is good enough. Then he regained his mind and began to ask. In the ensuing time, he did not do anything. Xuanhuan breathed a sigh of relief. The sharp eyes also eased a lot. But the next moment, a fierce-looking old soldier standing behind him suddenly came to Baisuzhen, reaching out to take her hand. "Beauty, come here and I'll check it out for you." "Humph, you're not too timid." Baisuzhen snorted angrily, shook her hand, and the hand that was stretched out shook suddenly, and the veteran felt an itch. Disappeared. What? A palm just disappeared out of thin air. Let the owner of the palm, the vicious veteran, scream and look at Baisuzhen with endless horror. "Come on, this woman is a witch, take it down quickly." On the spot. The man shouted urgently as he stepped back. But only halfway through the shouting, the voice stopped abruptly. I saw the hand where he disappeared, and even the arm disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then the thighs, the body, and finally the head in his desperation. Only a pile of black dust remained in place. During the whole process, this person did not make a sound at all, as if there was no pain at all. Quiet, the scene is quiet, the needle drop can be heard. Such a strange magical power that no one has ever heard of or seen before. For a while, the look in Baisuzhen's eyes became more frightened. The woman looked so beautiful. Charming. But it is a terrifying existence that kills invisible. Who is this? Is she too bold? Doesn't she want to participate in the Xianlong summit? What kind of magical power is that? It's too weird. Where is the soldier? This woman is miserable and missed this summit. The daring witch, hurry up and capture her. A group of soldiers shouted tremblingly with weapons in their hands. Are you soldiers of the kingdom? How can I look like a bandit and do something to women? Is this what a soldier should do? The kingdom's face has been completely disgraced by you. Boy, do you still want to participate in the Xianlong summit? How dare you blaspheme the dignity of my kingdom? Do you still want to live? A soldier who was obviously a leader said sternly. As soon as the words came out, Xuanhuan was used to a charge of disobedience. It's just a mysterious dragon summit. Will I, Xuanhuan, care? Don't make a fuss there. This kind of threat is useless to me. Everyone, although we are ordinary warriors, we have our own pride and our own dignity. They trampled on our pride and dignity. Do we just endure it indifferently? Xuanhuan first reprimanded the guards, then suddenly shouted loudly. This made everyone at the gate of the city look at Xuanhuan. You are Xuanhuan? That bastard who killed General Protector. The captain of the soldier pointed at Xuanhuan incredulously and asked in horror. Xuanhuan has become a household name in recent times. Especially in the royal capital, Xuanhuan was passed down like a god. Some say that Xuanhuan is the reincarnation of a demon king who is brutal and tyrannical. Some say that Xuanhuan is an immortal descended to earth, punishing evil and promoting good. Many legends make Xuanhuan the incarnation of the two extremes of the devil and the messenger of justice in the capital. There is a tendency for the myth of the general. The king has an order, and the Su family's motorcade is not allowed to pass. The captain of the soldier resisted the urge to escape, and said in a stern voice, "Why? I need a reason?" Xuanhuan's eyes flickered. If the soldier was spending more than a word, he would attack. You slaughtered kingdom officials, that's the reason. Then do you know why you want to kill those officials? As an official of the kingdom, you actually condone the act of robbing people's daughters from your family members. How dare you ask me what I should do? Everyone, look at me, I look at you, I want to answer, but I am afraid of angering the officers and soldiers and losing the opportunity to participate in the Xianlong summit. Not wanting to answer, there was a sullenness in my heart that had nowhere to resolve. I know you are afraid of the kingdom's anger. But I'm not afraid. Is such a kingdom worthy of our allegiance? They don't take us seriously at all. Bullying, resistance is breaking the law. Resistance will lose the opportunity to take off. Such a kingdom that reverses black and white. I really don't want to be with him. Xuanhuan's language is sharp and his voice is passionate. Immediately aroused the resonance of the crowd. But even though they were excited, they remained silent. They didn't dare. However, Xuanhuan dared. He didn't have to participate in the Xianlong summit, and he would have taken off without the Xianlong summit. Even without today's event, he would overthrow the kingdom's rule. What is the rule of the kingdom established? It is the support of the common people and the guard of the monks. The ruler of the kingdom not only does not appreciate the hard work of the people, but also steps on us, tramples us, and does not treat us as human beings. The existence of this Xianlong summit is not for the sake of us cultivators, but to recruit living forces and increase their power for their rule. They work hard for the kingdom. What did our dedication, our sacrifice, get in return? It was their bullying. Their humiliation. Can you bear it? Tell me, the real thoughts in your hearts, don't be afraid of this or that. Like a bitch. The big deal is that we leave the Tianxian kingdom and go to a more free place. To pursue the way of longevity. The world is so huge, can't it be accommodated? Our place? The more Xuanhuan spoke, the more excited he became, placing the kingdom on the opposite of the cultivator. The cultivators were also enthusiastic. Yes, they are immortal cultivators who pursue longevity, and they are beings admired by all. Why was he so humble when he arrived in the capital? Are they still monks? Shui Miao Miao, Shinjin'er's gaze towards Xuanhuan became even more different. Xuanhuan became extremely tall in their eyes. They had fallen in love with him without hesitation. Let you babble. Looking at the soldiers with bruised faces, Xuanhuan felt relieved. He dislikes bullying the most. That is, why humiliate us? Are we the slaves of the kingdom, just a gatekeeper? When the country is threatened, what can you do? It is not up to us monks to take action. A group of dogs fighting against people. If it weren't for the kingdom standing behind you, I could make you disappear with a single finger. The world is huge, and there are so many places to live in. If you have to hang yourself in the Tianxian kingdom family, it's a big deal to leave his mother. The monks were excited, showing their arms one by one, rolling up their sleeves, and the rhythm that they would start fighting if they disagreed. Although each of the gatekeepers has the cultivation of the profound entrance realm. But there was a look of fear in the eyes of the ore released by the excited monks. The captain of the soldiers was so angry that he pulled out his waist knife and slashed at Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Xuanhuan raised the corner of his mouth and kicked the captain with all his strength. Boom! The next moment, the captain was kicked and flew out like an arrow from the string. Smashed into an attic 200 meters away. Boom! The attic couldn't resist this strong impact and collapsed suddenly. It can be said that it is extremely easy to deal with a mysterious soldier with his earth-level cultivation base. However, the power of this kick made everyone at the gate of the city take a deep breath. A distance of 200 meters can kick a soldier into the attic at high speed and knock it down. How strong is this young man? No wonder he dares to shoot at the soldier. How dare you attack the soldiers? He and the witch are in the same group, and the archers are ready to kill them. Dare! A loud bang followed with an angry shout. A bull-like iron fist rushed out from next to Xuanhuan and smashed in front of him. The ground was smashed into a big hole by the iron fist, and the ground in all directions was instantly covered with thick cracks. The soldiers retreated in shock. They all looked at Zhu Zizhen in horror. Whoever dares to hurt my family, I will punch him to death. Zhu Zizhen roared furiously. I'm asking, can we go over there? As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, Bai Suzhen's second daughter and Bai Gan all took a step forward, and they all released their coercion to press on. The soldiers couldn't bear the huge coercion of several people at all, and fell to the ground with a plop, unable to move. This scene made the other monks very excited. For a while, Xuanhuan's image became more and more tall. They did not dare to speak to the soldiers and take action. Xuanhuan dared. They dare not argue. Xuanhuan dares. Who is he? He's not too timid, he dares to fight against the soldiers. He is Xuanhuan. Didn't you look at the black-faced man next to him with a double axe on his back? That should be a double axe general. He is the genius Xuanhuan, from the Su family. The one who defeated Dong Qingyang, the genius on the list. It's not just Dong Qingyang, even the fur coat was thrown out by the double axe general. For a time, Xuanhuan's name spread like a hurricane. Let people talk about it. Many female cultivators who had already entered the city looked at Xuanhuan with eyes full of small stars. This was the man the woman wanted to follow her whole life. At this moment, a domineering and tyrannical momentum suddenly came from the gate of the city. Let everyone feel a suffocating pressure. Bai Suzhen, Zixia, Bai Gan, Jiutou, and Li Kuwei all became alert at the first time. This breath is too terrifying, even worse than them. Only Zhu Zizhen burst out with a more powerful aura and competed with the opponent. But this guy looks stupid, but he's actually very smart. As soon as his momentum was released, he felt that he started to level with the opponent. And then he stopped increasing his efforts. This pig is not stupid. He knows the benefits of hiding clumsiness. But judging from the momentum just now, the other party should not be a strong person in the honorable realm. Nima just came to Tianxian Kingdom and encountered such a powerful expert. How can you play? Why don't you go home? It seems that the kingdom is hidden quite deep. Yes, without that diamond, how dare you be lazy about that porcelain work? If a country does not have two brushes, how can it rule so smoothly for such a long time without falling? Hey, your tall man's aura is so tyrannical. An old, deep voice of surprise rang in everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, a purple-robed figure appeared on the roof of the city gate, looking down at everyone with both hands. However, this person's eyes were always on Zhu Zizhen. This man was tall and unusually tall, with a ferocious appearance, and his eyes were staring at Zhu Zizhen like a fierce god. In addition to a trace of surprise in his eyes, there is also a trace of solemnity hidden deep in his eyes. Are you Xuanhuan? The old man finally retracted his gaze, turned to Xuanhuan, and asked solemnly. Yes, Xuanhuan is me. I am Xuanhuan. It's Xuanhuan. Nima, I was also infected by those three guys. Thinking in my heart, I glared at Sanjia fiercely. Let the three be puzzled. There is a feeling of lying down. It was you who killed the kingdom's official? Finally, you killed the 10 great generals who protect the country? Can you tell me why? Yes, no. Everything in the world has a cause and an effect must have a cause. Who can explain the cause and effect clearly? As the saying goes, if you want to add sin, you can't worry about it. I don't want to explain this. If a senior wants to do something for the country, then please do it. Xuanhuan held his head high and stood there casually, but was said lightly by his hands. There was neither sadness nor joy on his face, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. A good one has a cause and a result. The old man admires it. So what's going on here? As soon as Xuanhuan exited, the old man's face suddenly trembled, he thought for a moment, and then asked, casually. Oh, seniors, we are suffering. When these soldiers were inspecting, they not only touched the female cultivator, but also sarcastically insulted us. We were not allowed to enter the city. It was said that we were not worthy to participate in the Xianlong summit. Xuanhuan had an unfathomable and profound expression just now, but in an instant, it turned into a look of pain on his face. As if there is a great grievance. Baigan's face twitched a few times, and he quickly lowered his head as much as possible, while his shoulders were shaking. The rest of the cultivators stared at them, not knowing why. I am not used to Xuanhuan's character that can change when he talks about it. The purple-robed man's cheeks also twitched a few times. Damn, can this kid get a face? This acting is too amazing. Yes, the soldiers guarding the gate are too presumptuous. They say that they are the king of heaven here, and no one can care. Do whatever you want. It's hateful, they actually molested me, an old man, my chastity, I'm still a virgin. Pfft. My God, who is this? Can you rely on it? Isn't this telling people that there is no silver 300 taels here? The acting skills are too poor. The gate guards were confused. These people were very obedient just now, but how could this be so exaggerated? When did I molest the old man? Isn't this planting? I don't care about molesting the old man. Wronged, Tianda's wronged, even more wrong than Dou Yu. They wanted to justify too much, but unfortunately they broke their throats and couldn't suppress the mourning monks. But you killed a soldier, how will this be resolved? The purple-robed man's face was as black as charcoal. He didn't expect these gatekeepers to be so rebellious? You must know that the Xianlong Summit is a major event once every 10 years in the Tianqian Kingdom. It is a key event for the country to elect talents. Especially at the critical moment of Xuanwu's martial arts, the kingdom is in urgent need of talented people. For the country to gain face in the Xuanwu Huiwu. Now that these soldiers are engaged, will those people of insight become discouraged and not participate in the Xianlong Summit? Then the country's plan to select talents at the summit will be in vain. Thinking of this, the purple-robed man glared angrily and glared at the soldiers, as if to swallow them alive. As soon as those soldiers met his gaze, they immediately fell silent, and the two trembling heads were immediately covered with beads of sweat. After a while, the purple-robed talent turned to Su Haoyan and said amiably, Su Haoyan, the killing of the general protecting the country, the state capital, and the soldiers can be exposed. The previous question is that the king wants you to represent the country, to participate in the Xuanwu martial arts. Ding. Trigger the main quest, Xuanwu Fengyun. Because the host has been targeted by the king. It is designated as a candidate to participate in the Xuanwu meeting. If the host refuses, he will be madly killed by the king. If the host participates in the Xuanwu meeting and becomes a Xuanwu in the mid-term, the first genius of the dynasty, the system will reward you with 100 million growth points, a chance to summon a strong man, and a chance to draw a random lottery. What do you mean, the main quest is actually triggered? The rewards are so generous. It seems that this Xuanwu martial arts is not easy. There are rich rewards to get, and you can summon superpowers, and you can also make a name for yourself. This task is not bad. However, now the king is begging me, and it is not my character not to take advantage of me. Thinking of this, Su Haoyan said with a puzzled face, I'm afraid this senior made a mistake. The kid is not a national genius. He is not qualified to participate in the Xuanwu Huiwu. That will make the kid a target of public criticism. I still think, how many years to live? Su Haoyan, think about it clearly, the whole country has only selected 10 people to participate in the dynasty conference. And you are the only one who was selected by the king without going through layers of selection. Even the first prince did not receive this honor. Just cherish it. You must know that this is a good opportunity to honor your ancestors and make a name for yourself. It's a lie to make a name for yourself and honor your ancestors for nothing. Can you push my family into the first family of the kingdom? Can you make me the first genius of the kingdom? Su Haoyan sneered and said disdainfully. This little thing has said a lot, and the ultimate purpose is nothing more than to benefit. I'm not afraid that he doesn't ask for it. It's much easier to do if there is a request. As soon as Su Haoyan's words came out, Zipeo's heart was relieved. I looked and told you that in recognition of your great contribution to the country, your majesty issued a special decree to seal the Su family as the first family of Tianqian Kingdom, and the fief to be the entire south. Seal Su Haoyan as the king of Chongping. Hereditary is irreplaceable. As for the first day of the kingdom is only up to you to fight for it. What the heck, make me the king of Chongping? I'm not a relative of the royal family, so how can I make the king? Isn't this outrageous? Did the seniors make a mistake? Su Haoyan looked sincere and frightened, sweat on his forehead. But my heart was overjoyed. With a fief, the goal of dominating Xuanwu can be justified. By the way, look at my memory. When people are old, their memory is not good. Don't blame the king of Chongping. His Majesty has an order to make Xuanhuan of the Su family a royal nephew. That is, His Majesty's nephew. So from now on, the king of Chongping will be a relative of the royal family. The purple-robed man announced loudly with a serious face. The preparation is quite complete. This is for me to participate in the Xuanwu festival. The younger generation, what virtue and ability makes His Majesty love you so much? The younger generation is really ashamed. But for the honor of the country, I will reluctantly agree. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, whoever goes to hell will go to hell. For the sake of the country and the good life of the people, I, Xuanhuan, just be the king of Chongping. Boy, you're good enough. You can still sell well when you get it cheap. If it weren't for some special reasons, can you still stand here and talk nonsense with me? The master has long since deposed you. The corner of the purple-robed man's mouth twitched fiercely, and he was in a hurry. Facing Xuanhuan's ill-fated appearance, he could not wait to smash him into pieces with one palm. Puff. Sir, no, it's His Highness Chongping who is too capable of pretending, and it seems that he has suffered a lot of grievances by naming him king of Chongping. As soon as Xuanhuan's words came out, with his helpless expression, Jiutou Yuanxing couldn't keep his serious face any longer. He laughed and laughed. Li Kuei and others also felt the same way. They all feel that Xuanhuan is indebted. Yes, this accident is good for adults. No, it is His Highness Chongping. There is no harm. Baigan looked at Xuanhuan's depressed expression, and praised him without hesitation. I have been with Xuanhuan for a while. Xuanhuan's mind can be guessed 9 times out of 10. In fact, from the very beginning, Xuanhuan was striving for the best interests for himself. It is not an exaggeration to describe Xuanhuan as being useless and unable to afford it early. Okay, I have conveyed His Majesty's will. In a few days, His Majesty will deliver the imperial edict to the king of Chongping. Please rest assured, the king of Chongping. The old man will not stay here for long. The purple-robed man clasped his fists at Xuanhuan with a smile on his face, and then scolded the officers and soldiers guarding the gate fiercely in Xuanhuan's face. It was also announced in public that another batch of soldiers would be replaced tomorrow. In the end, he turned around and left in a huff. Boy from the Su family, I am the servant of Lord Hugua Junhun. Before coming, Lord Hugua Junhun asked me to bring you a message. Everything is okay. Don't cause trouble for yourself. At the moment when the purple-robed man turned around, an extremely weak voice suddenly came from Xuanhuan's ear. Huh? The soul of protecting the country? What is that? Is it very powerful? Xuanhuan looked at the direction in which the Zipeo man disappeared, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He suddenly turned his head and looked left and right, and found that everyone was smiling, nothing different. Could it be that only you can hear this voice? It seems that I have time to find out what the soul of the Protectorate Army is. Meet the King of Chongping. At this moment, all the monks standing at the gate of the city bowed to Xuanhuan in unison. Exclaimed in unison. At the same time, there was a very respectful look on his face. Xuanhuan, King of Chongping. The nephew of the current king. Xuanhuan can be said to have reached the sky in one step. No matter what they say, they are still civilians. Not to mention the strength of cultivation. In terms of status and status alone, there is no comparison between one day and one place. The disparity in status forced everyone to lower their noble heads. Xuanhuan, who was still mingling with everyone just now, has become a person that people need to look up to in a blink of an eye. Such a huge gap made everyone at a loss for a while. It's incredible. They all asked themselves in their hearts, what kind of virtues and abilities did Xuanhuan have to make His Majesty such a prosperous one? Don't hesitate to seal the king's land. There are more or less dissatisfied people in the crowd. Even a little jealous. But this time was when Xuanhuan was proud of the spring breeze, and Xuanhuan helped everyone again. The limelight was in full swing, so naturally there would be no trouble looking for him. You don't need to be too polite. Although I was named King of Chongping by His Majesty, I am Xuanhuan. In my heart, you will always be my good brothers. Of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan said loudly and loudly. Give me growth value, cultivation base. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the second grade of the earth level. Boom. A terrifying whirlwind roared out of Xuanhuan and shot straight into the sky. It stirred the void to tremble. The momentum continued to rise until it reached the second grade level of the earth level realm, and then it stopped. In the royal capital, at the top of the most majestic palace, the man in purple robe was about to head towards a certain building. As if feeling something, he looked back quickly. He actually chose to make a breakthrough at this time. I'm afraid his intentions are not simple. This young man is too scary. Looking at the direction of the wave with a complicated expression, the man in purple robe seemed to see Xuanhuan standing tall. Shaking his head, he stuck his head down. His cultivation has broken through at this time. It's incredible. A genius. He is an ancient genius. It's a pity that I'm not qualified to be his master. However, if I want to realize my ambition, there may be another one. Way to go. Qiu Bai, who was mixed in the team, saw Xuanhuan, who was already a second ranker, through the gap, with a thoughtful look on his face. Congratulations to the great progress of King Chongping's cultivation. Everyone was shocked by Xuanhuan's breakthrough. Such a genius can only be seen by the eyes of His Majesty today. The King of Chongping is truly a genius. His Majesty today is really insightful and knows that His Highness Chongping is a genius in cultivation. The Su family has turned into a phoenix. With King Chongping in charge, the Su family will definitely be the biggest force in Tianqian nation in the future. His Royal Highness Chongping, Wanfujinan. His Royal Highness Chongping, at Shadong's house, Tong Yanhua, I'm here to greet you. Tong Yanhua is the head of the Tongjia generation. The cultivation base of the first grade of the ground level. Although not listed 13 sons, but the reputation is better than the 13 sons. With the first prince, Dong Qingyang is also known as the Xianlong Three Pride. The reputation is only stronger than that of the 13 sons. Brother Tong, are you kidding me? Haha, the contemporary genius of the Tong family has been friends for a long time. It's a pleasure to meet, a pleasure to meet. Xuanhuan said politely. Your Highness Chongping, right? Luosheng, King of Lingxi sect, you should Know me. At this moment, an arrogant young man squeezed in front of Xuanhuan and said, lukewarmly, a look of extreme contempt. Wang Luoxing, a genius of Lingxi sect. The direct disciple of Supreme Elder Ning Renbua. In the Lingxi sect, the status is aloof. Therefore, he developed the bad habit of being arrogant, and bullying men and women. Unpleasant for cultivators. But looking at his master's face, he turned a blind eye. Ignore it. He was the most angry about Xuanhuan being named king of Chongping. What ability did Xuanhuan have, and he was crowned king by his majesty. He wants to expose Xuanhuan's true face. So it's time to come out and make trouble. Nanny. Lingxi sect? What's so special? Your ancestors have become my servants. You are more than a fart. Xuanhuan snorted coldly and glanced at Jiutou. Yuansheng. Bold, you can't bow down when you see His Royal Highness. Do you want to die? Or you want to die? Jiutou Yuansheng received the look that Xuanhuan handed over, and he understood, with a ferocious look, and at the same time a terrifying pressure. Suddenly shrouded Wang Luoxing. Ah, you, bold, you can't, I'm. Wang Luoxing suddenly felt an irresistible coercion coming over him, and he was suddenly shocked and angry. It is about to carry out the sect behind it. But before he could say anything, he fell to his knees with a plop. What? The slate under the knees cracked and cracked. It can be seen how heavy this kneeling force is. A shrill scream came from Wang Luoxing's mouth. It's chilling to hear. Xuanhuan, even the present His Majesty respects Lingxi sect. You are just a foreign surname. You are a puppet. Why should I kneel? Aren't you afraid that our Lingxi sect will attack you? Wang Luoxing knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. His legs were shattered inch by inch. The huge pain made him cry. A face has been distorted from pain. At this time, he gritted his teeth and roared. Why? Just because I am the king of Chongping. I am better than you. I control your life and death. Believe it or not, I will kill your dog in a single thought. Crusade me, you go and ask, you are too high. Elder, that old thing. Does he dare? Xuanhuan looked down at Wang Luoxing, who was kneeling down, with sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Ning Renbua is too busy to take care of himself, how can he take care of you? Master, does he dare? How is this possible? How could he know the master and his old man? Impossible, he is lying to me, yes it must be. But I'm still Tianjiao, a genius of Tianxian Kingdom. I'm one of the 13 sons. What did you do to me today? I will definitely repay it again in the future. Say it earlier, why spend so much time? Bump. While talking, Xuanhuan took out the Barrett sniper rifle. Then he pulled the trigger under Wang Luoxing's terrified eyes. A headshot. Until his death, he didn't understand why Xuanhuan was not afraid of their Lingxi sect's revenge. He is just the young master of a small family. Why so? Bully. Ding. The spear picks 11 of the 13 sons to complete. Hey, King Chongping is trying to establish his prestige. Well, Wang Luoxing usually bullies the weak and has no one's eyes. Don't put all the monks in your eyes. It's long overdue. The one standing behind Wang Luoxing is Ning Renbua, the supreme elder of Lingxi sect, who dares to make trouble. Only the king of Chongping dares to kill Wang Luoxing. King Chongping is killing harm for the people. Good man. King Yingming of Chongping. He's not afraid that Lingxi sect will trouble him? Will the king of Chongping be afraid? He is the king's nephew, who dares to provoke him? Hee, your highness did a beautiful job. It not only achieved the purpose of killing chickens and warning monkeys, but also left a chivalrous name in the hearts of cultivators from all walks of life. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Bai Gan looked at Xuanhuan with a look of approval. This little episode did not affect the enthusiasm of the crowd. During the registration period, I will find various reasons to chat with Xuanhuan. Regardless of whether there is any contact in the future, let's talk about it. First, immortal cultivators are also human beings, and if they are human beings, they tend to follow suit and flatter themselves. Xuanhuan had been standing at the gate of the city, smiling and chatting with everyone. The attitude is amiable, and there is no air of the prince at all. For a time, the rumor that Xuanhuan was an approachable, amiable, and unassuming prince gradually spread widely among the monks. Let Xuanhuan's favor in everyone's hearts increase sharply. And Xuanhuan was named royal nephew by His Majesty today. The news of King Chongping, like a hurricane, swept the entire capital, and even every corner of the entire kingdom began to talk about it. Its explosiveness has overshadowed the Su family's limelight as the first family. What did you say? Tianwu was canonized as a royal nephew by His Majesty today. King of Chongping? Hereditary is not a replacement. Are you sure this news is correct? Su Yunting stood up, hugged the Eagle King's shoulders, and asked incredulously. Yes, Patriarch. Now the third young master of our family is the nephew of His Majesty the King. He is the first prince of the opposite sex in Tianxian nation. Not only that, but our Su family was named the first family of Tianxian nation by the king. All the states and counties in the south belong to our Su family. The Eagle King's voice trembled a little, showing how restless his heart was. Ha, Xuanwu, our Su family has taken off, and this time it has really taken off. Tianwu has contributed to it. The patriarch Su Yun laughed happily. Could he not be happy? During his time as the patriarch, the Su family suddenly became the #1 family in Tianxian nation. He will succeed forever. It is passed down to the Su family from generation to generation. Although this achievement has nothing to do with him at all. But he did it. Because without him, where did Xuanhuan come from? What? Xuanhuan of the Su family was named the king of Chongping? The Su family was named the first family. Our Qin family is going to be expelled. Well, it's better than exterminating the family. Ah, he has grown up so fast. The choice he made at the beginning is really not wrong. Even if the title of the 7 great families is erased, our Shen family will still make a profit. Zhen'er's vision is better than mine. The Shen and Qin families got the news right away. Although there is bitterness in my heart, I have to face the reality. Snapped. How is it possible? Why did His Majesty seal the king with him? It's impossible. Tongguanzu, the patriarch of the Dong family, Dongzhen, smashed the teacup into pieces with great anger, at the same time growling hysterically. Hey, Dongzhen, it's just a puppet prince, do you still care about this? In the near future, when you become a king, you can make him whatever you want. At this moment, an eerie voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Immediately afterwards, a black figure wrapped in a black robe suddenly appeared on the chair beside Dong Zhen. This person appeared strangely and silently, as if he had existed there before. Okay, I agree to your request. I only have one condition, that is to kill Su Haotian. Kill the Su family. Dongjin looked coldly at the black-robed man who suddenly appeared, and said in a cold voice, "Don't worry, if the divine religion dominates the profound sky, Su Haotian must be destroyed. Even without you, Su Haotian has also entered our must-kill list. He is certain to die. Meet the king of Chongping." In the evening, Su Haotian and his party finally walked into the largest inn in the capital, and rented dozens of independent courtyards in one go. At this time, it was in one of the luxurious and largest rooms in the entire inn. Baigan and other powerhouses stood neatly in front of Su Haotian and bowed in unison. It is worth mentioning that Shui Miao Miao and Shinjiner are in it. You guys make fun of me, aren't you? I don't believe you don't know, my cheap prince is actually an expedient plan for that old guy from the king. Maybe one day the old guy will kill the donkey. His Royal Highness, whether it is an expedient measure or playing with a scheming, it is also an opportunity for us. At this time, Baigan turned into a wily statesman, and said in a calm voice, "Baigan is right. I'm just a prince from a foreign surname. I don't care about this young master. I want to be a king, and I want to be a high-ranking emperor. As I said, as the sky is high, my heart is as broad. Wherever your highness goes, I will follow you there. I swear to follow your highness to the death. I swear to follow his highness to the death. I will never leave." Everyone shouted in unison. Ha ha ha, good, good. With the help of Qing and others, I can accomplish great things. Shenzhen, how worried you are. When the crowd dispersed, Su Haotian spoke to Bai Suzhen in a profound way. Although Shenzhener and Shui Miao Miao have feelings for him, they still need to let them express their stance in the face of such a major incident. They agreed to be with themselves wholeheartedly, that he would not treat them badly, their families. But they have concerns, or the forces behind them are unwilling to swim in this muddy water. He will let them go. Since then, they have been passers-by, and even seeing each other in battle is normal. Ding. Trigger the main quest, subvert Tianqian. Mission details, Dong Zhen has joined forces with the divine religion, and wants to overthrow the Tianqian kingdom with the help of the divine religion. Self-reliance as the king. At the same time, the divine religion has listed the host as a must-killer. If the host smashes Dongzhen's conspiracy and replaces it, establish his own country, the system will reward 8 billion growth points. One chance to summon the strong, one chance to draw a random lottery. Dongzhen, you immortal, you dare to plot against your back. The old birthday star eats arsenic, you are screwed up. Subverting Tianqian is exactly what I want. Well, since you are courting death, I will fulfill you and earn some extra money by the way. At the same time, in an extremely secret room in the royal capital, the current King Zhou Bishi was standing in front of the purple-robed man in silence, listening to something. His broad forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. You know what, you're a complete idiot. Look at how you run the country. Even a small family member can ride on your head and shit without any scruples. And but you can only ask the master to vent your anger, there is no way to do it. If it wasn't for the ancestors' sake, the master would have left long ago. If it wasn't for your incompetence, would the master fall into a deep sleep? Yes, it's all the grandson's fault. It's the grandson's incompetence. It's the grandson who caused trouble for the ancestors. Zhou Bishi secretly wiped the sweat that was about to drip, feeling extremely bitter in his heart. I wanted to kill Su Haoyan with the help of the soul of protecting the country. Unexpectedly, Lord Xuanhuan was injured and fell into a deep sleep. Leave him helpless. And the old man in front of him who claimed to be the sole servant of the National Protector Army was powerless to Su Haoyan. But it came up with a way. That is not a solution. In this regard, Zhou Bishi can only agree. Although bowing his head to Su Haoyan now makes him embarrassed, there is a feeling that he can't raise his head in front of the Chinese. But once the protector of the country wakes up, all this will pass. Tianxian Kingdom may not exist for long. Su Haoyan has great ambitions. He has deep scheming, enough luck, and several strong people to follow. It is easy to overthrow a country. Manpower will definitely not be able to defeat the sky. The promise of the ancestors of the Zhou family has already been paid back. This time, don't go into this muddy water again. Watching Zhou Bishi leave helplessly, the purple-robed man shook his head, muttered a few words tiredly, and slowly closed his eyes. Clan Elder, with your rich experience, do you know that the country has a military spirit that protects the country? At this time, in the room where Su Haoyan was, just as Su Haoyan put the teacup on the round table, he raised his head and asked the elder Su Qingfeng, who was sitting opposite. Why does your highness care so much about the spirit of protecting the country? The legend about the spirit of protecting the country is no longer a special secret. If your highness wants to hear the old man, I will tell you about it. At this time, the Su Qingfeng clan elder no longer had the majesty and casualness of the past. Now Su Haoyan's identity is different from before. The identity of the king of Chongping is placed there. Who dares to do it? Even if he is Su Haoyan's predecessor. Nor can you break the rules. Old clan, this title is a bit heavy. You and I are a family, so you don't need to be like this. No, you are now the king of Chongping. And you are the royal nephew of the current king. Your status is prominent. Even your uncle can't surpass it. Breaking the rules. Uncle Clan, you are too serious. I won't say it beforehand. In fact, I want to inquire about the reason for the protector of the country, and the reason is the man in purple robe. He claims to be the servant of the protector of the country. What makes me wonder is why instead of appearing on his own, the protector of the country asked his servants to see me. Is there anything wrong with this? So that's the case. Since even the servants who protect the country's military soul have appeared, it means that the king has already lost his skills. There is no way to deal with you. Speaking of protecting the country's military soul, we have to start with the origin of Tianxian Kingdom. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, our country was a small, unremarkable village. People live an ordinary life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. At that time, the outer sea monsters would often come to small villages to burn, kill, and plunder. People can't do anything about it. Can only suffer silently. Until one day, the arrival of two young people, and shot away the aggression of the demon clan. That changed. One of these two young people is called Zhou Fengtian and the other is called Dong Xinyu. The cultivation base is profound and full of sense of justice. Loved by the villagers. Since then, the two have lived in the village. They practiced while defending the village, while continuously accepting other wandering mortals to expand the village. Gradually, the two gained a very prominent reputation. Let the demons talk about the color change. The original village has also become a number of super large county. Finally one day, Zhou Toyota, who loves to pursue fame and fortune, is ready to become king and establish a state of power. On the other hand, Dong Xinyu pursues longevity wholeheartedly and is indifferent to fame and fortune. However, for the sake of their friendship, Dong Xinyu made a vow to defend the country as an invisible force. This is the legend of protecting the soul of the country. Whether it's true or not can't be verified. In the blink of an eye, Tianxian Kingdom has stood for thousands of years. The military soul of protecting the country also hides in the dark without complaining, silently guarding the country. Gradually, the spirit of protecting the country became a legend. Until 70 years ago. His Majesty now takes the throne. At that time he was still a hairy boy, young and vigorous, and at the beginning of his succession, he is not afraid of the sky, and he offends an existence that he cannot afford to provoke. The other party was furious and pursued His Majesty relentlessly. At that time, the country's strength was still very strong, and there were not only nearly 100 emperor-level powerhouses. There are also 3 venerable realm powerhouses sitting there, ranked high in the entire Xuanhuan dynasty. No one dared to provoke him. It's just that the man's cultivation base is extremely terrifying. Hundreds of generals protecting the country died one after another at the hands of that person. In the end, the 3 venerable level powerhouses also ended up with 2 deaths and 1 injury. In desperation, His Majesty had to use the protector token to invite the protector of the country. The two fought an ancient battle in the land of falling dragons. This battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights, and the killing was turned upside down. And the mountains and rivers were turned upside down. The battle ended with the protector of the country beheading the man with 1 sword. However, it is said that the soul of the protector of the country was also injured. However, the great victory of the national protector's soul still inspires the people of the country. This battle also let the Chinese people know that the spirit of protecting the country really exists, rather than a legend. But since then, the spirit of protecting the country has also disappeared. Now that several decades have passed, the spirit of protecting the country has never appeared again. According to what you just said, that person claimed to be a servant of the soul of protecting the country. This is very likely. I don't know why the protector of the country did not personally take action. It stands to reason that with what you have done, neither the king nor the spirit of protecting the country will let you live another day. Because your actions have seriously affected the safety of Sheiji. With the habits of your Majesty today, you and the Su family will definitely be beheaded in the bud. According to your analysis, I can understand it like this. The reason why I am still alive is that there is some kind of change in the kingdom, and the old guy of the king has no time to take care of him. Either it is to protect the country. Something happened to the soldier himself. Could it be that the wounds from the battle decades ago have not fully recovered? Or the old man is Already dead. Xuanhuan thought for a moment quietly, and then said brightly. Your analysis is very likely. For a person in power, for those enemies who can threaten his dominance, he will use thunderbolt methods to eliminate them. There will be no future troubles. But when he is not up to his strengths, he will make great profits and try his best to win him over. He will stabilize it first, and then he will slowly pursue it in the future. This is also in line with His Majesty's consistent style today. Hey, he can use me or kill the donkey. I'm not easy to be with you, sir. When the time is right, I will be the king. At that time I will not be the king of Chongping, but how? Your Majesty. At any time, Xuanhuan would not hide his ambitions. Su Qingfeng looked at Xuanhuan with a complex face. He knew that Tianqian kingdom would be turned upside down by Xuanhuan's ambition. However, from the perspective of the Su family, Xuanhuan overthrew Tianqian and established the country, which was the only way for the Su family to reach the peak. It's just that once the Su family becomes a royal family, will his status as an elder of the Su family still exist? The system calls me. In the dead of night, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged on the bed and started the one thing he was most willing to do now. That is to call the strong. Ding. The system is randomly summoning super strong for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the system successfully summoned Yuan Hong. For the host, from Yuan Hong, the boss of the 7 sages of Meishan. I just recruited a pig. And another monkey. I'm almost turning into a zoo. Xuanhuan has a black line on his forehead, but as the boss of the 7 sages of Meishan, he should actually be very strong. System, bring out Yuan Hong's personal attributes. Yuan Hong, from Identity, one of the 7 saints of Meishan. Supernatural powers, Earth Evil 72 transformations. Exercise method, 89 Xiangong. Magic weapon, Iron Rod. Level, 9th grade of the noble level. Loyalty, 89/100. What's so special, there is actually a 9th rank cultivation base of the noble level. It is 6 ranks higher than Zhu Zizhen. It is worthy of being the boss of Meishan. By the way, system, Yuan Hong's 72 changes of Earth Demon and Brother Monkey. Which one is more powerful? Yuan Hong is a great white ape who is proficient in 8 or 9 profound arts. His magical powers are generally the same as those of Yang Jian. Moreover, he has the talent of a general, and also has a strong martial arts. And the ability to change. After being named a general by King Zhou, he led the demons of Meishan to fight against the people of Shiqi, and he achieved a good record. In the end, Nuwa helped Yang Jian with the map of the mountains and rivers. Yuan Hong was captured and died of Lu Ye's sword. Jiangxia Fengshen, Yuan Hong was named as the 4 waste stars. Yuan Hong is a monkey demon from the romance of Fengshen. He and Sun Wukong are from 2 different dimensions and cannot be compared. The mechanical voice of the system explained patiently. One day I will put 2 monkeys together and let them fight to see who is more powerful. Although it is impossible to compare the difference between the 2. But witnessing the brilliance of Brother Monkey has always been Xuanhuan's biggest dream. Although he couldn't summon Brother Monkey now, Xuanhuan was overjoyed by Yuan Hong's arrival. Yuan Hong will also change in 72 ways, and he has also inherited it. Since they are in the same line, why not let Yuan Hong be his master? In this way, you will get twice the result with half the effort by learning the 72 changes yourself. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding. The system is randomly drawing a lottery for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the Taishu. Divine armor. From. What? Great Void God armor, what stuff? The Taishu divine armor is the #1 divine weapon in the prehistoric wilderness, the first of the 10 divine weapons, and the only one that is not offensive. According to legend, when the first ancestor of Pango opened up the sky and the earth, he split the heaven and the earth with an axe, the clear air rose to the sky, the turbid air fell into the earth, and there was a piece of black and yellow between the clear and turbid air. Although the heaven and the earth were split, the ancestor Pango found that the giant axe was entangled in something. 300 years. When the first ancestor of Pango took the divine axe 300 years later, he found that the axe was covered with a black-colored film, which was of a black-yellow quality, dazzling the sun and the moon, and overflowing with spiritual energy. Pulling back the divine axe, the film fell like a neon, and the first ancestor of Pango realized that it was this thing that entangled the divine axe in the chaos, but it has experienced the baptism of countless storms, thunder and lightning, and was exposed under the sun and the moon. For 300 years, it gradually dried into skin, allowing the divine axe to loosen. The first ancestor of Pango later spent hundreds of years sewing it into a strange garment, which is the later Taishu god armor. The world does not know its texture, because it is the fetal membrane of heaven and earth. At the beginning of the chaos of heaven and earth, it was because of this layer of fetal membrane that it was stuck. The ancestor of Pango broke the world and separated the heaven and the earth. Stand alone. It is also because the Taishu divine armor is the axis of heaven and earth, so it is listed as the first of the 10 sacred weapons, ranking above the opening axe. Let me go. The origin of this false god armor is too great. It's actually an artifact of opening the sky. The masterpiece of the great god Pango. I'm so lucky. It's so handsome.